Well, thank you so much, Gursimran, for joining us with those latest updates on this particular story coming out of Jammu Kashmir, where a huge crackdown on terror is what we understand. Well, on the other side, IAEA deployed on an urgent mission to safeguard Zaporizhzhia amid fears of severe damage to the plant. Protests end in Baghdad after Iraq's influential cleric requests protesters to cease the agitations. All of this and much more on World This Morning.
Amity University in London, accredited by Quality Assurance Agency UK and licensed by the Government of UK, offers MBA and BBA degrees at its central London campus. Embark on a global career with a globally recognized UK university degree. To apply, visit amity.edu/London.
Good evening, viewers. Seema Patra should have been arrested by now. But Seema Patra has not been arrested. And I want to tell the BJP that if the BJP believes in what it claims, then it should have sent central teams, because it is the ruling party of India. It should have sent central teams to arrest Seema Patra by now. Seema Patra is a BJP leader, not a small leader, but someone who is on the National Working Committee of the BJP's Women's Wing. And viewers, this BJP leader has tortured her domestic help so brutally. She has tortured her domestic help so inhumanly that even describing it for me, even describing her cruelty is tough for me because it is beyond words. She has beaten the 29-year-old with
IAEA deploys urgent mission to safeguard Zaporizhzhia amid fears of severe damage to the plant. Protests end in Baghdad after Iraq's influential cleric requests protesters to cease agitations. EU president claims Russia aims to sabotage electricity market in Europe. Japanese and Israeli foreign ministers meet to sign multifaceted defense meet. Appeals for relief funds amid severe flood situation by Pakistan and the United Nations. Hello and welcome to the World This Morning on Republic. I'm Rukma. In our top story, Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky met the International Atomic Energy Agency, the IAEA, in Kyiv. This comes after he had previously called for the withdrawal from the Russian military forces from the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, which could lead to a radioactive catastrophe in the region. Here's a report.
After multiple warnings against Russia's possible attack on Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, it could lead to irreversible damage. Ukrainian President Zelensky met members of International Atomic Energy Agency delegation in Kiev. Zelensky renewed calls for the withdrawal of all the military of Russian Federation from the nuclear power plant. Meanwhile, the United Nations nuclear watchdog team are on an urgent mission to safeguard the Russian-occupied power plant.
Це була не тільки перевірка, тому що я вважаю, що перевірка вона це тактичні дії, а є стратегічне рішення. Атомна станція знаходиться на території України, є українською власністю, є абсолютно контрольованою, безпековою, контрольованою впродовж багатьох років українськими спеціалістами. Саме
In hopes to help avoid a radioactive catastrophe, this comes as stakes couldn't be higher for the International Atomic Energy Agency experts, as the country had previously witnessed the 1986 Chernobyl disaster spewing radiation. Keeping in mind the uncertainty of the situation, the officials began handing out anti-radiation iodine tablets to nearby residents. To avoid a disaster, the Director General of IAEA, Rafael Grossi, has sought access for months to Zaporizhzhia plant. The International Atomic Energy Agency said that its team will undertake urgent safeguarding activities and measures to keep the damage to the minimum if need be. Agency Report, Republic TV.
The US Navy's Mideast-based 5th Fleet says Iran's paramilitary Revolutionary Guard seized and later released a US sea drone in the Persian Gulf. Commander Timothy Hawkins, a 5th Fleet spokesman, said that the incident saw a Revolutionary Guard ship try to seize a sailed drone Explorer. Here's more.
The US Navy's Mideast-based 5th Fleet said that the Iran's paramilitary Revolutionary Guard seized and later released a US sea drone in the Persian Gulf. Commander Timothy Hawkins, a 5th Fleet spokesman, said that the incident saw a Revolutionary Guard ship trying to seize a sailed drone Explorer. Hawkins said that the guard vessel was towing the drone behind it as a US Navy ship and helicopter approached it. Iran did not immediately acknowledge the incident. However, it comes amid heightened tensions between Washington and Iran over Tehran's tattered nuclear deal with the world powers. Further, Iran's president warned that any roadmap to restore Tehran's tattered nuclear deal with world powers must see international inspectors end their probe on man-made uranium particles found at undeclared sites in the country.
باید تمام موضوعات پادمانی حل و فصل بشه و این به عنوان یک رکن در مذاکرات. بدون حل و فصل مسائل پادمانی سخن از توافق معنا نداره. توافق باید با همراه باشه با حل و فصل کردن مسائل پادمانی و پایان این مسئله.
In a rare news conference marking his first year in office, Ibrahim Raisi also issued threats against Israel and tried to sound upbeat, as Iran's economy and real currency had cratered under the weight of international sanctions.
فاصله بین تصمیم و اقدام رو ببینند. اگر تصمیم چنین کاری رو بگیرند شاید به اونها دیگه مهلت داده نشه که بخوان دست به اقدامی ببرن. فاصله بین این تصمیم خواهند دید که از رژیم صهیونیستی چیزی میماند یا نمیماند.
Despite the international attention on the deal as talks in Vienna hang in balance, it took Raisi well over an hour before fully acknowledging the ongoing negotiations. Tehran and Washington have traded written responses in recent weeks on the finer points of the roadmap, which would see sanctions lifted against Iran in exchange for it restricting its rapidly advancing nuclear program. Agency Report, Republic TV.
European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen has said that the electricity market was no longer functioning because Russia was systematically trying to destroy and manipulate it. Speaking at a news conference at the end of the one-day Baltic Sea Energy Security Summit in Copenhagen, von der Leyen said the European Union was reacting to the Russian president's moves by addressing the composition of the electricity market. Here's a report.
European Commission President Ursula said that the electricity market was no longer functioning because Russian President Vladimir is systematically trying to destroy it and manipulate it.
But the real driver for the increase of electricity prices is somewhere else. That is gas. And mainly Russian gas that has been manipulated by Putin. Putin, who uses gas as a weapon. And you can see that in the figures. If you look at the electricity price, 94% of the electricity price is composed of other things, mainly gas, than ETS. ETS is only 6%.
In a news conference, Ursula further said that the European Union was reacting to the Russian president's moves by addressing the composition of the electricity market.
Putin's attempt to blackmail us with fossil fuels is failing. We are accelerating the green transition. We are getting rid of the dependency of Russian fossil fuels, and we are accelerating the renewable, clean, cheaper, and homegrown renewable energy.
The power stations which are offering the cheapest electricity are tapped first.
And I think the Baltic Sea Leaders Summit shows that a wind of change is blowing across Europe. We are harnessing the power of wind to break free from Russian fossil fuels and to become climate neutral. And offshore wind energy can make a huge contribution to that. With the targets that have been set today, Baltic Sea offshore wind will cover the energy consumption of around 6 million households by 2030. That is more than the number of households in Denmark, Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia combined. That's amazing. And we can do so much more.
This was a way to free the region from its dependence on Russian natural gas. The countries therefore agreed to set combined goals for offshore wind in the Baltic Sea region of at least 19.6 GW by 2030. According to Ursula, this would provide enough electricity for up to 30 million households. Meanwhile, the energy crisis has prompted some European countries to call for previously shelved energy projects to be revived, such as a gas pipeline linking to the Iberian Peninsula with the rest of Europe. Agency report, Republic TV.
Russia rained relentless shelling in the Druzhkivka region in Ukraine, destroying 2 schools and 1 sports facility. While no casualties have been reported, the area has been witnessing intense shelling in the past few weeks. Here's more.
As the Russia-Ukraine war continues, Moscow shelled on the eastern Ukrainian town of Druzhkivka. The shelling destroyed 2 schools and a sports facility.
К счастью, в школе никого не было. Их после первых взрывов люди ушли, но потом накрыло. К сожалению, школы больше нет. Так что...
The schools were destroyed just 2 days before the beginning of the academic year. Following the shelling, classes have now been moved online for the 6th month in a row.
Ну, школа это не только здание, к счастью. Поэтому, как бы ни было, здания может и нет, а школа есть. И школа будет работать дальше. Я здесь уже 10 лет директором, ну и учителем, соответственно. И я думаю, дальше будем работать. Будет новая школа. Будем продолжать жить.
The Donbas region has been under relentless shelling for months. However, the attacks have intensified in recent weeks. Russia says it repelled the attack and inflicted heavy casualties. While independent verification of battlefield action has been difficult, Britain's defense ministry said in an intelligence report that several Ukrainian brigades had stepped up their artillery fire in frontline sectors across southern Ukraine. Agency report, Republic TV.
A look at the top international stories at this hour. Supporters of prominent Iraqi Shiite cleric Muqtada al-Sadr fired rocket-propelled grenades into Iraq's green zone as machine gun fire crackled overhead. deepening the political chaos gripping the Mideast nation. Iraq's military and 4 rockets were launched into the heavily fortified green zone. Footage shows the chaos emerged into the green zone that injured at least one who was taken away by a 3-wheeled rickshaw. Muqtada al-Sadr, Iraqi cleric, calls on his supporters to withdraw from the capital's government quarter, where they traded heavy fire with security forces in a serious escalation of a months-long political crisis gripping the nation. In a televised speech, Muqtada al-Sadr gave his supporters an hour to leave. Minutes later, some could be seen abandoning their positions on live television. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky met members of the International Atomic Energy Agency delegation in Kyiv. The UN nuclear watchdog team are on an urgent mission to safeguard the Russian-occupied Zaporizhia atomic power plant at the heart of fighting in Ukraine. A long-awaited trip the world hopes will help avoid a radioactive catastrophe. European Union nations divided on Tuesday over whether to slap a broad visa ban on Russian citizens, torn between a desire to ramp up pressure on President Vladimir Putin and concern about punishing people who may not even support his war on Ukraine. The United Nations and Pakistan appealed for $160 million in emergency funding to help millions affected by record-breaking floods in Pakistan that have killed more than 1,150 people since mid-June. The money is needed to provide nutrition for children and give people shelter, among other forms of assistance that include livestock vaccination. Breaking news coming in now from the United States. NASA will likely make another attempt to launch the Artemis moon rocket on Saturday. The space agency's Artemis mission manager, Mike Sarafin, said, as per media reports, I quote, "We also agreed to move our launch date to Saturday, September the 3rd. Sarafin is quoted as saying by the Sputnik news agency on Tuesday. On Monday, NASA called off the planned test flight of the Artemis rocket around the moon after a series of setbacks, including an engine issue, a hydrogen leak, and stormy weather off the coast of Florida. The launch of Artemis 1 is no longer happening today, quoted a press release, as teams work through an issue with an engine bleed. Teams will continue to gather data and we will keep you posted on the timing of the next launch attempt." And coming up next, EU President claims Russia is aiming to sabotage the electricity market in Europe. All the details coming up next. Stay tuned. Also coming up, Japanese and Israeli foreign ministers meet to sign a multifaceted defense meet.
Anna Hazare says, I had high hopes from you, Arvind Kejriwal, back then. But after going into politics and after becoming the chief minister, it seems you have forgotten the ideology. Anna Hazare slamming Arvind Kejriwal, saying there is intoxication of power.
Anna Hazare coming out with these words, showing the pain of Anna Hazare, saying that this was about the power, this was about the money. But you stated that this is not going to happen, but you are also becoming like the other party.
जो सामाजिक प्रश्न होने के कारण इस शराब के उन्होंने की पॉलिसी गलत बनाई, इसलिए मैंने उसको लिखा।
अब इन्होंने शराब नीति में घोटाला हो गया। अब सीबीआई ने कह दिया कोई घोटाला नहीं हुआ। जनता इनकी बात नहीं मान रही। अभी अन्ना हजारे जी के कंधे पे बंदूक रख के चला रहे हैं।
The BJP leaders are staging such protests
some of the party MLAs who are protesting against Delhi LG Vinay Saxena.
सारे कांग्रेस वर्कर्स की ये भावना है कि राहुल गांधी जी इस वक्त लीड ले और वो कांग्रेस प्रेसिडेंट बने.
I accept what I've written in my article, which is that elections will be a good thing for the Congress party. That's all.
One lobby is who are saying that there should be fair election. On the other hand, there is a lobby which is loyal toward Rahul Gandhi, who are backing Rahul Gandhi that yes, he should be there on the chair. But the leaders like Shashi Tharoor coming out, making their stand clear, it is going to be trouble for the Congress party.
தமிழ்நாடுடைய முழுமையான விடுதலை, இந்திய ஒன்றியத்திலிருந்து தமிழ்நாடு என்பது ஒரு தனித்துவமான நாடு என்பதை அடைவது என்பதுதான் செங்கோடி அவர்களுக்கு நாம் செலுத்தக்கூடிய உறுதிமொழி, கடமை என்று சொல்லி செங்கோடிக்கு வீர வணக்கம் செலுத்தி விடைபெறுகிறேன். நன்றி, வணக்கம்.
He speaks about separate statehood to Tamil Nadu, separate union status almost, but
And in World This Morning, breaking news coming in. The United States has expressed concern about any country conducting an exercise, that's a military exercise with Russia, which it says has waged war against Ukraine. And even as Russia is planning a massive, large-scale, multinational military exercise, and this would be the first since the beginning of its offensive in Ukraine. The United States says it is concerned about it. India is one of the countries participating in the mammoth military exercise planned in Russia. And more news coming in from Russia now. Mikhail Gorbachev, who changed the course of history by triggering the collapse of the Soviet Union and was one of the great figures of the 20th century, has passed away. He died in Moscow, aged 91. Gorbachev's death was announced on Tuesday by Russian news agencies, which said Gorbachev had died at a central hospital in Moscow after, I quote, a serious and long illness. Gorbachev, in power between 1985 and 1991, helped bring US-Soviet relations out of a deep freeze and was the last surviving Cold War leader. So Mikhail Gorbachev, legend of his own time, has passed away. He passed away at the age of 91 in Moscow. And now moving on to news from Iraq. Muqtada al-Sadr, influential Iraqi cleric, called on his supporters on Tuesday to withdraw from the capital's government quarters where they were camped. They had traded heavy fire with security forces in a serious escalation of a months-long political crisis gripping the Iraqi nation. Here's more.
An influential Iraqi cleric, Muqtada al-Sadr, called on his supporters to withdraw from the capital's government quarters.
لا زلت أؤمن أن التيار منضبط ومطيع، ولذلك خلال 60 دقيقة إذا لم ينسحب حتى من الاعتصام أمام البرلمان فأنا أبرأ حتى من التيار.
The supporters have traded with heavy fire with security forces in a serious escalation of a months-long political crisis gripping the nation. In a televised speech, Muqtada al-Sadr gave his supporters an hour to leave, and minutes later some could be seen abandoning their positions on live television.
وطني بعدما كان أسيرا للفساد هو الآن أسير للفساد والعنف معه، والعنف أسير الفساد وأسير العنف مع شديد الأسف. أنا كنت أأمل أن تكون هناك احتجاجات سلمية بالأكفان، بالأيدي، بالقلوب الصافية، بالقلوب المحبة لوطنها، مو تروح تركض على الرصاص على القاذفات وعلى الهوانات.
Members of Saraya Salam, the peace brigades, could be seen driving away from the green zone, and al-Sadr Many carrying weapons were also seen walking away from the area on foot.
نحن المعتصمين أمام مبنى البرلمان العراقي نعلن انسحابنا اليوم بعد سماعنا أوامر السيد القائد المجاهد مقتدى الصدر عزه الله بالانسحاب حقنا للدماء ونقول له سيدي نحن رهن الإشارة.
Iraq's military announced an end to a curfew, further raising hopes that there might be a halt to the street violence. The unrest began on Monday when Al-Sadr announced that he would resign from politics and his supporters stormed into the Green Zone, once the stronghold of the US military that's now home to Iraqi government offices and foreign embassies. Following his calls for withdrawal, Iraqi leaders, including the caretaking premier, expressed their thanks to Al-Sadr and praised his restraint. Al-Sadr has long derived his political influence from his ability to both command his mass following to destabilize the street and just as quickly bring them into the line. Agency report, Republic TV.
And a quick look at some top international stories. Mikhail Gorbachev, who is the last leader of the Soviet Union, waged a losing battle to salvage a crumbling empire but produce extraordinary reforms that led to the end of the Cold War, has died. Gorbachev won the 1990 Nobel Peace Prize for his role in ending the Cold War and spent his later years collecting accolades and awards from all corners of the world. About 100 people gathered outside the South Carolina State House yesterday. The South Carolina House appeared ready to vote on a new total ban on abortion, with no exceptions for pregnancies caused by rape or incest, as Democrats joined with the chamber's most conservative members to keep the bill as restrictive as possible. US President Joe Biden forcefully defends the FBI as the agency and its employees come under withering criticism and threats of violence since executing a search warrant at former President Donald Trump's Florida residence earlier this month.
So let me say this to my MAGA Republican friends in Congress. Don't tell me you support law enforcement if you won't condemn what happened on the 6th. For God's sake, whose side are you on? Whose side are you on? You're either on the side of a mob or the side of the police. You can't be pro-law enforcement and pro-insurrection. You can't be a party of law and order and call the people who attacked the police on January 6th patriots. You can't do it. What are we teaching our children?
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says that the situation around the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant remains highly threatening. After meeting with the International Atomic Energy Agency Director General Rafael Grossi, Zelensky again says that immediate and complete demilitarization of the ZNPP is necessary. A Russian ambulance crew was killed in a collision with a fuel tanker and another vehicle in the Yaroslavl region. According to Russian state media, the ambulance was rushing to an emergency when the tanker driver allegedly lost control and hit the ambulance. The ambulance caught fire and the crew of 3 with 2 female paramedics and male driver were pronounced dead at the scene. Well, that's all in World This Morning. Coming up next in the Morning Express, suspended BJP leader Seema Patra accused of torturing her domestic help, allegedly absconding. UPA MLAs herded at a resort in Raipur as Hemant Soren government alleges poaching by opposition BJP. All the details coming up next. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
Amity University in London, accredited by Quality Assurance Agency UK and licensed by the Government of UK, offers MBA and BBA degrees at its central London campus. Embark on a global career with a globally recognized UK university degree. To apply, visit amity.edu/London.
தமிழ்நாடுடைய முழுமையான விடுதலை இந்திய ஒன்றியத்திலிருந்து தமிழ்நாடு என்பது ஒரு தனித்துவமான நாடு என்பதை அடைவது என்பதுதான் செங்கோடி அவர்களுக்கு நாம் செலுத்தக்கூடிய உறுதிமொழி கடமை என்று சொல்லி செங்கோடிக்கு வீர வணக்கம் செலுத்தி விடைபெறுகிறேன். நன்றி, வணக்கம்.
He speaks about separate statehood to Tamil Nadu, separate union status almost. But this is something that has been ongoing for several decades. I think the calls are becoming more open now. Hazare says, I had high hopes from you, Arvind Kejriwal, back then. But after going into politics and after becoming the chief minister, it seems you have forgotten the ideology. Anna Hazare slamming Arvind Kejriwal, saying there is intoxication of power.
Anna Hazare coming out with these words, showing the pain of Anna Hazare, saying that this was about the power, this was about the money. But you stated that this is not going to happen. But you are also becoming like the other party.
जो सामाजिक प्रश्न होने के कारण एक शराब की रणनीति पॉलिसी
The suspended BJP leader Seema Patra is accused of torturing her domestic help. She's allegedly absconding now. The Jharkhand governor writes to the DGP asking for action in the case related to the BJP leader abusing her domestic help. All-out resort politics in Jharkhand. The UPA MLAs flocked to a resort in Raipur as Hemant Soren's government alleges poaching by the BJP. Amidst an uproar over criminal charges, Nitish Kumar changes Kartikeya Kumar's ministry but is yet to sack him. Crackdown on terror-linked illegal madrasa in Assam 2 days after two Al-Qaeda-linked people were arrested in Barpeta. Good morning and thank you very much for joining us on Republic TV. This is the Morning Express. I'm Nupur Talwar Suri. Well, we begin with news that's just coming in. We are going to cut right across to the Eidgah Maidan in Hubbali, where a Ganesh idol has been installed amid heavy security. Do remember that the High Court had yesterday allowed for the Ganesh Utsav celebrations to take place at the Eidgah Maidan in Hubbali. However, the Supreme Court had put a stay on, had said that there has to be a status quo maintained at the Eidgah Maidan in Bengaluru. So in Hubbali, pictures on your screen are of the installation of the Ganesh idol, which is taking place. So Ganesh Utsav will be taking place at the Eidgah Maidan in Hubbali. Do remember that the High Court in its order had allowed for celebrations to go ahead in Hubbali, given the fact that this particular Eidgah Maidan, of course, belongs to the municipal corporation over there and is on a lease for about 999 years to the AIMM. Nivedana on the phone line with us. Nivedana, good morning. To begin with, give us a sense of the security over there, because this is obviously a tense moment, but we are given to understand that there is heavy security presence to make sure that everything goes ahead. Okay, Nivedana, I'm going to come back to you. Just let's listen into a quick reaction that we are getting on how things are going.
Change of circumstance, the committee had decided we have to establish at 7:30 a.m. in the morning. So as per schedule, we have established the Ganesh Murti in Chanama Maidana.
what are the hurdles you faced to install the Ganesh?
We have faced from last 2 days, as per High Court orders, the change of circumstances. The High Court has passed different versions. Yesterday also, earlier it was fixed at 2:30. Again, in morning 11 o'clock. Again, it was fixed 3 o'clock. Again, later, the Muslim peoples have once again filed a revision petition before the Honorable High Court of Karnataka. Honorable High Court of Karnataka has given historical verdict at 11:30. Then we have decided at 7:30 we have established the Ganesh statue.
Sorry.
ईदगाह मैदान में गणेश का प्रतिष्ठापन हुआ है। दो मूर्तियों का प्रतिष्ठापन भी यहाँ पर किया गया है। ये क्षण का साक्षी होने के चलते आपको क्या लग रहा है?
ये ऐतिहासिक और बहुत संतोषपूर्ण महत्वपूर्ण घटना है और क्षण है। अभी जो आप ईदगाह बोल रहे हैं, इसको ईदगाह मैदान नहीं, इसको चन्नमा मैदान बोलना चाहिए। इसके लिए जो मैदान है, इसमें साल में 2 बार सिर्फ प्रेयर करने के लिए, नमाज पढ़ने करने के लिए मौका दिया गया है। बाकी सब दो ओनरशिप जो है, इट इज द कॉर्पोरेशन ओनरशिप है। इसलिए जो अभी जो कॉर्पोरेशन से हमको परमिशन मिला है, तो इंस्टॉलेशन करने के लिए 3 दिन के लिए जो त्योहार मनाने के लिए दिया गया है, हम बहुत खुशी से मना रहे हैं। अभी मैं हुबली के और धारवाड़ के सभी यहाँ के बहुत गांव के लोगों को मैं रिक्वेस्ट करता हूँ, वो लोग हमारे साथ आके तो त्योहार मनाए, हमारे साथ मनाए सके।
संतोष।
All right, let's go across to Nivedana right now. In just a bit, we'll go back to Nivedana, but here's what we know so far. There you could hear reactions coming into the fact that the Ganesh Utsav takes place at the Eidgah Maidan in Hubbali right now. There is a heavy security deployment. Now, this after the late night order came in from the High Court as it rejected a petition challenging the permission granted by the Dharwad civic body to celebrate Ganesh Chaturthi at the Eidgah Maidan. I think Nivedana is back with us. She joins us from the newsroom in New Delhi. Nivedana, good morning. Nivedana, this was of course quite a late night order that came in from the High Court, which essentially allows for Ganesh Chaturthi celebrations to go ahead. But give us an overall sense of the situation over there. We are learning that there is heavy security deployment.
Right, so just to give the context of what has really happened here at the Hubbali's Eidgah Maidan, one has to remember that many groups, were looking forward or rather seeking permission to celebrate Ganesh Utsav at this particular, place in Hubbali, which is the Eidgah Maidan. Now, after they sought permission and discussion as well, out of those 6 groups, only 1 group was given permission to be hosting celebrations here. Now, this permission had come in yesterday, in fact, and in terms of law and security, ADGP Alok Kumar had also taken stock of the situation yesterday after Prahlad Joshi had also visited and said that what they were looking forward to is number 1, that they're very happy that the decision has come through in terms of people getting this opportunity to be celebrating Ganesh Chaturthi in Eidgah Maidan and Hubbali. On the other side, I think the common appeal amongst all the officials as well as ministers who visited, including the mayor, said that there should be no reason for conflict here and everyone should take the opportunity of celebrating the festival of Ganesh Chaturthi in a very peaceful manner at the Eidgah Maidan in Hubbali.
All right, so Nivedana, bringing us the latest pictures on your screen right now are also from the celebrations that have just begun. Nivedana, thank you for joining us. Now, Anna Hazare, in a scathing letter, has criticized the Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal. Kejriwal, on his part, of course, says that this is a conspiracy and there is another hand behind the letter. The letter, of course, has set off another slugfest between the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party.
A formidable team against corruption. Arvind Kejriwal, a dedicated student to social activist Anna Hazare. 10 years down the line, Arvind Kejriwal is Delhi's chief minister. His party, starting from Delhi, has not formed a government in Punjab. He not only eyes other states but also poses himself as an alternate to Prime Minister Narendra Modi in the upcoming general elections. But 10 years down the line, the Guru is questioning his students' changed ideology, saying that he's intoxicated with power.
जैसे शराब के नशा होते हैं, मुझे महसूस हो रहा है और उस टाइम ये अरविंद क्या क्या बोल रहे थे और आज सब तक पैसे के नशा चली गई.
The scathing remarks by Anna Hazare over Liquorgate proves the rift between the two. And though Kejriwal dismisses it as yet another political conspiracy.
अब इन्होंने शराब नीति में घोटाला हो गया, अब सीबीआई ने कह दिया कोई घोटाला नहीं हुआ, जनता इनकी बात नहीं मान रही. अभी अन्ना हजारे जी के कंधे पे बंदूक रख के चला रहे हैं. तो ये तो ऐसे करते ही रहते हैं, राजनीति है.
The BJP is calling out Kejriwal's duplicity.
जनता जो है वो करप्शन का टेस्ट चाहती है, कॉन्फिडेंस का टेस्ट नहीं चाहती. जनता करप्शन का टेस्ट करवाना चाहती है, आप कॉन्फिडेंस का टेस्ट करवा रहे हैं. सवाल ये भी पैदा होता है कि असेंबली में बहुमत के कॉन्फिडेंस को साबित करने की ज़रूरत नहीं है. जनता में यदि कॉन्फिडेंस है आपको तो जाकर जवाब दीजिए.
The political slugfest between Aam Aadmi Party and Bharatiya Janata Party refuses to die down, and Anna's stinging letter is only going to add fuel to the fire. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Now, after several incriminating documents related to jihad and terror were seized from the illegal madrasa in Assam, the police raided the madrasa along with recently arrested Hafizur Rahman linked with the Al-Qaeda terror module, and the madrasa is now likely to be demolished today after the order issued by the executive magistrate in the area. Do remember that there were 2 arrests that were made from this particular madrasa in Assam, and it had also brought into sharp focus various private madrasas that are running in Assam. Let's go across to Anirudh, who has more details on this. Anirudh, good morning. Anirudh, we are now learning that this particular madrasa at least is going to be demolished today as per orders that have come in from the authorities. Give us a sense of the kind of security detail that has been put in place to make sure that everything goes off peacefully.
Yes, yesterday night itself, the heavy police deployment was witnessed in the madrasa, that is the Markazul Marif Madrasa in Jogigupa area of Bongaigaon district, from where, in fact, Mufti Hafizur Rahman was arrested on 26th of August. Mufti Hafizur Rahman is linked to the Al-Qaeda in Indian subcontinent terror module, which is working hand in glove with the Ansarul Islam, or you can say the Ansarullah Bangla team, on which the crackdown is on in the state of Assam. And after we have witnessed the demolition of the Moirabari Madrasa in Morigaon district, then subsequently the madrasa in Barpeta, which was brought down day before yesterday. Today, the Bongaigaon district administration has made all arrangements to demolish this particular madrasa, the Markazul Marif Madrasa in Jogigupa area of Bongaigaon district. And yesterday night itself, all the students who were residing in that madrasa were asked to go home. In fact, the entire area has been cordoned off. Search was carried out very thoroughly in the madrasa last night, and we are getting to know from our sources in the police which is investigating the matter that many incriminating documents and materials which are linked to the Al-Qaeda terror module or the jihadi terror module on which the crackdown is on in the state has been seized from this particular madrasa. And as we talk now, we are getting to learn that all adequate arrangements has been made, security arrangement has been made in that particular area, so that no law and order situation happen. And the district administration has said that only the structure of the madrasa will be brought down, and no damage or changes or altercation will be made to the neighboring masjid. Rukma.
Absolutely. Now, Anirudh, the other part of this obviously is a close examination that needs to be done as to how many illegal madrasas and private madrasas are actually operating in Assam. And we've heard from the government before as to how they want to make sure that they can perhaps, legalize the process, and not just that, have a complete idea as to what's happening.
Yes, absolutely. You are rightly pointing out that it's a need of the hour to scrutinize all the private madrasas, and that is the reason why the state government, in fact, Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sharma on Saturday said that the state government is closely examining all the necessary policy changes which can be made as far as governing of these madrasa bodies are concerned. And the Tanzim Council, which governs most of the madrasas in the state of Assam, has already handed over a complete directory of the madrasas which falls under their ambit to the police and the district administrations. To the police and the state government, and they have assured all cooperation in this regard that the Tanzim Council will be cooperating with the police in ensuring that these madrasas don't become a hub of terror activities. In fact, we are also getting to know that apart from the new policy sense in regards to the appointment of the clerics in the masjid, a similar arrangement is also being figured out as far as the madrasas are concerned.
All right, Anirudh, bringing us the latest on the madrasa that's being demolished today. Thank you for joining us. And here's an update that's coming in on Sidhu Moosewala's murder. Republic TV has now accessed the copy of the charge sheet. Now, the police investigation seems to suggest that Goldie Brar was the mastermind of the gruesome killing. And details that have now emerged suggest that after receiving information that the security for Sidhu Moosewala had been scaled down, Goldie Brar had asked the shooters to assassinate Moosewala at the earliest. Now, on the 28th of May, Goldie Brar had passed the information of the scaling down of the security to the shooters who had been hired to do the job. So that's the latest that we are getting in this particular case. We are now learning that Goldie Brar has emerged as the prime suspect behind the murder of Sidhu Moosewala. Amandeep is reporting on this. He joins us from Chandigarh. Amandeep, good morning. Give us more details of what this charge sheet essentially says. And we are also given to understand that this charge sheet seems to suggest that Lawrence Bishnoi gang's role in the killing or the alleged killing was much lesser than what was earlier perceived.
Well, absolutely, Nupur, absolutely. Now the police have entirely concluded their investigation in the first charge sheet. And in fact, this first charge sheet says that Goldie Brar is the one who actually hatched the conspiracy and who executed the plans to killing of Sidhu Moosewala, who sent the people, who pass on the information, who turned to be the center point for passing the information and giving the direction to all the shooters. And in fact, the most important point that was pinpointed in the investigation and the charge sheet is that Goldie Brar on 28th of May have passed on the information that security of Sidhu Moosewala has been scaled down. And in fact, he has conveyed to all the shooters that immediately rush to the Mansa and execute the plan of killing of Sidhu Moosewala. And on 29th of May, everything has been provided to all the shooters, including weapons, cars, and everything. Though they were not in the Mansa earlier, they were staying in the surrounded areas. But when they got the information from the Goldie Brar that his security has been scaled down, all of a sudden, all the shooters gathered in the Mansa and started doing Reiki since morning. And then the role of the Kekda came out. He was deployed outside the house of the Sidhu Moosewala. And in fact, he passed on the information that how Sidhu Moosewala has left his residence without security and without bulletproof car. And Nupur, the role of Lawrence Bishnoi is to provide some of the shooters in this entire conspiracy and in fact providing them to the logistic support. After killing Sidhu Moosewala, where the shooters will go. There the Lawrence Bishnoi roles comes in. And in fact,
so
after...
in a sense, as you're pointing out, what we understand is that this appears to be a joint conspiracy between the two gangs. Thank you for joining us for the moment, Amandeep. Now, 4 days after an FIR was registered, the Karnataka police is yet to arrest the influential Lingayat seer Shivamurthy Muruga. With more and more politicians coming out to openly back the seer, is there a go-slow approach or political backing for the seer?
Protests are rising across different quarters such as these at Chitradurga after the police has shown laxity in the way the investigation is going on. Despite that a complaint has been made for last 4 days, no arrest has been made so far. Now protests are rising in different quarters in the district of Chitradurga and also outside the Muruga Mutt in Chitradurga.
ಪರಂಪರೆ 12ನೇ ಶತಮಾನದ ಬಸವಣ್ಣನವರ ಕಲ್ಪನೆಯಿಂದ ಬಂದಿರುವಂಥ ಮಠ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಈ ಮಠಕ್ಕೆ ಒಂದು ಬಹುದೊಡ್ಡ ಇತಿಹಾಸ ಇದೆ. ಇಂಥ ಇತಿಹಾಸ ಮತ್ತು ಪರಂಪರೆಯನ್ನು ಹೊಂದಿರುವಂಥ ಪರಂಪರೆ ಮತ್ತು ಮಠ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ನಾವು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಇರ್ತೀವಿ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥ ಮಾತನ್ನು ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೀವಿ.
We are outside the district court in Chitradurga where the two survivors are right now giving the section 164 confidential statement to the magistrate over here and also ensuring that justice be given to them. Now what needs to be seen 4 days after an FIR has been filed, will the judiciary now come in, that too during the time when elected representatives are visiting the alleged accused in this case, giving support to the alleged accused.
Now nobody will interfere in this case. Whatever the police and law is there, according to that they will inquire, and whoever is found guilty, they will be punished. They have already mentioned there is no question of any influence, nothing. As since my childhood I am a follower of this man, but for that I have just come here and just visited, and I am going back at the same time.
The Nazarabad police had registered an FIR on the same day under the POCSO section, and on 27th of August this case was transferred to Chitradurga. Today the seer of Muruga Mutt is under tremendous pressure, and so is the police and the law enforcement, because despite for over 4 days the seer has so far not been taken into custody and he has not yet been detained or questioned in this regard.
1:30 we have filed bail application under section 438 CRPC on behalf of the Swamiji. At 3 o'clock the said bail application came into open court. The court has order for issue of notice to the victims because under the POCSO Act and also Atrocity Act, it is a procedure. Before appreciation of any bail application, other side means opposite side, that is victim has to be called and they have to be taken also their view also.
The sage has received a lot of support from the political class. The former Chief Minister of Karnataka, Yediyurappa, has come out publicly to state that this case is a false case. However, the Chief Minister of Karnataka has said that impartial justice will be delivered in this case. The MLA of Chitradurga also met with the alleged accused today at the Mutt, which also sees whether the political groups in the state of Karnataka are afraid of the upcoming elections or whether they will lose the vote bank over the issue of the POCSO case, which has now rattled the Lingayat community seer and also the political class from the state of Karnataka.
And here's a quick look at what else is making news. Suspended BJP leader Seema Patra, accused of torturing her domestic help, has been allegedly absconding. The BJP suspended Seema Patra on grounds of brutally torturing her house help. Well, news just coming in. In fact, we are now learning that Seema Patra has been arrested. Do remember that there was talk of the fact that she was absconding. She's accused of brutally torturing her maid. The BJP, of course, has suspended her. Prakash is on the phone line with us. Good morning, Prakash. Prakash, give us more details of how this arrest took place. we know that she was absconding.
Well, yes, till yesterday night she was absconding, and on the basis of investigations done and on the basis of the statement made by Sunita in the court under 164, and after that Vivek Bosky also filed an FIR, of which Republic TV has assessed the FIR copy. Seema Patra was nabbed yesterday late night and she's been kept in the police station under the charges. Now that the BJP has also suspended her from the party. But the point of view is that she's been nabbed under the SC/ST Act after a detailed FIR was lodged after the ordeal that Sunita faced over a period of time, and the way she was tortured and mentally harassed, and the way she was saved by Seema Patra's son. She has narrated the entire story. Now she will undergo medical test in some time, and after that, she will also do the explanation as to what happened to her in the house for 8 years, the way she moved to Delhi, and then thereafter she came to Ranchi. And as far as Seema Patra is concerned, she has been nabbed after the Jharkhand governor also sought a report from the DGP yesterday night after we ran the story on Republic TV. And late last evening or late last night, we may say, she was nabbed by the police.
Right, absolutely. Prakash, as you've been pointing out, Republic TV has been, reporting on this story since yesterday, since the visuals first came of the brutality, the sheer brutality with which, this BJP leader is accused of having treated her household help. The poor household help, of course, had to seek help to be able to talk about the ordeal that she's gone through for 8 years.
Well, yes, that's what she alleged, that she was not allowed to even have proper food, and she was tortured, mentally harassed, beaten, assaulted. And what we get to know from the police is that there are injury marks on her body as well. Medical investigations are being done. She is still in the hospital in RIMS in Ranchi. She is undergoing treatment. After that, she will also make a further statement in the court. Now that Seema Patra has been nabbed, we get to know that the basic things are being done in the police station. Thereafter, she would be produced in the court because it's a case registered under SC/ST Act, harassment and
right.
torturing.
Prakash, just hold your thoughts for a minute. I'm going to come back to you. Mr. Sarangi on the phone line with us from the BJP. Mr. Sarangi, action finally be taken. She's been arrested, but the sheer brutality of how she behaved with the domestic help obviously does raise several questions.
Absolutely, and by no stretch of imagination, this kind of a behavior, this kind of an attitude is acceptable, and our party has made it very clear. Our state president made it very clear yesterday itself that she has already been suspended, and if the allegations are found to be true, will surely be dismissed from the party. And she has also been arrested today, and we want the state government to take the strictest punishment possible, take the strictest action possible against her, because anybody, whosoever it is, if he or she is doing anything which is against the spirit of our constitution, BJP is not going to tolerate this. We have zero tolerance policy for any behavior like this.
Right, Mr. Sarangi, thank you for speaking to us on Republic TV. I'm going to go back to Prakash Singh, who's still with us on the phone line. So here's the details that we are getting right now. Seema Patra has finally been nabbed by the police. She was arrested late last night. This, of course, after Republic TV's continuous campaign, after pictures of a domestic help being abused, physically violated and abused by the BJP leader had come to the floor. The sheer amount of brutality and mental torture that this young woman went through, of course, has now forced action. She, of course, is also the wife of an IAS officer, Seema Patra. The Jharkhand governor had also sought a report from the government as to what had happened Prakash Singh back on the phone line with us. Now, Prakash, we were just talking to the BJP spokesperson over there. The BJP, of course, has initiated action. But largely, you know, Prakash, the question also does arise, how does this go unknown for about 8 years? She goes to Delhi and, you know, she's also the wife of an IAS officer. So obviously, there are a lot of loopholes in the system which allow for something like this to continuously go on for about 8 years.
Well, she's been living with the family for 8 years, but what she narrated about the incident was for the past 1 or 2 years, ever since she came back from Delhi to Ranchi. And somehow she managed to send a text message to one person called Vivek Baski, who filed an FIR in the Argora police station, and thereafter an FIR was launched, and she was somehow rescued from the house and taken to the RIMS hospital for treatment in Ranchi. And after that, we
All right. Prakash, I'm just going to come back to you in a minute. Paresh Tiwari from the JMM also on the phone line with us. Mr. Tiwari, good morning. Mr. Tiwari, she's finally been arrested after Republic TV's campaign for about 12 hours. But questions, of course, remain as to how this was allowed to go on for so long.
Good morning. It is very best campaign and debate conducted by Republic TV. Now the accused is behind the bar, and court will do justice for Sunita.
Ji. But Mr. Tiwari, the question also is that, you know, this BJP leader, who's of course now been suspended, was obviously quite drunk on her power, because we are told that she would often beat up the domestic help. It's only after the intervention of her son that she would stop.
This is she is the mockery of Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao movement of the BJP and the government of India. Such kind of person who is deputed as convener of Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao movement. This is called mockery of Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao movement.
Right, Mr. Paresh Tiwari from the JMM, thank you very much for speaking to us on Republic TV. Right, Nivedana, of course, also continues to be with us from our Delhi newsroom. Nivedana, finally, Republic TV's campaign over the past 12 hours paying off. We are given to understand that she was arrested late last night. The BJP, of course, has taken action against her, but there are many questions that still remain.
Right, Napur, this is of course a big breakthrough after Republic's campaign as well. Now, initially, of course, and if you see the development of this particular story as well, she was suspended following the accusations, but now this big breakthrough coming in with the fact that she has been arrested. In fact, Republic TV had also accessed a complaint filed by Vivek Anand Baski, a station officer in Department of the Personal and Administrative Reforms, who is the friend of Seema's son, Ayush Patra. And in the complaint, Baski highlighted how one day he was told by Ayushman that Seema is going to kill the maid. Now, these were the revelations made in that exclusive complaint that Republic TV had access. So, this is definitely a big breakthrough that is coming in after suspended BJP leader Seema Patra has now been arrested.
Of course, as pointing out, this is a big Republic TV campaign.
Coming in is that initially, of course, the BJP leader Seema Patra was suspended, but now she has been arrested. Now, this is in connection with the fact that she was accused of cruelly treating or rather abusing her domestic helper. The action was initiated after the house help, a now viral video, accused her of brutally torturing her. In the video, the helper, identified as Sunita, said, and I quote, "I was beaten with rods, with belts, she tortured me," unquote. Now, in fact, Republic TV continued to Okay, for more on the story, we're joined by Anup. Anup, this is a big breakthrough coming in, of course, with BJP leader having been arrested. Now, we at Republic TV have been, continuously following all the developments in the story so far. But what are the political reactions as well in terms of now that the fact that she's been arrested?
देखिए, उनकी गिरफ्तारी हो गई है तो कंफर्म्ड हो गई है, क्योंकि एसएसपी जो हैं, रांची के एसएसपी कौशल किशोर से हमारी बात हुई है। उन्होंने इस बात की पुष्टि कर दी कि गिरफ्तारी हुई है। बाकायदा मैंने पूछा कि क्या प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस भी करेंगे, बीजेपी के बड़े लीडर हैं, तो उन्होंने कहा कि थोड़ा रुक जाइए, मैं जरूर बताऊंगा आपको। और अगर रिएक्शंस की बात करूं तो बीजेपी ने कल ही बड़ा एक्शन लिया था। कल ही दीपक प्रकाश ने कहा कि हमने उन्हें बीजेपी से हटा दिया है, सस्पेंड कर दिया है। जो बेटी बचाओ बेटी पढ़ाओ की संयोजिका थी, वो बड़ा नाम था, और महिला विंग जो है बीजेपी को, उसकी कार्य समिति के सदस्य भी थी। हमने पुलिस से भी सवाल पूछे थे कि आखिर इतनी देरी क्यों हो रही है, 4-5 दिन हो गए, आखिर क्यों गिरफ्तारी नहीं हो रही है। तो सबसे बड़ा सवाल था इस पर, पुलिस ने साफ किया कि हम कोई भी एविडेंस जो है वो छोड़ना नहीं चाहते हैं, हम चाहते हैं कि गिरफ्तारी पुख्ता तरीके से हो। पुलिस ने कल साफ कर दिया था, ऑफ द कैमरा हमसे बातचीत हो रही थी, उन्होंने कहा कि गिरफ्तारी तो तय है, लेकिन हम कोई क्लू ऐसा नहीं छोड़ना चाहते हैं जिसके बाद में हम पर सवाल उठे। और 12 से ज्यादा पन्नों का एफआईआर था, आज गिरफ्तारी हुई है और अब शायद थोड़ी देर बाद देखिए कोर्ट में पेश करने की तैयारी भी होगी।
Anup, she was of course absconding initially. So अगर उसके बारे में डिटेल्स है हमारे पास, जहां पे उनको अरेस्ट किया गया है।
देखिए, मैं कल रात में उनके घर पे गया था। अशोकनगर रांची का सबसे पॉज इलाका माना जाता है। पति आईएएस थे, रिटायर्ड आईएएस हैं और खुद बड़ी पोस्ट पर थी। C24, जी हाँ, ये वो घर का नंबर है, C24 रोड नंबर 1 अशोकनगर। रात में हम वहां गए, वहां ताला लगा हुआ था, वहीं से अरेस्टिंग हुई है। इस बात की पुष्टि पुलिस ने कर दी है कि उनको उनके घर से पकड़ा गया है। और देर रात जब हम थाने पहुंचे थे, जो आईओ है, डीएसपी है, वो इंक्वायरी कर रहे थे, जो जिसने एफआईआर दर्ज कराई थी, आनंद बास्के, वो वहां बैठे हुए थे, उनसे बातचीत चल रही थी। और डीएसपी ने साफ तौर पर कह दिया था कि हम गिरफ्तारी तो करेंगे, लेकिन पुख्ता सबूत होने के बाद, क्योंकि क्रिस्टल क्लियर मामला था, शरीर पर दाग थे उस पीड़िता के, सुनीता खाका के, बहुत चोटें लगी थी, दांत टूटे हुए थे, कमर झुकी हुई थी, बताया जा रहा है रॉड से कमर में भी मारा गया था, शरीर में जगह जगह दाग के निशान पड़े हुए थे। और वही हुआ, देखिए आज गिरफ्तारी हो गई है, उनके घर से गिरफ्तारी हुई है।
अनूप, कमिंग बैक टू यू, कौन से सेक्शंस के अंडर इनको अरेस्ट किया गया है, क्या हमें उनके उसके बारे में जानकारी है?
देखिए, मैं आपको बता दूं, सबसे बड़ा सेक्शन जो एसटी केस है, और इसमें नॉन बेलेबल होता है जो ये केस। और देखिए, और भी धाराएं जुड़ी हैं और कई धाराएं हैं, मैं आपको डिटेल बताऊंगा जब मेरी बात हो जाएगी, जब प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस बाकायदा किया जाएगा। लेकिन ये सेक्शन ऐसा है कि इस पे आपकी अरेस्टिंग होगी और बेल भी शायद बहुत मुश्किल है ऐसी कंडीशन में, क्योंकि आदिवासी महिला है और आदिवासी महिला के ऊपर इस तरह का प्रताड़ना का मामला सामने आया था। बीजेपी ने अपने तरफ से एक्शन भी ले लिया है। अभी हम थाने पहुंच रहे हैं, हो सकता है और भी डिटेल हम आपको थोड़ी देर में देंगे।
अनूप, कमिंग बैक टू यू अबाउट ये जो कंप्लेंट था, इसके बारे में इनिशियली जो फाइल किया गया था उस एफआईआर में ऐसे कौन से, मतलब बहुत सारे डिटेल्स हाईलाइट हुए हैं ऑफ दैट एफआईआर, क्योंकि टॉर्चर ऑफ कोर्स was there, abuse was there, but could you shed light on what was the FIR all about in terms of the heavy allegations coming against the BJP leader Seema Patra?
देखिए, आप इस बात को समझिए कि 10 पन्नों से ज्यादा का एफआईआर है। एफआईआर ज्यादा से ज्यादा 1, 2, 3 पन्नों का होता है, लेकिन 10 से ज्यादा एफआईआर पेज थे। तो आप समझिए कितने गंभीर मामलों में ये धाराएं लगी थीं। और ये कल पुलिस साफ तौर पर कह रही थी कि देखिए, जो मामला है ऐसा नहीं कि इसमें कहीं भी लिपापोती हो रही है, क्योंकि उनके शरीर पर दाग के निशान दिख रहे हैं। एलिगेशन बहुत गंभीर लगे थे और उन्हीं गंभीर धाराओं के तहत उनकी गिरफ्तारी हुई है। अभी बहुत कुछ साफ हो जाएगा थोड़ी देर में, जब बाकायदा पुलिस जो है प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस करेगी, पूरी डिटेल देगी।
जो ये एलिगेशंस भी लगा है ऑफ ब्रूटैलिटी एंड टॉर्चर, अगर आप उसके बारे में हमें बता सकते हैं अनूप।
देखिए, मैं आपको साफ बता रहा हूं कि
काफी गंभीर एलिगेशंस है।
सुनीता खागा है, मैं उसके बारे में बता दूं आपके, बिल्कुल देखिए गंभीर तो हैं, क्योंकि एक आदिवासी महिला है, प्रदेश की आदिवासी महिला, उनके ऊपर इस तरह का टॉर्चर किया जाता है। और सबसे बड़ी बात कि उनको 6 साल तक दिल्ली में रखा गया, उसके बाद वापस जब वो झारखंड आती है, देखिए हम थाने भी पहुंचे हैं, हम कोशिश करेंगे कोई डिटेल भी मिल जाए। उसके बाद उन पर प्रताड़ना का केस, मतलब उनके ऊपर प्रताड़ना किया जाता है। जो सीमा पात्रा थी, सीमा पात्रा, उनके ऊपर आरोप ये लगे थे कि रॉड से मारा गया था, उनकी कमर तोड़ी गई थी, दांत तोड़े गए थे। इसके अलावा भी ऐसा कहा जा रहा है कि इतनी हालत खराब थी कि तवे से मारकर उनको जलाया भी गया था। और इतनी कमजोर थी सुनीता कुमारी कि वो खुद ही कहा जाता था कि पेशाब जो होता है उसे पिलाने की कोशिश की गई, साफ कराया जाता था फर से। ये जानकारी मिल रही थी। और सुनीता खागा की हालत आप देखकर हैरान रह जाएंगे। जो सुनीता खागा यहाँ से दिल्ली गई थी, वो सुनीता वैसी नहीं रह गई। वो सुनीता अब आपको बिल्कुल कमजोर, बूढ़ी, वृद्ध नजर आएगी। उसको पहचानना मुश्किल हो गया है।
Anup, the National Commission of Women also took cognizance of this incident. उनका क्या statement था इसके बारे में? What have they said about this? Is there a developing angle to this after her arrest? उसके बारे में हम कुछ जानते हैं?
देखिए, जो महिला आयोग है, रेखा शर्मा, उन्होंने इस मामले में संज्ञान लिया था और डीजीपी को कहा था कि पूरी रिपोर्ट तलब करे। गिरफ्तारी को लेकर सवाल उठ रहे थे, गिरफ्तारी हो गई है और अब डीजीपी इस पर हो सकता है कुछ बताएं कि आखिर क्या हुआ। हालांकि राजभवन ने भी इस पर संज्ञान लिया था और डीजीपी को इस बारे में भी कहा था कि कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए। एक आदिवासी महिला है, उनके ऊपर ऐसा उत्पीड़न का मामला सामने आता है और कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए। हो सकता है बहुत दबाव, बहुत प्रेशर जब बढ़ा है, उसके बाद जब पुलिस ने पुख्ता सबूत इकट्ठा कर लिए, तब सीमा पात्रा को गिरफ्तार किया गया है।
अगर हम ऑफ कोर्स पॉलिटिकल रिएक्शंस के बारे में बात करें, द बीजेपी ऑफ कोर्स वेंट ऑन टू सस्पेंड हर, लेकिन अगर हम ऑपोजिशन पार्टीज के बारे में बात करें तो उनके क्या पॉलिटिकल रिएक्शंस है इसके बारे में?
देखिए, एक बड़ा मौका तो मिल गया है। सत्ता पक्ष जो है, जो उससे बड़ा मौका मिला है। आप समझिए, अंकिता की मौत को लेकर जहां बीजेपी हमलावर थी, अब जो सुनीता है उसके मामले को लेकर अब कहीं ना कहीं बीजेपी पर हमलावर हैं जेएमएम और महागठबंधन के लोग। तमाम तरह के रिएक्शंस भी आ रहे हैं। लोग ये कह रहे थे कि अब जवाब दे कि आदिवासी बेटी के ऊपर ऐसा अत्याचार किया जाता और अत्याचार करने वाला कोई और नहीं, बीजेपी का बड़ी लीडर जो है वो है। अब तो बीजेपी को जवाब देना चाहिए। हमारे यहाँ जो भी हुआ, हम तो कार्रवाई कर रहे थे, आखिर यहाँ कार्रवाई में देर क्यों रही थी, ये बड़ा सवाल उठ रहा था। और ये रिएक्शन आज आपको दिन भर देखने को मिलेंगे।
We will come back to you about this particular story, but we're joined in by Brinda Adige as well on the phone line with us. Brinda, thank you so much for joining us. Of course, it's a big breakthrough with the fact that BJP leader Seema Patra has now been arrested. Your initial reactions on this, considering the fact that the horrific nature of abuse against the person in question. So, what is your first reaction about the fact that she's now been arrested?
I'm glad that she has been arrested because her barbaric actions, the way she has treated and tortured that domestic help simply because she's a Dalit lady, an Adivasi lady, is atrocious. And the police have taken action, a late action. And I'm sure the action is only because of media houses like you who have raised this issue. It is now important for us to understand that these kind of torture and barbaric actions are done by a lot of people in power. It is not only in the BJP, but somebody in the BJP is expected to uphold higher morals and higher values because of our Prime Minister and all the principles that he upholds. And that is why it is frustrating that somebody who's from the BJP, a leader, a woman, has the gall to traumatize and torture somebody who's not in the same social and economic status like the Adivasi lady. She, being a leader, should have actually been a better person. Instead, she has gone all out with impunity to abuse her position and her power with the political party. And I'm glad that the police have taken action. Now we just have to see that a proper charge sheet is filed and she is put away for life.
Brinda, talking about action as well, the National Commission, for Women took cognizance of the incident. So in that purview, what is the kind of action that they can actually take under, like, what sections, if you could shed light on that, with us, because these are certainly, allegations that are leveled are pretty intense.
You're absolutely right, but National Commission of Women is just a recommendatory body. And they probably must do a lot more training with all the women and the men, educate them and make them understand the need to take care of people who are there working with them. That said, I think it is time for the police not only to register torture, trauma and assault, but attempt to murder should also be filed as IPC, because this lady seems to be in no position even to walk and talk from what we see on your TV channel. That is why attempt to murder should be also another section that is applied where her case is concerned.
All right. Thank you, Brinda, so much for joining us. We also have Abha Singh joining us on the phone line. Abha, good morning. First of all, this is a big breakthrough coming in with the fact that BJP's leader Seema Patra has now been arrested in terms of those allegations which are leveled against her. We have seen that video in which, the torture as well that the victim has spoken of. What are your initial reactions about this?
I'm very happy that BJP finally is walking the talk, and if their minister or the important functionary has heard if she has committed a crime, like Seema Patra has been an active member of the party. But if you are arresting her, I think it's a really welcome step, because you are showing giving the message to the country that law is above all. And coming to Seema Patra, I mean, attempt to murder, I would rather say culpable homicide should be a charge which should be slapped on her, because she knew keeping a caretaker or a house help like this confined, wrongful confinement is one IPC, but culpable homicide also should be slapped on her, because the manner in which the poor health of this woman in her house clearly shows that had she not been recovered, she would have died soon.
All right. Thank you so much, Abha Singh, for joining us with your reaction. Now, of course, this is the big breakthrough that is coming, in terms of the story on Seema Patra. Now, she was initially suspended by the BJP, but now she has been arrested. Now, we're also getting reactions from Brinda Eidgah as well as Abha Singh on the fact that they're happy that this has come through. But we will continue tracking this and everything else on the other side of the break. Now, suspended BJP leader Seema Patra, accused of torturing her domestic help, has been allegedly absconding. The BJP suspended Seema Patra on the grounds of brutally torturing her house help.
The BJP leaders are staging such protests.
Farmhouse party members who are protesting against Delhi LG Vinay Saxena.
सारे कांग्रेस वर्कर्स की ये भावना है कि राहुल गांधी जी इस वक्त लीड ले और वो कांग्रेस प्रेसिडेंट बने.
I accept what I've written in my article, which is that elections will be a good thing for the Congress party. That's all.
One lobby is who are saying that there should be fair election. On the other hand, there is a lobby which is loyal towards Rahul Gandhi, who are backing Rahul Gandhi that yes, he should be there on the chair. But the leaders like Shashi Tharoor coming out, making their stand clear, it is going to be trouble for the Congress party.
தமிழ்நாடுடைய முழுமையான விடுதலை, இந்திய ஒன்றியத்திலிருந்து தமிழ்நாடு என்பது ஒரு தனித்துவமான நாடு என்பதை அடைவது என்பதுதான் செங்கோடி அவர்களுக்கு நாம் செலுத்தக்கூடிய உறுதிமொழி, கடமை என்று சொல்லி செங்கோடிக்கு வீர வணக்கம் செலுத்தி விடைபெறுகிறேன். நன்றி, வணக்கம்.
He speaks about separate statehood to Tamil Nadu, separate union status almost. But this is something that has been ongoing for several decades. I think the calls are becoming more open now. Hazare says, I had high hopes from you, Arvind Kejriwal, back then. But after going into politics and after becoming...
10 hours after Republic mega campaign against torture and cruelty of domestic help at the hands of suspended BJP leader Seema Patra, the government forced to act. Now Seema Patra has been arrested. Now remember, this happened in the state capital of Ranchi. Initially, she was suspended over the allegations after she tortured her domestic help for 8 years. Now she has been arrested. This is the big breakthrough in this particular case. Now the incident happened in Ranchi and where information was also revealed that Sunita was allegedly made to clean the toilet with her tongue. On the other hand, Patra was also part of the women's wing of the BJP's National Working Committee. She was also leading the BJP's campaign, Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao in Jharkhand. Now, Maheshwar Patra, her spouse, is a former IAS officer. In terms of this particular incident, the National Commission for Women also took cognizance of the incident, and in a statement they also went on to say that the atrocity perpetrated on the victim is an extremely disturbing and such an act of violence against a human is shameful. But this is the big breakthrough that is coming in. Seema Patra has now been arrested. We will continue to track this story and everything else on the other side of a short break. Don't go anywhere.
Anna Hazare says, I had high hopes from you, Arvind Kejriwal, back then. But after going into politics and after becoming the chief minister, it seems you have forgotten the ideology. Anna Hazare slamming Arvind Kejriwal, saying there is intoxication of power.
Anna Hazare coming out with these words, showing the pain of Anna Hazare, saying that this was about the power, this was about the money. But you stated that this is not going to happen, but you are also becoming like the other party.
वो सामाजिक प्रश्न होने के कारण इस शराब की उन्होंने की पॉलिसी गलत बनाई, इसलिए मैंने उसको लिखा।
अब इन्होंने शराब नीति में घोटाला हो गया। अब सीबीआई ने कह दिया कोई घोटाला नहीं हुआ। जनता इनकी बात नहीं मान रही। अभी अन्ना हजारे जी के कंधे पे बंदूक रख के चला रहे हैं।
The BJP leaders are staging such protests.
Farm of the party members who are protesting against Delhi LG Vinay Saxena.
सारे कांग्रेस वर्कर्स की ये भावना है कि राहुल गांधी जी इस वक्त लीड ले और वो कांग्रेस प्रेसिडेंट बने।
I accept what I've written in my article, which is that elections will be a good thing for the Congress party. That's all.
One lobby is who are saying that there should be fair election. On the other hand, there is a lobby which is loyal toward Rahul Gandhi, who are backing Rahul Gandhi that yes, he should be there on the chair. But the leaders like Shashi Tharoor coming out, making their stand clear, it is going to be trouble for the Congress party.
The big news at this hour, 10 hours after Republic mega campaign against torture and cruelty of domestic help at the hands of suspended BJP leader Seema Patra, government has been forced to act and now Seema Patra has been arrested. Now, we did see that particular video in which the brutality was witnessed. For more on this story, we're joined in by Anup once again. Anup, what is the latest developments we have? Abhi to hame pata chala hai ki she has been arrested, but any more information as to what we can see in terms of this situation panning out now?
देखिए मैं आपको एक बात बता दूं, अरगोड़ा थाने में एफआईआर दर्ज हुई थी 10 से ज्यादा पन्नों की फाइल, लेकिन अरगोड़ा थाने में सीमा पात्रा को नहीं रखा गया। महिला है तो महिला थाने में उन्हें रखा जाएगा ऐसा कहा जा रहा है। हम वहां भी जाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, लेकिन ये भी एक सूत्र बता रहे हैं कि उनको कहीं अलग जगह में रखा गया होगा, उनसे बातचीत होगी, मेडिकल कराया जाएगा, उसके बाद कोर्ट में पेश करने की तैयारी होगी, क्योंकि हाई प्रोफाइल मामला है और पूरी तरह से क्रिस्टल क्लियर था, साफ था। तस्वीरें जो थी सुनीता खाका की, वो तस्वीरें हम देखकर उनको देखकर दिल दहल जाए किसी का भी, ऐसी तस्वीरें थी। हाँ, पूरे शरीर में शायद ही कोई जगह ऐसी बची होगी, मैं आपको बताऊं, जहां जलने के निशान नहीं थे, दागने के निशान नहीं थे। आगे के 4 से 5 दांत टूटे हुए थे सुनीता खाका के, और कोई भी देखकर उसे दूर से पहली बार ये सोचता कि वो बिल्कुल कोई ओल्ड लेडी है। लेकिन ऐसी तस्वीरें देखने के बाद हिरासत में उनको गिरफ्तार किया गया है आज जाकर पुख्ता जानकारी के बाद।
தமிழ்நாடுடைய முழுமையான விடுதலை, இந்திய ஒன்றியத்திலிருந்து தமிழ்நாடு என்பது ஒரு தனித்துவமான நாடு என்பதை அடைவது என்பதுதான் செங்கோடி அவர்களுக்கு நாம் செலுத்தக்கூடிய உறுதிமொழி, கடமை என்று சொல்லி செங்கோடிக்கு வீர வணக்கம் செலுத்தி விடைபெறுகிறேன். நன்றி, வணக்கம்.
He speaks about separate statehood to Tamil Nadu, separate union status almost. But this is something that has been ongoing for several decades. I think the calls are becoming more open now. Hazare says, I had high hopes from you, Arvind Kejriwal, back then. But after going into politics and after becoming the chief minister, it seems you have forgotten the ideology. Anna Hazare slamming Arvind Kejriwal, saying there is intoxication of power.
Anna Hazare coming out with these words, showing the pain of Anna Hazare, saying that this was about the power, this was about the money. But you stated that this is not going to happen, but you are also becoming like the other party.
तो सामाजिक प्रश्न होने के कारण इस शराब की रणनीति पॉलिसी गलत बनाई, इसलिए मैंने उसको लिखा।
अब इन्होंने
10 hours after Republic mega campaign against torture and cruelty of domestic help at the hands of suspended BJP leader Seema Patra, the government has been forced to act, and now Seema Patra has been arrested. Now remember, in that particular video of the visuals where Sunita, the house help, was tortured with metal rods, tortured with hot tawa, she was also made to lick urine from the floor, beaten till teeth broke and fell. She was beaten with hot frying pans. On the other hand, we did have reactions coming in from Brinda Adige, the activist, stating that on one hand, of course, she is happy with the fact that the BJP leader has been arrested. And on the other hand, the National Commission for Women on Tuesday ordered an action against Seema for allegedly assaulting and harassing their house help as well. But the latest, of course, is that Seema Patra has now been arrested. She was initially absconding. She was also suspended by the BJP.
Amity University in London, accredited by Quality Assurance Agency UK and licensed by the Government of UK, offers MBA and BBA degrees at its central London campus. Embark on a global career with a globally recognized UK university degree. To apply, visit amity.edu/London.
Good evening, viewers. Viewers, Seema Patra should have been arrested by now. But Seema Patra has not been arrested. And I want to tell the BJP that if the BJP believes in what it claims, then it should have sent central teams, because it is the ruling party of India. It should have sent central teams to arrest Seema Patra by now. Seema Patra is a BJP leader, not a small leader, but someone who is on the National Working Committee of the BJP's Women's Wing. And viewers, this BJP leader has tortured her domestic help so brutally. She has tortured her domestic help so inhumanly that even describing it for me, even describing her cruelty is tough for me, because it is beyond words. She has beaten the 29-year-old with metal rods.
this BJP leader has put hot iron tawas to brand and torture her. And this BJP leader has made her lick urine from the floor. Viewers, before I move any further, I want you to hear in the victim's own words and see how she has reacted after being rescued. I have a small clip.
हाँ लोहा का उससे मारा और
पुलिस है पूरा उठना ठीक थे जानते भी है उसी की वजह से मैं जिंदा हूँ।
आसमान भैया की वजह से ना हमको पता है आसमान भैया हमको बोलते थे।
हाँ जानते हैं जब पकाने गई ना तब से वो जो बेल्ट है ना उसको मारती थी।
आपको उसका बेल्ट से ना
हाँ और इजू फोटो करती थी
हमको कलछी से मारी है। वही मारी मैडम सीमा पता है।
हाँ और जानते हैं भी जो गर्म तवा चला तुम्हारी।
Viewer, Seema Patra is a BJP leader. And the BJP, it seems to me, is too busy in more important things like trying to form the government in Jharkhand. And the Chief Minister of Jharkhand too, where this has happened, Hemant Soren, is too busy also defending his chair. They're all playing politics. The BJP leader Seema Patra has merely been suspended for a while, but she has not been arrested. Why would she be arrested? She's a powerful woman. She's in the BJP top level. Her husband is a top IAS officer with connections. So presumably, top connections are being used to stop this BJP leader, Seema Patra, from being arrested. The biggest irony is that according to reports, and don't get shocked viewers, Seema Patra is the state convener, she claims, of the Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao campaign. She has broken her domestic workers' teeth with her own hands. She has left her physically wrecked while accepting and giving awards on women's empowerment, social work. So tonight I want to ask the ruling party of India. Also want to ask the Chief Minister of Jharkhand. Why are all their top leaders not commenting on Seema Patra? When the accused is from the BJP, does it become a small local issue? Does it become a national issue if the accused were from some other party? Or is her plight just not enough to move them all, these politicians? Is her condition not worthy of a national condemnation? Why is this a small issue in our country? If it is not worthy of a national...
Republic campaign forces action on the suspended BJP leader who tortured and battered her domestic help. 12 hours after the Republic campaign, Soren government wakes up. Seema Patra is now placed under arrest. All-out resort politics in Jharkhand. The UPA MLAs flock to resort in Raipur as Hemant Soren alleges poaching by the BJP. Amidst an uproar over criminal charges, Nitish changes Kartikeya Kumar's ministry but is yet to sack him. Crackdown on terror-linked illegal madrasas in Assam days after two Al-Qaeda-linked youth were arrested in Barpeta. Good morning and thank you very much for staying with us on Live and Breaking on Republic TV. I'm Nupur Talwar Suri. Now, going to the big story that we are tracking right now, of course, is that 10 hours after Republic TV broke the story of the torture and abuse of a domestic help in Jharkhand, Seema Patra, the BJP leader who is an accused in the case, has now been arrested. Do remember that there was news about her being absconding since the story broke, but now she's been arrested by the police. Of course, the police has been forced to act after Republic TV broke the pure torture that this domestic help, Sunita, went through for nearly 8 years. Also, we are given to understand that the BJP has now suspended this leader, pending a report on it. And the National Commission of Women on Tuesday, of course, also took cognizance of reports of Republic TV of the suspended Jharkhand BJP leader Seema Patra brutally assaulting and harassing her domestic help. Just to tell our viewers that the BJP has acted. She's a member of the BJP's National Working Committee as well. And her husband, Maheshwar Patra, was a retired IAS officer. Patra was also the state convener of the central government's Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao campaign. That is, of course, according to her Facebook profile. Now, on your screens, the accused has been arrested by the police in Jharkhand. This action, of course, comes after Republic TV broke the story and followed it up continuously. Prakash Singh, our editor, Special Products, on the phone line with us. Good morning, Prakash. Prakash, she's been arrested nearly 12 hours after Republic TV broke the story and followed it through, action finally happening.
Yes, it's a big Republic TV impact, and we ran the campaign yesterday at around 8 p.m. And thereafter, the police swung into action, and also the governor sought a report from the DGP of Jharkhand. And we get to know that I spoke to the police station in charge of Algora police station. He said that he was nabbed today morning at around 6:30, and thereafter he's undergoing medical tests. He will be produced in the court, and thereafter he will be sent to jail. He has been arrested under the SC/ST Atrocities Act, under which the FIR was lodged in the Algora police station some 4 or 5 days back by one person.
और इसके बाद इनको कोर्ट में पेश किया जाएगा. कई धाराएं लगी हैं, कई धाराएं लगी हैं, और सबसे बड़ा धारा में आपको ST/SC एक्ट है, नॉन अवेलेबल होता है, और ये बड़ी मुसीबत बीजेपी के लिए भी. लेकिन बीजेपी की तरफ से इनको सभी पदों से हटा दिया गया है. ये जानकारी मैं आपको दे दूं. लेकिन ये बड़ी खबर आपको मैं बता रहा हूं कि ये बड़ी खबर कि यहां रखा गया है, इसी थाने में, महिला थाना है, रांची का महिला थाना, और इसके अंदर रखा गया सीमा पात्रा को. अंदर मौजूद है उनके साथ एक दो और महिला है. बताया जा रहा है कि जब सुबह उनको गिरफ्तार करने के लिए पुलिस गई थी, उनको कन्विंस किया गया कि आपको पूछताछ के लिए ले जाया जा रहा है. और सबसे बड़ी बात यह कि वो घर में थी और सूट में थी, और वैसे ही उनको लेकर आया गया. उनके साथ कुछ और महिलाएं भी यहाँ ही है. अंदर उनको रखा गया है, मेडिकल कराया जाएगा, उसके बाद उनको पेशी के लिए कोर्ट में ले जाया जाएगा. जाहिर तौर पर कई सवाल हैं जिनका जवाब लिया जाएगा निधि. और एक बड़ा चेहरा बीजेपी का हम कहते हैं, बड़ा चेहरा, और कहीं ना कहीं बड़ा मौका भी मिला है सत्ता पक्ष को, जहां तमाम आरोप अंकिता को लेकर लगाए जा रहे थे, अब पलटवार किया जा रहा है बीजेपी पर. अब जो जेएमएम, कांग्रेस और आरजेडी के जो नेता हैं वो हमलावर हैं. लेकिन यही वो है जगह, देखिए कोतवाली थाना, देखिए अंदर जाने की इजाजत नहीं है, लेकिन यहां अंदर रखा गया है. अंदर उनसे पूछताछ भी होगी, मेडिकल टेस्ट होगा, उसके बाद कोर्ट में पेशी होगी. निधि.
All right. So we were getting you pictures of the place that she has been kept. She was called for questioning and she has now been placed under arrest. But the sheer brutality of the assault on a domestic help has raised heckles and also raised questions as to how this was allowed to go on for 8 years. The BJP, of course, has acted against her and suspended her. Anup is bringing us the latest from Ranchi.
उसके बाद मैं आपको ये भी बता दूं कि अब इनसे पूछताछ होनी है. धारा जो सबसे अहम धारा ST/SC एक्ट जो होता है, नॉन अवेलेबल, आपकी जमानत भी शायद नहीं होगी, क्योंकि आदिवासी महिला सुनीता खागा, जिनके ऊपर क्रिस्टल क्लियर पुलिस कह रही थी मामला है, चोट के निशान हम छुपा नहीं सकते हैं, कोई ऐसा नहीं कह सकता कि उनको मारा पीटा नहीं गया. पूरे शरीर पर मैं आपको बताऊं अंजलि, पूरे शरीर में कोई ऐसी जगह नहीं थी जहां चोट के निशान नहीं थे, जले के निशान नहीं थे. तवे से मारा गया था उनको, गर्म तवे से. पेशाब भी जमीन पर, फर्श पर जो पेशाब होता है उसे से मुंह से साफ कराया गया था। और ये सब करने वाली कौन थी? बेटी बचाओ बेटी पढ़ाओ अभियान की झारखंड की संयोजिका सीमा पात्रा। जरा सोचिए, ऐसे लोग अगर ऐसे पद पर रहेंगे, जिस बेटी को बचाना था उसे तो उन्होंने रिम्स में भेज दिया, इतना मारा कि सीधी खड़ी नहीं हो पाती है। इतना ही नहीं, उन्होंने अपने बेटे को भी पागल साबित करने की कोशिश की थी। मैं आपको एक बड़ी बात बता दूं, सुनीता जो है, सुनीता कुमारी जो सुनीता खागा है, उनका मानना है कि आयुष्मान जो सीमा पात्रा का बेटा है, उनकी वजह से वो आज जिंदा है, नहीं तो शायद हो सकता था पहले ही मर जाती। इतनी मार पड़ी थी, इतनी हैवानियत उनके साथ हुई थी कि शर्म आ जाएगा आपको देखकर कि हाँ, इतनी बड़ी नेता जो बाहर में बड़ी बड़ी बातें करती है, बेटियों को आगे बढ़ने का मौका देने की बात करती है, उनके बचाने की, उनको पढ़ाने की बात करती है, वो एक बेटी के साथ ऐसे अत्याचार कर रही थी। अभी अंदर है। और देखिए, सबसे बड़ा जो सेक्शन आपने पूछा था अंजलि, वो सेक्शन यही है कि SC/ST एक्ट लगा है, इसमें बचना मुश्किल है उनका। और एक बड़ा मुद्दा इस समय हम कह सकते हैं महागठबंधन को मिल गया है।
All right, so as we are getting you reports, the BJP has acted against her, even though she was the convener for the Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao Andolan. Questions being raised as to why a person, obviously, who's now been accused of behaving in a barbaric manner, reached that position. We have, of course, also seen pictures of the brutality that this domestic help was made to undergo. She alleges that she was tortured continuously for about 8 years in the household of Seema Patra. Now, Seema Patra's husband, of course, is also a retired IAS officer. So questions abound there as well as to how someone who was an IAS officer allowed for this to happen in his own household. The domestic help, Seema, of course, has alleged that it was Seema Patra's son who used to intervene, and that is why she is still surviving. Pictures on your left-hand side are of the domestic help who's at a hospital right now. Seema Patra, of course, has been placed under arrest, and it's important to note that the sections that have been slapped against her include certain sections of the SC/ST Act. So that's something under which a lot of charges are non-bailable. We are still to hear from Seema Patra as to what she says. Anup is continuing to bring us the latest from Ranchi on this. Anup, questions will have to be answered as to how an IAS officer allowed for this to go on in his residence for nearly 8 years, how his wife, who was associated with the BJP, was behind the Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao Andolan in Jharkhand, reached that position.
देखिए, यही सबसे बड़ी हैरानी है कि जिस महिला को, सीमा पात्रा को इतनी बड़ी जिम्मेदारी बीजेपी ने दी थी, बेटी बचाओ बेटी पढ़ाओ की, वो संयोजिका थी झारखंड की। और यही नहीं, जो महिला विंग है बीजेपी की, उसकी कार्यकारिणी की सदस्य भी थी। लेकिन उसी सीमा पात्रा ने एक बेटी के साथ ऐसा व्यवहार किया कि आज मानवता शर्मसार हो जाएगी। शरीर पर इतने निशान, इतने घाव दिए हैं कि वो भी अपनी कहानी खुद बयां करे। चेहरे पर भी जलाने के निशान थे। उन्हें देखकर तो हम भी हैरान हो गए कि आखिर कोई इतना अत्याचारी, इतना ब्रूटल कैसे हो सकता है। देखिए, इस वक्त में हम महिला थाने के अंदर है और यहीं रखा गया है सीमा पात्रा को। अंदर उनके साथ एक आध और महिला है। हम अंदर नहीं जा सकते हैं क्योंकि जो रूल रेगुलेशन है, कानून है, उसका हवाला दिया जा रहा है, लेकिन अंदर है और अब उनसे पूछताछ भी होगी। कहा जा रहा है कि उनका मेडिकल टेस्ट कराया जाएगा, उसके बाद कोर्ट में पेश किया जाएगा। लेकिन इस वक्त सीमा पात्रा जो है वो अंदर है। सुबह 7:30 से 8 बजे के बीच उनको उनके घर से अरेस्ट किया गया था। उसके बाद उन्हें पूछताछ के लिए कहा गया कि आपको थाने चलना होगा। डीएसपी राजा मित्रा भी थे। और सबसे बड़ी बात आपको बता दूं, कल रात भी हमारी बात हुई थी। हमने जो बातचीत की ऑफ द कैमरा में आपको बता दूं, पुलिस कहीं से भी कोई ऐसा सबूत नहीं छोड़ना चाहती थी कि कल को लेकर किसी तरह ये बच पाए, क्योंकि पूरी तरह से साफ था मामला। जो चोट थे, जो निशान थे, वो गवाही दे रहे थे कि उनके साथ, सुनीता के साथ बर्बरता की गई थी। ऐसी बर्बरता जो उनके चेहरे पर, उनके हाथ पर, उनके शरीर पर खुद चीख कर वो निशान जवाब दे रहे थे। तो पुलिस भी चाहती थी कि जितना जल्दी हो अरेस्ट हो जाए, लेकिन पूरी पुख्ता तैयारी के साथ। और देर रात जो कंप्लेनर थे, जिन्होंने FIR दर्ज किया, उनसे भी पूछताछ की गई थी। उनका बयान हुआ था, कल 164 का बयान सुनीता कुमारी का हुआ। उसके बाद आखिरकार आज जो सीमा पात्रा है वो देखिए अंदर है, इस थाने के अंदर है, महिला थाने के अंदर है। उनका मेडिकल कराया जाएगा, उसके बाद उनको कोर्ट में पेशी के लिए ले जाया जाएगा। अंदर हैं और उनके साथ कुछ और महिलाएं भी इस वक्त अंदर है। लेकिन सही बात यह कि बीजेपी ने भी उन्हें अपने सब तमाम पदों से हटा दिया है और सबसे बड़ी जिम्मेदारी जो दी थी बेटी बचाओ बेटी पढ़ाओ को, उसे लेकर अब सवाल उठाया जा रहा है।
Absolutely, Anup, stay with us.
आरजेडी उठा रहा है।
Anup, stay with us. I'm going to come back to you in just a bit. But Republic TV has also spoken to the Argora police station in charge on the arrest. Let's listen into that phone interview.
अरगोड़ा थाना से बोल रहे हैं ना?
हाँ हाँ।
अच्छा, ये सीमा पत्रा को अरेस्ट कर लिया गया ना?
हाँ सर।
वहीं पे हैं, थाना में ही?
नहीं सर, अभी तो मेडिकल वगैरह इस सब हम एक्चुअली फिर अभी डीएसपी साहब लेकर के चले हैं। अभी तो हम अलग जगह पे चले गए हैं।
आप कौन बोल रहे हैं? थाना प्रभारी जी ना?
हाँ 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 सर। हाँ,
तो उनको कहाँ से अरेस्ट किया गया सर?
उनके घर से सर।
तो घर में ही थी रात में, ताला बंद करके?
रात में आई थी, ऐसी सूचना मिली थी, बाकी दिन तो नहीं मिला सर। और दिन
अच्छा,
लेकिन कल रात को पता चला।
कितने बजे?
सुबह पता चला था कि रात को आई है।
अच्छा,
तो उतने में
तो कितने बजे अरेस्ट किया आप?
मॉर्निंग में सर, मॉर्निंग में हमको लगता है करीब 6 बजे आसपास होगा।
अच्छा अच्छा, क्या क्या चार्जेस है सर उन पे?
ओ अनुसूचित जनजाति महिला तो
जी
लगातार कई सालों से घर पे बंधक जैसे रखना और फोर्सफुली काम करवाना और शारीरिक हिंसात्मक इसके साथ बिहेव करना।
और सुनीता कुमारी ने क्या दिया बयान में 164 में?
164 का बयान एक्चुअली जिन मैंने न्यायालय में केस होता है वो नहीं दर्ज करते हैं, वो किसी को डिप्यूट करते हैं और जब दर्ज होगा तो सील्ड होकर के पुनः उस कोर्ट को वापस किया जाएगा।
अभी इनको सीमा पात्रा को कोर्ट में प्रोड्यूस करेंगे आप लोग? कब करेंगे?
आज सर। हाँ आज
और उसके बाद जेल भेज दिया जाएंगे, है ना?
हाँ, उसको जेल भेज दिया जाएगा।
So that was the first police reaction that we are getting here on Republic TV. What we understand is that she was arrested from her home early this morning after the police got information that she had returned to her home last evening. The charges she faces are extremely grave. Some of them are under the SC/ST Act, and one of the charges also is against her is also forcefully making her work and, in a sense, kidnapping. Anup is continuing to track the developments. Anup, we are given to understand that she's been lodged in the police station that you're reporting from. Give us a sense of the action in terms of what happens now. We are also learning that she will undergo a medical test.
बिल्कुल, जो प्रक्रिया है फॉलो किया जाएगा उसे, जो प्रक्रिया है, क्योंकि महिला है तो महिला थाने में उनको लाया गया है। हम अरगोड़ा थाने भी पहुंचे थे, कल देर रात हम उनके घर भी पहुंचे थे, लेकिन एक गेट पर उनके ताला लटका था, दूसरे गेट पे हमने बहुत नॉक भी किया और आवाज भी लगाई, लेकिन कोई बाहर नहीं आया। लेकिन वो घर पे शायद नहीं थी। आज सुबह 7:30 से 8 बजे के बीच में उनको अरेस्ट किया गया है और यहाँ रखा गया देखिए महिला थाने में। अब जो प्रोसेस है वो यही कि इनका मेडिकल टेस्ट कराया जाएगा पहले, उसके बाद इनको कोर्ट में पेश करके इनको जेल भेजा जाएगा। जो कवायद है यही है। उसके बाद धीरे धीरे और भी चीजें सामने आएंगी। कल ही 164 का बयान हो गया था पीड़िता का, उसके बाद जो FIR जिसने किया था आनंद बास्के ने, उनसे भी एक बयान लिए जा रहे थे।
Anup, I'm going to come back to you in just a bit. On the phone line with me is Mr. Sunil Soren from the BJP. Mr. Soren, good morning. Thank you for speaking to us. Mr. Soren, you know, pictures that have emerged of how this domestic help was tortured over a course of about 8 years have shocked everybody. And it is even more shocking that this woman who has now of course been arrested was associated with the BJP's Beti Bachao Beti Padhao आंदोलन।
देखिए, वहाँ पर जो भी इस तरह का IAS का पत्नी ने घटना को अंजाम दिया है। हेलो, सुनाई दे रहा है?
जी, हमें आपकी आवाज आ रही है, बोलिए।
जी, तरह से IAS की पत्नी जो है एक आदिवासी लड़की के साथ अमानवीय व्यवहार किया है, निश्चित रूप से उसको सजा मिले। और एक आदिवासी लड़की को इस तरह करके 8 सालों तक कमरे में बंद करके रखना, ये जो है बहुत दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है। इसका मैं कड़ी निंदा करता हूं और उसको कड़ी से कड़ी सजा मिले, ये भी मैं मांग करता हूं। जी
सोरेन जी, लेकिन ये भी सवाल उठता है कि एक महिला जो बेटी बचाओ बेटी पढ़ाओ आंदोलन से संबंध रखती हैं, ये 8 साल से कर रही थी और ये जो डोमेस्टिक हेल्प है उन्होंने कहा है कि उन्हें बहुत पीटा गया and there are wound marks across her body. Obviously questions are raised about how did she reach a level where she was associated with the party and the face of the party in certain aspects.
देखिए, वो जो है एक आईएएस का पत्नी है और आईएएस के पत्नी को जिस क्रूरता से वो काम किया है और निश्चित रूप से पार्टी भी उसको जो है निलंबित कर दिया है और हम लोगों का इस तरह से आदिवासी का जो है व्यवहार करना आदिवासी के साथ, गरीब आदिवासी के साथ, ये दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है और हम जो है कड़ी से कड़ी सजा हो, यही हम जो है मांग करते हैं, इसको बख्शा नहीं जाए जी।
All right, Mr. All right, Sunil Soren of the BJP over there saying that the law must take its course. Just to tell our viewers of the breaking news story that we are getting for you, Seema Patra has finally been arrested. She is at the police station in Ranchi right now, and she will be brought before court today. And now going on to the other story that we've been tracking out of Jharkhand. This is Republic TV's Justice for Ankita campaign. Do remember that we are given to understand now that Ankita, who unfortunately passed away after she was burnt alive in Jharkhand, was actually 15 years old and not 19 years old as was mentioned by the police in her recorded statement. It was a dying declaration where she had described how the accused had doused her with petrol and then set her on fire. She unfortunately, of course, passed away after suffering about 90% burn injuries. The police now are also adding sections under the POSCO Act and sections on the POSCO Act essentially are extremely stringent. They are non-bailable in certain cases, and in this case also it would now be a non-bailable offence in terms of the accused. Prakash Singh on the phone line with me. Prakash, so sections of POSCO, of course, now being added in the FIR. This would essentially make the case against the accused tighter and perhaps watertight in that sense?
Well, yes, it will be more stringent for the accused because the POSCO Act is one such act which becomes stringent. He will face some more problem, and the Child Rights Committee, after investigation, has written to the SP of Dumka to ensure that the POSCO Act is also enforced in the FIR because the girl was below 19. She was 15 years of age. So this is one evidence that the Child Rights Committee has produced before the Superintendent of Police, and thereafter the IO of the case will take cognizance of it, and later after supervision will put it in the mention it in the FIR and before the court of law as well. So Shahrukh faces another stringent law, the POSCO Act, which becomes even more difficult for the accused Shahrukh and Chotua.
But Prakash, there seem to have been loopholes in the investigation from the word go, because earlier on it was being reported that she's in class 12. Thereafter, of course, the statement that was recorded by the police, which is now being treated as a dying declaration, actually spoke about what really happened. And it's only after the media essentially raised this case that the accused was arrested.
Well, yes, the police was lackluster in the beginning, and only after media reports that she spoke about the incident, and then it was converted into a dying declaration, and it was taken cognizance later on by the police. A week after, she was admitted to the RIMS hospital where she succumbed to her injuries, as she had faced 90% of burn injuries. So now after this the investigation by the Child Rights Committee that she's a 15-year-old girl, she was a 15-year-old girl, and the POSCO Act would be enforced, which puts the accused Shahrukh into some more trouble.
All right, Prakash Singh, do stay with us. Let's listen into more reactions that we are getting to this barbaric story that came out of Jharkhand.
मैं और आदरणीय सांसद निशिकांत दुबे जी और हमारे दिल्ली के सांसद और भाजपा के पूर्व अध्यक्ष श्री मनोज तिवारी जी, हम तीनों आज जा रहे हैं दुमका अंकिता के परिवार से मिलने। और पूरे दुनिया से लगभग 2500 लोगों ने 27 लाख रुपए इकट्ठे किए हैं। वो भी आज अंकिता के पिताजी के अकाउंट में ट्रांसफर करने की प्रक्रिया को आज शुरू कर दिया जाएगा। मेरा ये मानना है कि झारखंड की सरकार आज बहुत सारे सवालों के घेरे में है। सबसे बड़ा सवाल जो है वो ये है कि जब दंगा करने वाले नदीम अंसारी के लिए सरकार का हेलीकॉप्टर जा सकता है, दिल्ली तक भेजा जा सकता है इलाज कराने के लिए, तब अंकिता के लिए ऐसा क्यों नहीं हुआ? अंकिता की जो स्थिति थी, उनके जो बयान है, उन्हें देखकर ये स्पष्ट दिख रहा है कि अगर सरकार चाहती, ठीक से इलाज दिया जाता तो अंकिता आज हमारे बीच में होती। सरकार की ये लापरवाही, जब वहां पर तड़प तड़प कर बेटी खत्म हो रही थी, लेकिन मुख्यमंत्री जी की पिकनिक खत्म नहीं हो रही थी। और अभी भी जिस प्रकार के बयान आ रहे हैं, बेटी के ऊपर ही सवाल उठाने की कोशिश की जा रही है, ये अक्षम्य अपराध है, ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए। और मेरा ये मानना है, और इस देश में बेटियों के, महिलाओं के मुद्दों पर काम करने वाले ज्यादातर लोगों का ये मानना है कि लव जिहाद एक गंभीर समस्या है और अंकिता की हत्या को भी लव जिहाद के एंगल से भी जांच करनी बहुत आवश्यक है। शाहरुख का जो भाई है, उसके किस प्रकार के संगठनों से, बांग्लादेशी संगठनों से उसके क्या कनेक्शन थे, उनकी भी जानकारी सामने आ रही है। उसकी जांच होनी भी बहुत जरूरी है कि बांग्लादेश के जो कट्टरपंथी, जिनको बांग्लादेश में बैन कर दिया गया है, ऐसे आतंकी संगठन, उनके साथ शाहरुख के भाई का उठना बैठना था, उनके टच में था, उनके लिए शायद काम भी करता था और शाहरुख का भाई इस हत्या में शामिल भी था। तो ये कोई सिरफिरे आशिक के द्वारा की हुई हत्या नहीं प्रतीत हो रही, ये सुनियोजित तरीके से की गई हत्या है और इसकी हर एंगल से, लव जिहाद के एंगल को मिलाकर हर एंगल से इसकी जांच होनी चाहिए। न्याय केवल एक है, शाहरुख को फांसी से नीचे कुछ भी अगर होता है तो उसे न्याय नहीं माना जाएगा।
Well, that is the BJP, of course, asking for the most stringent punishment against the accused Shahrukh, who is, of course, now under arrest. Do remember that the FIR that has been filed has now put in sections under the stringent POSCO. And here's a look at what else is making news this morning. The suspended BJP leader, Seema Patra, accused of torturing her domestic help, has been arrested. The BJP suspended Seema Patra on grounds of brutally torturing her house help. After the BJP suspended Seema Patra, the Jharkhand governor has written to the DGP urging them to take action in the matter. The BJP leader has been accused of brutally torturing her domestic help. In a late night hearing, the Karnataka High Court upheld an order of the Dharwad Municipal Commissioner allowing the Ganesh Chaturthi festival to be held at the Hubbali Eidgah Maidan. Chitradurg Murg Seer, accused of sexually assaulting 2 minor girls, is likely to be arrested today. This comes after the students filed a complaint against the Seer. Chhattisgarh's Chief Minister Bhupesh Baghel met with UPA MLAs in Raipur Resort. As many as 32 MLAs of the ruling UPA coalition in Jharkhand flew down to Raipur by a flight from Ranchi and have been shifted to a nearby resort amidst tight security. A few more MLAs from the JMM are expected to join the Congress MLAs and JMM legislators at the Mayfair Resort in Chhattisgarh. The Enforcement Directorate has sought information from the West Bengal Board of Primary Education, the appointment of primary teachers since 2011. This is in connection with the ongoing probe into school job scam. The ED had earlier arrested suspended Trinamool Congress leader Partha Chatterjee and his close associate Arpita Mukherjee for their alleged involvement in the multi-crore scam. You are watching Republic TV. We slip into a very short break, but here are visuals of the Lal Bagh Sa Raja in Mumbai.
University in London, accredited by Quality Assurance Agency UK and licensed by the Government of UK, offers MBA and BBA degrees at its central London campus. Embark on a global career with a globally recognized UK university degree. To apply, visit amity.edu/London.
Anna Hazare says, I had high hopes from you, Arvind Kejriwal, back then. But after going into politics and after becoming the chief minister, it seems you have forgotten the ideology. Anna Hazare slamming Arvind Kejriwal, saying there is intoxication of power.
Anna Hazare coming out with these words, showing the pain of Anna Hazare, saying that this was about the power, this was about the money. But you stated that this is not going to happen, but you are also becoming like the other party.
वो सामाजिक प्रश्न होने के कारण एक शराब की उन्होंने की पॉलिसी गलत बनाई, इसलिए मैंने उसको लिखा।
अब इन्होंने शराब नीति में घोटाला हो गया, घोटाला हो गया, घोटाला। अब सीबीआई ने कह दिया कोई घोटाला नहीं हुआ, जनता इनकी बात नहीं मान रही। अभी अन्ना हजारे जी के कंधे पे बंदूक रख के चला रहे हैं।
The BJP leaders are staging such protests.
Farm of the party MLAs who are protesting against Delhi LG Vinay Saxena.
सारे कांग्रेस वर्कर्स की ये भावना है कि राहुल गांधी जी इस वक्त लीड ले और वो कांग्रेस प्रेसिडेंट बने।
I accept what I've written in my article, which is that elections will be a good thing for the Congress party. That's all.
One lobby is who are saying that there should be fair election. On the other hand, there is a lobby which is loyal toward Rahul Gandhi, who are backing Rahul Gandhi that yes, he should be there on the chair. But the leaders like Shashi Tharoor coming out, making their stand clear, it is going to be trouble for the Congress party.
தமிழ்நாடுடைய முழுமையான விடுதலை, இந்திய ஒன்றியத்திலிருந்து தமிழ்நாடு என்பது ஒரு தனித்துவமான நாடு என்பதை அடைவது என்பதுதான் செங்கொடி அவர்களுக்கு நாம் செலுத்தக்கூடிய உறுதிமொழி, கடமை என்று சொல்லி செங்கொடிக்கு வீர வணக்கம்.
You're watching live and breaking the headlines at this hour. Republic campaign forces action against suspended BJP leader who tortured and battered domestic help. And Chief Minister Shibu Soren government wakes up. Seema Patra is now placed under arrest. All-out resort politics. In Jharkhand, UPA MLAs flocked to resort in Raipur as Hemant Soren government alleges poaching by the BJP. Amidst uproar over criminal charges, Nitish changes Kartikeya Kumar's ministry but is yet to sack him. Crackdown on terror-linked illegal madrasas in Assam days after two Al-Qaeda-linked were arrested in Patra. Hello and welcome. You're watching live and breaking on Republic, and breaking news coming in at this hour. Ghulam Nabi Azad's Jammu and Kashmir mega visit plan has been announced. Azad will be visiting all 20 districts of Jammu and Kashmir for the next nearly 6 months after he has walked out after the Vadra Congress. For the next 6 months, he will be touring the entire state. Azad will be in Jammu and Kashmir for most of the time, and he will be holding rallies followed by public meetings in each district, the first focus at provincial level. For all the details, we go across to our correspondent Gursimran, who joins us there from Srinagar, is it? Well, he is joining us from Jammu. Gursimran, a very good morning to you. Well, Ghulam Nabi Azad's mega campaign announced. it's over to you for the details. So what is the reasoning that he's giving behind this mega visit that he's planning? Also, all the details of his agenda.
See, the plan of Ghulam Nabi Azad has been charted out by his close associates, who include Ghulam Muhammad Zaruri, Salman Nizami Chaudhry, Akram Muhammad Amin Bhatt and others, including Haji Rashid. And what they have done is that for the next 6 months, because keeping in view that the elections will happen in the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir, they have charted out this strategy that in April or March or April the elections will be announced. And for the same, what they have done that for next 6 months, Ghulam Nabi Azad will be in the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir for the most of the time. Now Azad will be arriving on the 4th of September, wherein he will be holding a mega rally in Jammu, after which he will be in Jammu for a couple of days, wherein he will be meeting various delegations, and then he will move to his hometown district, that is to Chenab Valley, Doda, Kishtwar, Ramban. He will be holding several key meets, and then from Sinthan Top he will be going to South Kashmir, Anantnag, and then to Srinagar, wherein he will be holding several key rallies and meetings. Then the focus will shift to the district level. First at the provincial level, that he will be holding key meets in Jammu as well as in Kashmir Valley. Then it will be a district level, wherein he will be going to each and every district of Jammu and Kashmir to hold rallies as well as to address the public gatherings. Apart from that, then comes the third major portion of the strategy that has been charted out by the key associates of Ghulam Nabi Azad, and that is that he will be then going to every constituency level, because they have given a clear-cut indication yesterday while speaking to the public. GM Saruri said that we will be contesting on all 90 seats of the Jammu and Kashmir Assembly and are eyeing to win over 60 seats. And so the macro management and the micro management that is needed will also be done by Ghulam Nabi Azad in the coming days, and he will be targeting both Muslim voters as well as the Hindu voters in Jammu and Kashmir. Yes.
Well, Gursimran, many thanks for joining us there, and you keep your eyes on that story. So Gursimran telling us all about the mega visit to all 20 districts of Jammu and Kashmir that Ghulam Nabi Azad has planned for himself after his walkout from the Vadra Congress. And more breaking news coming in now here in Live and Breaking. Aam Aadmi Party leader Manoj Surathia was attacked late last night in Surat, where he was taking part in Ganesh Chaturthi celebrations. And reports suggest that he has sustained 8 stitches in his head. News coming in from Gujarat now. Aam Aadmi Party leader Surathia attacked in Surat even as he was participating in Ganesh Chaturthi celebrations. The AAP leader was attacked as he was participating in the celebrations in Surat in Gujarat. Surathia is an Aam Aadmi Party leader in Gujarat. So breaking news coming in now, and he has sustained injuries to his head, and reports suggest that 8 stitches had to be made. Priyanka, our correspondent, joining us right now. Priyanka, it's over to you. Take us through what happened. We believe this was an incident which happened during the Ganesh Chaturthi celebrations. An AAP leader, Surathia, attacked. He sustained stitches on his head. Priyanka, it's over to you to give us all the details of this incident.
Well, this is the State General Secretary, in fact, Manoj Surathia, who had been gone to Surat. He is, in fact, from Surat, and he was, in fact, taking part in several Ganesh Chaturthi processions, during the course of which he had been attacked very brutally upon. There were some groups as well that had come there, and they were the ones who had created a kind of ruckus in this gathering that had taken place, of which a part of which was also Manoj Surathia. As a part of that procession, in fact, then there was stone pelting as well that had taken place, and during the course of this stone pelting, now we see, if we could also put out those visuals of how Manoj Surathia has sustained those injuries, we can see how there was stones that had pelted right on his head. Now, because of which he has also sustained around 8 stitches on his head right now. He had been taken to the Surat Civil Hospital yesterday late night. At around 1 a.m. is when this entire incident had taken place. He had been shifted to the hospital, post which he was also, tended to his entire injuries. And now we are seeing that a lot of political war of words that is also erupting from Gopal Italia. and Ishudan Gadvi, who are the state leaders of Aam Aadmi Party in Gujarat, and they are now claiming that the groups that had come in front of each other in Surat, in fact, were from the BJP. So now these are the allegations that are now being levelled by Ishudan Gadvi and Gopal Italia by the Aam Aadmi Party, claiming that this is the BJP that had come there and they had actually carried out this conspiracy to attack Manoj Sorathia as well. In fact, we are also seeing that Arvind Kejriwal himself has also tweeted about this, and he has spoken about how there is a level of fear in the BJP, and because of which the BJP is now resorting to these kind of attacks on the Aam Aadmi Party leadership. In fact, this is not the first incident that has taken place of an Aam Aadmi Party leader being attacked here in Gujarat during the course of them being in the public domain while they're carrying out rallies. But as of now, we see that this was a part of a Ganesh Chaturthi celebration, a Ganesh Chaturthi procession, as a matter of fact, of which a part was Manoj Sorathia. He was leading this procession as well. Now we see that these unidentified people groups, in fact, had come there, and then they had created this ruckus, because of which then there was physical altercation as well that took place between the two groups. We're also being told that the police has now taken cognizance of this entire matter. They have also registered an FIR, and we are seeing that further investigation will be done on the same. The police has also said that they're going through all the footages, going through all the videos to determine exactly what had really gone on and who had really started this entire physical altercation. And they're also saying that they will look into the matter whether or not this was another politically motivated attack that was done on Manoj Sorathia, or whether or not there was some level of truth to the allegations that are now being made by the Aam Aadmi Party, claiming that this was the BJP that carried out this attack. As of now, there's no concrete evidence to suggest that. But we are seeing that these allegations are being levelled by the Aam Aadmi Party, and the police is saying that they're taking cognizance of this entire matter. Look.
Right, police taking cognizance of the matter. But meanwhile, you tell us, Priyanka, that the miscreants who carried out this attack, in which he had to sustain nearly 8 stitches, if I'm not wrong, well, they are as yet unidentified people who just happened to be surrounding him during the procession. We are not clear about that.
In fact, the police has also conveyed that they will look into the matter whether or not this was a premeditated attack, whether this was a pre-planned conspiracy to carry out this kind of an attack and create this kind of a ruckus in the procession that was being led by Manoj Sorathia, who is a big leader of the Aam Aadmi Party here in Gujarat. In fact, he was campaigning in Surat over the past since several days, several weeks, that he was in Surat as well. In fact, he had also made several statements against Nitin Patel and several leadership of the BJP just 24 hours back. And that is why we are seeing that the Aam Aadmi Party, including Gopal Italia, Ishudan Gadvi and Arvind Kejriwal as well for that matter, are now saying that there is a politically motivated attack that was done by the BJP in this.
Well, many thanks, Priyanka, for joining us there. You keep your eyes on that story. We'll be back with you throughout the day for more. So Priyanka, our correspondent, giving us each and every detail about that incident. Also adding how there was a political, there were allegations leveled by the attacked Aam Aadmi Party leader 24 hours earlier. And now a major war of words erupting. Many thanks, Priyanka, for joining us. And now in a breaking update, more details coming in about the Seema Patra case. Seema Patra has been arrested. Republic has learned that she has been kept in the Mahila Thana at Ranchi. Seema Patra will have a medical test between 10 and 12 and will be presented in court after that. This comes 10 hours after Republic's mega campaign against the brutal torture and cruelty that Seema Patra meted out to her domestic help and the suspended BJP leader. Seema Patra is accused of extremely heinous injuries having been caused to her domestic help, and the government now forced to act. Seema Patra has been arrested. The BJP, meanwhile, has suspended her from the party. She was the leader of the women's wing there in Jharkhand, as far as we know. Republic's mega campaign bears fruit. Seema Patra arrested. Anuj joins us. Anup, join us. Anup, joining us with all the updates on that story. Anup, when you tell us about... right, it's over to you.
जी देखिए 10 से 12 बजे का वक्त तय किया गया है मेडिकल टेस्ट के लिए और ठीक यहां से आधा किलोमीटर की दूरी पर सदर अस्पताल है, वहां सीमा पात्रा का मेडिकल कराया जाएगा। उसके बाद उन्हें कोर्ट में पेश किया जाएगा और उसके बाद आगे का जो प्रोसेस है, जो कार्रवाई है वो होगी। देखिए अभी जो जब गिरफ्तारी हुई थी, जो डीएसपी है राजा मित्रा जो है, जिनको आईओ बनाया गया था हटिया डीएसपी, वो पहुंचे थे। तमाम लोग महिला थाने के लोग भी थे, उनको अरेस्टिंग करने के लिए गई हुई थी जो टीम। पहले उनको कहा गया कि आपको पूछताछ के लिए बुलाया जा रहा है, उसके बाद उनकी गिरफ्तारी थाने में लाकर शो कर दी गई है। अभी बताया जा रहा है कि तमाम लोग जो है पेपर जो है उसे कंप्लीट करने के लिए गए हुए हैं। पेपर कंप्लीट होगा, उसके बाद 10 से 12 बजे के बीच इनको मेडिकल टेस्ट के लिए सदर अस्पताल ले जाया जाएगा और वहां से कोरोना टेस्ट के अलावा जो जरूरी टेस्ट है वो कराने के बाद इनको कोर्ट में पेशी के लिए लेकर जाया जाएगा। इस वक्त भी वो अंदर मौजूद हैं सीमा पात्रा, उनको लाया गया है। सुबह पता, कल तो देर रात तक नहीं थी वो अपने घर पे, देर रात अपने घर लौटी। पुलिस को जैसे जानकारी मिली कि सीमा पात्रा आ गई है घर पर, सुबह ही पुलिस ने उनके घर पर पहुंचकर उनको अरेस्ट किया है। और देखिए सुबह में देर रात हम आपको बता दें, जब हम वहां पहुंचे थे घर पर एक साइड ताला लटका हुआ था, दूसरी तरफ हमने काफी देर तक आवाज लगाई, नॉक किया डोर को, कोई बाहर नहीं निकला था। लेकिन आज सुबह उनकी गिरफ्तारी हो गई है। महिला थाने के यही देखिए महिला थाने के अंदर उनको रखा गया। कुछ और महिलाएं भी हैं उनके साथ में, जो इस वक्त सीमा पात्रा के साथ अंदर महिला थाने के अंदर मौजूद हैं।
Right, Anup. Well, there was news. The news earlier was that that she was absconding. Is there any detail available as to what was it? A purposeful absconding, and also any inputs coming in from the BJP as far as she has been their leader, and a few details about the condition of the victim as well.
देखिए अगर पॉलिटिकल सिचुएशन की बात करूं तो सबसे बड़ी बात कि इस वक्त जो सिनेरियो है झारखंड का, आपने देखा होगा पॉलिटिकल क्राइसिस है यहां पर, और इसी पॉलिटिकल क्राइसिस को फुलफिल करने के लिए देखिए हेमंत सोरेन ने अपने तमाम विधायकों को रायपुर भेज दिया और उसके बाद देखिए ये हमलावर थी बीजेपी, उससे पहले बीजेपी हमलावर थी जेएमएम पर, महागठबंधन पर, लेकिन एक मौका मिल गया है। पॉलिटिकल सिनेरियो यहां चेंज होता नजर आ रहा है। अब बीजेपी पर ये तमाम दल के विधायक जो हैं, नेता मंत्री, हेमंत सोरेन खुद हमलावर है, कह रहे हैं कि जो दल इतनी बड़ी बड़ी बातें करता है बेटी बचाओ बेटी पढ़ाओ अभियान को लेकर, जिसे संयोजिका बना दिया गया, वो खुद एक बेटी को कैसे उसके साथ अमानवीय व्यवहार करती है, ये बहुत बड़ी बात है। और लेकिन आज दिन भर आपको रिएक्शंस भी देखने को मिलेंगे कि कैसे बीजेपी के नेताओं पर निशाना साधा जाएगा, ये चीजें होंगी। लेकिन सबसे बड़ी अपडेट कि अंदर है इस वक्त सीमा पात्रा, उनको गिरफ्तार कर लिया गया है। मेडिकल टेस्ट होगा, उसके बाद उनको कोर्ट में पेश कर जेल भेजने की पूरी तैयारी कर ली गई है। कल तक ये कहा जा रहा था कि आखिर इतना देर क्यों हो गया उनकी गिरफ्तारी में, तो ये मैं आपको बता दूं पुलिस अपने तरफ से पुख्ता कर देना चाहती थी कि कहीं से वो छूटे नहीं, क्योंकि पूरी तरह से मामला साफ था। अब बड़ी नेता हैं, उनके पति रिटायर्ड आईएएस थे, तो पूरी तरह से कागजी कार्रवाई को पुष्टि करने के बाद या उसे ठोस कार्रवाई करने के बाद उनको गिरफ्तार किया गया है। यानी जो सेक्शंस लगाए गए हैं वो भी नॉन बेलेबल ST/SC एक्ट लगाया गया है, उनका जेल जाना बिल्कुल तय है। ये तमाम बातें कल पुलिस वालों ने साफ कर दी थी और उसी पुख्ता जानकारी के बाद कल 164 का बयान हुआ पीड़िता का। उसके बाद जिन्होंने FIR दर्ज की थी उनको भी बुलाया गया था, उनका भी बयान लिया गया और आज सुबह उनकी गिरफ्तारी हो गई। यानी पुलिस ने पूरी तैयारी कर ली थी, पूरे पेपर्स तैयार कर लिए गए थे, उसके बाद सीमा पात्रा को गिरफ्तार किया गया है।
Many thanks, Anup, for joining us there. We'll be back with you later for all and any updates that you may have. Meanwhile, as Anup has just said, Seema Patra in the Mahila Thana at Ranchi, and she will be presented in court in a short while from now. And she has been arrested under the SC/ST Act, which is under non-bailable. So her offence is non-bailable. She is not likely to get bail. She is likely to go to jail. So Anup there covering that event for us. It's the fruition of efforts made by Republic TV to ensure that the guilty are punished. And a quick look at some international news. Mikhail Gorbachev, as the last leader of the Soviet Union, had waged a losing battle to salvage a crumbling empire, but produced extraordinary reforms that led to the end of the Cold War, has passed away. Gorbachev had won the 1990 Nobel Peace Prize for his role in ending the Cold War and spent his later years collecting accolades and awards from all corners of the world. Nearly 100 people gathered outside the South Carolina State House, and as the House appeared ready to vote on a new total ban on abortion with no exceptions for pregnancies caused by rape or incest, as Democrats joined with the chamber's most conservative members to keep the bill as restrictive as possible. And President Joe Biden forcefully defended the FBI as the agency and its employees have come under withering criticism and threats of violence ever since they executed a search warrant at former President Donald Trump's Florida residence earlier this month.
So let me say this to my MAGA Republican friends in Congress. Don't tell me you support law enforcement if you won't condemn what happened on the 6th. For God's sake, whose side are you on? Whose side are you on? You're either on the side of a mob or the side of the police. You can't be pro-law enforcement and pro-insurrection. You can't be a party of law and order and call the people who attacked the police on January 6th patriots. You can't do it. What are we teaching our children?
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says the situation around the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant remains highly threatening. After a meeting with the International Atomic Energy Agency Director General Rafael Grossi, Zelensky again says that immediate and complete demilitarization of the ZNPP is necessary.
दिल्ली की जनता के प्रश्न पे जवाब देने को तैयार नहीं है। जरूरत है आज कि दिल्ली की जनता को ये गारंटी मिले कि जो घोटाले हुए हैं वो वापस कैसे दिल्ली के खजाने में पैसे आएंगे। गारंटी इस बात की चाहिए कि भ्रष्टाचारी कैसे सलाखों के पीछे जाने चाहिए। गारंटी इस बात की हमें चाहिए कि दिल्ली के बच्चों की, दिल्ली के महिलाओं की जो गली गली शराब की दुकान खोलने का एक प्रयास किया गया, उस पर न्याय कैसे हो। इन सारी बातों का जवाब नहीं मिल रहा और जो लोग लोकतंत्र का शपथ लेके, संविधान की शपथ लेकर के भोली भाली जनता को ठग करके कुर्सियों पे बैठ गए, उनके जुबान से कुछ ऐसी बातें निकल रही हैं जो इशू को डाइवर्ट करने वाली हैं, लेकिन बहुत ही दुर्भावनापूर्ण हैं, झूठ से भरी हुई हैं और ऐसे प्रयास को दिल्ली की जनता या हम दिल्ली के सांसद साथों, हम इनको बहुत गंभीरता से लेते हैं। हम गंभीरता से बात भी करते हैं, गंभीरता से सवाल का जवाब भी चाहते हैं। हम सभी सांसदों ने जो पीछे घटना हुई है, जब शराब घोटाला हुआ हजारों करोड़ का, हमने बार बार उस पर सवाल किए। सवाल आज सबको याद है, लेकिन उसका जवाब देने की बजाय देखा गया कि दिल्ली के अरविंद केजरीवाल गैंग, उनकी सरकार के कुछ कई चुनिंदा लोग, उन लोगों ने झूठे आरोप लगाए और बात ऐसी करी जो सबके लिए आश्चर्य का विषय बना हुआ है। उनके हालांकि जो स्टेटमेंट से बदलते गए, पहले कहते हैं बहुत अच्छा ये शराब का मॉडल है, रेवेन्यू मॉडल है, जब जांच शुरू होती है वापस ले लेते हैं, जब जांच में आगे बढ़ती है सीबीआई तो बोलते हैं ये एलजी दोषी हैं, फिर बोलते हैं मनीष सिसोदिया को खरीदने की बात हो रही है, फिर कहते हैं हमारे विधायकों को खरीदने की बात हो रही है। हम इन प्रश्नों को बहुत गंभीरता से लिए हैं और हम सभी ने माननीय एलजी महोदय को एक चिट्ठी लिखी, हम सब ने एक डिमांड करी है। जैसा आप सबको जानकारी है कि ऐसे झूठे, मिसलीडिंग, डाइवर्जनरी, दुर्भावनापूर्ण स्टेटमेंट पब्लिक डोमेन में दिए गए क्या कहा गया? स्वयं दिल्ली के सीएम अरविंद केजरीवाल ने यह कहा कि डिप्टी सीएम श्री मनीष सिसोदिया और दूसरे जो आपके नेता हैं उनको भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने खरीदने की कोशिश की। उन्होंने कहा कि आप एमएलए को कॉल आया, दे गॉट कॉल्स फ्रॉम बीजेपी। आज हम बहुत गंभीरता के साथ माननीय एलजी महोदय को ये पत्र हम सबने लिखी है, ये सबके हाथों में पत्र है, एक बार सभी लोग अपने हाथ में ले लेंगे। ये पत्र की कॉपी भी हम आपको देंगे। इस पत्र से एक एक चीज स्पष्ट है। सिंपल सी बात है कि हम पब्लिक डोमेन में की गई इन बातों को हम बहुत गंभीरता से ले रहे हैं। जब किसी को कॉल आता है तो वो छुप नहीं सकता। अब समय आ गया है कि यह फैसला हो जाए कि किसका कॉल आया या कौन व्यक्ति आपके पास आया या कौन मैसेज लेके आया। इन सारी बातों का दिल्ली के हम सातों सांसद भारतीय जनता पार्टी के इसका जवाब चाहते हैं और इसकी जब तक जांच नहीं होगी तब तक हम सत्य तक नहीं पहुंच पाएंगे। और जांच भी ऐसी वैसी नहीं होनी चाहिए, जांच फॉरेंसिक होनी चाहिए। जब फॉरेंसिक जांच होगी तब पता चलेगा कि अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने कहा कि आप एमएलएज हैड गॉट कॉल्स फ्रॉम द बीजेपी वेयर दे वेर ऑफर्ड ह्यूज अमाउंट्स ऑफ कैश टू ट्रांसफर देयर एलिगेंस टू द बीजेपी। अगर कॉल आया है तो उसको पता करना मुश्किल नहीं है। तो हमारी डिमांड है यथाशीघ्र
தமிழ்நாடுடைய முழுமையான விடுதலை, இந்திய ஒன்றியத்திலிருந்து தமிழ்நாடு என்பது ஒரு தனித்துவமான நாடு என்பதை அடைவது என்பதுதான் செங்கோடி அவர்களுக்கு நாம் செலுத்தக்கூடிய உறுதிமொழி, கடமை என்று சொல்லி செங்கோடிக்கு வீர வணக்கம் செலுத்தி விடைபெறுகிறேன். நன்றி, வணக்கம்.
He speaks about separate statehood to Tamil Nadu, separate union status almost. But this is something that has been ongoing for several decades. I think the calls are becoming more open now. Hazare says, I had high hopes from you, Arvind Kejriwal, back then. But after going into politics and after becoming the chief minister, it seems you have forgotten the ideology. Anna Hazare slamming Arvind Kejriwal, saying there is intoxication of power.
Anna Hazare coming out with these words, showing the pain of Anna Hazare, saying that this was about the power, this was about the money. But you stated that this is not going to happen, but you are also becoming like the other party.
वो सामाजिक प्रश्न होने के कारण एक शराब के बनने की पॉलिसी गलत बनाई, इसलिए मैंने उसको लिखा।
इसके कारण इस दिल्ली की जनता का जो भ्रम है वो दूर होगा। हम चाहते हैं स्पष्ट हो, भारतीय जनता पार्टी न तो कुछ छुपाती है और ना तो किसी को छुपाने का मौका देगी। सवाल है शराब घोटाले का। आप शराब घोटाले की जगह लगातार स्टैंड बदलते गए डाइवर्ट करने के लिए। अब समय आ गया है कि ये जो अटेंशन डाइवर्ट करने की दुर्भावनापूर्ण कोशिश की गई है, कहां से अटेंशन डाइवर्ट करना था? लीकर स्कैम से, शराब घोटाले से डाइवर्ट करो अटेंशन। क्लासरूम में हुए घोटाले से डाइवर्ट करो अटेंशन। हमसे मीडिया के लोगों ने भी बार बार पूछा प्रवेश वर्मा जी से भी पूछा, रमेश बिधुड़ी जी से भी पूछा, हंसराज हंस जी, सब गौतम गंभीर, हर्षवर्धन जी, मीनाक्षी जी, संजय मयूख जी, सबसे पूछा गया है। हमने पहले अपनी सारी बात कही, लेकिन अब हम माननीय एलजी महोदय के पास चिट्ठी लिख के गए हैं कि हम सभी एमपी बीजेपी के हम एग्रीड है इस बात पे कि जो डिफेमेटरी अनसब्सटेंशिएटेड एलिगेशंस लगाए गए हैं, इसकी जांच फॉरेंसिक हो जाए, ताकि दिल्ली की जनता को पता चले कि ये जो दिल्ली की गद्दी पर भोली भाली सूरत लेके बैठ गए अरविंद केजरीवाल एंड गैंग हैं, वो कितने बड़े झूठ को फैलाने में लगे हुए हैं।
Good evening, viewers. Viewers, Seema Patra should have been arrested by now. But Seema Patra has not been arrested. And I want to tell the BJP that if the BJP believes in what it claims, then it should have sent central teams, because it is the ruling party of India. It should have sent central teams to arrest Seema Patra by now. Seema Patra is a BJP leader, not a small leader, but someone who is on the National Working Committee of the BJP's women's wing. And viewers, this BJP leader has tortured her domestic help so brutally. She has tortured her domestic help so inhumanly that even describing it for me, even describing her cruelty is tough for me, because it is beyond words. She has beaten the 29-year-old with metal rods. This BJP leader has put hot iron tawas to brand and torture her. And this BJP leader has made her lick urine from the floor. Viewers, before I move any further, I want you to hear in the victim's own words and see how she has reacted after being rescued. I have a small clip.
हाँ, लोहा का उससे मारा।
पुलिस है पूरा उठना ठीक थे, जानते भी है उसी की वजह से मैं जिंदा हूँ।
आसमान भैया की वजह से ना, हमको पता है। आसमान भैया हमको बोलते थे।
हाँ, जानते हैं जब पकाने गई ना, तब वो जो बेल्ट है ना उसको मारती थी।
आपको उसका बेल्ट से ना?
हाँ, और इजू करती थी ना,
हमको कलछी से मारी है।
कि उनके ससुर फादर इन लॉ जहरीला खाना बेचने के खिलाफ मुकदमा दर्ज हो अंबेडकर नगर पुलिस स्टेशन के अंदर। 15 बच्चे मदन मोहन मालवीय हॉस्पिटल में फिर एडमिट हुए, उनकी मुश्किल से जांच बची। मिड डे मील के अंदर किस प्रकार से घोटाला, जहरीला भोजन, पुराना भोजन परोसने के। दूसरे इनके विधायक आए थे संजीव झा जी, उनके बारे में भी जमीनों के बारे में जांच मिल जाएगी आपको, घर किस प्रकार के बने हुए, कैसे बने हुए। तीसरे विधायक थे सोमनाथ भारती जी, वो किसी से छुपा हुआ नहीं है। उनकी पत्नी के साथ किस प्रकार का व्याभिचारिक अनैतिक आचरण उन लोगों ने किया और कैसा किस प्रकार के ड्रामे चले, ये उनका कंडक्ट आपने देखा होगा। एक कुलदीप कुमार जी, ये एमएलए आए और फिर इन्होंने कहा कि हम सब लोगों को ऑफर की गई कि आपको इतना पैसा फालतू देंगे और बाकी 20-20 करोड़ और लोगों को देंगे, तुम एमएलए तोड़कर लाओ। इसके लिए अति आवश्यक है, हम दिल्ली के सांसदों ने ऑनरेबल मुख्य हमारे आदरणीय उपराज्यपाल महोदय जी से शिकायत की गई है। हमारे प्रधानमंत्री चाहते हैं कि राजनीति में स्वच्छता रहे, देश के लोकतांत्रिक पद्धति के अंदर बिल्कुल स्वच्छता रहे। जिस काम को लेकर माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी काम कर रहे हैं, उसके तहत आपके संज्ञान में कुछ चीजें लाना चाहता हूं। प्रिवेंशन ऑफ करप्शन एक्ट धारा 8 सेक्शन 8 वो इस बात को बड़ा स्पष्ट कहता है कि किसी को जबरदस्ती ब्राइब देना, ब्राइब के लिए उकसाना, ब्राइब के लिए ऑफर करना, अगर कोई इस प्रकार का क्राइम करता है या दबाव डालना, उन्होंने कहा मुझे ऑफर दिया गया, लालच देना किसी भी पोस्ट का, पद का, धन का, तो प्रिवेंशन ऑफ करप्शन एक्ट सेक्शन 8 धारा 8 के अंदर स्पष्ट है, 7 साल तक की उसमें सजा है कि ऐसे व्यक्ति के खिलाफ कॉग्निजेंस लिया जाना चाहिए और उसके खिलाफ मुकदमा दर्ज होना चाहिए। वो कोई भी है जिन्होंने मनीष सिसोदिया जी को ऑफर की, तो जो फॉरेंसिक जांच के माध्यम से, उनके टेलीफोन कॉल डिटेल के माध्यम से यह जांच होनी चाहिए, ऐसे किस व्यक्ति ने ऑफर की और उसके खिलाफ एफआईआर दर्ज होनी चाहिए। इसी के साथ धारा 7A वही करप्शन प्रिवेंशन ऑफ करप्शन एक्ट के धारा 7A के अंदर बड़ा स्पष्ट है कि उस व्यक्ति को किसने कहा, जिसने मनीष सिसोदिया को टेलीफोन किया, उसको किसने उकसाया, उसके खिलाफ भी धारा 7A के अंदर प्रोविजन है, 3 साल तक की सजा है और वो भी एक प्रकार का दोषी है, वहां तक भी जाना चाहिए उसको किसने कहा। तीसरा, अगर हम धारा किसी को जबरदस्ती, के विधायकों को दबाव बनाया गया, वो किस किस व्यक्ति ने उन पर भी दबाव बनाया गया, चारों विधायकों पर, उन विधायकों से जांच होनी चाहिए, उनके भी कॉल डिटेल्स आनी चाहिए फॉरेंसिक जांच के माध्यम से, या उनसे पूछा जाना चाहिए, आप उनके नाम बताइए। देश की स्वच्छ राजनीति के लिए बहुत अच्छा है, केवल नौटंकी करने के लिए भ्रष्टाचार के खिलाफ हम आएंगे और एक के बाद एक भ्रष्टाचार करेंगे, तो उनके खिलाफ भी ये एक्शन होना चाहिए। एक्शन होने के बाद आईपीसी की धारा 182 182 भी विद्यमान है। देश का संविधान इतना बढ़िया बनाया है कि यहां पर कोई किसी भी प्रकार से कोई किसी को दबाव बनाकर, प्रेशर बनाकर, लालच देकर या सरकारी संस्थाओं पर बैठकर पद का दुरुपयोग करते हुए अगर समाज को, मीडिया को, कोर्ट को, जनमानस को कोई व्यक्ति झूठा मिसगाइड करता है, तो उसके खिलाफ भी 182 के तहत कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए। यह आईपीसी की 182 सेक्शन के अंदर प्रोविजन है। तो अगर इनके खिलाफ किसी ने गलत शिकायत नहीं की है और इन्होंने मिसगाइड करने का डिप्टी सीएम जैसे संवैधानिक पद पर बैठने वाले व्यक्ति ने, और सांसद जो 4 विधायकों को साथ लेकर बैठता है और वो ये कहता है कि करप्शन हुआ है, हमें ऑफर दी गई है, बहुत करोड़ रुपया हमारे विधायकों को तोड़ने के लिए रखे गए हैं, तो 182 का भी उपयोग सेक्शन में किया जाना चाहिए। यह हमारी माननीय उपराज्यपाल जी से मांग है। इसको इंडिपेंडेंट एजेंसी सीबीआई से कराएं, इसको एंटी करप्शन ब्यूरो से कराएं, इसको दिल्ली पुलिस से कराएं, कहीं से भी जांच हो। लेकिन जैसे भाई मनोज जी ने कहा, दूध का दूध और शराब का शराब और नौटंकी की नौटंकी, ये तीनों बाहर निकलकर आनी चाहिए कि किस प्रकार की नौटंकी ये कर रहे हैं। इतनी बात कहकर मैं केवल ये दोबारा दोहराना चाहता हूं कि जो हम लोग डराने की जो बात कही थी, उसमें हम ये नहीं कहते कि केवल 120 का ही एक्शन हो, 8 और 87A प्रिवेंशन ऑफ करप्शन एक्ट का भी सदुपयोग हो। यही कहकर मैं आप सबके सामने माननीय उपराज्यपाल जी से, आपके माध्यम से भी, हम कल उनसे मिले भी थे, हमने उनको कल शिकायत भी दी है, आप सब लोग आपसे भी निवेदन चाहते हैं कि इस प्रकार की जांच होनी चाहिए। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
मित्रों, अपने बीच वरिष्ठ नेता और सांसद प्रवेश साहिब सिंह वर्मा हैं। मेरा आग्रह होगा आप संबोधित करें।
दिल्ली विधानसभा में ये एक बहुत बड़ा ड्रामा चल रहा है। मैं मगर दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री को इस बात के लिए बधाई देता हूं कि शराब घोटाले में लिप्त होने के बाद भी जो आपकी स्ट्रेटजी थी कि हम दिल्ली और देश की जनता का ध्यान भटका देते हैं और पूरे मुद्दे को डाइवर्ट कर देते हैं, उसमें वो थोड़ा बहुत सफल हुए हैं। इस पूरी स्ट्रेटजी के लिए, इस पूरे ड्रामा के लिए मैं श्रीमान अरविंद केजरीवाल जी को बधाई देता हूं। ये ऐसे लोग हैं जो खुद को ही थप्पड़ मारते हैं और उसके बाद में रोते हैं, उसके बाद में चिल्लाते हैं, उसके बाद में कहते हैं कि मुझे थप्पड़ किसने मारा। ये झूठ इस प्रकार का बोलते हैं कि उसमें 19-20 का अंतर नहीं होता, उसमें 0 और 1000 का अंतर होता है। देश का नहीं, दुनिया का सबसे अच्छा शिक्षा मॉडल भी इन्हीं के पास है, मगर इनके खुद के बच्चे उस शिक्षा मॉडल का लाभ नहीं उठा रहे हैं। देश ही नहीं, दुनिया का सबसे अच्छा स्वास्थ्य मॉडल भी इनके पास है, मगर इनके मंत्री, इनकी धर्मपत्नी, इनके विधायक, सांसद वो उसका लाभ नहीं उठाते। तो केवल अंतर 19-20 का नहीं है, 0-1000 का है। मगर हमें बहुत ज्यादा दुख हुआ है और हमें पीड़ा हुई है कि हमारे दिल्ली के सांसदों को किसी ने खरीदने की कोशिश की है। जब तक हमारी पीड़ा खत्म नहीं होगी और
And on to big breaking news coming in, a huge development in the cattle smuggling case. News break coming in this hour with regard to the cattle smuggling case, an update coming in on the same. Well, we understand that CBI raids are currently underway at multiple locations of Bolpur. In fact, Councillor Jyoti Banerjee has been detained by the CBI officials after searches were carried out at his residence. Also, CBI, we understand, is raiding Anubrata Mondal's CA Manish Kothari's residence. We have a senior editor, Shravan, also joining us. Shravan, if you could give us more details on the CBI searches which are underway.
Well, in fact, we've got a confirmation right now that these searches are being carried out at premises that have been linked to a TMC councillor. In fact, this is in Bolpur is where these searches are being carried out. Two places in Bolpur where the searches are being carried out. Not just the TMC councillor, but also the chartered accountant of another TMC leader who's where the searches are being carried out. So this comes after the CBI had essentially grilled Onubrata Mondal, and they've basically taken out more names in this particular case. Remember, Onubrata Mondal's in the investigation that has been carried out so far, they've been able to establish the money trail, and they've also got details with regards to the fact that money was being collected from the cattle traders. This was as a protection money that was actually taken, and thereafter what we are given to understand is that this money was being diverted through some of the confidants of Anubrata Mondal. In fact, there is a chartered accountant who has also come under the scanner. We are now being given to understand that the premises connected to this chartered accountant is also being carried out.
All right, Shravan, just a follow-up, if you could also once again give us a brief as to put this into context, the probe into the cattle smuggling scam so far.
Well, pertaining to the Central Bureau of Investigation probe, what we do know so far is that the CBI has been able, A, to establish the money trail, B, few more characters who are essentially involved in the cattle smuggling. Now, just to elaborate that, remember, Onubrata Mondal has already been placed under arrest. His bodyguard, Saigul Hussain, has also been placed under arrest. In fact, a charge sheet has already been filed in Saigul Hussain's case. Saigul Hussain has already taken the name of Onubrata Mondal when it comes to the cattle smuggling. In fact, Saigul Hussain has gone on record to essentially indicate that the money that he was collecting from the cattle traders, especially from one of the kingpins, that is Inamul Haq, was primarily for Onubrata Mondal. Onubrata, on the other hand, has basically tried to distance himself, saying that he was not aware of this money was coming in for what, essentially saying that it was more like party funds that were being collected. These were donations that were basically coming in. But what has happened is that the Central Bureau of Investigation has been able to verify certain claims that have been made by Saigul Hussain, which only raises very uncomfortable questions for Anubrata Mondal and the possibility of other leaders who could be involved. Other Trinamool Congress leaders who could also be involved who are now under this scam.
All right, Shravan, thank you so much for getting us those details, and those are the visuals, in fact, coming in right now of the searches that are being conducted by the CBI in connection with the cattle smuggling case. The searches, we are told, linked to a TMC councillor. So the details known so far is that more TMC names could come up, but the searches are linked to the cattle smuggling case. And Anubrata Mondal, who's also one of the key accused in this particular scam. We also have Kishle joining us from the Bangla newsroom. Kishle, if you could give us more details on the CBI searches which are underway in Bolpur.
Well, yesterday we saw that Anubrata Mondal was being interrogated by the CBI in the jail, and right now we see that CBI from today morning has been actively conducting searches and raids in different parts of Bolpur, the area where Anubrata Mondal was staying, his home place. And we have information that one councillor has been raided, his house has been raided. Apart from that, also the chartered accountant of Anubrata Mondal's house, Anubrata Mondal has also been raided in his house, in this chartered accountant house. CBI is right now present, and the outside has been also security forces have been deployed outside his house. Also, there are multiple other Trinamool Congress leaders whose house have been raided by CBI, and CBI is conducting searches related to the cattle smuggling case in different areas of Bolpur, which include Trinamool councillors, Trinamool leaders, and chartered accountant of Anubrata Mondal. There has been a deployment of central security forces, CRPF, outside their house so that no untoward incident happens, so that no political intervention happens. And CBI officials are right now also moving from one location to another with the security forces in order to understand who all are related to this case, and there have been more names that have come into fray after interrogation of Anubrata Mondal and also Saigul Hussain, who is also in CBI custody right now. So multiple developments from Bengal, especially from the Birbhum district and in Bolpur, where Anubrata Mondal was staying. Yesterday there was a questioning of Anubrata Mondal. Today CBI has been actively conducting raids at different important locations, which include Trinamool leader's house and Anubrata Mondal's chartered accountant's house as well.
Yes, Kishle, stay with us. If you could give us more details on how has the line of questioning been like when Anubrata Mondal was questioned by the central agencies in connection with the cattle smuggling scam?
Well, according to CBI sources, and also as Shravan put it, that there was a network of people who were related in this whole cattle smuggling nexus, cattle smuggling business that took place in Bengal, and cattle was smuggled from from India's side to Bangladesh border and then into Bangladesh. This whole business was conducted by people who were related, who were very influential in politics, and allegedly Trinamool Congress leaders and people who were in the government as well, and some BSF officials as well have been named in the charge sheet. All these have been asked, all these have been put into the questionnaire of CBI, and Anubrata Mondal, according to CBI sources, have been asked that what role was he playing in this whole nexus, and whether he was influencing the state machinery, whether he was influencing the local police department in order to reduce the state intervention and police intervention in this whole cattle smuggling business and nexus. There was a network of people who used to collect money in the name of Anubrata Mondal, especially the money used to come into the account of his bodyguard Saigul Hussain, who is also in CBI custody, and then it would reach Anubrata Mondal's account or Anubrata Mondal's close aides account. That's the information that we are getting from CBI sources, and according to sources as well, that there were multiple granaries that were used as storages of money and meeting points of this whole cattle smuggling business, and those granaries and rice mills have also been raided previously. So now CBI has included more people, Trinamool Congress councillors and this chartered accountant of Anubrata Mondal and multiple other Trinamool Congress leaders whose houses have been raided since today morning. CBI officials, CBI investigators are right now present inside their house. They are trying to see various documents and trying to search the house of these people and whether there are money hoarded in these houses which came from cattle smuggling business. CBI is trying to look at that as well.
Yes, and Kishle, like you're telling us that from what we know so far, it seems like there are multiple people who are involved in this cattle smuggling scam, and also the fact what we are getting to know at this point is that CA linked to Anubrata Mondal, who's also under the lens of the central agencies. If you could give us more details on that.
Well, this person, the CA of Anubrata Mondal, Mr. Kothari, he was questioned by CBI previously as well. Last time when he was questioned, he was called into a CBI camp that was built locally in Birbhum, and he had to be present there. And there were multiple questions hurled at him because CBI believes that all that money came into Anubrata Mondal's account. Everything that Anubrata Mondal was dealing with, all the monetary transactions and economic benefits that Anubrata Mondal received was being calculated and kept in record by this person, by this chartered accountant Manish Kothari of Anubrata Mondal, and he had a clear knowledge about all the sources of income of Anubrata Mondal and his close aides. Therefore, it is very crucial that this person should be questioned and this person should be included in the whole process of investigation. That's what the CBI sources are telling us. Therefore, there are multiple questions that have been asked to this person, Mr. Kothari, this chartered accountant of Anubrata Mondal, and whether he was himself included in this whole cattle smuggling nexus or not is also one of the angles that CBI is looking at. Therefore, the whole economic business, economic transaction, financial transaction was being conducted by this person, calculated and recorded by this person according to CBI sources, and therefore he is questioned multiple times, and now raids are happening inside his house as well.
Well, absolutely. Kishle, stay with us, and just to summarize on what all we've been able to gather so far, in more leads that are coming in, we understand long list of properties linked to Anubrata, which is now under the scanner of the central agencies. We understand long list of the properties that are under scanner belonging to Anubrata Mondal. We also understand that land amassed by Anubrata Mondal, which is also under the scanner of the CBI. In fact, we understand that the CBI is set to make a big breakthrough in the cattle smuggling scam. Kishle.
Well, exactly. Yesterday, when CBI officials reached the jail where Anubrata Mondal has been kept in judicial custody, there was a clear indication from sources that Anubrata Mondal divulged some important information that he had not given till this point of time. Also, CBI has arrested Saigal Hussain, who is the bodyguard of Anubrata Mondal, and also the person who received all the money. These two people have been giving crucial information since last few days, and therefore now we see that more movement is happening across Bengal. Also, I will inform you that in Kolkata itself, from Kolkata as well, from the CBI office here, there have been movements. There have been multiple CBI teams that have come out in the morning and they are visiting different places. So there are movement in the districts, in the district where Anubrata Mondal was staying. There are movements, there are raids and searches going on in Anubrata Mondal's close aides house and councillors who were close to Anubrata Mondal, Trinamool Congress, TMC councillors, and there are raids in TMC leader's house as well, and this chartered accountant whom we are talking about, and there are multiple CBI movements within the city of Kolkata as well. So we see that after these questions have been done, after the interrogation of Anubrata Mondal yesterday, and after Saigal Hussain's interrogation as well, there have been information, crucial information that was received by CBI according to sources, and then therefore they have more information to investigate, and now there are leads which has led the CBI team into these locations where they are raiding today. It is believed that there are more documents that has been seized. Also, the councillor has been taken into CBI office. Probably right now we are getting some primary information about that. Whether he will be questioned, whether he will be taken into custody or not, that we have to see. But CBI has crucial information now, that's for sure. And there are important documents as well that they have got their hands into.
Yes, and Kishle, we also understand that a close confidant of Anubrata Mondal is also how TMC councillor acted as a close confidant of Anubrata Mondal is what sources are telling Republic. If you could give us more details of this TMC councillor who is also under the lens of the central agencies.
Well, Onubroto Mondal himself did not hold any government positions, any administrative positions. He was Trinamool Congress, TMC party district president. However, he had much control, much power, much influence over the administrative wings as well in that district. And all the councillors, Trinamool Congress, TMC councillors and other TMC leaders and administrative people, officials as well, were being controlled by Onubroto Mondal is the charge against him. That's the charge or allegation against him. And Onubroto Mondal, who is a very strong Trinamool Congress leader, he's a TMC strongman in that district, used to influence their work and used to dictate terms to them. That's what we are getting to know from our sources, and that's very clear from his body language as well in the last few days, as we have seen, and before his arrest. Therefore, this person, this councillor who has been taken into fray, who has been now, whose house has been searched by CBI, was also a close confidant of Onubroto Mondal, including other people who were there, and all of them, it is believed by the CBI, that were actually related, connected to this whole nexus of cow smuggling, because this is a big business that used to happen. The cows used to be brought in. There were poshu hats, the markets where these cows were sold. Illegally, these cattle were being then taken into the borders, and then there were security officials who have to be jumped and skipped, and then the whole business used to then run into Bangladesh. So this whole nexus included political people, administrative people, people within the security forces, etc. There have been mention of BSF officials as well in the charge sheet. Therefore, customs official as well. Therefore, we see that Onubroto Mondal had a great influence in all these areas and all these people. And now these councillor and other people who are now being searched and questioned, it is believed that they will be giving important information about how exactly Onubroto Mondal used to operate and how this whole business was being conducted in Birbhum.
Well, absolutely. Kishna, and also tell us what has been the stand of the TMC so far, because what we know is that, as a matter of fact, that Onubroto Mondal has been one of the closest aides of Mamata Banerjee.
Yes, exactly. Onubroto Mondal, as he was lovingly called by Mamata Banerjee as Keshto. Mamata Banerjee previously said, just before the day of independence, that why Keshto is arrested. And then she also said on the day of TMCP, Trinamool Congress Chhatra Parishad, or Trinamool Congress Students Wing Foundation Day, 2 days back, she said that Onubroto is a very good person. He was helpful. I don't know why he is arrested, and he is probably not guilty. So there have been a support of Mamata Banerjee directly to Onubroto Mondal, which we did not see in the case of Partho Chatterjee. When Partho Chatterjee was arrested, he was removed from his ministerial position. Yes. He was removed from his party positions as well. But in the case of Onubroto Mondal, we didn't see that. So Trinamool Congress and Trinamool leader Mamata Banerjee is in a way supported Onubroto Mondal.
Just hold your thoughts
past.
there. Let me go across to Shravan as well. Shravan, we understand that the CBI is set to make a big breakthrough in this case. Give us more updates.
Well, in fact, the latest update that we are bringing in right now is with regards to a confidant of Onubroto Mondal, a TMC councillor who's basically under the scanner at this point in time. In fact, the searches that are being carried out in the district of Bolpur in West Bengal, there are multiple locations where these searches are being carried out. Particularly, 2 locations are linked to a chartered accountant of Onubroto Mondal. Now, what we are picking up from our sources within the agency is that when he was basically questioned by the Central Bureau of Investigation inside the jail, this was with some fresh leads that the agency had, particularly with regards to the properties that have been linked to Onubroto Mondal as well as his daughter. In fact, sources are also indicating that they've got a huge list of properties that have basically been amassed by Onubroto Mondal and his daughter. And this has basically been linked to the cattle smuggling trade. Now, what is important to point out here is the fact that when the money was being taken from the cattle transporters, it was being taken by Saigul Hussain and few other confidants of Onubroto Mondal. The money was not directly coming into the accounts of Onubroto Mondal to start with. What was happening was that this was layered. It was coming through the confidants. They were the ones who were first taking in the money. And finally, this money was then being diverted and being sent to accounts linked to Onubroto Mondal, in fact, his family members. That led to the Central Bureau of Investigation seizing some of the accounts of Onubroto Mondal. Now, the focus of this entire investigation has gone a little beyond Onubroto Mondal himself. The fact that who else is involved in it. It turns out that there was a long list of confidants that he had, especially in the district of Birbhum, to carry out the cattle smuggling. It could not have had been possible without the blessing of Anubrata Mandal, considered to be a Trinamool Congress strongman. In fact, what we are being told is that these confidants who are party workers, who were also linked to the party in some way or the other, they are now basically under the scanner. There is a high possibility that another arrest could also take place in this matter, which could certainly come across as a setback for the Trinamool Congress, given the fact that the Central Bureau of Investigation has certainly gained momentum in its investigation that's being carried out.
Well, absolutely. Shravan, thank you so much. So we leave it at that, slipping into a very short break, and also that big breaking update coming in that another arrest is likely in the cattle smuggling scam, which will also be a big breakthrough in the cattle smuggling scam.
Making news this morning, the suspended BJP leader Seema Patra, accused of torturing her domestic help, has been arrested. The BJP suspended Seema Patra on grounds of brutally torturing her house help. After the BJP suspended Seema Patra, the Jharkhand governor has written to the DGP urging them to take action in the matter. The BJP leader has been accused of brutally torturing her domestic help. In a late-night hearing, the Karnataka High Court upheld an order of the Dharwad Municipal Commissioner allowing the Ganesh Chaturthi festival to be held at the Hubbali Eidgah Maidan. Chitradurg Murg Seer, accused of sexually assaulting 2 minor girls, is likely to be arrested today. This comes after the students filed a complaint against the Seer. Chhattisgarh's Chief Minister Bhupesh Baghel met with UPA MLAs in Raipur Resort. As many as 32 MLAs of the ruling UPA coalition in Jharkhand flew down to Raipur by a flight from Ranchi and have been shifted to a nearby resort amidst tight security. A few more MLAs from the JMM are expected to join the Congress MLAs and JMM legislators at the Mayfair Resort in Chhattisgarh. The Enforcement Directorate has sought information from the West Bengal Board of Primary Education, the appointment of primary teachers since 2011. This is in connection with the ongoing probe into school job scam. The ED had earlier arrested suspended Trinamool Congress leader Partha Chatterjee and his close associate Arpita Mukherjee for their alleged involvement in the...
Breaking news right now. Jharkhand leader Seema Patra, her domestic help has made sensational allegations against her, has been alleged to have assaulted the domestic help. Questions still being asked as to why exactly hasn't she been arrested.
A young girl beaten with iron rods, locked up, thrashed. Unspeakable cruelty by a BJP leader. Is her plight just not enough to move them all? Is her condition not worthy of a national condemnation? I ask then, why not? Why is there no arrest yet?
रांची के एसएसपी कौशल किशोर, उन्होंने इस बात की पुष्टि कर दी कि गिरफ्तारी हुई है। 12 से ज्यादा पन्नों का एफआईआर था।
Trouble mounts for Mamata Banerjee's top man. The CBI searches now underway across Bengal in the cattle smuggling case. Raids on Anubrata Mandal CA properties linked to Mamata's man are now under the scanner. The CBI is set to make a big breakthrough next. The Republic campaign forces action on suspended BJP leader who tortured and battered the domestic help. 12 hours after Republic TV's campaign, the Soren government wakes up. Seema Patra is placed under arrest. Sources suggest that Seema Patra is to be produced in court today. And amidst an uproar over criminal charges, Nitish Kumar changes Kartikeya Kumar's ministry but is yet to sack him. morning. You are watching Republic TV. This is live and breaking. I'm Nupur Talwar Subi. Going straight across to the big story that we are now tracking in the cattle smuggling case from Kolkata. We are now learning that a TMC councillor who is believed to be Anubrata Mondal's close confidant is also being acted against. We are learning that raids are currently on at this aide's residence. What we know so far is that the CBI in a sense suspects that he was responsible for diverting funds. So the CBI is looking at this top leader from the TMC to be one of the accused in the cattle smuggling case. Kishale is joining us live. He's at the Bangla newsroom. Kishale, give us some more details in terms of how this TMC leader was involved with the scandal. Now, what we understand of preliminary information that is coming seems to suggest that he was the one who was collecting the money and then diverting the funds.
Well, exactly. The developments since this morning has been back-to-back when we saw that different multiple Trinamool Congress leaders' house were being raided by CBI today morning. This has come just after yesterday when Anubrata Mondal was questioned and interrogated by the CBI in the jail. He is in judicial custody right now. And then it is believed that Anubrata Mondal has divulged some crucial information about the whole network and nexus of cattle smuggling business that was happening. And as you rightly pointed out, that this person, this Trinamool Congress councillor who have been now, whose house has been searched and raided, and now probably he is in CBI office. He has been taken into his house first, and there were multiple questions that were being raised by the CBI officials that whether he was personally helping and aiding Anubrata Mondal in the whole business of cattle smuggling or not, because he's the councillor of the same ward from where all these Poshuhat or cattle markets were operating, and the adjoining areas were also there. So multiple Trinamool Congress TMC leaders are being questioned today, and their house is being searched, and all of these people are very closely associated with Anubrata Mondal. They are close confidants and aides of Anubrata Mondal, and there has been interrogation has been done to Anubrata Mondal's chartered accountant Mr. Kothari as well, and the CBI team is in his house as well. It is believed that all the financial transactions which came from the whole cattle smuggling business were being dealt by this particular chartered accountant, and he had record and calculation of all the money that was being received by Anubrata Mondal and his close aides, and also Saigal Hussain. Therefore, crucial people, crucial locations are being raided by CBI, and crucial people are being questioned by CBI today. And since today morning, we have also seen that there are movements in the CBI office in Kolkata as well. There are multiple teams that have gone out, and probably there will be more raids related to this case. There are movements in Bolpur as well, in different locations of Bolpur. We have seen Trinamool Congress leaders' house as well, and this chartered accountant's house as well have been raided by CBI. There is a huge deployment of CRPF force and central forces outside their house and in this whole area, so that no untoward incident happens.
Now, Kishale, do you see this perhaps as a widening of the net? Because, with the raids that are carrying on now, we're given to understand that more TMC leaders perhaps could now come under the ambit of this investigation.
Well, exactly, Nupur. We saw that how multiple Trinamool Congress leaders from Birbhum district were previously as well, their names came up in the whole cattle smuggling business, cattle smuggling nexus. However, there was no official confirmation whether the Trinamool councillors of that area, the administrative people related to that area, were also related in this case or not. Today morning, we saw that the multiple CBI teams reached different locations, including the location of this Trinamool Congress councillor who, according to CBI sources, was playing a crucial role in the transportation of cattle that was happening, the illegal transportation of cattle. Apart from that, there are other Trinamool Congress leader, one of them called Shudeep. His house has also been searched. His house have been also raided by the CBI team, and there is a central force deployment outside his house as well. Therefore, as you rightly pointed out, that after Onubroto Mondol's arrest, after Saigal Hussein's arrest, after they were questioned multiple times by CBI, now CBI has widened the whole scope of investigation, and they are trying to understand whether there are administrative people, whether there are people elected representatives who were also taking part in the whole business of cattle smuggling or not. Just to remind you, Onubroto Mondol himself does not hold any administrative position. He is not also an elected representative of that area. He is Trinamool Congress Birbhum district president. However, he had a considerable amount of influence on the administration of that area and the councillors who are elected by the people.
Right.
And this councillor who has been now questioned by CBI is one of the close confidants of Onubroto Mondol, and he used to be in an area which was very close to the Poshu Hat or cattle markets that were operating in that area, which was the source of all the cattle.
Absolutely. As you're pointing out, the CBI perhaps trying to understand and get more details into Anubrata Mondol's links with the alleged kingpin, as well as how the money was used. Thank you for the moment for joining us. We're going to cut across right now, I think, to a press conference that's been held in the national capital.
जिसकी केंद्र में सरकार है, भारतीय जनता पार्टी जिसकी अनेकों राज्यों में सरकार है, जब किसी भी राज्य में चुनाव हार जाती है, जब भारतीय जनता पार्टी पूरा प्रचार करने के बावजूद किसी राज्य में चुनाव हार जाती है, किसी और पार्टी की सरकार बन जाती है, तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी का ऑपरेशन लोटस शुरू हो जाता है। क्या है ये ऑपरेशन लोटस? ऑपरेशन लोटस में पहले कदम में, स्टेप 1 में, केंद्र सरकार की सारी जांच एजेंसियों को इस्तेमाल किया जाता है। जो राज्य की सरकार है उसके विधायकों पर, नेताओं पर, मंत्रियों पर सीबीआई के केस खोले जाते हैं, सीबीआई के छापे मारे जाते हैं, ईडी के केस खोले जाते हैं, ईडी के छापे मारे जाते हैं, उनको जेल भेजने की धमकियां दी जाती हैं। फिर उनको यह मैसेज भेजा जाता है कि अगर भारतीय जनता पार्टी में आ जाओ तो तुम्हारे खिलाफ सीबीआई की जो सारी जांच है, ईडी की जो सारी जांच है, उसको बंद कर देंगे। थर्ड स्टेप में उनको करोड़ों रुपए ऑफर किए जाते हैं कि तुम अपनी पार्टी छोड़कर, अपनी पार्टी तोड़कर अगर भारतीय जनता पार्टी में आ जाओ और भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार बना दो तो हम तुम्हें करोड़ों रुपए कैश में देंगे। ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी का जो स्टेप 1, स्टेप 2, स्टेप 3 का फॉर्मूला है, ये कोई एक बार या 2 बार नहीं हुआ है। ये फॉर्मूला बार बार भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने अलग अलग राज्यों में प्रयोग किया। भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने अरुणाचल में सरकार गिराई, भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने मेघालय में सरकार गिराई, भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने कर्नाटका में सरकार गिराई, भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने गोवा में सरकार गिराई, भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने मध्य प्रदेश में सरकार गिराई, भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने अभी हाल ही में महाराष्ट्र में सरकार गिराई, भारतीय जनता पार्टी दिल्ली में भी सरकार गिराने का यही ऑपरेशन लोटस का फॉर्मूला अपनाने की कोशिश कर रही है। जिस तरह से पहले सीबीआई के झूठे केस होते हैं, फिर दिल्ली के उप मुख्यमंत्री मनीष सिसोदिया जी को धमकाया जाता है और फिर मुख्यमंत्री बनने का ऑफर दिया जाता है। आम आदमी पार्टी के विधायकों को 20-20 करोड़ का ऑफर होता है कि तुम आम आदमी पार्टी छोड़कर भारतीय जनता पार्टी में आ जाओ, तुम्हें हम 20 करोड़ रुपया देंगे। अभी तक अगर आप देश भर में देखिए तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी 277 एमएलए ऑपरेशन लोटस के तहत खरीद चुकी है। जिस तरह भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने आम आदमी पार्टी के विधायकों को 20 करोड़ का ऑफर दिया, तो अगर आप ये 277 प्लस 40 दिल्ली के एमएलए का कैलकुलेशन करिए तो देश भर में ऑपरेशन लोटस करने के लिए भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने 6,300 करोड़ रुपए का खर्चा किया है। आज हम ये सवाल पूछना चाहते हैं कि ये 6,300 करोड़ रुपया कहां से आया। अभी जो महाराष्ट्र की सरकार बनी उसको गिराने का पैसा कहां से आया। जो कर्नाटक की सरकार बनी उसको गिराने का पैसा कहां से आया। जो अरुणाचल की, मेघालय की, गोवा की, मध्य प्रदेश की सरकारें बनी भारतीय जनता पार्टी की, उनको गिराने का पैसा कहां से आया। आज ऑपरेशन लोटस पर एक जांच की जरूरत है कि आखिरकार इतना सारा पैसा भारतीय जनता पार्टी कहां से लेकर आ रही है। हमारा तो ये मानना है कि आज देश में जो पेट्रोल और डीजल के दाम आसमान को छू रहे हैं, आज जब पूरी दुनिया में पेट्रोल और डीजल के दाम गिर रहे हैं तो भारत में पेट्रोल और डीजल के दाम आसमान छूते जा रहे हैं। कि ये जो पेट्रोल और डीजल के बढ़ते हुए दाम हैं, उससे जो आने वाला पैसा है उसको भारतीय जनता पार्टी डाइवर्ट करके ऑपरेशन लोटस में खर्च कर रही है। अगर भारतीय जनता पार्टी और प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी देश भर में ऑपरेशन लोटस करना बंद कर दे, सरकारें गिराना बंद कर दे, विधायकों को खरीदना बेचना बंद कर दे, तो आज पूरे देश में पेट्रोल और डीजल के दाम गिर जाएंगे। आज आम आदमी पार्टी के विधायकों का एक डेलीगेशन सेंट्रल ब्यूरो ऑफ इन्वेस्टिगेशन जाने वाला है। हमने सीबीआई डायरेक्टर से समय मांगा है। आज दोपहर 3 बजे आम आदमी पार्टी के विधायकों का डेलीगेशन सेंट्रल ब्यूरो ऑफ इन्वेस्टिगेशन सीबीआई जाएगा और इस पूरे ऑपरेशन लोटस पर एक देशव्यापी जांच की मांग करेगा कि किस तरह से पेट्रोल और डीजल के बढ़ते हुए दामों से आने वाला पैसा अलग अलग राज्यों में विधायकों को खरीदने और बेचने में डाइवर्ट किया जा रहा है। कि किस तरह से ये 6,300 करोड़ रुपया भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने देश भर में अलग अलग राज्य की सरकारों को गिराने में खर्च किया है। कि जो दिल्ली के विधायकों को खरीदने के लिए 800 करोड़ रुपया भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने तैयार रखा है, यह 800 करोड़ रुपया कहां से आया। जो 277 एमएलए आज तक भारतीय जनता पार्टी खरीद चुकी है, इन विधायकों को खरीदने का पैसा कहां से आया। आम आदमी पार्टी के विधायक आज सीबीआई डायरेक्टर से मिलने जाएंगे और इस ऑपरेशन लोटस पर एक नेशन वाइड इन्वेस्टिगेशन की मांग करेंगे। धन्यवाद।
समय मांगा था इसके लिए 2 दिन पहले, क्या उनकी तरफ से समय मिला है, आप लोग अपनी तरफ से जा रहे हैं?
देखिए, हम कई बारी सीबीआई से समय मांग चुके हैं। हमने कॉल भी किया है। जब हमने कॉल किया तो हमें कहा गया कि ईमेल करके समय मांगिए। ईमेल भी किया, फिर भी समय नहीं मिला। तो अगर आज दोपहर तक हमें समय नहीं मिलता है तो हम खुद ही वहां पर जाएंगे, क्योंकि ये ऑपरेशन
தமிழ்நாடுடைய முழுமையான விடுதலை இந்திய ஒன்றியத்திலிருந்து தமிழ்நாடு என்பது ஒரு தனித்துவமான நாடு என்பதை அடைவது என்பதுதான் செங்கோடி அவர்களுக்கு நாம் செலுத்தக்கூடிய உறுதிமொழி கடமை என்று சொல்லி செங்கோடிக்கு வீர வணக்கம் செலுத்தி விடைபெறுகிறேன். நன்றி, வணக்கம்.
He speaks about separate statehood to Tamil Nadu, separate union status almost. But this is something that has been ongoing for several decades. I think the calls are becoming more open now.
Making news this morning, the suspended BJP leader Seema Patra, accused of torturing her domestic help, has been arrested. The BJP suspended Seema Patra on grounds of brutally torturing her house help. After the BJP suspended Seema Patra, the Jharkhand governor has written to the DGP urging them to take action in the matter. The BJP leader has been accused of brutally torturing her domestic help. In a late night hearing, the Karnataka High Court upheld an order of the Dharwad Municipal Commissioner allowing the Ganesh Chaturthi festival to be held at the Hubbali Eidgah Maidan. Chitradurg Murg Seer, accused of sexually assaulting 2 minor girls, is likely to be arrested today. This comes after the students filed a complaint against the Seer. Chhattisgarh's Chief Minister Bhupesh Baghel met with UPA MLAs in Raipur Resort. As many as 32 MLAs of the ruling UPA coalition in Jharkhand flew down to Raipur.
Wherever you run your eyes, all that you could see is destruction.
Now, after several incriminating documents were seized from the madrasa in Assam, which is being demolished today, the police are looking into links to the Al-Qaeda. Do remember that there have been 2 arrests in this particular case where those arrested have been linked to the Al-Qaeda's cells. Pictures on your screen are coming to you from the madrasa in Bongaigaon, which is now being demolished. Do remember that there are several private madrasas which are running in Assam, and those have now come under the scanner of the government. Primarily after the linkages with the Al-Qaeda were established. This particular madrasa, of course, documents as well as what the police says is incriminating evidence was found that seemed to suggest that there was indoctrination going on at this madrasa. Now, of course, authorities have moved in to demolish it. Anirudh is reporting on this. He joins us live right now. Anirudh, give us more details of what's happening there right now. We're given to understand that there is enough security that's been put in place to make sure that the demolition can go ahead.
Yes, in fact, security deployment have been made in and around the area. And as we spoke in the morning also, how the entire premises was vacated yesterday night itself. And today, just a few minutes back, 10 minutes or 15 minutes back, demolition of the madrasa have been started. It was unlike the other madrasas. This is not a makeshift madrasa, but it was a complete concrete structure with RCC, 2-story RCC building. And right now, 4-5 JCBs are being used, bulldozers are being used by the district administration to bulldoze this illegally built structure. The district administration have been telling us that safety measures were not there in this building, and apart from that, this many altercations were made apart from the approved design of this building. Giving all these facts aside, the major issue is that this madrasa, Hafizur Rahman, was working as a teacher, who happened to be a teacher of this madrasa, and was also involved in various illegal activities as far as the Al-Qaeda module in Assam is concerned.
The BJP leaders are staging such protests.
Farm of the party MLAs who are protesting against Delhi LG Vinay Saxena.
And a quick look at some top international stories. Mikhail Gorbachev, who is the last leader of the Soviet Union, waged a losing battle to salvage a crumbling empire but produce extraordinary reforms that led to the end of the Cold War, has died. Gorbachev won the 1990 Nobel Peace Prize for his role in ending the Cold War and spent his later years collecting accolades and awards from all corners of the world. About 100 people gathered outside the South Carolina State House yesterday. The South Carolina House appeared ready to vote on a new total ban on abortion, with no exceptions for pregnancies caused by rape or incest, as Democrats joined with the chamber's most conservative members to keep the bill as restrictive as possible. US President Joe Biden forcefully defends the FBI as the agency and its employees come under withering criticism. In the Sonali Phogat murder case, the Haryana police have detained a computer operator who went missing with a DVD, a mobile phone, a laptop and other documents. The Hissar police is currently interrogating him. He's been detained in the Sonali Phogat murder case. Now, do remember that Sonali Phogat's family alleges that this person had gone absconding after he received a phone call after Sonali Phogat's death. He used to work as a computer operator at I think Sonali Phogat's farmhouse. To remember that her family has been alleged that there was a conspiracy behind Sonali Phogat's murder, and it is in fact her brother who raised these questions, after which the police began an investigation. There are 2 aides of Sonali Phogat who of course are currently under arrest, and there is also an investigation into the narcotics nexus in this case. You're watching Republic TV. When we return, we can get you more details of the Sonali Phogat murder case. Making news this morning, the suspended BJP leader Seema Patra, accused of torturing her domestic help, has been arrested. The BJP suspended Seema Patra on grounds of brutally torturing her house help. After the BJP suspended Seema Patra, the Jharkhand governor has written to the DGP urging them to take action in the matter. The BJP leader has been accused of brutally torturing her domestic help. In a late-night hearing, the Karnataka High Court upheld an order of the Dharwad Municipal Commissioner allowing the Ganesh Chaturthi festival to be held at the Hubbali Eidgah Maidan. Chitradurg Murg Seer, accused of sexually assaulting 2 minor girls, is likely to be arrested today. This comes after the students filed a complaint against the Seer. Chhattisgarh's Chief Minister Bhupesh Baghel met with UPA MLAs in Raipur Resort. As many as 32 MLAs of the ruling UPA coalition in Jharkhand flew down to Raipur by a flight from Ranchi and have been shifted to a nearby resort amidst tight security. A few more MLAs from the JMM are expected to join the Congress MLAs and JMM legislators at the Mayfair Resort in Chhattisgarh. The Enforcement Directorate has sought information from the West Bengal Board of Primary Education, the appointment of primary teachers since 2011. This is in connection with the ongoing probe into school job scam. The ED had earlier arrested suspended Trinamool Congress leader Patra Chatterjee and his close associate Arpita Mukherjee for their alleged involvement in the multi-crore scam.
जो सामाजिक प्रश्न होने के कारण एक शराब की रणनीति पॉलिसी गलत बनाई, इसलिए मैंने उसको लिखा।
अब इन्होंने शराब नीति में घोटाला हो गया। अब सीबीआई ने कह दिया कोई घोटाला नहीं हुआ। जनता इनकी बात नहीं मान रही। अभी अन्ना हजारे जी के कंधे पे बंदूक रख के चला रहे हैं।
The BJP leaders are staging such protests.
Farm of the party members who are protesting against Delhi LG Vinay Saxena.
And a quick look at some top international stories. Mikhail Gorbachev, who is the last leader of the Soviet Union, waged a losing battle to salvage a crumbling empire but produce extraordinary reforms that led to the end of the Cold War, has died. Gorbachev won the 1990 Nobel Peace Prize for his role in ending the Cold War and spent his later years collecting accolades and awards from all corners of the world. About 100 people gathered outside the South Carolina State House yesterday. The South Carolina House appeared ready to vote on a new total ban on abortion, with no exceptions for pregnancies caused by rape or incest, as Democrats joined with the chamber's most conservative members to keep the bill as restrictive as possible. US President Joe Biden forcefully defends the FBI as the agency and its employees come under withering criticism and threats of violence since executing a search warrant at former President Donald Trump's Florida residence earlier this month.
So let me say this to my MAGA Republican friends in Congress. Don't tell me you support law enforcement if you won't condemn what happened on the 6th. For God's sake, whose side are you on? Whose side are you on? You're either on the side of a mob or the side of the police. You can't be pro-law enforcement and pro-insurrection. You can't be a party of law and order and call the people who attacked the police on January 6th patriots. You can't do it. What are we teaching our children?
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says that the situation around the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant remains highly threatening. After meeting with the International Atomic Energy Agency Director General Rafael Grossi, Zelensky again says that immediate and complete demilitarization of the ZNPP is necessary. A Russian ambulance crew was killed in a collision with a fuel tanker and another vehicle in the Yaroslavl region. According to Russian state media, the ambulance was rushing to an emergency when the tanker driver allegedly lost control and hit.
देखने नहीं आवे तो आप लोग कहेंगे कि ये लोग कहेगा कि देखने तक नहीं आए। देखने आए तो आप लोग पूछ रहे हैं तो मैंने जितना समझा उतना मैंने बताया। हम तो कोई हेमंत सोरेन अगर एम्बुलेंस से भेज रहा है तो मैंने बधाई दिया अभी सरकार को। अच्छा काम, इसी प्रकार से वो अच्छे काम करते रहे।
So in a major breaking update, Republic has learned that Seema Patra is, well, a short while back we had reported how she is in the Mahila Thana at Ranchi, and Anup, our reporter there who's covering and who's unearthed this ghastly story, was also telling us about how she was likely to be presented in court after a medical. Seema Patra will have a medical test between 10 and 12 and will be presented in court after that. This comes 10 hours after Republic's mega campaign against the torture and cruelty of the domestic help. Now, the BJP leader has been suspended. Anup joining us. Anup, well, ever since this story broke, there has been outrage expressed from all quarters, from across. It's a story that's shaken the entire nation. The kind of brutality, the kind of torture. Well, tell us, what is the latest you have as far as details and updates on the presentation of court in court of Seema Patra is concerned? Also, what other information do you have at this moment?
देखिए, सीमा पात्रा यहीं अंदर मौजूद है। ये महिला थाना है और अब से थोड़ी देर बाद इनको यहां से लेकर जाया जाएगा सदर अस्पताल में। मेडिकल होना उनका, जो पुलिस के ऑफिसर्स हैं वो धीरे धीरे महिला ऑफिसर्स हैं, उनके आने का सिलसिला भी शुरू हो गया है। इंतजार डीएसपी जो है, आईओ जो है, जिन्हें डीएसपी राजा मित्रा जो इस केस के आईओ हैं, उनका है कि वो पेपर्स कुछ सबमिट करने थे, पेपर तैयार कर रहे थे, उसके बाद यहाँ पहुंचेंगे और उसके बाद सीमा पात्रा को लेकर यहाँ से सदर अस्पताल लेकर जाया जाएगा। लेकिन देखिए, इस पर सियासत भी हो रही है। पॉलिटिकल अपडेट भी मैं आपको बताऊं, बाबूलाल मरांडी मिलने पहुंचे थे पीड़िता से, वहां जाकर पीड़िता से मुलाकात की और कहा सीमा पात्रा की गिरफ्तारी हो गई, इससे वो खुश थे। और एक दूसरी पीड़िता काजल है, एसिड विक्टिम्स है, उसे लेकर उसे एयरलिफ्ट किया जा रहा है, बाहर भेजा जा रहा है, उसे लेकर भी खुशी जताई कि चलिए अच्छा काम किया जा रहा है। लेकिन यहाँ जो बड़ी बात मैं आपको बता दूं, सीमा पात्रा को आज सुबह जब गिरफ्तार किया गया, घर से ये कहा गया कि आपको पूछताछ के लिए ले जाया जा रहा है, लेकिन यहाँ आकर गिरफ्तारी शो की गई, पेपर में बाकायदा साइन कराया गया और अब तैयारी है, बस उनको कोर्ट में पेश किया जाएगा। पहले मेडिकल, उसके बाद थोड़ी देर बाद किसी भी वक्त अधिकारी यहाँ पहुंचेंगे, डीएसपी पहुंचेंगे, उसके बाद यहाँ से ठीक आधे किलोमीटर की दूरी पर सदर अस्पताल है, वहां उनका मेडिकल टेस्ट होगा।
Right. Well, and when we talk about, the brutality, what are the reactions that you're getting from people there? News of the brutal treatment. Well, even though we are here, what other organizations are coming in support? What is the state government saying as far as action to be taken, as far as support to be provided for, Sunita's the domestic health recovery?
देखिए, मैं आपको बता दूं कि उस जो महिला है सुनीता खागागर, उनको जब देखा मैंने तो आप यकीन नहीं करेंगे, मुझे भी भरोसा नहीं हो रहा था इसने इतने अमानवीय तरीके से किसी को ऐसे पीटा जा सकता है। चेहरे पर कट मार्क्स से पूरे शरीर पर, हालांकि कहा जा रहा है कि पूरे शरीर पर कहीं कोई ऐसी जगह नहीं है जहां निशान नहीं थे चोट के, दागने के निशान नहीं थे, उनके दांत तोड़े गए थे, रॉड से मारकर उनकी पीठ की हड्डी तोड़ी गई थी। अब जरा समझिए, इतनी ब्रूटल तरीके से, इतने अमानवीय तरीके से पीटा जाएगा तो क्या हालत होगा। 28 साल की वो महिला जो है, आप उसे देखेंगे तो कहेंगे कि 45 साल की है, ऐसी हालत उसकी हो गई है। और आज उस पर सियासत भी होगी, क्योंकि आज जो आदिवासी संगठन है वो सीमा पात्रा के खिलाफ आज एकजुट होने वाला है। शाम 4 बजे अरगुड़ा चौक पर धरना प्रदर्शन होने वाला है। कहा जा रहा है कि सीमा पात्रा के खिलाफ आवाज बुलंद की जाएगी। और दूसरी तरफ मैं आपको बता दूं, बीजेपी जो है, बीजेपी भी एक आक्रोश मार्च निकालने वाली है, लेकिन यह आक्रोश मार्च जो है वो हेमंत सोरेन सरकार के खिलाफ है। यानी आज सियासी ड्रामा जो है, पॉलिटिकल एक्शन सबसे ज्यादा होने वाले हैं।
Well, many thanks, Anup, for joining us there. Let's listen in to more reactions that are coming in from eminent quarters in Jharkhand itself. Let's listen in.
मैं यहाँ आया था तो दोनों पेशेंट को मैंने देखा। एक तो जो तेजाब से लड़के ने, जो बेरहमी से जिसको कहते हैं, चेहरा देख करके एकदम दर्द होता है। ये सोच भी नहीं सकते हैं कि कोई हवानियत का भी हद होती है। और वैसे व्यक्ति को तो बिल्कुल सरकार से हम यही करेंगे, फर्स्ट ट्रैक कोर्ट गठित करके और तुरंत सजा दिलानी चाहिए, ताकि फिर दूसरा कोई दुस्साहस नहीं कर सके। हाँ, एक बात कि मैं हेमंत सोरेन जी को जरूर बधाई देना चाहूँगा, क्योंकि सरकार ने जो एक डिसीजन लिया है, इनको एयर एम्बुलेंस से यहाँ से दिल्ली शिफ्ट करके वहाँ बेहतर इलाज हो सके, तो एक अच्छा काम उन्होंने काम किया है। बाकी जो दूसरी, मैंने अभी बच्ची को देखा, बताए देख के ही लगते हैं गरीब है, काम करती थी, तो फिर उसको पिटाई करने कोई मतलब नहीं है। अगर आपको उससे संतुष्ट नहीं है तो बाहर कर दीजिए, जितना काम किया है उतना पैसा दे करके आप कह दीजिए बेटा तुम अपना घर जाओ। लेकिन मारना कहीं से भी कोई मानवीयता का कहीं भी कोई स्थान नहीं है। और आरोपी है वो आपकी पार्टी की नेत्री है, पार्टी ने उसे निलंबित कर दिया, उसको हटा दिया पार्टी से। अब हमारे पार्टी बहुत सारे लोग रहते हैं, उसका मतलब कोई भी कर्म करेगा उसको तो थोड़े हम लोग बर्दाश्त करेंगे। और हम लोग तो तो मंत्र को जानने वाले हैं, महाभारत क्या पूरी कथा कहानी को जानते हैं। दिनकर जी ने क्या कहा था, न्याय अर्थ।
मैडम आप बोलेंगे जो आरोप आप पर लगे मैडम,
से प्रेरित आरोप है मेरे कुछ जो आरोप ऐसे मत करिए। हाँ फंसाया गया हमको फंसाया गया है, हमको फंसाया गया है। बोलते तो है नहीं, हम जा रहे हैं, फंसाया गया है।
मैडम इतनी मैडम उनको मारा आपने। तो देखिए सीमा पात्रा ये कह रही हैं कि उनको फंसाया गया, पॉलिटिकल इश्यू बनाया जा रहा है। ठीक
अपने लेट हो जाएगा
मैडम, निकाल लीजिए।
अपने लेट हो जाएगा, इसलिए बोल रहा मैं आप लेके जाइए, गाड़ी लेके जाइए।
बिल्कुल देखिए आप समझिए इस चीज को। एक बड़ा पोस्ट भी उनके होल्ड करती हैं वो, और अब देखिए अब उनको लेकर जाया जाएगा। अब तैयारी की जा रही है, हालांकि वो खुद से इनकार कर रही हैं, पूरे आरोपों से इनकार कर रही हैं और कह रही है कि मुझे फंसाया जा रहा है और ये कहा जा रहा है कि सदर हॉस्पिटल उनको लेकर जाया जाएगा, सदर अस्पताल लेकर जाया जाएगा। और पुलिस रिक्वेस्ट कर रही है कि आप मीडिया वालों को कि आप हमें मदद करें, उनको लेकर जाने दें, क्योंकि उनका मेडिकल टेस्ट कराना है, उसके बाद उनको कोर्ट में पेश करना। अंदर बैठी हैं, मैं कहूंगा कि तस्वीरें दिखाएं, विजय अभिषेक दिखाएं वो। बिल्कुल हम लोग बिल्कुल चलिए, हम लोग साइड हो जाते हैं। चलिए ये अभी देखिए उनको ले जाने की तैयारी, और ये बारिश शुरू हो गई है। मैं आपको बताऊं, यहाँ से मेडिकल टेस्ट के लिए उनको लेकर जाया जाएगा। जी तो देखिए मीडिया वालों को कहा जा रहा है कि थोड़ा किनारे हो जाएं। हमने बात करने की कोशिश भी की थी, सीमा पात्रा से वो साफ कह रही थी मुझे फंसाया जा रहा है। ये पूरी तरह से पॉलिटिकल एंगल इसको दिया जा रहा है, क्योंकि ये बड़ा हाई प्रोफाइल मामला है। खुद बेटी बचाओ बेटी पढ़ाओ अभियान की संयोजक रही है झारखंड की, तो इस वजह से इसको अलग राजनीतिक रंग देने की कोशिश की जा रही है। देखिए पूरी कोशिश की जा रही है कि किसी तरह उनको यहाँ से सही तरीके से लेकर जाया जाए। मीडिया का जमावड़ा, बारिश भी तेज हो चुकी है, तो ऐसे में इनको लेकर जाया जाएगा। यहाँ से मेडिकल टेस्ट होगा, कोरोना टेस्ट होगा। धारा बहुत गंभीर लगी है, ST/SC एक्ट लगा है, जिसमें बेल नामुमकिन है, जेल जाना ही पड़ेगा उनको। ये बात तय है, मान के चलिए आप। और इस केस में वो खुद ही कह रही हैं कि वो दोषी नहीं है, उनको फंसाया जा रहा है, उनको झूठे आरोप में फंसाया जा रहा है। लेकिन तमाम चीजें पुलिस भी साफ कर रही थी कि बिल्कुल क्रिस्टल क्लियर मामला है। शरीर पर चोट, अपने आप में चीख कर उसके निशान गवाही दे रहे थे कि उनको मारपीट किया गया, उनके साथ उनको पीटा गया है। लेकिन देखिए एक बार फिर सीमा पात्रा आ रही है, दोबारा उनको गाड़ी में बिठाकर पुलिस यहां से ले जाएगी। कोशिश करेंगे सीमा पात्रा को। सीमा जी आप बेकसूर हैं।
मैडम बेटे को क्यों अस्पताल में भर्ती किए थे? इसलिए कि उसकी तबीयत खराब थी।
मैडम आपने मारा है?
नहीं मारा है, नहीं मारा।
चोट के निशान है मैडम, कौन मारा है?
नहीं मारा, मुझे नहीं पता, नहीं मारा है।
आपके घर में रही थी, कौन मारेगा मैडम? आपने मारा है मैडम? आपने मारा है मैडम? तो देखिए सुनीता पात्रा को मेडिकल के लिए लेकर जाया जा रहा है, देखिए हम सदर अस्पताल उनको लेकर जाया जा रहा है। हम कोशिश करेंगे अभिषेक, कि उनको सदर अस्पताल जाएं हम, जहां उनका मेडिकल होगा। खुद वो अपने आप को बेकसूर बता रहे हैं, कह रही कि उन्होंने कोई गलती नहीं की है, इसके बावजूद उनको फंसाया जा रहा है। ये बड़ा बयान दिया, देखिए बड़ा बयान सुनीता पात्रा ने दिया। हम कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि हम भी सदर अस्पताल जाएं, उनके साथ सदर अस्पताल जाएं। यहां से लेकर पुलिस की टीम उनको गई है और पुलिस के अधिकारी भी उनके साथ जा रहे हैं। यहां से आगे निकल चुके हैं अशोक, यहां से आगे निकल चुके हैं पुलिस वाले। खैर वो आगे निकल गए, लेकिन थोड़ी देर में सदर अस्पताल में उनका मेडिकल टेस्ट हो रहा है। मेडिकल टेस्ट होगा और उसके बाद उनको कोर्ट में पेश किया जाएगा, क्योंकि ज्यादा वक्त नहीं लगता है। अशोक ज्यादा वक्त नहीं लगता है, सदर अस्पताल उनको लेकर जाया जा रहा है।
सदर हॉस्पिटल
लेकर जा रहे हैं मैडम? कोर्ट में कितने दिन में पेश करेंगे मैडम आप?
बस कोविड जांच रिपोर्ट आने के बाद में।
कितना वक्त लगता है मैडम? मैडम आप कुछ बोलेंगे? जो आरोप आप पर लगे मैडम?
से प्रेरित आरोप है मेरे कुछ जो आरोप। आप लोग ऐसे मत करिए। हाँ फंसाया गया हमको फंसाया गया है हमको फंसाया गया है। बोलते तो है नहीं हम जा रहे फंसाया गया है।
मैडम इतनी मैडम उनको मारा आपने। सीमा पात्रा आ रही हैं, दोबारा उनको गाड़ी में बिठाकर पुलिस यहाँ से ले जाएगी। कोशिश करेंगे सीमा पात्रा को। सीमा जी आप बेकसूर हैं।
मैडम बेटे को क्यों अस्पताल में भर्ती किए थे? इसलिए कि उसकी तबीयत खराब थी।
मैडम आपने मारा है?
नहीं मारा है। नहीं
चोट के निशान है मैडम। कौन मारा है?
नहीं मारा, मुझे नहीं पता, नहीं मारा है।
आपने घर में रह रही थी, कौन मारेगा मैडम? आपने मारा मैडम? आपने मारा मैडम? दोषी है। तो देखिए सुनीता पात्रा को मेडिकल के लिए लेकर जाया जा रहा है। मेडिकल के लिए लेकर जाया जा रहा है। देखिए हम मैडम कहाँ लेकर जा रहे हैं?
So Republic campaign bears fruit. Suspended BJP leader Seema Patra there in those visuals outside the Mahila prison in Ranchi, being taken for her medical checkup before she is presented in court. Seema Patra charged under a non-bailable offence of brutality and torture. According to the SC/ST Act, there's no doubt about it, she is going to jail. However, as you just listened, she was continuing to maintain her innocence. Let's listen in once again.
सदर हॉस्पिटल
लेकर जा रहे हैं मैडम? कोर्ट में कितने दिन में पेश करेंगे मैडम आप?
बस कोविड जांच रिपोर्ट आने के बाद में।
कितना वक्त लगता है मैडम? मैडम आप कुछ बोलेंगे? जो आरोप आप पर लगे मैडम?
से प्रेरित आरोप है मेरे कुछ जो आरोप। आप लोग ऐसे मत करिए। हाँ फंसाया गया हमको फंसाया गया है। बोलते तो है नहीं हम जा रहे फंसाया गया है।
मैडम इतनी मैडम उनको मारा आपने। सीमा पात्रा आ रही हैं, दोबारा उनको गाड़ी में बिठाकर पुलिस यहाँ से ले जाएगी। कोशिश करेंगे सीमा पात्रा को। सीमा जी आप बेकसूर हैं।
मैडम बेटे को क्यों अस्पताल में भर्ती किए थे? इसलिए कि उसकी तबीयत खराब थी।
मैडम आपने मारा है?
नहीं मारा है।
चोट के निशान है मैडम। कौन मारा है?
नहीं मारा, मुझे नहीं पता, नहीं मारा है।
आपने घर में रह रही थी, कौन मारेगा मैडम? आपने मारा मैडम? आपने मारा मैडम? दोषी है। तो देखिए सुनीता पात्रा को मेडिकल के लिए लेकर जाया जा रहा है। देखिए हम सीमा पात्रा आ रही हैं, दोबारा उनको गाड़ी में बिठा।
Seema Patra being taken for her medical test before she is presented in court. Our correspondent Anup there giving us each and every update as it happens. Minute-to-minute updates here on Republic. Seema Patra accused of heinous torture of her domestic help. And she has been charged. The government acts after a media campaign led by Republic. And we'll be bringing you all the updates there on that story as it happens. Seema Patra there at the hospital for her medical checkup. As we were telling you, this is the last step before she is presented in court. Just a few seconds back, we had seen how she continues to maintain her innocence. She says she is innocent and that she is being framed. Our correspondent Anup there at the scene in Ranchi. A short while back, we had reported how she was in the Mahila Thana there. Seema Patra has been charged under the SC/ST Act, a non-bailable offence. So there is no doubt that she will be going to prison. Seema Patra is accused of, having caused heinous injury, which includes beating with iron rods and even making her lick urine and unthought of excesses, brutality against her domestic help. However, just a few seconds ago, we had seen how she had protested her innocence, saying that she was being framed. And these are live visuals we're getting you. That's the first step, registering the name just before her medical checkup. And Seema Patra there at the center in black, covering her face and masked, and just about to enter for her medical checkup. She has already arrived at the Sadar hospital for her medical checkup, after which she will be presented in court. Just a short while back, as she was led out of the Mahila Thana, we had heard how she continued to protest her innocence. Seema Patra is accused of having caused immense brutality to her domestic help. And there's widespread condemnation of her behavior towards her domestic help. And there's a huge outcry and outrage, an incident that has shocked the entire nation. Seema Patra there arriving at the hospital, being led by the police of Ranchi for her medical checkup. While she herself continues to maintain her innocence, the BJP, the party to which she belongs, has already suspended her. Anup joining us once again. Anup, we are getting those visuals that you're sending us of Seema Patra there at the medical center where she's arrived for her medical checkup. Take us through what's happening.
कोरोना का टेस्ट होगा उनका, और जो नॉर्मल टेस्ट है वो होने हैं, और मैं आपको बताऊं उसके बाद उनको यहां से कोर्ट लेकर जाया जाएगा। सीमा पात्रा लगातार ये कह रही हैं कि वो निर्दोष है, उनको फंसाया गया। हम तस्वीरें आपको दिखा रहे, देखिए ये सदर अस्पताल है जहां मेडिकल टेस्ट के लिए उनको लाया गया। ये कोविड टेस्ट सेंटर है जहां पर पहले उनका कोविड टेस्ट किया जाएगा, जो दूसरे नॉर्मल टेस्ट हैं वो हो जाएंगे। लगभग 15 से 20 मिनट के बाद जब रिपोर्ट आएगी उसके बाद यहां से उनको कोर्ट में पेश करने के लिए लेकर जाया जाएगा। लेकिन सीमा पात्रा लगातार जोर जोर से चीख कर कह रही थी कि बेकसूर हैं, वो उनको फंसाया जा रहा है, राजनीतिक साजिश रची जा रही है। ये खुद चीख कर वो कह रही थी। हमने कई सवाल किए, क्या आपने मारा है? तो उन्होंने कहा नहीं, हमने नहीं मारा है। तो आखिर ये सवाल कि आखिर उस महिला के शरीर पर चोट कैसे आ गए, चोट के निशान कैसे आ गए? इसके अलावा हमने ये भी पूछा कि क्या आपने अपने बेटे को पागल खाने भेजा है? तो उन्होंने कहा नहीं, वो बीमार था इसलिए भेजा था। लेकिन जो अंदर खाने जो खबर है वो ये कि अपनी पोल खुलते देख इन्होंने अपने ही बेटे को बता दिया कि मानसिक रोगी है। उसके बाद बकायदा हथकड़ी में इनको पागल खाने तक भिजवाया गया। हालांकि इस पूरे प्रकरण के सामने आने के बाद कहा ये जानकारी मिल रही है कि बेटे को छोड़ दिया गया वहां से। लेकिन अब देखिए, अब इस पर सियासत भी खूब हो रही है। ये मेडिकल टेस्ट की तैयारी चल रही है इस वक्त, और उसके बाद इनको कोर्ट में पेश करने के लिए लेकर जाया जाएगा। लेकिन लगातार वो यही कह रही है कि वो बेकसूर है, उन्होंने कोई मारपीट नहीं की है, उनको फंसाया जा रहा है, पॉलिटिकल एंगल लिया जा रहा है इस पूरे मामले पर।
So a political angle being given to this entire case as Seema Patra protests her innocence. Anup there joining us with all the updates as they happen. Many thanks for joining us there, Anup. Moving on to other news stories, a fresh lead now. 62 properties linked to Anubrata are being searched. A latest update in the Anubrata case from West Bengal. That's the SSC recruitment scam in West Bengal. 62 properties linked to Anubrata being searched. A major development in the case as it moves forward. 26 properties linked to Anubrata's daughter under the lens. And furthermore, Anubrata's confidant and TMC leader also being grilled by the CBI. So a major breaking development in the SSC recruitment case of West Bengal. Shavan is joining us to take us through this major breaking news. Shavan, we hear multiple properties linked to Anubrata under the scanner. It's over to you to take us through this breaking development.
In fact, Earlier in the day, we had brought in news with regards to a TMC councillor whose premises are being searched by the Central Bureau of Investigation. In fact, the TMC councillor is also being questioned by the agency. Now, this is in connection to the land.
So 62 properties being searched as far as we know, 24 properties linked to Anubrata under the lens. Shavan, who's breaking the story for us at this point, we're trying to get in touch with him. Shavan, if you can hear me. Well, this is Anubrata Mandal, and this is the latest in the cattle smuggling case. Anubrata Mandal, properties linked to him as well as his daughter under the lens. 62 properties in all. This is the cattle smuggling case in West Bengal. And Shavan, to take us through this breaking development. Shavan, it's over to you.
Well, in fact, 62 properties are now being linked. They are being under the scanner. 24 properties are already under the lens of Anubrata Mandal. Another 26 properties of Anubrata's daughter. And a total of over 60 such properties that have been linked to Anubrata and Anubrata's family members are now under the scanner. In fact, we are being told that the Central Bureau of Investigation is also questioning the chartered accountant on Anubrata Mandal. In fact, searches are also being carried out at the premises linked to Anubrata Mandal. So all that put together, it's important to point out here is that in the earlier news break when we had brought out information with regards to how the close confidants of Anubrata Mandal were largely involved in the cattle smuggling, and it is they who were collecting the money on behalf of Anubrata Mandal from the cattle traders, is now essentially out in the open with the Central Bureau of Investigation questioning Anubrata Mandal inside the Assam jail where he is lodged currently. And the questioning has taken place following some fresh leads that were gathered by the Central Bureau of Investigation.
Well, the big story breaking at this hour. Shavan, our senior editor on it. Also joining us is Kishle from Kolkata. Kishle, well, major breaking news update there, a major development in the cattle smuggling case. Now 62 properties under the lens. The number itself is mind-boggling. We can only marvel. 62 properties of one leader, of one individual and his daughter. Give us more details.
Well, Nupur, there are some updates now. We are getting to know about 162 properties that are under lens. Anubrata Mandal's 24 properties, Shukonna Mandal's 26 properties, Chobi Mandal's 12 properties, all his family members, Saigal Hossain's 47 properties, and Biddut's 32 properties, and there are some other properties as well. So right now, CBI has been raiding multiple locations in Bolpur, in Birbhum, and there are all these huge staggering amount of properties, and each of these amounting to crores. So the amount can well go up to hundreds of crores. 162 properties under CBI scanner now. And as Shawan has put very rightly, that how all these properties and Anubrata Mandal's whole nexus used to operate, and there was a network from where money was received. And as he has also broken first in our network that yesterday Anubrata Mandal was grilled by the CBI, and then these crucial informations have come up. We are keeping a close tab on all of these, and we will be coming back with more after a short break.
A look at the top international stories at this hour. Supporters of prominent Iraqi Shiite cleric Muqtada al-Sadr fired rocket-propelled grenades into Iraq's green zone as machine gun fire crackled overhead, deepening the political chaos gripping the Mideast nation. Iraq's military and 4 rockets were launched into the heavily fortified green zone. Footage shows the chaos emerged into the green zone that injured at least one who was taken away by a 3-wheeled rickshaw. Muqtada al-Sadr, Iraqi cleric, calls on his supporters to withdraw from the capital's government quarter, where they traded heavy fire with security forces in a serious escalation of a months-long political crisis gripping the nation. In a televised speech, Muqtada al-Sadr gave his supporters an hour to leave. Minutes later, some could be seen abandoning their positions on live television. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky met members of the International Atomic Energy Agency delegation in Kyiv. The UN nuclear watchdog team are on an urgent mission to safeguard the Russian-occupied Zaporizhzhia atomic power plant at the heart of fighting in Ukraine. A long-awaited trip the world hopes will help avoid a radioactive catastrophe. European Union nations divided on Tuesday over whether to slap a broad visa ban on Russian citizens, torn between a desire to ramp up pressure on President Vladimir Putin and concern about punishing people who may not even support his war on Ukraine.
Trouble mounts for Mamata Banerjee's top man. The CBI searches now underway across Bengal in the cattle smuggling case. Raids on Anubrata Mondal's CA properties linked to Mamata Banerjee's man are now under the scanner, and another top TMC leader is under the leads.
Hospital, Southern Hospital. कोर्ट में कितने ट्रिप करेंगे मैडम आप? बस जांच रिपोर्ट आने के बाद में कितना वक्त लगता है मैडम?
Republic campaign forces action on the suspended BJP leader who tortured and battered the domestic help. She is now placed under arrest. Hours after Republic TV's campaign, suspended BJP leader is arrested. Belated action but no expulsion. Unleashes horror on domestic help, but Seema Patra claims innocence as she is being framed. Amidst an uproar over criminal charges, Nitish changes the accused Mantri Kartikeya Kumar's ministry but is yet to sack him. Big development in the Sonali Phogat murder case. Sources suggest that another accused has now been detained. A face-off over liquor grade is building up. The BJP challenges the Aam Aadmi Party on truth. The Aam Aadmi Party says, repeat Operation Lotus. Good morning and thank you very much for staying with us on Live and Breaking on Republic TV. I'm Nupur Talwar Suri, and we are quickly going to get you news that's just coming in from Kanpur and Lucknow. We are now learning that the IT department is carrying out searches at 2 premises in Kanpur and a few other locations in Lucknow. These raids are in connection with a former UP bureaucrat, Rajesh Singh Yadav. Let me go across to Shavan Sen, who has more details on this. Shavan, good morning. Shavan, give us more details about what these raids that are being carried out by the IT department are about.
So in fact, there are searches that have been carried out in Kanpur, 2 locations in Kanpur and a few other locations in Lucknow. This is linked to the Mangalani group, UPCON and bureaucrat Rajesh Singh Yadav, Deputy Commissioner Industries and others. This is in a suspected tax evasion case. Not the first time that the searches have been carried out. Earlier too, these searches were carried out when the Income Tax Department had essentially indicated that incriminating evidence was gathered during the searches, including several cash transactions. Now, premises that have been connected to two individuals who go by the name of Raju Chauhan and Deshraj are being searched. Their premises are being searched in Kanpur. In fact, it is suspected to have links with the political family in Uttar Pradesh. And also, what we are picking up is that both of these individuals, Raju Chauhan and Deshraj, have major land banks in their names.
I think Shravan Sen is continuing to be with us. Now, Shravan, we are given to understand that this is not the first time that this is under the scanner. There have been raids that have been connected to Rajesh Singh Yadav, which were conducted earlier as well. All right, we seem to have lost that audio connection with Shravan Sen. We'll just get him back in a bit. But here's what we know so far. Raids are being carried out by the IT department at various locations in Kanpur as well as Lucknow. These are linked to the bureaucrat Rajesh Singh Yadav. Well, the Congress party's internal problems seem to be mounting after there has been a lot of criticism that's coming within the party, and after Ghulam Nabi Azad resigned from the party, we're now given to understand that Manish Tiwari has also rejected the claim that has been made by the Congress that the internal polls that are being held are fair. Manish Tiwari is the latest leader to hit out at what's happening in the Congress party. We've also seen Anand Sharma in the past saying that internal elections that are being held in the Congress party need to be fair, and that is the only way for the Congress party to revive itself. So what we are getting is another senior Congress leader hitting out at the Congress party right now. Do remember that there have been several claims that have been made by senior leaders of the Congress party that it is run by Rahul Gandhi, and essentially criticizing the manner in which the Congress party is being run. I'm going to try and go across to Piyush Mishra over this to give us more details about what Manish Tiwari has said. But do remember that Manish Tiwari has often come out and spoken to the media about what he feels are problems with the Congress party. All of this, of course, began really with the letter that about 23 Congress leaders had written last year to Sonia Gandhi, where they had pinpointed the problems with the Congress party and also spoken about the way forward. Now, do remember that after the Congress party continued to lose elections, Rahul Gandhi has stepped down from all posts, and Mrs. Sonia Gandhi, of course, had taken on as the interim president. Now, just yesterday, there was talk of the fact that there is a faction within the Congress, and of course, we also had a comment that came in from Mallikarjun Kharge, where he essentially said that he believes that Rahul Gandhi is the true leader of the Congress. Now, that came in for a severe amount of criticism from certain senior leaders of the Congress party, including those that you see on your screen, Anand Sharma, Manish Tiwari, as well as Ghulam Nabi Azad, who quit the party after working with the Congress for about 40 years. The fact that there are leaders who still want Rahul Gandhi to head the party without actually being elected is something that is now bringing to the fore wide differences that have been there in the internal politics of the Congress. Let me go across to Piyush Mishra. Piyush, another leader from the Congress party, a former minister as well, Manish Tiwari, now joining the ranks of those senior leaders who are continuing to criticize the party. And also, essentially, Piyush, there seems to be little belief within senior leaders that elections for internal roles will be free and fair.
Well, absolutely, and we have seen a series of top leaders of Congress party coming out and questioning the process of electing the new president of the Congress party. And now Manish Tiwari has joined the ranks. Remember that he has tweeted to statement of Madhusudan Mistry and has asked if the list is not made public, then how would it be free and fair. I'm going to quote from the tweet which Manish Tiwari has tweeted, where he says, and I quote, "With great respect, Madhusudan Mistry ji, how can there be a fair and free election without a publicly available electoral roll? Essence of a fair and free process is the names and addresses of electors must be published on Congress's website in a transparent manner." Basically, he was reacting to Madhusudan Mistry's statement to a newspaper where he had said that the list will not be made public, and on that Manish Tiwari is now asking as to how is it going to be fair and transparent manner when the list is not out. Earlier we have seen the likes of Ghulam Nabi Azad, Kapil Sibal, Anand Sharma, all of them are coming out forming a G23 group, and then Ghulam Nabi Azad becoming one of the topmost leaders of Congress party, coming out in open and slamming not only Congress party but also Rahul Gandhi. After that he also put down his papers. We'll have to wait and watch how the Congress party is going to look into it, but a series of statements are now coming out, where the Congress party leaders are questioning the way these elections are taking place. Remember that elections will take place on October 17. The results would be out on October 19, and October 8 is going to be the last date of filing for the nomination. There are multiple names, so those are doing rounds, which also includes the name of Shashi Tharoor and many others. Sources are suggesting us that there could be a name out of the Gandhi family, and that would be projected by the crusades of Rahul Gandhi to show that this time they do not want Gandhi to be faced. But like our top leader once told to media, Gandhis cannot be seen without Congress, and Congress cannot be imagined without Gandhis. That was the statement of a Congress leader. But now the most Congress leaders are coming out and slamming the process with which the Congress party is now going.
Well, absolutely, Piyush. As you're pointing out, of course, voices of dissent have been raised from the Congress party for quite some time now. We'll have to wait and watch as to how that pans out. Manish Tiwari is the latest to join the list. Thank you very much for joining us, Piyush, with those details. And here's the latest that's coming in on the Sonali Phogat murder case. We're now learning that the Haryana police have detained a person who was a computer operator and went missing with a DVD, a mobile phone, a laptop and other documents in the Pooja Phogat murder case. The Hissar police is interrogating him currently. Sonali's family, of course, has alleged that he has a hand in this murder, and the fact also that he had absconded after receiving a phone call after Sonali Phogat's death. Do remember that two aides of Sonali Phogat have been taken into custody by the police and they are being questioned. There are also revelations that seem to suggest that Sonali Phogat was given a drink that was laced essentially with narcotics that led to her heart attack. Also, what we are given to understand is that this new person who's been detained from Haryana is now being interrogated. Anuj has all the details on this. He joins us live from Hissar. Anuj, tell us more about this person who's been detained. We are given to understand that he used to work at Sonali Phogat's farmhouse.
Well, exactly. He is said to be the computer operator, and he has been detained now. He was missing earlier and he has been detained. The police at this point in time is doing the investigation, is interrogating him, is doing the questioning. What we have been told that the police were also looking for the DVR, and the DVR till now which has been received or which has been taken in custody by the Haryana police is of till 19th of March, what we have been told through the top sources in the Haryana police, and they are looking more deep into the angle that what exactly has happened. On the other hand, this particular arresting of Shivam is going to give a lead, because that is something what has been alleged by the family of Sonali Phogat, that Shivam is somewhat involved, and that is something what Haryana police at this point in time is looking. Let me also remind you, I am reporting from the Sadar police station of Hissar. At this point in time when we are talking, let us give the update to our viewers that Haryana police is inside. On the other hand, this is Goa police who has also arrived here, and Goa police is also doing the investigation in the same. And from here, let me tell you, Goa police along with the Haryana police will be going to the farmhouse, and from farmhouse they will be going to the residence of Sonali Phogat. There the investigation will take place, and later what we have been told, they will be visiting Gurugram also, which is going to be the part of investigation. The most important here to mention at this point in time is that Shivam has been detained. He has not been arrested till now. What he is saying, that is something what we have been told through our sources, that he was afraid as he was named, and that is why he ran. But he has been detained, and at this point in time the investigation is going on. But DVR, which is going to play an important role in this investigation, is being thoroughly looked up. But till now it is till 19th of March, so which is going to be a part of investigation. What exactly will be coming out from that? And on the other hand, at this point in time, we do understand the latest update is that Goa police has reached here in Hissar. At this point in time, the family of Sonali Phogat is also inside. So the Haryana police, Goa police and the family are inside, and they are doing a meeting at this point in time, and the statement will be recorded of the family of Sonali Phogat, that what exactly their view is. Although the angle which has been taken by the Goa police, the narcotics department getting entry into the same, is something which has not been taken by the family of Sonali Phogat, as if they are saying that this is a murder and the investigation should be done thoroughly in the same. But we are waiting for the update from the Goa police also, that what exactly they are going to update us. But the latest is they are going to go to the farmhouse with the family from here. Any moment from now they are going to leave from this Sadar police station from where I am reporting. So behind me is the room. That's the SHO room where this particular meeting is going on. This is the SHO and the Goa police, who is at this point in time is meeting the family members of Sonali Phogat, and they will be leaving from here to the farmhouse, as we are updating this to our viewers, and from there to the residence of Sonali Phogat. Yes.
Now, what we're also given to understand at the moment in terms of news that's just coming in is that Shivan, who's now been detained, seems to suggest that he was scared and that is why he ran away. But the police now interrogating that further. But Anuj, there seems to be also a wider conspiracy at play, because the manner in which the investigation was conducted first by the Goa police and thereafter the revelations that have been made in this particular case seem to suggest that perhaps there is something else at play.
Well, exactly. That's the question which has been raised by the family of Sonali Phogat, and that is why this investigation is moving ahead with the things like we are talking about DVR, that who all were involved, what exactly are the connections. Shivam being detained by the Haryana police is going to play an important role. Let me tell you that his statement till now is he was afraid, that is why he ran away. But police is not going to take this statement, and they are interrogating the same. They are going ahead with the investigation in the same angle. And as the Goa police is here in Haryana at this point in time when we are talking, so this is going to be taken ahead. As you are pointing it out very rightly, this is not looking, or rather the things which has happened till now is not hinting for the same that this is going to be that much easy, because the things are not solved as if till now, and the investigation is going ahead. The movement could be
absolutely. Anuj, as you're pointing out, of course, a joint investigation is now taking place with the team of the Goa police in Hissar. Thank you for the moment, Anuj, for joining us. You are watching Republic TV, and we slip into a short break. On the other side, we bring you news, but we leave you with these visuals of Aarti being performed at the Sri Siddhi Vinayak temple in Mumbai.
leaders are staging such protests.
Farmhouse party members who are protesting against Delhi LG Vinay Saxena.
And a quick look at some top international stories. Mikhail Gorbachev, who is the last leader of the Soviet Union, waged a losing battle to salvage a crumbling empire but produce extraordinary reforms that led to the end of the Cold War, has died. Gorbachev won the 1990 Nobel Peace Prize for his role in ending the Cold War and spent his later years collecting accolades and awards from all corners of the world. About 100 people gathered outside the South Carolina State House yesterday. The South Carolina House appeared ready to vote on a new total ban on abortion, with no exceptions for pregnancies caused by rape or incest, as Democrats joined with the chamber's most conservative members to keep the bill as restrictive as possible. US President Joe Biden forcefully defends the FBI as the agency and its employees come under withering criticism and threats of violence since executing a search warrant at former President Donald Trump's Florida residence earlier this month.
So let me say this to my MAGA Republican friends in Congress.
Breaking news right now, Jharkhand leader Seer, Patra, her domestic help has made sensational allegations against her, has been alleged to have assaulted the domestic help. Questions still being asked as to why exactly hasn't she been arrested.
A young girl beaten with iron rods, locked up, thrashed. Unspeakable cruelty by a BJP leader. Is her plight just not enough to move them all? Is her condition not worthy of a national condemnation? I ask then, why not? Why is there no arrest yet?
रांची के एसएसपी कौशल किशोर, उन्होंने इस बात की पुष्टि कर दी कि गिरफ्तारी हुई है। 12 से ज्यादा पन्नों का एफआईआर था।
And here's the latest that we are getting from Karnataka. In the Seer case, we are given to understand a JDS leader is also meeting the accused. Seer, do remember that he's been accused by 2 minor girls of sexually assaulting her, and despite the stringent action that should be taken under the POSCO Act, he still continues to be met by various political party leaders. Now, it's that, of course, is cutting across party lines. We've seen how BJP leaders, JDS leaders, as well as Congress leaders have continued to meet the accused Seer, though there have also been protests outside the mutt, the Muruga mutt, that is asking for him to be arrested. He has been questioned by the police at least once and detained for a while, but there have been no arrests. There has been no arrest that has taken place yet. He has, of course, moved for anticipatory bail. We are going to try and go across to our correspondents on the ground to give us more details on what's happening there right now. But what we do know is that another JDS leader is meeting the accused Seer of the Muruga mutt. To remember that this is one of the biggest Lingayat mutts that Karnataka has, and does seem to have considerable amount of influence over its followers. Ashwin is reporting on this. He joins us on the phone line. Ashwin, give us more details of this JDS leader meeting the Seer. Now, this is not the first time, of course. We've seen several politicians make a beeline for the mutt.
Absolutely. It's day 5 after the FIR has been registered, and now we see a beeline of politicians coming into the mutt in a sense like it is definitely offering all kinds of extremely support to the mutt, to the same Seer who is an alleged accused in a POSCO case. Now, the case is most important because this is related to the plaintiff of the Pitagurga Muruga mutt, and the plaintiff is none other than Shivamurthy Sharnaru. Now, Now we see earlier the BJP MLA of Chitradurga had come yesterday. Now we see the JDS candidate of Chitradurga, who is the son-in-law of actor Bodana, is also here trying to meet the Seer, who is an accused. The problem with all this clearly shows that there is a kind of a political clout which the Seer definitely enjoys. And that is the reason why this adds more prominence, because this also adds credence to the fact that the case is moving in a lackadaisical state. What is important that in a POXO case is important that an arrest must be made. Now also yesterday, under section 164, the girls who were the survivors of this ordeal had given a statement to the magistrate, to the district magistrate, to the session judge. Now this copy of the same must have been given to the investigating officials. Now all this had been completed yesterday. So essentially we were expecting that the police would come in based on the statement that under section 164 as we given, the police would actually come in and arrest. But instead of that, today we see politicians continuing to beeline over here, and politicians are coming out in support of the mud. This is quite unfortunate.
Of the mud. This is quite unfortunate to say, but politicians are here meeting the Seer of the mud, and while the police is right now doing no action whatsoever, there is no arrest made despite 5 hours. The girls gave the statement in 5 hours, and this is the reason why this case continues to lag behind. We can clearly see early the BJP and now the JDS has come forward openly supporting the mud.
Absolutely, as you're pointing out, of course, making news this morning, the suspended BJP leader Seema Patra, accused of torturing her domestic help, has been arrested. The BJP suspended Seema Patra on grounds of brutally torturing her house help. After the BJP suspended Seema Patra, the Jharkhand governor has written to the DGP urging them to take action in the matter. The BJP leader has been accused of brutally torturing her domestic help. In a late-night hearing, the Karnataka High Court upheld an order of the Dharwad Municipal Commissioner allowing the Ganesh Chaturthi festival to be held at the Hubbali Eidgah Maidan. Chitradurg Murg Seer, accused of sexually assaulting 2 minor girls, is likely to be arrested today. This comes after the students filed a complaint against the Seer. Chhattisgarh's Chief Minister Bhupesh Baghel met with UPA MLAs in Raipur Resort. As many as 32 MLAs of the ruling UPA coalition in Jharkhand flew down to Raipur by a flight from Ranchi and have been shifted to a nearby resort amidst tight security. A few more MLAs from the JMM are expected to join the Congress MLAs and JMM legislators at the Mayfair Resort in Chhattisgarh. The Enforcement Directorate has sought information from the West Bengal Board of Primary Education, the appointment of primary teachers since 2011. This is in connection with the ongoing probe into school job scam. The ED had earlier arrested suspended Trinamool Congress leader Partha Chatterjee and his close associate Arpita Mukherjee for their alleged involvement in the multi-crore scam. Well, we are cutting live across to the Murugaswamy Math, where a senior leader of the JDS is currently meeting the Seer, who's been accused of sexually assaulting 2 teenage girls. One of them has accused him of sexually assaulting her for about 3.5 years. The other one says that she was assaulted for nearly 1.5 years. The FIR that has been registered against the Seer is under very stringent sections of POSCO. However, we haven't really seen police action. Now, there are questions being raised whether the police has a deliberately go-slow attitude towards this particular case. And Ashwin is reporting from Chitradurg, and he's reporting outside the Math. Now, Ashwin, there has been a lot of scrutiny of police action in this particular case. Given the fact that the police detained him, they questioned him, however, no arrests were made, despite the fact that the FIR has been registered against the stringent POSCO.
Absolutely, Nupur, as you rightly said, not just the FIR. Now, what is most important is that if you have to look at this this case very carefully, the FIR was lodged on 26th of August in Nazarabad police station. On 27th of August, this was shifted to the Chitradurga. Now, today is 31st, so 5 days have essentially passed since the filing of the case under POCSO. So, essentially, when a POCSO case is registered, an arrest and investigation and spot master reporting, all this is imminent. Now, this has been done only partially. But what is most important, Nupur, is the fact that yesterday, when the under Section 164, the statement has been given by these girls, it took 5 hours. The copy of the same.
A look at the top international stories at this hour. Supporters of prominent Iraqi Shiite cleric Muqtada al-Sadr fired rocket-propelled grenades into Iraq's green zone as machine gun fire crackled overhead, deepening the political chaos gripping the Middle East nation. Iraq's military and 4 rockets were launched into the heavily fortified green zone. Footage shows the chaos emerged into the green zone that injured at least one, who was taken away by a 3-wheeled rickshaw. Muqtada al-Sadr, Iraqi cleric, calls on his supporters to withdraw from the capital's government quarter, where they traded heavy fire with security forces in a serious escalation of a months-long political crisis gripping the nation. In a televised speech, Muqtada al-Sadr gave his supporters an hour to leave. Minutes later, some could be seen abandoning their positions on live television. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky met members of the International Atomic Energy Agency delegation in Kyiv. The UN nuclear watchdog team are on an urgent mission to safeguard the Russian-occupied Zaporizhzhia atomic power plant at the heart of fighting in Ukraine. A long-awaited trip the world hopes will help avoid a radioactive catastrophe. European Union nations divided on Tuesday over whether to slap a broad visa ban on Russian citizens, torn between a desire to ramp up pressure on President Vladimir Putin and concern about punishing people who may not even support his war on Ukraine. The United Nations and Pakistan appeal for
इमारत जो है ये धराशायी हो चुकी है, ये भ्रष्टाचार की इमारत जमींदोज हो चुकी है.
It happened in just 9 seconds. It was perfect execution.
100-meter tall building brought down in just 9 seconds.
After the BJP JDS leader meets accused Seer, Bohmaier shows action, but political certification continues. Trouble mounts for Mamata Banerjee's top man. The CBI searches now underway across Bengal in the cattle smuggling case. Raids are on in Anubrata Mondal CA. Properties linked to Mamata Banerjee's man are under the scanner, and another top TMC leader is under the lens. The CBI set to make a big breakthrough.
मैडम आपने मारा है, आपने मारा नहीं मारा है, नहीं मारा, चोट के निशान है मैडम, चोट नहीं मारा, मुझे नहीं पता, नहीं मारा.
12 hours after Republic TV's campaign, suspended BJP leader is arrested. Belated action, but no expulsion.
हमको फंसाया गया है, हमको फंसाया गया है.
Republic News break causes a storm. Seema Patra is to be produced in court today. Amidst the uproar over criminal charges, Nitish Kumar changes accused Mantri Kartikeya Kumar's ministry but is yet to sack him. Big development in the Sonali Phogat murder case. Sources suggest that one more accused has now been detained. Good afternoon and thank you very much for staying with us on Republic TV. This is live and breaking. I'm Nupur Talwar Suri. Cutting straight across to what we are getting from Punjab right now.
दी जा रही है उसी तरह से स्पोर्ट्स यूनिवर्सिटी बनाई है जिसका मकसद है देश ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा ओलंपिक और अंतर्राष्ट्रीय स्तर पे मेडल लेके आए। स्किल यूनिवर्सिटी तैयार की है जिसमें बच्चों को रोज़गार के लिए तैयार किया जा रहा है। इस तरह के कई कदम उठाए गए हैं। आज जो मैं ऐलान करने जा रहा हूँ, हम बार बार कहते हैं कि हमें भारत को सबको मिलके हमें भारत को दुनिया का नंबर 1 देश बनाना है। भारत दुनिया का नंबर 1 देश तब तक नहीं बन सकता जब तक इस देश के हर बच्चे को अच्छी से अच्छी शिक्षा नहीं मिलेगी। और ये काम हमें बहुत कम समय में करना है। 75 साल ख़राब हो गए अपने, अब बहुत कम समय में अपने को हर बच्चे तक अच्छी से अच्छी शिक्षा पहुंचानी है। ये कैसे होगा? उस दिशा में आज जो मैं ऐलान करने जा रहा हूँ ये एक बहुत महत्वपूर्ण और बहुत ही क्रांतिकारी कदम है। शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में ये एक नई तरह की क्रांति पैदा करने वाला है। आज हम देश का पहला वर्चुअल स्कूल चालू करने जा रहे हैं। 1 साल पहले हमने ऐलान किया था कि हम देश का वर्चुअल स्कूल बनाएंगे। बहुत सारे ऐसे बच्चे हैं जो स्कूल नहीं जा पाते। गांव में स्कूल नहीं है या स्कूल बहुत दूर है, दूसरे गांव में स्कूल है, जा नहीं सकते, बीच में नदी पड़ती है। ऐसी बहुत सारी बेटियां हैं हमारे समाज के अंदर। जिस तरह से लड़कियों की एजुकेशन को लेके लड़कियों की एजुकेशन कई सारे पेरेंट्स लड़कियों को पढ़ाते नहीं हैं क्योंकि वो बाहर नहीं भेजना चाहते। तो ऐसी बच्चियां जो घर में हैं वो घर बैठ के एजुकेशन कर सकती हैं। ऐसे बहुत सारे बच्चे हैं जो काम पे लग जाते हैं, बचपन में होना नहीं चाहिए पर काम पे लग जाते हैं। ऐसे सारे बच्चों तक, आखिरी से आखिरी बच्चे तक शिक्षा पहुंचाने के लिए हमने ये शुरू किया है। कोरोना के वक्त जब स्कूल बंद थे तब वर्चुअल क्लासेस लगा करती थी। उन वर्चुअल क्लासेस से प्रेरणा लेके हम लोगों ने ये एक नई तरह का स्कूल चालू किया है। हमारा अपना ये मानना है कि स्कूल तो क्लास में आना ही चाहिए, स्कूल होना ही चाहिए, स्कूल में बच्चों को फिज़िकली आना चाहिए। लेकिन जिन बच्चों तक वो स्कूल नहीं, जिन बच्चों को फिज़िकल स्कूल मुहैया नहीं हो पाता है किसी भी कारणवश, उन तक कम से कम शिक्षा तो पहुँचे। ये वर्चुअल स्कूल उन बच्चों को शिक्षा पहुँचाएगा। तो इसमें क्या होगा? इसमें क्लासेस जो हैं ऑनलाइन होंगी। जो बच्चे ऑनलाइन क्लासेस अटेंड कर सकते हैं ऑनलाइन अटेंड कर लें। जो नहीं भी कर सकते तो जो ऑनलाइन क्लासेस है वो उसमें डाल दी जाएंगी, रिकॉर्ड में डाल दी जाएंगी। तो बच्चा जब भी फ्री होता है वो जाके उसको अपनी क्लास को देख सकता है। स्कूल का नाम है दिल्ली मॉडल वर्चुअल स्कूल, DMVS, दिल्ली मॉडल वर्चुअल स्कूल की आज से शुरुआत की जा रही है। 9वीं क्लास में, ये 9वीं से 12वीं का होगा लेकिन अभी शुरुआत है। तो 9वीं क्लास में एप्लीकेशंस, आज इसमें एप्लीकेशंस इनवाइट की जा रही हैं भर्ती के लिए। 2022 और 2023 के एकेडमिक ईयर के लिए 9वीं क्लास की एप्लीकेशंस आज से इनवाइट की जा रही हैं। इसमें ज़रूरी नहीं कि स्टूडेंट को दिल्ली का होना हो, पूरे देश से कोई भी बच्चा किसी भी कोने से, गांव के किसी भी कोने से, शहर के किसी भी, पूरे देश से कोई भी बच्चा इस स्कूल में अप्लाई कर सकता है। वेबसाइट पे अप्लाई करना है www.dmvs.ac.in, www.dmvs.ac.in। 13 साल से 18 साल का कोई भी बच्चा जिसने 8वीं क्लास किसी भी रजिस्टर रिकग्नाइज्ड स्कूल से की है वो बच्चा 9वीं क्लास के लिए इसमें अप्लाई कर सकता है। ये स्कूल जो है दिल्ली बोर्ड ऑफ स्कूल एजुकेशन, जो अभी हम लोगों ने कुछ दिन पहले बनाया था, उससे एफिलिएटेड होगा। और इसमें जैसा मैंने बताया कि बहुत सारे ऐसे बच्चे हैं जो किसी भी कारणवश फिज़िकली स्कूल में नहीं जा पाते, ऐसे सब बच्चों के लिए ये लाभदायक होगा। हम इसमें न केवल पढ़ाएंगे बच्चों को, हम बच्चों को 11वीं 12वीं में जेई के, नीट के, CUET के, ऐसे सभी कॉम्पिटिटिव एग्ज़ाम्स की तैयारी करने में भी मदद करेंगे। हम इन कॉम्पिटिटिव एग्ज़ाम्स की तैयारियों के लिए जो एक्सपर्ट्स हैं उनको हम लेके आएंगे ताकि बच्चों को इसके लिए तैयारी की जा सके। अलग अलग सब्जेक्ट की अलग अलग तैयारी करवाई जाएगी, स्किल बेस्ड भी तैयारियां कराई जाएगी ताकि जो बच्चे साथ साथ कुछ प्रोफेशन भी करना चाहें तो वो साथ साथ पार्ट टाइम प्रोफेशन भी कर सकते हैं। स्किल बेस्ड उनको वो भी दी जाएगी, ट्रेनिंग भी दी जाएगी। इसमें एक स्कूलिंग प्लेटफॉर्म होगा, हर बच्चे को एक आईडी दिया जाएगा, पासवर्ड दिया जाएगा, वो उस आईडी और पासवर्ड से उस स्कूलिंग प्लेटफॉर्म पे लॉगिन करेगा और स्कूलिंग प्लेटफॉर्म पे लॉगिन करने के बाद वो लाइव क्लासेस अटेंड कर सकता है, रिकॉर्डेड वीडियोस एक्सेस कर सकता है, सप्लीमेंट्री लर्निंग मटेरियल ले सकता है, ट्यूटोरियल्स कर सकता है, असेसमेंट्स, ऑनलाइन असेसमेंट्स होंगी, एक डिजिटल लाइब्रेरी होगी, बहुत बड़ी डिजिटल लाइब्रेरी होगी। वो डिजिटल लाइब्रेरी का सारा कंटेंट वो एक्सेस कर सकता है और ये जो है किसी भी टाइम 24 घंटे में किसी भी टाइम वो एक्सेस कर सकता है। ये स्कूलिंग प्लेटफॉर्म गूगल और स्कूल नेट इंडिया, इन 2 वर्ल्ड फेमस ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस ने बनाया है और टीचर्स जो हैं स्कूल के उनको स्पेशली तैयार किया गया इन वर्चुअल क्लासेस को पढ़ाने के लिए। तो मैं समझता हूँ कि शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में ये एक बहुत बड़ा क्रांतिकारी कदम साबित होगा। आज़ादी के बाद से शायद पहली बार इतने बड़े स्तर के ऊपर, अब जैसे आप इमेजिन करके देखिए, एक टीचर पढ़ा रहा है, उसको कई हज़ार स्टूडेंट्स एक साथ देख रहे हैं, तो एक साथ देश के कोने कोने से कई सारे स्टूडेंट्स एक बहुत अच्छे टीचर को एक्सेस कर सकते हैं। तो ये बहुत बड़ा कदम होगा और मैं उम्मीद करता हूँ कि हर बच्चे को आने वाले समय में, हमारे देश के हर बच्चे को अच्छी से अच्छी शिक्षा मिले। नमस्कार।
Well, Arvind Kejriwal, the Delhi Chief Minister, over there announcing a new model of schooling in Delhi, saying it's going to be a virtual school that all students across the country can access. However, Arvind Kejriwal chose not to speak about allegations that have been laid at the doorstep of the Delhi government, including the liquor gate scam as well as the schooling policy. All right, now we are cutting across live to Assam, where a crackdown on illegal madrasas is continuing. Now, this particular one is in Bongaigaon, which is now being demolished. Joining us live from there is Anirudh. Anirudh, give us a sense of what's happening behind you. Of course, there was high security presence earlier this morning to make sure that there is that law and order is maintained, even as this madrasa is razed to the ground.
Yes, absolutely. As you can see here, these are the visuals. The madrasa which was here has already been demolished. The portion of the madrasa have been demolished. There are 5 to 6 JCBs, bulldozers, which have been deployed here for demolition of this madrasa. Yesterday night, in fact, police raided this madrasa along with Hafizur Rahman, who has been arrested for his alleged link with the Al-Qaeda in Indian subcontinent as well as the ABT. And while raiding this institution last evening, police SP of Gwalpara district have informed us that they have got incriminating documents, a booklet of the ABT which was in Bangla, as well as logos belonging to the Al-Qaeda in Indian subcontinent were recovered from this madrasa. And based on the interrogation, based on the confession made by Hafizur Rahman, it was established that in fact, the Bongaigaon and Gwalpara terror module flourished from this very location, and that is the reason why as the district administration, as the state government have been very much strict in this regard, this madrasa has also been razed to the ground. We are getting to know that the walk of the JCBs will begin again after a short break that they are taking now, and the further demolition of the structure will continue. Massive crackdown across the state. So far, 35 individuals have been arrested. Yes.
Now, Anirudh, what this has also brought into sharp focus is the fact that there appears to be a recruitment that's taking place from the Al-Qaeda as far as Assam is concerned, and also, these illegal private madrasas which seem to be mushrooming and essentially being used to indoctrinate various youngsters.
Yes, the private madrasas, particularly like the one that we are showing now, these are not governed by any policy of the state government. They don't fall under the Private Institution Act also because of provisions that are given in Article 29 and Article 30 of the Indian Constitution. And taking advantage of these provisions, they were mushrooming everywhere in every nook and corner of the institution of the state. But now, with the major threat perception that has come into light after the crackdown on the ABT module and the Al-Qaeda in Indian subcontinent module, now the state government is proposing that some policy changes will be made very soon so that the issue of private madrasa can be tackled. Meanwhile, let me also tell you that yes, the state government is also in consultation with the Tanzim Council. The Tanzim Council, which governs the private madrasas in the state, have agreed to cooperate with the Assam police, and they have also handed over a list of madrasas which are directly under the control of the Tanzim Council. So from now onwards, apart from the clerics in the mosque who are appointed, verification of the clerics, apart from the verification of the clerics, verification of teachers will also happen simultaneously, so that the government also and the administration can keep a track on who have been appointed in a particular madrasa as a teacher.
Now, very, very quickly, just going back to the case which is brought into focus, these private madrasas, is the arrest of these two people who had alleged links with the Al-Qaeda and the terrorist training and indoctrination that they were receiving. Can you give us more details about that as well, please?
Yes, if we go into the module, how they operate, if I quickly want to give a sense of the module, then it has been witnessed that they have also made confessions that the main leaders hold a small group of 2 to 3 individuals and they train them separately. So they do it in a so secretive manner that if a member of one group is caught, he cannot identify a member of the same cell belonging to a separate group. So this was a very secretive model of the Al-Qaeda in Indian subcontinent, which was in operation. In fact, and all the facilitation of this module was being done by the ABT, which is also in fact known as Ansarul Islam. And in this particular madrasa, the question is being raised that in this particular madrasa, incriminating documents have been found during the raid that was carried out last night. SP Gwalpara Rakesh Reddy has in fact given out a statement where he has said that a booklet of the ABT in Bangla language and a logo belonging to the AQIS have been seized from this institution.
All right, Anirudh bringing us the latest on that demolition that is taking place in Assam. Thank you for joining us for the moment. Well, as Anirudh, of course, is pointing out, the state government has now prepared a list of these private madrasas which are operating in Assam are taking action against them. Now, more news coming in. We are cutting across to reports that we are now getting of a church that's been vandalized in Punjab's Taran district. 2 unidentified people are accused of having vandalized this Catholic church in Taran. This incident took place in the Patti area on Tuesday midnight. Miscreants also set fire to a car that was parked nearby. The police have registered a case. The district commissioner of Taran has deployed a police team to investigate the matter and look at what really happened. Amandeep is bringing us details on this. Amandeep, give us more details in terms of the preliminary investigation that has been carried out. Of course, CCTV visuals that have been accessed seem to suggest that there are 2 individuals who were involved.
Well, absolutely, Nupur. The police have cropped up the images of 2 individuals who involved to vandalize the church, in fact, the Catholic church in Tarantan. And in fact, they have distributed that photographs in the adjoining areas trying to identify it. They are also trying to contact to the local sarpanches and the panches of the village, just because Patti is the area which is very much nearby to the international border of Pakistan as well. And in fact, the police is, without taking a single chance, they are trying to identify these people. And meanwhile, Nupur, the situation is turning to be tense in the Tarantan as well, just because Christianity community is now coming on the roads and demanding justice. And in fact, they are raising the slogans that stop harassing the Christians in Punjab. And in fact, they have the equal rights. They have the placards in their hands and in fact slogans in their mouth and demanding justice regarding these kinds of incidents. And in fact, Nupur, this was a deliberate attempt to create a communal violence, especially in the border area of Punjab and a state which is ruled by the minorities. And in fact, Christians is another minority in Punjab, and now it seems to be like that somebody is trying to create this deliberate communal violence in Punjab itself. But the police have deployed, heavy police force has been deployed in the area. Investigation is on, and the CCTV footage that was handed over by the church authorities to the police, and in fact the photographs has been put out just because both the accused came in the midnight of the Tuesday and they vandalized the church in a manner, and they spent good amount of time while vandalizing the church and in fact left the place.
Now, Amandeep, what we are also given to understand is that they actually held the security guard captive at gunpoint and then proceeded to climb this 3-story church and go inside and then vandalize the statues that were inside the church. So give us more details about that aspect as well.
Well, absolutely. Just because these are the 2 persons having a weapon along with them. And in fact, first they put the security guard on the gunpoint. One went inside. After vandalizing the statue of the Mother of Peace, they went inside the church. They ransacked the church like anything, and they both managed to flee from the spot. This is how the entire incident unfolded. And in fact, the statement of the security guards has already been recorded by the police, just because both the accused have covered their faces. They came on a bike and in fact they fled from the spot with a deliberate attempt, just because they wanted to show that they wanted to create some kind of law and order situation and a communal violence.
Right, yes. As Amandeep is pointing out, of course, the situation over there remains tense, but the police has put in extra security arrangements to make sure that it can be brought under control. Amandeep reporting on this. Thank you. And here's a news break that we are now getting from Republic Bangla, where we are given to understand that there are searches that are underway at 4 new locations. Now, these are in connection to the cattle smuggling case. In fact, these locations which are now being raided include certain areas in Kolkata and Bolpur. And this appears to be a widening essentially of the investigation. Earlier this morning also we heard about the fact that another TMC councillor was being questioned by the CBI in this particular case. And do remember that Anubrata Mondal is repeatedly being questioned. Kishale is bringing us the latest on this. Kishale, we're now learning that 4 more locations, I think, are being searched, and this does point towards a widening of the probe. We have had several TMC leaders now who are being questioned in this particular cattle smuggling case.
Well, Nupur, exactly. Like you have already said, that there are a number of Trinamool Congress leaders who are at fray now. And this councillor, Bishwajyoti Banerjee, his house has been searched today morning. CBI team reached his house. And also this Bishwajyoti Banerjee is now being questioned by CBI. He is right now under CBI surveillance and questioning as well. Apart from that, Anubrata Mondal CA also has been questioned today morning itself. All this has come after yesterday
yesterday Onubroto Mondal was being questioned and interrogated by the CBI inside the jail where he is kept in judicial custody as of now. It is believed that Onubroto Mondal has given crucial information about the whole nexus of money laundering in this cattle smuggling case, and all these people's name have come up. Also, we have an exclusive list of 162 properties of Onubroto Mondal that are under CBI scanner right now. These include Onubroto Mondal's 24 properties, each of which may be valued up to crores of rupees. Shokonna Mondal, his son, his daughter, 26 properties in her name. Chobi Mondal, his wife, 12 properties in her name. Saigal Hussain, his bodyguard, 47 properties worth crores in his name. Biddut Boron Gayan, his personal assistant, 32 properties in his name. All these properties, the list which we have accessed exclusively in Republic Bangla and Republic Network, all of these are under CBI scanner now, and CBI is also raiding at some of these properties. Therefore, multiple developments have been there since today early morning when in Bolpur, CBI team reached along with CRPF personnel and a huge central force, and the idea was to raid multiple properties and which are mostly owned by very close confidants and close aides of Onubroto Mondal, which includes this councillor Vishwajyoti Banerjee and his property. This person is believed to be one of the very closest confidants of Onubroto Mondal, and also during the elections he was always seen with Onubroto Mondal. Onubroto Mondal himself does not have any administrative position. However, this person is a councillor of that area and has influence in all that area. That is what we are learning.
All right, so as you're pointing out, of course, the CBI is also looking at the source of funding for the purchase of these properties, as we're now pointing out that the list of properties is quite long. For the moment, Kishale, thank you for joining us.
The death of a woman trampled under a bus in Chindwara in Madhya Pradesh led to the villagers burning the bus that led to the accident. The accident is reported to have happened near a petrol pump in Chindwara, where the woman riding a scooter was hit by the bus said to have been speeding at that time.
एक एक्सीडेंट का मामला है। एक बस जो छिंदवाड़ा से अमरवाड़ा तरफ जा रही थी, लहगड़ुआ के पास में एक बच्ची जो है करीब 20 साल की है, जो कॉलेज में फाइनल ईयर कर रही है, वो अपनी सहेली को छोड़ करके जो है सफ़ेद कलर की गाड़ी में, एक्टिवा गाड़ी है संभवतः, उसमें जो है वो वापस लौट रही थी। अचानक जो है बस के सामने आ गई वो, और बस से टकरा करके मौके पर बच्ची की मौत हो गई।
While there were no passengers on the bus, the driver is said to have run away following the incident. The uproar was eventually brought after the police forces were deployed at the spot. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
And you are watching Republic TV. We bring you visuals from Mumbai's Lal Bagh Raja Pandal as India celebrates Ganesh Chaturthi.
Amity University in London, accredited by Quality Assurance Agency UK and licensed by the Government of UK, offers MBA and BBA degrees at its central London campus. Embark on a global career with a globally recognized UK university degree. To apply, visit amity.edu/London.
The BJP leaders are staging such protests.
Farm of the party MLAs who are protesting against Delhi LG Vinay Saxena.
And a quick look at some top international stories. Mikhail Gorbachev, who is the last leader of the Soviet Union, waged a losing battle to salvage a crumbling empire but produce extraordinary reforms that led to the end of the Cold War, has died. Gorbachev won the 1990 Nobel Peace Prize for his role in ending the Cold War and spent his later years collecting accolades and awards from all corners of the world. About 100 people gathered outside the South Carolina State House yesterday. The South Carolina House appeared ready to vote on a new total ban on abortion, with no exception.
Well, Aam Aadmi Party MLAs are right now protesting inside the Delhi Assembly. Right behind me, you can also see the pictures as to how the effigy of BJP symbol lotus is also being burnt. Aam Aadmi Party MLAs are also raising slogans. And remember that in the last few days, Aam Aadmi Party has been raising the issue of MLAs of Aam Aadmi Party being bribed by BJP. And today in the Assembly also they raised this issue. And now we are seeing as to how Aam Aadmi Party MLAs are protesting here and raising their voice against the Operation Lotus. Kuldeep is with us, MLA. Let me try to get in a word from him. आज आपने पुतला दहन किया है बीजेपी का सिंबल, उस पर क्या कहना चाहेंगे?
देखिए, भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने पूरे देश भर में लगभग जनता की चुनी हुई सरकारों को खरीदने में 6300 करोड़ रुपए का उपयोग किया। 277 एमएलए खरीद के अपनी सरकार बनाई। सीबीआई इस बात की जांच करे वो पैसा किसका था, पैसा कहां से आया। एक तरफ दूध दही में जीएसटी लगाते हो, पेट्रोल का रेट बढ़ाते हो, बाद में उस पैसे को जनता का खरीदने के लिए उसका यूज करते हो। ये आज की जांच होनी चाहिए सीबीआई से।
आप क्या मांग करेंगे? आपने हाथ में प्ले कार्ड पकड़ा, इसमें लिखा हुआ है ऑपरेशन लोटस की जांच करो।
देखिए, इन्होंने 6300 करोड़ रुपए में देश भर में कई सौ एमएलए खरीदे, सबके सामने है। ये पैसा कहां से आया, इसकी जांच हो और इसकी भी जांच हो कि ये ऑपरेशन लोटस के तहत जो ये अरबों करोड़ों रुपए ले रहे हैं वो किससे लिए हैं, कौन सा ऐसा मित्र है। इन्होंने जीएसटी का पैसा अपने मित्रों में बांटा है या ये पैसा कहां से आए, काला धन कहां से, इसकी जांच हो।
So Aam Aadmi Party is now demanding that BJP should explain as to how have they got so much of money to bribe the MLAs, to offer bribe the MLAs and also, take out this Operation Lotus across the country. Remember that Aam Aadmi Party has also demanded a nationwide probe into this. Durgesh Pathak is also with me. Let me try to get a word from him. Durgesh ji, क्या कहना चाहेंगे? लगातार आप असेंबली में भी इस बात को उठाते रहे, आज आपने नेशनवाइड प्रोब की बात की ऑपरेशन लोटस में।
देखिए, पिछले 5-6 सालों में 277 से ज्यादा एमएलए खरीदे गए, भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने खरीदे। इसकी खरीद फरोख्त में 6300 करोड़ रुपए लगे। हम कह रहे हैं इसकी जांच होनी चाहिए। आज भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने पहली बार कहा है कि ऑपरेशन लोटस की जांच होनी चाहिए। हम पूरी तरह से उनके साथ में उनका समर्थन करते हैं। ऑपरेशन लोटस की जांच होनी चाहिए और इसकी पूरी तरह से इसके तह में जाकर जांच होनी चाहिए कि 6300 करोड़ रुपए का जो घोटाला है, जो 6300 करोड़ रुपए खर्च किए गए एमएलए खरीदने के लिए, ये कहां से आए और किसके पैसे हैं।
लेकिन अब बीजेपी के आज सांसदों ने ये प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस करते हुए ये कहा कि जो आरोप आम आदमी पार्टी के विधायक लगा रहे हैं उसमें जांच होनी चाहिए, इसके लिए वो एलजी को लेटर लिखने की बात कर रहे हैं। क्या कहेंगे?
हमारी भी जांच करा लो, जो हमने एक्सपोजे किया उसकी भी जांच कराओ और साथ ही साथ जो पूरे देश में 277
जांच की बात हो रही है,
सब फॉरेंसिक करो, फोन जब्त करो, मेल चेक करो, इनका लोकेशन ट्रैक करो, बीजेपी के सारे नेताओं का लोकेशन ट्रैक करो, एमएलए का ट्रैक करो, अच्छे से जांच होनी चाहिए।
ये कह रहे हैं कि जिन 4 विधायकों का नाम आया था, जिसमें सोमनाथ भारती भी थे, वो सब
छोड़ो, सब 277 भी करा लो, ये 4 भी कराओ, 12 भी कराओ, 40 भी कराओ, 60 भी कराओ। 277 जो एमएलए खरीदे गए पिछले 6-7 सालों में, उन सब की जांच कराओ।
You can clearly hear the voices coming in of Aam Aadmi Party MLAs, where they are now demanding that there should be a thorough probe, nationwide probe of all the Operation Lotuses those have taken place across the country, where the BJP has allegedly brought down the governments, be it about the Karnataka, Maharashtra, Goa, Arunachal Pradesh, and now in Delhi,
where Aam Aadmi Party MLAs are trying to bring down the government of Aam Aadmi, beg your pardon, the BJP is trying to bring down the government of Aam Aadmi Party, and you can see how the MLAs are holding this placard which reads Operation Lotus की CBI जांच कराओ, भाजपा के पास 6300 करोड़ कहां से आए, ये आंकड़ा आप कहां से लेके आए?
देखिए, देश में एक के बाद सरकारें गिराई जा रही हैं। दिल्ली में 40 विधायकों को 20-20 लाख रुपए की ऑफर आई। 277 विधायक आज तक भारतीय जनता पार्टी अलग अलग प्रदेशों में तोड़ के अपनी सरकारें बना चुकी है। अगर उसको हम कैलकुलेट करें, मल्टीप्लाई करें तो 6300 करोड़ रुपए का पूरा आंकड़ा बनता है। तो जो ये कहीं ना कहीं ये रुकना चाहिए। जो ऑपरेशन लोटस है, दिल्ली में कोई भी एमएलए नहीं टूटा, इस वजह से हम ये अब मांग करते हैं कि इसकी जांच कराओ कि इतनी सरकारें कैसे टूट गई इनके आने के बाद पिछले 6-7 साल में।
So Aam Aadmi Party has now upped the ante and is now demanding that there should be a nationwide probe. In fact, they are claiming that since the time BJP has formed its government in the center, multiple governments, state governments, in fact, have been brought down by BJP using the central agencies. And if step one does not helps them, they allure MLAs and then they offer them to come to BJP. And even if that doesn't help them, then they offer bribe of 20 crore. This is what the Aam Aadmi Party is now alleging here. The sloganeering is also taking place where I would ask my video journalist Anil to show you the pictures of these.
So, well, temperatures beginning to soar higher in the national capital. Those are were visuals we showed you just outside the Delhi Assembly as Aam Aadmi Party workers and leaders protest against what they call Operation Lotus of the BJP. Meanwhile, protest versus protest in the national capital, and a number of videos now emerging. So, well, this is a video, as you can see, of a BJP leader inside the vehicle and protests outside. That's BJP leader Gaurav Bhatia, BJP spokesperson there in the national capital, being surrounded, gheraud by, is it Aam Aadmi Party workers who are protesting. Just a short while back, we had seen the AAP protest that is underway even as we speak outside the Delhi Assembly. So, well, a video emerging now, even as protests erupt in the national capital. There we can see top Aam Aadmi Party leaders outside the car, in which we can see, Piyush joining us now. Piyush, well, we were just listening to you speak with Durgesh Pathak of the Aam Aadmi Party. Other leaders of the Aam Aadmi Party, other workers as well. Clearly, it's upping the ante against what it terms Operation Lotus. Just a day.
अभी 8.5 साल में 15 लाख रुपए में 8.5 साल में ये सच्चाई है। 15 लाख रुपए में अभी बना नहीं है और बन रहा है बात है। मैं इतना ही कहूँगा, बिल्डिंग भी दिखा दो भाई, 500 की सूची अगर मिल जाती है आपको लेकर चलेंगे ना। अच्छा, सूची नहीं, डर लग रहा है, ठीक है, डर लग रहा है। धन्यवाद, सच्चाई सामने आ गई है, यही दिखाने आए थे, यही भ्रष्टाचारी सरकार है, सरकार बेईमान सामने थैंक यू। स्कूल गए और भी चलेंगे, अभी अगले में भी चलेंगे। अभी 12 की सूची अगर देंगे, 500 की सूची देंगे,
And Piyush is with us on this story. The Aam Aadmi Party protests a short while back you had seen outside the Delhi Assembly. Now, BJP spokesperson Gaurav Bhatia being surrounded by Aam Aadmi Party workers. And Piyush, to take us through all these developments as protests versus protest breaks out in the national capital. Temperatures soaring, at least between the AAP.
स्कूल की लिस्ट लेने में आ गया 11 बजे लिस्ट नहीं एक स्कूल में आपने कहा चलेंगे मैनिफेस्टो है 500 स्कूल बनाएंगे नए ये कहा था इन्होंने और मैं समझता हूँ कि सौरभ भाई यहाँ पे हैं विधायक हैं ये इनको बताना चाहिए कि वो लिस्ट कहाँ है जिसमें स्कूल में मैं भी आपकी बात आपसे
You see, viewers, are the videos that we are getting. Video versus video, protest versus protest, video tweeted by the BJP, video tweeted by the Aam Aadmi Party. Piyush joining us on what's happening as far as the national capital is concerned. Piyush is there outside the Delhi Assembly. Piyush, a short while back, we saw those visuals of the burning of the Lotus by Aam Aadmi Party workers. They are claiming that the BJP, that they want a probe and investigation into what they claim is Operation Lotus in action that they say, that they claim, that they allege has been going on for quite a few years now. It's over to you to take us through all that's happening. Soaring temperatures here in the national capital.
Well, absolutely soaring temperature in national capital. Now, just a couple of minutes back, we also saw the video versus video taking place. Aam Aadmi Party tweeted a video showing that that BJP spokesperson Gaurav Bhatia was running away from showing the schools, better schools of Aam Aadmi Party government in Delhi. On the other side, BJP tweeted a video claiming that no work has been done by Aam Aadmi Party as far as the betterment of schools in Delhi government's in Delhi is concerned. Now we have also seen as to how Aam Aadmi Party in Delhi Assembly has burned the effigy of Operation Lotus. Let me also straight away try to show you the visuals of this protest which took place a couple of minutes back. Effigy was burnt by beg your pardon, Operation Lotus symbol was burnt by the Aam Aadmi Party MLAs and still as we are speaking they are there at the spot where they protested, where they raised their voice. This is basically taking place over the allegations coming in by Aam Aadmi Party of Operation Lotus being run by BJP across the country, where Aam Aadmi Party is now claiming that since the time BJP has formed its government in the centre, it has been running the Operation Lotus, and with the help of this Operation Lotus, BJP has been able to bring down the governments there in multiple states, be it about Arunachal Pradesh or Karnataka, Goa, and the recent one was Maharashtra. And they are also claiming that Aam Aadmi Party, that BJP has got around 6,300 crore rupees to fund this Operation Lotus. Let me also try to get in a word from Atishi Singh, who is who was also part of this protest which was carried out by Aam Aadmi Party. Ma'am, we have heard that you are also going to CBI demanding a probe into this entire Operation Lotus.
Yes, we are demanding a nationwide probe into Operation Lotus because Bharatiya Janata Party has already bought 277 MLAs across different states. Add to that 40 MLAs that they were intending to buy in Delhi, and if they offer everyone 20 crores, I think they've offered more, they've given more than that also, but that is a sum total of 6,300 crores that Bharatiya Janata Party has spent on destroying the democracy in the country. That is why we are demanding a nationwide investigation into Operation Lotus.
So a delegation will be going to CBI?
A delegation of 10 MLAs will be going to CBI headquarters demanding a nationwide investigation into Operation Lotus.
So you have made this figure, you have calculated this figure, round figure, calculating the 270 MLAs across the country?
So 277 MLAs plus 40 MLAs who were offered in Delhi. that the plan was for Bharatiya Janata Party to break them away. On an average of 20 crores per MLA, as this is the figure calculated.
This is what word coming in from Aam Aadmi Party MLA Atishi Singh. Remember that Aam Aadmi Party since beginning in the morning, since the time the Delhi Assembly was convened, we had seen as to how Aam Aadmi Party was hell-bent on showing that there is no corruption taken place in excise policy, no corruption in school scam. Nothing of this sort has been done. In fact, BJP is trying to buy the MLAs of Aam Aadmi Party, and that is why 40 MLAs in Delhi of Aam Aadmi Party were offered more than 20 crores. So Aam Aadmi Party has now come out with a round figure of 6,300 crore, which BJP has so far allegedly spent to fund its Operation Lotus, and that is why today this symbol of BJP was also burnt here. Symbol of Operation Lotus was also burnt here by Aam Aadmi Party MLAs demanding a thorough probe. In fact, they are also saying that today a delegation of around 10 MLAs will be going to CBI headquarters to meet the CBI director, demanding a nationwide probe into Operation Lotus, which allegedly is being run by BJP not only in Delhi but across the country. Also, we saw a video of how Saurabh Bhardwaj took Gaurav Bhatia to a school where he was showing that Gaurav Bhatia could not explain to the better government schools of Delhi. On the other side, Gaurav Bhatia tweeted a video claiming that no work has been done by Aam Aadmi Party government in Delhi government schools. So protest versus protest, videos versus video, PC versus PC. All this is happening for the last more than 1 week. In fact, this basically started when Manish Sisodia's house was raided by Central Bureau of Investigation. Now Aam Aadmi Party is claiming that CBI has given clean chit to Manish Sisodia and they have found nothing. In fact, they are also demanding that Manish Sisodia was offered a huge amount of money by BJP so that he comes and joins BJP and becomes a chief minister. So multiple claims have come out from Aam Aadmi Party. At the same time, counter claims have been made by BJP. At the end of the day, it's the people of Delhi who are asking questions about the excise scam, about the school scam, about the allegations on Delhi LG Vinay Saxena. But both the parties have so far failed to answer on that. They continue to indulge in blame game. Rukma.
Right. Piyush Mishra there covering this major breaking story, this major breaking political thriller that we are seeing playing out outside the Delhi Assembly. Allegations and counter-allegations. The Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP's war of words continues. Well, many thanks, Piyush, for joining us there, and we'll connect with you later for more. Meanwhile, in other breaking news, after the national capital, trouble seems to be mounting for the Aam Aadmi Party government in Punjab as well. The Shiromani Akali Dal delegation led by Sukhbir Badal met the Punjab governor with the demand of investigation into Punjab's liquor policy. Let's listen in to Sukhbir Badal as he speaks about it.
ਅੱਜ ਸ਼੍ਰੋਮਣੀ ਅਕਾਲੀ ਦਲ ਦੀ ਡੈਲੀਗੇਸ਼ਨ ਆਨਰੇਬਲ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਗਵਰਨਰ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਨੂੰ ਮਿਲੀ ਹੈ ਰਿਕੁਐਸਟ ਕਰਨ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਕਿ ਜਿਵੇਂ ਦਿੱਲੀ ਵਿੱਚ ਲੈਫਟੀਨੈਂਟ ਗਵਰਨਰ ਨੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਸ਼ਰਾਬ ਦੀ ਘਟਾਲਾ ਹੋਇਆ ਉਹਦੀ ਇਨਵੈਸਟੀਗੇਸ਼ਨ ਕੀਤੀ ਉਹਦੇ ਬਾਅਦ ਜਦੋਂ ਸਬੂਤ ਆਏ CBI ਨੇ ਕੇਸ ਰਜਿਸਟਰ ਕੀਤਾ ਤੇ ਉਹ ਜਿਵੇਂ ਦਿੱਲੀ ਕਰੋੜਾਂ ਰੁਪਏ ਦਾ ਕਪਲਾ ਹੋਇਆ ਉਵੇਂ ਉਹੀ ਕਪਲਾ ਇੱਥੇ ਪੰਜਾਬ 'ਚ ਹੋਇਆ। ਮੈਂ ਥੋੜੇ ਦਿਨ ਪਹਿਲੇ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ ਕਾਨਫਰੰਸ ਰਾਹੀਂ ਪੂਰੀ ਡਿਟੇਲ ਦੱਸੀ ਕਿ ਜਿਵੇਂ ਦਿੱਲੀ ਦੀ ਸ਼ਰਾਬ ਦੀ ਪਾਲਿਸੀ ਸਿਸੋਦੀਆ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਨੇ ਡਿਪਟੀ CM ਨੇ ਬਣਾਈ ਉਹੀ ਪਾਲਿਸੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੀ ਪਾਲਿਸੀ ਉੱਥੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਬਣਾਈ। ਪੰਜਾਬ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਦੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਫਾਈਨੈਂਸ਼ੀਅਲ ਕਮਿਸ਼ਨਰ ਟੈਕਸੇਸ਼ਨ ਹੈ ਐਕਸਾਈਜ਼ ਕਮਿਸ਼ਨਰ ਟੈਕਸੇਸ਼ਨ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਅਫਸਰ 30 ਮਈ ਨੂੰ ਤੇ 6 ਜੂਨ ਨੂੰ ਸਿਸੋਦੀਆ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਦੇ ਘਰੇ ਬੁਲਾਏ ਗਏ। ਸਿਸੋਦੀਆ ਦੇ ਡਰਾਇੰਗ ਰੂਮ 'ਚ ਮੀਟਿੰਗ ਹੋਈ ਉੱਥੇ ਪਾਲਿਸੀ ਬਣਾਈ ਗਈ ਤੇ ਹੁਕਮ ਦਿੱਤੇ ਗਏ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜੇ L1 ਹੈ ਉਹ ਪੂਰੇ ਪੰਜਾਬ 'ਚ ਇੱਕ ਕੰਪਨੀ ਦਾ ਕੱਲਾ ਇੱਕ ਹੋਊਗਾ, ਜਿਵੇਂ ਪਾਲਿਸੀ ਦਿੱਲੀ ਸੀ। ਤੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਨੂੰ ਦਿੱਲੀ ਦਿੱਤਾ L1 ਪੂਰੀ ਮੋਨੋਪੋਲੀ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਹੈ ਦਿੱਲੀ ਬ੍ਰਿੰਡਕੋ ਵਰਗੀ ਕੰਪਨੀ ਨੂੰ, ਸੇਮ ਬੰਦੇ ਨੂੰ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਪੰਜਾਬ 'ਚ ਕਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਦੇ ਦਿਓ। ਦੇਖੋ ਕਿੰਨਾ ਵੱਡਾ ਕਪਲਾ ਹੈ।
So trouble seems to be mounting for the Aam Aadmi Party, this time in Punjab, as the Shiromani Akali Dal demands an investigation into the Punjab liquor policy, approaches the governor with this request. All the details and updates here on Republic. Stay with us.
Making news this morning, the suspended BJP leader Seema Patra, accused of torturing her domestic help, has been arrested. The BJP suspended Seema Patra on grounds of brutally torturing her house help. After the BJP suspended Seema Patra, the Jharkhand governor has written to the DGP urging them to take action in the matter. The BJP leader has been accused of brutally torturing her domestic help. In a late-night hearing, the Karnataka High Court upheld an order of the Dharwad Municipal Commissioner allowing the Ganesh Chaturthi festival to be held at the Hubbali Eidgah Maidan. Chitradurg Murg Seer, accused of sexually assaulting 2 minor girls, is likely to be arrested today. This comes after the students filed a complaint against the Seer. Chhattisgarh's Chief Minister Bhupesh Baghel met with UPA MLAs in Raipur Resort. As many as 32 MLAs of the ruling UPA coalition in Jharkhand flew down to Raipur by a flight from Ranchi and have been shifted to a nearby resort amidst tight security. A few more MLAs from the JMM are expected to join the Congress MLAs and JMM legislators at the Mayfair Resort in Chhattisgarh. The Enforcement Directorate has sought information from the West Bengal Board of Primary Education, the appointment of primary teachers since 2011. This is in connection with the ongoing probe into school job scam. The ED had earlier arrested suspended Trinamool Congress leader Partha Chatterjee and his close associate Arpita Mukherjee for their alleged involvement in the multi-crore scam.
तो सामाजिक प्रश्न होने के कारण इस शराब के बनने की पॉलिसी गलत बनाई, इसलिए मैंने उसको लिखा।
अब इन्होंने शराब नीति में घोटाला हो गया। अब सीबीआई ने कह दिया कोई घोटाला नहीं हुआ। जनता इनकी बात नहीं मान रही। अभी अन्ना हजारे
and breaking, and after several incriminating documents related to jihad and terror were seized from an illegal madrasa in Assam, police raided the madrasa along with recent arrested Hafizur Rahman linked with Al-Qaeda linked terror module, and madrasas likely to be demolished today after order issued by Executive Magistrate North Salmara to demolish the madrasa in Jogi Ghopa. So in Jogi Ghopa in Bongaigaon, a madrasa demolished after papers and incriminating materials and various other documents surfaced. Documents related to jihad and terror. The madrasa is being demolished today are based on the arrest and interrogation of Hafizur Rahman. The person was working as a teacher in this particular madrasa. Anirudh on this story with us. Anirudh, reports continuously surfacing for the past few days of private madrasas linked to terror. Now we are hearing about the demolition of a madrasa in Jogi Ghopa. This is in Bongaigaon district. Tell us more. Well, what are there any details about the incriminating documents that have been found? We believe that they are related to terror and jihad. Tell us more.
Yes, Rukma. In fact, this is the third madrasa in Assam to be brought down by the district administration, by the state government. And after the first madrasa was in Morigaon district, the second was in Barpeta district, and this is the third madrasa which has been demolished by the state government for not falling into the lines of the provisions.
So, well, bulldozer roll over illegal madrasas. These are private madrasas reportedly with links to terror activities. And this comes in the wake of Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sharma vowing to get rid of illegal madrasas sponsoring terror activities in the state. And this latest madrasa is is in Bongaigaon district. And as Anirudh, our reporter, was telling us, this is the third such illegal private madrasa that has been demolished. Incriminating documents related to jihad and terror have been recovered, we hear. That's what reports tell us. We're trying to get in touch with our correspondent Anirudh once again. And these discoveries were made after the arrest of 2 persons linked to terror outfits, with links to terror outfits. Reports of private madrasas being linked to terror outfits have been continuously surfacing for the past few months, in fact. And this is a major move taken by the administration to take action against these illegal madrasas. And moving on to other news stories, as we were telling you, this is a mega crackdown on illegal madrasas in Assam. The third such madrasa demolished in Bongaigaon district in Jogighopa, and many incriminating documents recovered.
In a shocking incident, 50 Dalit families were driven out of Jharkhand's Palamu district. These families were residing in the village for the last 4 decades. On receiving the information, the local authorities rushed to Tongri Pahadi area, 1 kilometer away from the village, and were camping there to maintain the law and order.
सूचना मिली तो वरीय पदाधिकारियों के निर्देशानुसार हम यहाँ पर आए और एसडीओ साहब भी हैं साथ में। तो एफआईआर की बात है तो हम लोगों ने एफआईआर दर्ज कर दिया है।
Meanwhile, a criminal case has been lodged against 12 named people and 150 others. Jharkhand Governor Ramesh Bais, taking cognizance of this incident, expressed concern. The government sought a detailed report from the Deputy Commissioner within 2 days and ordered the police to apprehend the culprits immediately. Meanwhile, the Deputy Commissioner assured all 50 families of rehabilitation in the same village on a priority basis. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
A look at the top international stories at this hour. Supporters of prominent Iraqi Shiite cleric Muqtada al-Sadr fired rocket-propelled grenades into Iraq's green zone as machine gun fire crackled overhead, deepening the political chaos gripping the Middle East nation. Iraq's military and 4 rockets were launched into the heavily fortified green zone. Footage shows the chaos emerged into the green zone that injured at least one, who was taken away by a 3-wheeled rickshaw. Muqtada al-Sadr, Iraqi cleric, calls on his supporters to withdraw from the capital's government quarter, where they traded heavy fire with security forces in a serious escalation of a months-long political crisis gripping the nation. In a televised speech, Muqtada al-Sadr gave his supporters an hour to leave. Minutes later, some could be seen abandoning their positions on live television. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky met members of the International Atomic Energy Agency delegation in Kyiv. The UN nuclear watchdog team are on an urgent mission to safeguard the Russian-occupied Zaporizhia atomic power plant at the heart of fighting in Ukraine. A long-awaited trip the world hopes will help avoid a radioactive catastrophe. European Union nations divided on Tuesday over whether to slap a broad visa ban on Russian citizens, torn between a desire to ramp up pressure on President Vladimir Putin and concern about punishing people who may not even support his war on Ukraine. The United Nations and Pakistan appealed for $160 million in emergency funding to help millions affected by record-breaking floods in Pakistan that have killed more than 1,150 people since mid-June. The money is needed to provide nutrition for children and give people shelter, among other forms of assistance that include livestock vaccination.
Making news this morning, the suspended BJP leader Seema Patra, accused of torturing her domestic help, has been arrested. The BJP suspended Seema Patra on grounds of brutally torturing her house help. After the BJP suspended Seema Patra, the Jharkhand governor has written to the DGP urging them to take action in the matter. The BJP leader has been accused of brutally torturing her domestic help. In a late-night hearing, the Karnataka High Court upheld an order of the Dharwad Municipal Commissioner allowing the Ganesh Chaturthi festival to be held at the Hubbali Eidgah Maidan. Chitradurg Murg Seer, accused of sexually assaulting 2 minor girls, is likely to be arrested today. This comes after the students filed a complaint against the Seer. Chhattisgarh's Chief Minister Bhupesh Baghel met with UPA MLAs in Raipur Resort. As many as 32 MLAs of the ruling UPA coalition in Jharkhand flew down to Raipur by a flight from Ranchi and have been shifted to a nearby resort amidst tight security. A few more MLAs from the JMM are expected to join the Congress MLAs and JMM legislators at the Mayfair Resort in Chhattisgarh. The Enforcement Directorate has sought information from the West Bengal Board of Primary Education, the appointment of primary teachers since 2011. This is in connection with the ongoing probe into school job scam. The ED had earlier arrested suspended Trinamool Congress leader Partha Chatterjee and his close associate Arpita Mukherjee for their alleged involvement in the multi-crore scam.
जो सामाजिक प्रश्न होने के कारण एक शराब की रणनीति पॉलिसी गलत बनाई, इसलिए मैंने उसको लिखा।
अब इन्होंने शराब नीति में घोटाला हो गया। अब सीबीआई ने कह दिया कोई घोटाला नहीं हुआ। जनता इनकी बात नहीं मान रही। अभी अन्ना हजारे जी के कंधे पे बंदूक रख के चला रहे हैं।
The BJP leaders are staging such protests.
Farm of the party MLAs who are protesting against Delhi LG Vinay Saxena.
And a quick look at some top.
Thank you for joining us on Republic TV. Cutting across straight to the pictures of the BJP leader who was exposed on Republic last night, torturing, assaulting, almost brutalizing her domestic help. Seema Patra has been arrested. She's been produced in the court right now. Those are the first pictures of Seema Patra being taken to the court, the BJP leader. First on Republic TV, these are the pictures coming in of Seema Patra. She was picked up this morning, 12 hours after Republic TV broke the details of how she brutalized her domestic help. Let's listen in. That's the sequence of her being brought to court. She was asked a few questions, didn't say a word.
हटे हुए हम लोग मैडम बेटी को अस्पताल में क्यों भर्ती किया था? इधर उन्होंने बता दिया था सबको इसलिए जवाब नहीं दूंगी आप लोग इंतजार करिए। आपका बेटे ने सबको बता दिया है।
The video of Seema Patra being brought inside the court. She was picked up earlier this morning. Seema Patra is the BJP leader. Ironically, she was also the coordinator for the Beti Bachao campaign in Jharkhand for the BJP. She's now been suspended by the party. But the pictures, let's show you the pictures of what she has done to her domestic help. The pictures that have shocked the entire country of her domestic help even struggling to speak in what has been serial abuse for years together. On the left of your screen, she was beaten with a hot frying pan, with tawas. Her domestic help was made to lick urine. And that is her. She was even beaten with an iron rod by this lady called Seema Patra. She spoke to the media. She said she was being framed, etc. When we asked her questions this morning, let's listen into that sequence when we confronted Seema Patra earlier today. Here's what she said in her response.
आप लोग ऐसे मत करिए। हाँ फंसाया गया हमको फंसाया गया है। हम जा रहे हैं।
सीमा पात्रा आ रही हैं, दोबारा उनको गाड़ी में बिठाकर पुलिस यहाँ से ले जाएगी। कोशिश करेंगे सीमा पात्रा को। सीमा जी आप बेकसूर हैं।
मैडम बेटे को क्यों अस्पताल में भर्ती किए थे? इसलिए क्योंकि तबीयत खराब थी।
मैडम आपने मारा है।
नहीं मारा है।
चोट के निशान है मैडम। कौन मारा है?
नहीं मारा, मुझे नहीं पता, नहीं मारा है।
आपने घर में रही थी, कौन मारेगा मैडम? आपने मारा मैडम। आपने मारा मैडम। तो देखिए सुनीता पात्रा को मेडिकल के लिए लेकर जाया जा रहा है। देखिए हम
सदर हॉस्पिटल
लेकर जा रहे हैं मैडम। कोर्ट में कितने दिन में करेंगे मैडम?
बस जांच रिपोर्ट आने के बाद में
बेटा वक्त लगता है मैडम आप बोलेंगे जो आरोप आप पर लगे मैडम।
प्रेरित आरोप है मेरे कुछ जो आरोप।
आप लोग ऐसे मत करिए।
हाँ फंसाया गया हमको फंसाया गया है। हम जा रहे हैं।
मैडम इतनी मैडम उनको मारा आपने।
That was her trying to claim that she was a victim of a conspiracy, but the pictures telling you the story of what this domestic help had to go through. Seema Patra, the BJP leader in Jharkhand, allegedly torturing a tribal maid. She's been suspended by the party, but the heartbreaking version of that domestic help. She said she used to be beaten with a belt, hit with hot tawas, iron rods made to lick urine from the floor, etc. Let's listen in. I think the JMM is responding to it. Let's quickly cut across live.
पीड़िता के लिए संवेदनशील है, सभी बराबर है, धर्म के नाम पर, मजहब के नाम पर राजनीति करना नहीं जानती है। लेकिन भाजपा खुद आरोप लगाती है कि तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति है और खुद तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति करती है। आपने देखा होगा कि बहन अंकिता के मामले में भाजपा ने किस तरह से नेशनल चैनल पर बैठकर उन्होंने हमारी सरकार को गालियां दी, जबकि एक और बहन सुनीता खाखा, जो कि भाजपा की एक बड़ी नेत्री के घर में काम करती थी, और उस पर जिस तरह से अमानुषिक अत्याचार सीमा पात्रा ने किया, जो कि भाजपा की ऐसी विंग की थी मंत्री या अध्यक्ष जो भी है, जो कि बेटी बचाओ बेटी पढ़ाओ का विंग देख रही थी और महिलाओं के हित में काम करने के लिए उसको रखा गया था, और वो अपने ही घर में एक आदिवासी लड़की के साथ इस तरह से अमानुषिक व्यवहार कर रही थी। कहा जाता है कि वो हथौड़े से उसके दांत को तोड़ती थी, तवा गरम करके उसको दागती थी। इसके अलावा उसे पेशाब चटवाती थी अपना। सोचिए, ऐसा कोई कर सकता है? और ऐसे अमानुषिक अत्याचार करने वाली अपनी नेत्री को भाजपा बचा रही है। इतने बड़े बड़े भाजपा के नेता लोग, जिसमें कि पूर्व मुख्यमंत्री माननीय रघुवर दास जी भी हैं, जो नेशनल चैनल पर बैठकर हमारी सरकार को, माननीय हेमंत सोरेन जी को गालियां दे रहे थे, तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति कह रहे थे, और उन्होंने इस बहन पर, सुनीता खाखा का एक शब्द नहीं कहा, और इसके लिए अपनी महिला नेत्री को एक बार भी एक सरेआम उन्होंने कुछ भी नहीं कहा। सिर्फ अभी दिखावे के लिए उन्होंने सस्पेंड करके रखा है, बर्खास्त नहीं किया है।
ये क्या लग रहा है?
ये भाजपा खुद धर्म के नाम पर लड़ाती है लोगों को, मजहब का नाम लेती है। उन्होंने अंकिता मामले को जिस तरह से तूल दी है, ये बहुत ही गलत है। अभी भी हम देख कर आ रहे हैं, मेन रोड में ये लोग जुलूस निकाल रहे हैं, बड़ी बड़ी गाड़ियों को सजाया गया है और सजा के लोगों के मन में जहर घोल रही है। आपको पता होगा कि ये संवेदनशील इलाका है, इसमें कई बार दंगे फसाद हो चुके हैं। इस तरह से धर्म के नाम पर फिर से ये माहौल खराब कर रही है, और इसके पीछे आपको मैं बता दूं, इसके पीछे का मकसद यही है कि एक तो दुमका में जो हमारे विधायक हैं माननीय बसंत सोरेन जी, उनको भी किसी तरह से, आप जानते हैं किस तरह से सरकारी तंत्रों का इस्तेमाल करके भाजपा यहाँ की सरकार को गिराने की कोशिश कर रही है। सिर्फ हमारे राज्य में ही नहीं, बल्कि आपने देखा होगा कि महाराष्ट्र में, दिल्ली में, बिहार में, हर जगह, और भी कई राज्य हैं देश में जहाँ पर भाजपा की सरकार नहीं है, वहाँ के लोगों को, वहाँ के विधायकों को खरीद फरोख्त करना, ऑपरेशन लोटस जो है उनका वो करना, इसके अलावा हॉर्स ट्रेडिंग के मामले देखने को मिल रहे हैं, या किसी भी तरह से लोगों को फंसा कर, डरा कर, धमका कर वो अपने सत्ता अपने हाथ में लेना चाहती है। वो लोग चाहते हैं कि 6 महीने के अंदर दुमका में चुनाव हो ताकि भाजपा सत्ता में आए, और इसी के चलते इन्होंने अंकिता मामले को इतना तूल दिया।
सीमा पात्रा कह रही है कि वो दोषी नहीं है, उनको फंसाया जा रहा है।
ऐसा जब लड़की खुद बयान दे रही है, जब अंकिता के बयान को आप लोग नेशनल लेवल पर प्रचारित कर रहे हैं, तो सुनीता खाखा के बयान को आप कहेंगे कि झूठा है। एक पीड़िता खुद बयान दे रही है। ये सब तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति भाजपा करती है, और धर्म के नाम पर वो काम करती है, विकास का काम नहीं करती है। वो धर्म के नाम पर लोगों को गुमराह करती है, लड़ाती है, और हमारे देश में एक ऐसा माहौल पैदा कर दिया। जब भाजपा की सरकार थी हमारे झारखंड में, आपने देखा होगा कि हर दिन मॉब लिंचिंग की घटनाएं हो रही थी। हमारी सरकार आई तो मॉब लिंचिंग रुक गई है, ये उनसे पच नहीं रहा है, और वो हमारी सरकार को अस्थिर करने के लिए, हॉर्स ट्रेडिंग करने के लिए, और जो भी हमारे अधिकारी हैं, जो हमारे माननीय विधायक हैं, सबको परेशान कर रहे हैं। हम लोग इसका विरोध करते हैं। हम लोग, हमारी सरकार, हमारा झारखंड मुक्ति मोर्चा परिवार, आज महिला मोर्चा की नेत्रियां भी हमारे साथ हैं, हमारे पुरुष विंग के भी तमाम लोग हमारे साथ हैं। हॉस्पिटल है तो हम लोग यहाँ आए हैं पीड़िता को देखने के लिए, और उसके साथ उसे भरोसा दिलाने के लिए हम लोग उनके साथ हैं। यहाँ किसी भी तरह की राजनीति नहीं चलेगी।
मैडम की ये बेटी बचाओ बेटी पढ़ाओ अभियान की संयोजिका है,
बिल्कुल।
कैसे बचा रहे हैं?
हाँ, माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी को इसमें संज्ञान लेना चाहिए था। वो क्या कर रहे हैं, हम लोग इस पर भी सवाल करेंगे कि वो बेटी बचाओ बेटी पढ़ाओ को लेकर इतने।
The heartbreaking story there from Jharkhand. Sunita, her name is Sunita Khaka. Sunita was beaten, thrashed, made to lick urine, the domestic help of this now suspended BJP leader Seema Patra, who, by the way, when confronted by Republic, shares it's a conspiracy. A story that we are tracking closely. We will continue to investigate the story. We are reporting from Jharkhand as well this afternoon. Let's quickly move on from Jharkhand to Karnataka now, where the rape accused Seer Shivamurthy, he's been accused of rape under POCSO as well, several sections of POCSO, and he is getting political support, political visitors for the last few days. And these political visitors continue to pour in to this mutt in Karnataka. Even today he had political visitors. He had a visitor from JDS, he had a visitor from the BJP, and the police team. The police team is present there. Let's cut across live to Ashwin. Ashwin is reporting live. Ashwin.
Niranjan, today we saw yet another flow of visitors, which included political workers, including the son of BJP MP GM Siddeshwara's son Aniket was here. He had come to meet. We also saw the JDS candidate who had also been here, and he did speak exclusively to Republic, where he has stated that he has been always coming to this mutt, and he's come here on the interest of the mutt and not in the interest to protect a particular individual. That is what he has said. So when we did confront him, asking the timing of such a visit is crucial, because this is a time when the Seer is likely to be arrested, because the charges against him is quite strong. Also, Niranjan, yesterday it is important to note that yesterday under section 164, the statement has been given by the two minors. It has taken about 5 hours to record the statement. So essentially it would mean that if you look at the flow of the way the investigation should go on, when the court has been given these documents, the investigation team would have got a copy of the entire statement which has been given by these minors. So essentially we are expecting that the police officers will come over here and do the investigation based on the statements which these minor girls have been given. But today what we see is, like, before even in such a crucial time, we again see visitors from the political fraternity, both from the JDS and from the BJP over here. They are stating that one of them had even stated that the JDS contestant in Chitradurga had stated that he is one of the directors of the mutt, and he has come on the interest of the mutt and not in the interest to protect any Seer. But all that said and done, what we see is like a flow of support from the political outfits from the state of Karnataka, and that is something very, very crucial to know the kind of support the Seer is receiving. Also, Niranjan, what is important is the fact that if we did speak to some of the legal luminaries about whether he will be able to get an anticipatory bail. Niranjan, remember, the Seer has not even received an interim order for any kind of bail so far. There is no kind of a legal impediment for the police officers to arrest, but that has not been done so far. But we see Seer getting a lot of support from the political fraternity from the state of Karnataka, and that is the latest update. A while ago, a police van had also come in. We are waiting for more details whether there will be any arrest. We are closely tracking the story right from outside the mutt in Chitradurga. Back to you, Niranjan.
More police teams have arrived. There's some action behind you. Can you just show us what's happening behind you? There is some action, there's some movement there. The police has been there. It's been over 3 to 4 days now. Yeah, why don't you show us what's happening there? And where is the police, and what kind of police presence is here?
Niranjan, a blue color police van had come about 20 minutes ago over here. We had given these visuals also. So we saw when we took, there were about 5-6 officers inside. All of them were not in uniforms, which give us a understanding that this must be the probe team, the CID team which has come over here. But they're all inside the mutt right now. They're talking inside the mutt. The media, we tried to enter to the north side of the mutt, but the media was not told to leave that premises, not to be there. So we are standing outside the main entrance of the mutt over here. As far as we know is that the police officers have come. Now we are presuming that the police officers must have come with the statement which the court must have given the copy. Now the essential process is that once the 164 statement is given, the investigating team gets a copy of it, and based on the statement given by that, this is evidence, this is a crucial evidence, this can be admitted as an evidence. So they will again probe the spot where the crime took place based on the statements given by the minor children. So perhaps that is what is happening inside. There were definitely we could count more than 5 officers were there inside the police van which had come here half an hour, about 20 to 25 minutes ago. But we are expecting that the police will give us an official statement, but all that has not happened so far. We are waiting anxiously outside the mutt state, looking whether the police will take any stringent action, because the kind of the cases that has been leveled, it's a POXO case, it's a minor involved, it's a man who's in a position of authority. Remember, Niranjan, in 2018, the entire section 376 of the IPC was amended, and in which there were some crucial element added. And one of the element which says that a person of authority or a person who is of authority will get more punishment if the rape charges are proved. So which essentially means that tomorrow, when the anticipatory bail petition of the Seer will be heard, the court will not take it lightly, because there are so many impediments to even
the court cannot make a a passing remark or anything. They will have to look into every single angle, because the children were here and it is not a one single incident of rape. One of the child has said for over 3.5 years, and another child has said 1.5 years. So it definitely means there is repetitive attempt of a crime that has happened. So all this adds to the possibility of an arrest further. There is hardly some of the legal luminaries we spoke to are saying there's hardly any chance for any kind of anticipatory bail for the Seer, considering that he's a man of authority. This whole this whole infrastructure over here, he's a 21st pontiff, and there are 1,000 students studying over here, 4,000 staff, and he is this is a mutt which has got a tradition of 450 years. So all this has been taken into account. A man of authority, if he has done such a crime which he is alleged to, then there is hardly any chance of anticipatory bail, and that is why the investigation team, which is right now inside, we presume that they are looking at the statement.
Ashwin, stay with me. I'm cutting across live to Haryana now in Hissar, where the Goa police team has arrived in the Sonali Phogat murder case. There is a breaking news update there. I'm quickly going across live. Let's cut across live.
These are the Goa police officials who have just reached here. We were talking to them. We have been told that yes, they are looking into the investigation. That's something what we have been told. We are reporting live from here as you are getting the visual. This is the farmhouse gate where Goa police has just entered. We were talking to the officials there, and they were making it clear that yes, this is a part of investigation. They are going inside, and as we do know, this is a part of investigation. When Goa police today reaches Hissar, earlier this was the family member of Sonali Phogat, where this particular meeting was going on. We have seen the police official, how the investigation has been taken ahead. So we are reporting live. These are the exclusive images, the live images from inside. We'll try and get inside. We'll talk to them more. We'll try and understand what has been happening. We'll talk to them and what has been happening. And these are the images we are getting you from the farmhouse. And there, the visuals could be clearly seen. I can see there, this particular meeting is going on. SHO could be seen in the visual. That's the SHO of Sadar police station. That's the SHO of Sadar police station. And there I can see some people there with the Goa police, and this is a part of investigation. The people have been called in here. And there SHO is coming. I can see SHO coming outside, and as this is a part of investigation, SHO
ये लोग उनके परिजन से मिलने के लिए आए हैं। गोवा पुलिस यहाँ से आई है, हम लोग कोऑपरेट कर रहे हैं। उनसे बातचीत करने के बाद जो भी उनके डाउट्स हैं, सारी बातों की बयान लेने के बाद ही जांच के लिए जो भी फार्महाउस के बारे में जो बात कर रही थी, उन बातों पर ये फार्महाउस से बातचीत करने के लिए जो भी उनके डाउट्स हैं,
फैमिली को भी साथ में लाया गया।
फैमिली तो आई उनकी यहाँ, पहले से फैमिली यहाँ।
और इन्वेस्टिगेशन में यहाँ पे क्या अभी तक की इन्वेस्टिगेशन में क्या कुछ
वो कर रही है जांच, वही कर रहे हैं जांच।
इन्वेस्टिगेशन अभी तक है, उसका भी जानकारी दे रहे हैं।
वो जहाँ तक अभी तक जानकारी इन्वेस्टिगेशन वो कर रहे हैं, अभी जो भी बयान वगैरह कर रहे हैं, ठीक है। उसके बाद ये आप लोग बताएंगे कि क्या कुछ है, सारा कुछ पूछने के बाद उन लोगों से।
This is all a part of the investigation. That's SHO of Sadar police station who is making it clear what is happening at this point in time. So I'm reporting from the farmhouse. This is the farmhouse from where this has been stated that this is going to be the part of investigation. We are going ahead. We are giving you the visuals when family is also there, and they are moving ahead. They are moving ahead and going further. We are reporting live from the ground, and there SHO had word with us, and further movement I can see. I'll ask my video journalist to come this side. I'll ask my video journalist Hitesh to come this side, and so that we can give you the more clear visual of the police team, the Goa police team who is moving ahead. There I can see the police officials from Goa along with the Hissar police. They are moving ahead, and as stated by the SHO, that this is the part of the investigation. This is the part of investigation. Earlier, these were the family who were meeting Goa police there in the police station, there in the Sadar police station, and the live images coming in from the farmhouse. farmhouse where the investigation has been taken ahead. That's the Goa police officer. We'll talk to him. Sir, अभी
इस टाइम पे मैं कुछ नहीं बता सकता है. It is a matter of investigation. Once we complete the investigation, मैं आपको बताऊंगा.
सर, अभी तक किस किस का स्टेटमेंट रिकॉर्ड हुआ है, उसमें क्या कुछ
आज किस किस का स्टेटमेंट रिकॉर्ड होने वाला है?
बाद में मैं दिन खत्म होने के बाद बताता हूँ. ठीक है
सर, अभी आप यहाँ हैं, आपने कहा इसके बाद घर भी जाएंगे सोनाली के घर पे जो
यार थोड़ा टाइम दीजिए हमको, करने दो इन्वेस्टिगेशन.
सर, ये बता दीजिए ना कितने लोगों के बयान दर्ज हुए हैं?
आपकी टीम में कितने लोग हैं?
फिलहाल हम लोग 2 लोग आए हैं गोवा से.
अभी तक सर आपने किससे पूछताछ की है?
अभी हम लोग सबसे कर रहे हैं, फैमिली मेंबर से, और वो रिलेटेड विद द केस.
अभी तक क्या एविडेंस आपको मिले हैं यहाँ पर?
वो मैं आपको बता नहीं सकता अभी.
सर, आगे फर्दर इन्वेस्टिगेशन का पार्ट की अगर बात करें तो आगे यहीं
अभी पहुंचा हूँ. थोड़ा
आगे क्या मूवमेंट रहेगा सर? यहाँ से घर
जाएंगे, मैं बताता हूँ बाद में. इधर होने के बाद मैं आपको बताता हूँ ना, यहाँ से होने के बाद में कहाँ जाऊँगा वो बताता हूँ आपको. ठीक है. यस.
अच्छा, एक सर लास्ट है गुड़गांव में जो गुड़गांव ग्रीन अपार्टमेंट है उसके बारे में
बताता हूँ बाद में.
Yes, he was the official of the Goa police, and we were just talking to him. He's going inside. This is locked. This particular gate is locked. Let me give you the sense. Let me give you the visual of this particular lock, and they are waiting for someone to open this, I believe, and that's something what we are seeing from the ground. And Goa police is now going to go inside. And as we were just interacting with the police official from the Goa, that what exactly is going to be the next course of action. He's saying that this is the part of investigation. We have recorded some statement, and if we talk about the next move, then yes, this has been stated by the Goa police official that we'll just brief you about the same. But this is where we are. This is the farmhouse, and first we'll do the investigation here at the farmhouse. Then what we have been told earlier that the police will be moving to Sonali Phogat residence, and thereafter they will move toward Gurgaon. That's something what we have been told. So I'll give you the visual once. I'll ask my video journalist to give you the sense. There is a gate, that's something, the rooms that could be seen in the farmhouse, and this is locked at this point in time. They're waiting for the key. These are the Goa police officials along with the Haryana police officials. I'll ask my video journalist to pan a bit and show this to our viewers that what exactly is happening here. And that's the team of the Goa police. The 2 people are here at this point in time. They're doing the investigation. They're interacting with the people that what exactly is going to happen, what is next. We are moving ahead with them. We'll give you the visuals. That's Goa police officials now. That particular area was locked. They were waiting for some key, but now moving toward the entry gate, again. And these are the live images from Haryana, from Hissar. And till now, we do understand that this is all the part of the investigation where the Goa police has now reached over here. They are stating that they have recorded the statement of the family. We have seen the visuals. We have given you the visuals. And family is still inside. And that's something what we are seeing. This exactly is the area where everybody is sitting at this point in time. We are reporting, we are giving you live visuals. And Goa police has gone inside. They are investigating the matter. And we are waiting for the update. What we have been told that they are going to move ahead. And recently we were just getting the media bite. We were just interacting with the DCP where he was making it clear that 4 DVR has been taken in custody. They are going deep into the investigation of the same. Arresting has been done, detaining has been done of the computer operator, and that's a part of the investigation. This is something which is expected to be a lead in this particular case. Has been alleged by the family that this is not said much simple, but this is a murder, and the police should investigate the matter. And in that part, in that way, we do understand that the DVR has been taken in custody by the police. The computer operator is already being questioned. He has been detained, and at this point in time we are reporting from the farmhouse. We are giving you the visuals once again. Let me show you. This exactly is the area where the Goa police officials along with the Haryana police officials and the family, they are talking, they are interacting, they are going ahead with the investigation. That's something what we are reporting from the Hissar, from this particular farmhouse. And after this, what we have been told, the movement will be toward the residence of Sonali Phogat, and from there Gurgaon is going to be the next place where this investigation will go ahead, where the Goa police official will go. Yes, back to you.
Okay, thank you for that. We'll take a short break right now. We'll take a short break. That's Anuj reporting live from the Sonali Phogat farmhouse in Hissar, Haryana, where the Goa police is present. And we'll take a short break. Back with the live coverage.
Goa police now in Hissar investigating the matter. Now will be moving towards the Sonali Phogat residence. We'll be right back after a short break. Stay tuned.
Amity University in London, accredited by Quality Assurance Agency UK and licensed by the Government of UK, offers MBA and BBA degrees at its central London campus. Embark on a global career with a globally recognized UK university degree. To apply, visit amity.edu/London.
Making news this morning, the suspended BJP leader Seema Patra, accused of torturing her domestic help, has been arrested. The BJP suspended Seema Patra on grounds of brutally torturing her house help. After the BJP suspended Seema Patra, the Jharkhand governor has written to the DGP urging them to take action in the matter. The BJP leader has been accused of brutally torturing her domestic help. In a late-night hearing, the Karnataka High Court upheld an order of the Dharwad Municipal Commissioner allowing the Ganesh Chaturthi festival to be held at the Hubbali Eidgah Maidan. Chitradurg Murg Seer, accused of sexually assaulting 2 minor girls, is likely to be arrested today. This comes after the students filed a complaint against the Seer. Chhattisgarh's Chief Minister Bhupesh Baghel met with UPA MLAs in Raipur Resort. As many as 32 MLAs of the ruling UPA coalition in Jharkhand flew down to Raipur by a flight from Ranchi and have been shifted to a nearby resort amidst tight security. A few more MLAs from the JMM are expected to join the Congress MLAs and JMM legislators.
मैडम सदर हॉस्पिटल मैडम आपको बोलेंगे जो आरोप आप पर लगे मैडम। हाँ, फंसाया गया हमको। एक बार क्या बोलेंगे? हमको फंसाया गया है, हमको फंसाया गया है।
This is the society which is going to face biggest impact.
All the rubble which has fallen down after that collapsed, that will now be taken out.
Headlines at 1:30. AAP versus BJP face-off over Liquorgate intensifies after protest versus protest. Now it's video versus video. After BJP JDS leader meets accused Seer, Bumai assures action but political certification continues. Raids on Anubrata's CA properties linked to Mamta's man under scrutiny. Another top TMC leader under lens. CBI set to make big breakthrough next.
मैडम आपने मारा है, आपने मारा है?
नहीं मारा है, नहीं मारा।
चोट के निशान है मैडम, चोट मारा है?
नहीं मारा, मुझे नहीं पता, नहीं मारा।
12 hours after Republic campaign, suspended BJP leader arrested. Belated action but no expulsion yet.
हमको फंसाया गया है, हमको फंसाया गया है। हम जा रहे हैं।
Unleashes horror on domestic help, but Seema Patra claims innocence, says being framed. Big mystery over Sonali Phogat's murder case. Goa police now at Phogat's farmhouse in Hissar. Thanks for tuning in this afternoon. We are live and breaking. I'm Samiksha Srivastava. Let's start right away with breaking news coming in. And more updates coming in on Sonali Phogat's murder case, where we understand that the Goa police has reached the farmhouse of Sonali Phogat's Haryana's Hissar. In fact, we'll go across to Anuj as well, who's reporting live, where the Goa police, we understand, has reached Hissar to intensify further probe. So action happening in Hissar as we speak. We'll go across to Anuj as well, who's tracking all the updates as mystery shrouds the missing DVRs from the farmhouse. Republic there at the very spot, at the very farmhouse where the Goa police has reached. Goa is, in fact, Anuj is there at the spot. Anuj, over to you. Give us more leads that you're picking up in connection with Sonali Phogat's murder.
Well, the latest update is that the Goa police today has reached Hissar. Right now I'm reporting from the farmhouse. Why farmhouse is important? Because this exactly is the place where every visitor was coming to meet Sonali Phogat. She was residing here. The family members was visiting here to meet her, and that's why the Goa police, along with the Hissar police, the Haryana police, they are jointly doing this investigation. And this point in time, this exactly is the gate. Let me give you the sense and the visual. This is a room where the Goa police officials, the two members of the Goa police officials, along with the Hissar police officials, including the SHO, they are still inside and they are discussing the things. The investigation is going on. We just had word with the Goa police official where he was stating that yes, this is the part of investigation. From here, we'll be moving toward the residence of Sonali Phogat. This is the farmhouse from where I'm reporting. These are the live images, exclusive images of this particular meeting. I'll ask my video journalist to once again pan and to zoom in for these exclusive images we are getting from the farmhouse of the Sonali Phogat. There you can see in the blue t-shirt, this is the Goa police official. Next to him, another man in the blue shirt is the Goa police officials. Two members team is here. Along with them, the family members could be seen. These are the live images, exclusive images of that particular investigation which is going on at this point in time in Hissar, in the farmhouse of Sonali Phogat. And the family members is still there. Family members has been asked and to come here, and this is the part of investigation. On the other hand, we can see the Haryana police officials along with the SHO of Sadar police station where this particular incident is being reported. And yes, these are the exclusive images we are reporting live from the ground. And there I can see the Goa police official questioning at this point in time the family members. He's having a diary in his hand. He's noting the point. This is a part of investigation. We are reporting live. These are the exclusive images, live images of the Goa police officials when they are doing the investigation. As we do understand that the DVR has been already taken in custody. That's something which has been reported by the DCP, where he was telling that yes, the DVR has been taken in custody. They are looking deep into the investigation. Who all were the people who were in touch? What exactly has happened? A laptop has been taken in custody by the computer operator as he was missing, but yes, he was absconding rather, and yes, he has been detained now. The computer operator also has been detained now. So the part of the investigation is that he has been questioned now by the Haryana police, and jointly we can see this part of investigation which is going on here. We were giving you the exclusive images of the Haryana police, exclusive images of the Goa police officials. I can see now these people coming out. I can see there is some movement. They're going to move somewhere. What I've been told, they're going to move somewhere toward some another room. Rather, this is expected. As we can see the movement there, the Haryana police official and the Goa police official now moving ahead. Again, the action could be seen. We are giving you the exclusive images. These are the exclusive images from the farmhouse, and there I can see SHO in front taking the lead, then the Goa police officials now entering this room.
Yes, Anuj, stay with us. Just hold your thoughts there. Let me also go across to Alisha, who's reporting live from Goa. Alisha, if you could help us better understand the updates and put this all into context. We understand that there seems to be a larger conspiracy at play when we talk about Sonali Phogat's death case.
Well, yes, Samiksha, it's very important to know that at this point of time where the Goa police team where has already reached Haryana, and it's not only where they are going to go to Hissar but also to Gurgaon, Rohtak and Adampur from where she contested election, Sonali Phogat contested election. So every aspect is what Goa police has been looking into it. Now, moreover, what we've been told that there is also one police official who already went to the Chandigarh for the FSL, where the chemical analysis and the histopathology, where the reports which are going to come from the Chandigarh FSL. So, as far as this investigation is concerned, we know that the 5 people have been arrested, and there are 2 cases that has been registered. One is a murder case that is under section 302 of the IPC that is registered, under which Sudhir Sangwan and Sukhwinder Singh who is arrested. That other case that is under NDPS Act, that is a narcotic case that is registered, on which Curl is restaurant owner and other 2 drug peddler, that is Datta Prasad and Rama. They have been arrested. But most importantly, the statement that was coming in from Chief Minister Pramod Sawant, who clearly mentioned that the
Well, we'll keep going back to Alicia as she is reporting live from Goa. For now, moving on to more breaking news coming in. And news coming in from Jharkhand's Dumka, where we understand that a flag march was conducted just a short while back as situation remains tense. Following the death of Ankita, the girl who was the victim, who was set ablaze and later who succumbed to her injuries as well, Republic has now learned that the NCPCR chief will be visiting Dumka on 5th of September. So that's the breaking update coming in. The NCPCR that has now taken stock of the matter and will be visiting the chief of the NCPCR will be visiting Dumka on September 5th. Well, we have Lomas also joining us, reporting live from Dumka. Lomas, if you could give us more updates. We understand that the NCPCR has also taken stock now. Several netas who have also been visiting the victim's skin. If you could give us more updates on this case.
बिल्कुल, मैं आपको बता दूं कि अब से कुछ ही देर के बाद मनोज तिवारी और साथ ही 2 और नेता जो बीजेपी के डेलीगेशन है वो यहां पर पहुंचेंगे, पीड़िता के जो परिवार है उनसे मिलेंगे और साथ ही किस प्रकार से उनके साथ जो जिस तरीके से झारखंड की सरकार द्वारा लापरवाही यहां पे बरती गई है उसको लेकर के यहां पे चर्चा करेंगे। आप देख सकते हैं तस्वीरों के माध्यम से सुरक्षा के पुख्ता इंतजाम किए गए हैं और साथ ही ये भी बताया जा रहा है कि अब से कुछ ही देर के बाद जो डेलीगेशन है, जो बीजेपी का डेलीगेशन है, वो यहां पे पहुंचेगा, जो पीड़ित परिवार है उनसे वो बात करेगा और साथ ही जो क्राउड फंडिंग की बात भी कपिल मिश्रा कर रहे थे, कपिल मिश्रा के द्वारा क्राउड फंडिंग करवा करके उनके परिवार को यहां पे मदद की जाएगी। जी,
Yes. Well, Lomas, thank you for getting us all those updates. We'll keep coming back to you. So, Lomas, reporting live from Dumka, we understand that the NCPCR chief will also be visiting the district on September 4th and the 5th. And moving on to a quick roundup of all that's making news from across the country. In a major development in Ankita murder case, Jharkhand Chief Welfare Committee has recommended to the SP to add sections under the POCSO Act. In the matter, the committee found that the deceased was 15 years old and not 19 as mentioned by the police in her recorded statement. After the mega campaign by Republic suspended Jharkhand BJP leader Seema Patra, who assaulted her domestic help, has now been arrested and has been taken to the court as well. Former Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister Ghulam Nabi Azad will address a rally in Jammu on 4th of September. This will be his first visit after quitting the Congress party. The BJP said that the claims by AAP MLAs that they have been approached by the BJP and offered up to 20 crore rupees to switch sides is a matter of forensic investigation and that they should undergo a lie detector test. More trouble mounting for Mamta's top man, Anubrata Mondal, as CBI searches were conducted across Bengal in the cattle smuggling case. We understand 62 properties linked to Anubrata Mondal were searched by the CBI. Reportedly, 26 properties linked to Anubrata's daughter is also under the lens of the CBI. Further, Anubrata's confidant and TMC leader is also being grilled by the CBI. After several incriminating documents related to jihad and terror were seized from illegal madrasa in Assam, the police raided the madrasa along with the recent arrested Hafizur Rahman, who is linked with the Al-Qaeda terror module. The madrasa has been demolished after the order was issued by the executive magistrate to demolish the madrasa in Jogikopa area. And more updates coming in on Sonali Phogat's death case, where we understand that the Haryana police has detained a computer, has seized a computer, detained a computer operator who went missing with DVD, mobile phone, a laptop and a document in Phogat's case. The Hissar police is interrogating the man identified as Shivam. Sonali's family, meanwhile, has alleged that Shivam absconded after receiving a phone call after Sonali's death. Accused suspended BJP leader Seema Patra was taken to the court today. Earlier, she alleged that she was being framed in this case. Congressman called out Vadra Congress elections after Ghulam Nabi Azad and Anand Sharma. It's now Manish Tiwari who has rejected the fair poll claim and lambasted the fair poll claim of the Congress, as there is no end to Vadra Congress political drama. And moving on to more breaking news coming in. This one, a top story that we've been tracking from Karnataka. And we're now getting in visuals, in fact, of a police vehicle that has now reached the Muruga Mutt in Chitradurga with many officers as well. Remember, this comes after JDS leader met Karnataka's accused Seer of sexual assault. We'll go across to Ashwin as well, who's reporting live from Chitradurga. But these are the first visuals that we are getting right now of the police. In fact, the first visuals coming in of the police officials who are reaching at the Muruga Mutt in Chitradurga with many police officials there at the very spot. It remains to be seen what happens next. Remember, the Seer is accused of sexual assault and has been booked under the POCSO Act as well. More details are awaited. We'll go across to Ashwin as well. But the latest update coming in that the police teams have arrived at the Muruga Mutt. In fact, minor victims have also recorded their statement under 164 section. Seer, remember, has no relief from the court but is still scot-free. The visuals coming in right now from Chitradurga, where the police officials are seen arriving at the Muruga Mutt. We'll go across to Ashwin, who's there at the very location to get us more live updates. But it seems from what it appears that no action has been taken against the Seer, with many questioning no action that has been taken by the police as of now. But the visuals coming in right now of the police officials who are seen arriving at the Muruga Mutt. Remains to be seen if the Seer gets arrested next or not. But well, we have Ashwin joining us live. Ashwin, if you could give us more details on the police officials who are seen arriving at the Muruga Mutt.
Yes, the initial information that we are getting is that there is another FIR which has been filed against the secretary of this mutt by the warden of this mutt on sexual assault itself. Now, we get to understand is that the police officers have also come to investigate that part of the story, and that is why the officers are there on the side of the mutt where the warden and all that stays. So although right now there are two cases registered. One is against the secretary, another one against the main case, the POCSO case against the Seer. But we get to understand is that the police is investigating the second case where the FIR was already been lodged by the warden of the hostel itself, stating that she has been sexually abused by the secretary. So that is what the investigation officers are right now also looking at, and that is the initial information that we are getting. Back to you.
Yes, Ashwin, stay with us. If you could give us more details on the second FIR that has been filed against the accused Seer.
The FIR which was filed about 8 days ago, and that was against Basavaraj, who has allegedly sexually assaulted the warden of the mutt. And this case was filed a week ago, and the details are, we are still awaiting those details, but initially the content of the FIR is that the secretary of this mutt has in fact indulged in a sexual assault of the warden, and the case is ongoing, and the investigation team is right now looking at that case as well and collecting evidence, the master report of the same, looking at the spot of crime, and all those details are being looked by the investigating officer. But we're expecting that the police will speak about it in a short while from now.
Yes, Ashwin, just to continue on that very same point, we also got the visuals of the police arriving at the Muruga mutt. Any action that can be expected next, especially at that very location where you are, the Muruga mutt?
Sir. Hello. We are expecting, because see, Samiksha, it's very important. There are the main case which is related to the POXO case. The 164 statement has already been given. It took about 5 hours. So essentially, the process that happens is that once the statement is given, the copy of it will be given to the investigating team. Now, considering the entire story, when we look at it, the Seer, the plaintiff has so far not secured any kind of anticipatory bail. In fact, his anticipatory bail hearing is only tomorrow. So basically there is no legal impediment which stops the police officials probing this matter to arrest or take stringent actions against the alleged accused. But that has not happened so far. Ideally what should happen is that based on the statement given, more proof must be collected by the probe team, and that they should have been here. But what we see is one set of officers have come over here. They are here outside the come over here, but we also get to understand they're in fact probing the second case against the secretary of the trust as well. So whether we tried to speak to the police officials over there, they were reluctant to give us any information whatsoever, but the probe is going on it. But at the same time, it's very important to know that there were two political visitors also over here. The JDS candidate from Chitradurga had also visited, as well as the The POXO case which has been registered against the senior mutt is still an ongoing investigation. The police has so far not been able to arrest the Seer. Stay tuned to Republic TV as we bring you the latest update on the story from the ground here in Chitradurga.
A look at the top international stories at this hour. Supporters of prominent Iraqi Shiite cleric Muqtada al-Sadr fired rocket-propelled grenades into Iraq's green zone as machine gun fire crackled overhead, deepening the political chaos gripping the Middle East nation. Iraq's military and 4 rockets were launched into the heavily fortified green zone. Footage shows the chaos emerged into the green zone that injured at least one who was taken away by a 3-wheeled rickshaw. Muqtada al-Sadr, Iraqi cleric, calls on his supporters to withdraw from the capital's government quarter, where they traded heavy fire with security forces in a serious escalation of a months-long political crisis gripping the nation. In a televised speech, Muqtada al-Sadr gave his supporters an hour to leave. Minutes later, some could be seen abandoning their positions on live television. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky met members of the International Atomic Energy Agency delegation in Kyiv. The UN nuclear watchdog team are on an urgent mission to safeguard the Russian-occupied Zaporizhia atomic power plant at the heart of fighting in Ukraine. A long-awaited trip the world hopes will help avoid a radioactive catastrophe. European Union nations divided.
And a big news break coming in. Seema Patra has now been sent to police custody Till 12th of September, that's a big news break coming in. Seema Patra, who's accused of assaulting and brutally thrashing her domestic maid, has now been sent to police custody. That's a news break coming in. She's been sent to police custody till 12th of September. So no relief in sight for the BJP leader, the suspended BJP leader, Seema Patra, who's now been sent to police custody. Remember, action comes after she was arrested almost 12 hours after Republic campaign, where we brought you the story in which it came to light how Seema Patra assaulted her domestic help. She tortured her domestic help with metal rods. She tortured her with hot pans, made her lick urine from the floor. In fact, the domestic maid was beaten till the teeth were broken and fell. In fact, she was beaten with hot frying pans as well. So action now that's been taken. She's now been sent, Seema Patra, who's now been sent to police custody till 12th of September. We have Anup joining us. Anup, if you could give us more details. We understand Seema Patra, who's now been sent to police custody, and rightly so, till 12th of September.
कोई बात नहीं है, रिमांड की कागजात पूरी हो गई।
All right.
पूछताछ पूरी हो गई है और अगर जरूरत पड़ती है तो आगे भी पूछताछ की जाएगी।
माइक में क्या कर दिया?
जी हमें और कुछ बताइए इसके बारे में। एक बार आप हमें अगर फिर से if you can tell us the reaction coming in from Seema Patra. We understand she has been quite evasive. She also said that this is all a conspiracy in which she is being framed. If you could talk to us more about the reactions coming in, especially from Seema Patra after her arrest.
सीमा पात्रा को लेकर मैंने बहुत लोगों से प्रतिक्रियाएं मिली है। मैं उस पीड़ित से मिलने भी पहुंचा था। अभी मैं रिम्स में ही मौजूद हूं। अधिक प्रतुल नाथ चाहदेव बीजेपी के प्रवक्ता भी हमारे साथ है। प्रतुल, मैं इनसे ही पूछता हूं, क्या पहला रिएक्शन होगा? आपने देखा प्रतुल इनको?
देखिए, मैं भी इस दरिंदगी की घटना को सुनकर देखने आया। सच में रोआ खड़ा कर देने वाली घटना है। ऐसे बर्बर और ऐसे लोगों को सभ्य समाज में रहने का कोई अधिकार नहीं है। और जैसी पार्टी के संज्ञान में ये बात आई तो संविधान के तहत हमने इन्हें सस्पेंड किया, शो कॉज किया। 72 घंटे में इन्हें पार्टी से एक्सपेल किया जाएगा। लेकिन जो इन्होंने बर्बरता दिखाई है, ये कल्पना से परे है। जिस तरीके से इन्होंने बंधक बनाकर रखा और एक झारखंडी बेटी के साथ दुर्व्यवहार किया, हमारी पार्टी में ऐसे जालिम जुल्म ढाने वाले लोगों के लिए कोई जगह नहीं है साहब। और हमने इन्हें सस्पेंड कर दिया और एक्सपेल करने जा रहे हैं।
तो देखिए, बीजेपी ने भी कार्रवाई शुरू कर दी है। एक्सपेल करने की बात कह रहे हैं, सस्पेंड तो किया गया है, लेकिन पीड़ित जो है पीड़िता, उससे मिलने के लिए भी लोग लगातार पहुंच रहे हैं। बीजेपी के लोग पहुंचे हैं, जेएमएम के लोग पहुंचे, बाबूलाल मरांडी भी पहुंचे हैं और भी लोग पहुंचेंगे अब।
The BJP leaders are staging such protests.
Farm of the party members who are protesting against Delhi LG Vinay Saxena.
And a quick look at some top international stories. Mikhail Gorbachev, who is the last leader of the Soviet Union, waged a losing battle to salvage a crumbling empire but produce extraordinary reforms that led to the end of the Cold War, has died. Gorbachev won the 1990 Nobel Peace Prize for his role in ending the Cold War and spent his later years collecting accolades and awards from all corners of the world. About 100 people gathered outside the South Carolina State House yesterday. The South Carolina House appeared ready to vote on a new total ban on abortion, with no exceptions for pregnancies caused by rape or incest, as Democrats joined with the chamber's most conservative members to keep the bill as restrictive as possible. US President Joe Biden forcefully defends the FBI as the agency and its employees come under withering criticism and threats of violence since executing a search warrant at former President Donald Trump's Florida residence earlier this month.
So let me say this to my MAGA Republican friends in Congress. Don't tell me you support law enforcement if you won't condemn what happened on the 6th. For God's sake, whose side are you on? Whose side are you on? You're either on the side of a mob or the side of the police. You can't be pro-law enforcement and pro-insurrection. You can't be a party of law and order and call the people who attacked the police on January 6th patriots. You can't do it. What are we teaching our children?
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says that the situation around the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant remains highly threatening. After meeting with the International Atomic Energy Agency Director General Rafael Grossi, Zelensky again says that immediate and complete demilitarization of the ZNPP is necessary. A Russian ambulance crew was killed in a collision with a fuel tanker and another vehicle in the Yaroslavl region. According to Russian state media, the ambulance was rushing to an emergency when the tanker driver allegedly lost control and hit the ambulance. The ambulance caught fire and the crew of 3 with 2 female paramedics and male driver were pronounced dead at the scene. A look at the top international stories at this hour. Supporters of prominent Iraqi Shiite cleric Muqtada al-Sadr fired rocket-propelled grenades into Iraq's green zone as machine gun fire crackled overhead, deepening the political chaos gripping the Mideast nation. Iraq's military and 4 rockets were launched into the heavily fortified green zone. Footage shows the chaos emerged into the green zone that injured at least one who was taken away by a 3-wheeled rickshaw. Muqtada al-Sadr, Iraqi cleric, calls on his supporters to withdraw from the capital's government quarter, where they traded heavy fire with security forces in a serious escalation of a months-long political crisis gripping the nation. In a televised speech, Muqtada al-Sadr gave his supporters an hour to leave. Minutes later, some could be seen abandoning their positions on live television. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky met members of the International Atomic Energy Agency delegation in Kyiv. The UN nuclear watchdog team are on an urgent mission to safeguard the Russian-occupied Zaporizhzhia atomic power plant at the heart of fighting in Ukraine. A long-awaited trip the world hopes will help avoid a radioactive catastrophe. European Union nations divided on Tuesday over whether to slap a broad visa ban on Russian citizens, torn between a desire to ramp up pressure on President Vladimir Putin and concern about punishing people who may not even support his war on Ukraine. The United Nations and Pakistan appealed for $160 million in emergency funding to help millions affected by record-breaking floods in Pakistan that have killed more than 1,150 people since mid-June. The money is needed to provide nutrition for children and give people.
The party MLAs are right now protesting inside the Delhi Assembly. Right behind me, you can also see the pictures as to how the effigy of BJP symbol lotus is also being burnt. The party MLAs are protesting here and raising their voice against the Operation Lotus.
Well, these are the first visuals that we are getting right now. Remember, BJP sacked BJP leader, in fact, Seema Patra, who's been taken to police custody till 12th of September. Those are the first visuals coming in where Seema Patra is seen hiding her face. She's the same leader, the BJP, this now sacked BJP leader who assaulted the domestic maid, who tortured her domestic maid till she was hospitalized. The first visuals getting in right now of Seema Patra, who's now been taken to police, sent to police custody till 12th of September.
And those pictures on your screens as my colleague Samisha was getting you the very latest how trouble is mounting for the suspended BJP leader, who you would remember earlier this morning was being taken for her medical test, and over there when she did speak to the cameras and said that she is innocent. However, now she has been taken into police custody. Seema Patra is now going to be...
क्या नाम है सर आपका? प्रदीप।
All right, so it is confirmed now. Seema Patra has been sent into police remand till the 12th of September. The suspended BJP leader and the wife of an ex-IAS officer who is now in police custody till the 12th of September. Trouble mounting against her as she claims that she is innocent and she is being framed. However, fast-paced developments taking place as Republic was holding a campaign asking Seema Patra must be arrested, and now the procedure that is ongoing. She has been taken into police custody till the 12th of September. And earlier this morning, when the cameras had managed to capture her, she said that she is innocent. However, the law is taking its course and now she will be questioned by the police as she is set to remain in custody till the 12th of September. Massive uproar that we have witnessed in the entire country over how she had gone on to abuse her domestic help. And finally, when she was released and the truth came out, there was a growing chorus of how Seema Patra must be arrested. And now this is the very latest that is coming in. She has been sent to police custody till the 12th of September, which means she will be questioned and further details will be sought by the police. And let's quickly take a look at all the developments that have been taking place since this morning, when Seema Patra was taken for the medical test, after which she was taken to the court, and now of course it is final. She is in police custody till the 12th of September.
प्रेरित आरोप है मेरे कुछ जो आरोप आप लोग ऐसे मत करिए हाँ फंसाया गया हमको फंसाया गया है हमको फंसाया गया है बोलते तो है नहीं हम जा रहे हैं फंसाया गया है
सीमा पात्रा आ रही है, दोबारा उनको गाड़ी में बिठाकर पुलिस यहां से ले जाएगी। कोशिश करेंगे सीमा पात्रा को। सीमा जी, आप बेकसूर हैं।
मैडम बेटे को क्यों अस्पताल में भर्ती किए थे? क्यों अस्पताल में भर्ती किए थे? इसलिए क्योंकि तबीयत खराब थी।
मैडम आपने मारा है,
नहीं मारा है, नहीं मारा।
चोट के निशान है मैडम, कौन मारा है?
नहीं मारा, मुझे नहीं पता, नहीं मारा है।
आपने घर में रही थी, कौन मारेगा मैडम? आपने मारा मैडम, आपने मारा मैडम, दोषी है। तो देखिए सुनीता पात्रा को मेडिकल के लिए लेकर जाया जा रहा है, मेडिकल के लिए लेकर जाया जा रहा है। देखिए हम
सदर हॉस्पिटल
लेकर जा रहे हैं मैडम। कोर्ट में कितने दिन पेश करेंगे मैडम आप?
बस जांच रिपोर्ट आने के बाद में।
कितना वक्त लगता है मैडम? मैडम आपको बोलेंगे जो आरोप आप पर लगे मैडम।
प्रेरित आरोप है मेरे कुछ जो आरोप आप लोग ऐसे मत करिए हाँ फंसाया गया हमको फंसाया गया है फंसाया गया है बोलते तो है नहीं हम जा रहे हैं फंसाया गया है
मैडम इतनी मैडम उनको मारा आपने।
साहब, ऐसे बर्बर चरित्र वाले लोगों को कठोरतम सजा देनी चाहिए। लेकिन सरकार ने अंकिता की मौत ले ली। 7 दिनों तक वो जीवन से लड़ती रही। मुख्यमंत्री 50 किलोमीटर दूर कर सैर सपाटे करते रहे, सेल्फी खिंचवाते रहे। 5 किलोमीटर दूर रिम्स आकर उसे देखने की जहमत नहीं उठाई। इसलिए हमने निर्णय लिया कि रिम्स में अगर इसका उचित इलाज नहीं होगा, इस बिटिया के परिजन यह मांग करेंगे तो बीजेपी ये सारा कुछ करेगी और इसे बेहतर सेंटर्स के लिए भेजेगी। लेकिन हमने
बेहतर इलाज के लिए बीजेपी भेजेगी। अगर जेएमएम या सरकार यहाँ की नहीं मानती तो बीजेपी इसे इलाज के लिए बाहर भी भेजेगी।
All right, so we have got you all that has happened until this morning, and Seema Patra has been taken into police custody. She will stay in custody till the 12th of September, and she will be questioned by the cops. This, of course, is there was a growing demand that Seema Patra must be arrested. She was suspended by the party earlier. She was a former member of the BJP until suspension, and then, of course, also, as she is the wife of a former IAS officer, I beg your pardon, a retired IAS officer. However, now this is the latest that is coming in. Seema Patra, who came into light after her domestic health that she continued to abuse for many years, and the kind of atrocities against her. Now law is taking its course, and as it proceeds further, Seema Patra is now in custody. And as we continue to stay with live and breaking pictures on your screens of KCR meeting with the Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar in Patna, the meeting that holds a lot of significance, and KCR meeting Nitish Kumar in a bid for a united opposition front, as that is what they are attempting to eye the 2024 Lok Sabha elections, is what is being speculated. KCR, who reached Bihar at 11 a.m. this morning, and also this meeting with Nitish Kumar is being watched very closely. Prakash Singh, my colleague, now with us on the broadcast. Prakash, important after what has happened in Bihar, and with side Nitish Kumar stands, and now KCR to meet him. But what exactly is on the agenda, and how are they going to take this further?
Well, this is the first move as far as opposition unity at the national level is concerned. And KCR is visiting Patna today, is already landed, will be participating in a program meant for providing compensation to those soldiers who were killed in the Galwan Valley, and they were from Bihar. And apart from that, they will be holding political confabulations for sure in the run-up to the 2024 elections to unite the opposition. And Nitish Kumar has already stated the fact that he will be meeting all the opposition leaders at the national level. It is expected that on 4th or 5th of September, Nitish Kumar is also likely to visit Delhi and meet opposition leaders of the left and other parties, so that the opposition leaders could be united to take on the might of Narendra Modi in the run-up to the 2024 elections. But the road is not so easy as it has happened in the past, that the opposition unity has failed quite often, whether be it in 1977 under Chaudhry Charan Singh, and after that under Vishwanath Pratap Singh from 89 to 90, and then the United Front government under Devgowda and Gujral. We'll have to wait and watch what kind of political realignment takes shape in the country in the years to come. Back to you.
All right, Prakash, many thanks for getting us these details, and of course we are eyeing this meeting very closely to see how it develops further. For the moment, we move on. Thank you. And yes, we are shifting focus to the state of Uttar Pradesh now, where this is the latest action by UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath. We're hearing that bulldozers ran on shops in front of the state headquarters of the Samajwadi Party. This action has been taken at those shops on which the picture of the leaders of the Samajwadi Party's posters were found. Bulldozer operated by the municipal corporation run on these shops. Those pictures on your screens of the JCBs that ran down these shops, and these primarily are those shops which were in front of the state headquarters. All right, we are trying to get you more reactions from those who have been witness to the entire situation, especially also shopkeepers who whose shops have been run down and what they have to say about why this has been done. But this is the latest information we are picking up of how bulldozers ran on shops in front of the state headquarters of the Samajwadi Party. And as it is being suggested that this action has been particularly taken on those shops which had carried posters of Samajwadi Party leaders and bulldozers running on them. And on to other top stories we are tracking very closely this afternoon. And a major development in the Ankita murder case. Jharkhand Child Welfare Committee has recommended that SP add sections under POCSO Act in the matter. The committee found out that the deceased was 15 years old and not 19, as mentioned by the police in her statement that was recorded. After the mega campaign by Republic TV suspended Jharkhand BJP leader Seema Patra, who cruelly assaulted her domestic help, has been arrested. She has now been taken into police custody and
महाराष्ट्र की विधानसभा में आवाज उठने लगी, खोका खोका 50 खोका, खोका खोका 50 खोका, 50 खोके एकदम ओके, 50 खोके एकदम ओके। भाजपाई चुप हो गए, खामोश हो गए। कह रहे शिंदे की जांच कराओ, विधायकों को कैसे तोड़ा। फिर कहने लगे प्रभु शारदा स्कैम चल रहा था, नारदा स्कैम चल रहा था, घोटालेबाज था मुकुल राय, घोटालेबाज था शुभेंदु अधिकारी, उसको हमने अपनी पार्टी में कैसे शामिल किया, इसकी जांच कराओ। फिर पता चला उसको राष्ट्रीय उपाध्यक्ष मुकुल राय को बनाया, शुभेंदु अधिकारी को बीजेपी का विधानसभा में लीडर बना दिया। चुप हो गए। फिर भाजपाइयों ने कहा वाटर घोटाला हमने खोला था हेमंत विश्व शर्मा के खिलाफ, वाटर घोटाला हमने खोला था हेमंत विश्व शर्मा के खिलाफ, इसकी जांच कराओ, इसकी जांच कराओ। फिर पता चला उनकी पार्टी ने हेमंत विश्व शर्मा को मुख्यमंत्री बना दिया। भाजपाई कह रहे उत्तराखंड में हमने कैसे तोड़ फोड़ करके विधायक तोड़े थे, इसकी जांच कराओ। गोवा में हमने कैसे तोड़ फोड़ करके विधायक खरीदे थे, इसकी जांच कराओ। कर्नाटक में हमने तोड़ फोड़ करके कैसे विधायक खरीदे थे, मंत्री पद का कैसे लालच दिया था, इसकी जांच कराओ। मध्य प्रदेश में हमने कैसे विधायक तोड़े थे, मंत्री पद का लालच दिया था, एक सरकार को गिराया था, इसकी जांच कराओ। भाजपाई कह रहे पूरे देश में उन्होंने कैसे तोड़फोड़ की थी, इसकी जांच कराओ, इसकी जांच कराओ। अरे भोला बालक भाजपाइयों, तुम्हारी पार्टी के बारे में कहा जाता है कश्मीर से लेके कन्याकुमारी तक रात को जब विधायक सोता है तो मां कहती है बेटा सो जा वरना अमित शाह आ जाएगा। मां कहती है बेटा सो जा वरना अमित शाह आ जाएगा। पूरे देश में विधायकों की खरीद फरोख्त करके लोकतंत्र की हत्या करने का काम एक सीरियल किलर बन गई है भारतीय जनता पार्टी। भारतीय जनता पार्टी वह पार्टी है जिसने एक नहीं कई राज्य सरकारों की हत्याएं की है। और मुझे अफसोस है कि दिल्ली में जब उनका ऑपरेशन लोटस फेल हो गया, दिल्ली में जब विधायकों को खरीद फरोख्त करने, पार्टी तोड़ने की ऑपरेशन लोटस की प्रक्रिया फेल हो गई, तो कह रहे इसकी जांच कराओ, जांच कराओ। आम आदमी पार्टी आज मांग करती है कि जांच कराओ। पूरे देश में 277 विधायक कैसे खरीदे गए, कैसे तोड़फोड़ की गई, कैसे धमकियां दी गई, किसको कितना पैसा दिया गया, इसकी जांच कराओ। और मैं तो कहता हूं न्यूनतम, नारे तो तुम्हारे बारे में लग रहा है खोका खोका 50 खोका, भाजपाइयों तुम तो बन गए हो भारतीय खोका पार्टी, लेकिन अगर न्यूनतम 20 करोड़ रुपए भी मान लो तो करीब करीब 6300 करोड़ रुपए 6,300 करोड़ रुपए पूरे हिंदुस्तान में विधायकों को खरीदने के लिए भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने खर्च किया है और 800 करोड़ रुपए दिल्ली में विधायकों को खरीदने के लिए भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने एक जगह इकट्ठा करके रखा है। इन सारे मामलों की जांच होनी चाहिए, इन सारे मामलों की न्यायिक जांच होनी चाहिए, इन सारे मामलों की कोर्ट के द्वारा गठित कमेटी के अंडर में सीबीआई की विस्तृत जांच होनी चाहिए और भारतीय जनता पार्टी के नेताओं को ऊपर से लेकर नीचे तक जिन्होंने ये पाप किया है उन पापियों को पकड़ के जेल के सीखचों के पीछे डालना चाहिए। अच्छा मजाक बना रखा है, चोरी और सीना जोरी, विधायकों को खरीदते भी हो, धमकाते भी हो, डराते भी हो, ईडी सीबीआई का दुरुपयोग भी करते हो, फिर कह रहे हो जांच कराओ। अरे कितनी जांच होगी तुम्हारी? और ये सारा का सारा पैसा याद रखिएगा, मैं इस देश के लोगों से कहना चाहता हूं, ये सारा का सारा पैसा जो डीजल के ऊपर टैक्स बढ़ाया जाता है, पेट्रोल के ऊपर टैक्स बढ़ाया जाता है, आटे के ऊपर टैक्स बढ़ाया जाता है, दाल चावल के ऊपर टैक्स बढ़ाया जाता है, बच्चों के दूध पे जो टैक्स बढ़ाया जाता है, वो टैक्स बढ़ाने वाले काम में भाजपा दलाली खाती है और दलाली से विधायकों को खरीदने का काम करती है। उन दलाली के पैसों से विधायकों को खरीदने का काम करती है। तो जिस पार्टी के बारे में पूरे देश में मां कहती है अपने विधायक बेटे से कि बेटा सो जा वरना अमित शाह आ जाएगा, वो पार्टी हमसे पूछ रही है जांच कराओ, जांच कराओ। अरे कराओ जांच, पूरे देश की जांच कराओ, पूरे देश की जांच कराओ। और अभी आज हमारे विधायकगण वो जा रहे हैं सीबीआई से मिलने के लिए, मैंने भी मिलने का समय मांगा है और सीबीआई से मिलकर इस ऑपरेशन लोटस के जो दिल्ली में हम लोगों ने ऑपरेशन बोगस बना दिया, इसकी जांच की मांग करेंगे। आपके कोई प्रश्न हो आप पूछ सकते हैं।
तो ये सीबीआई इंक्वायरी ऑपरेशन लोटस पे आप अलग से जा रहे हैं उस पे?
आज पूरे मामले को लेकर हमारे दिल्ली के विधायक जा रहे हैं सीबीआई दफ्तर और मेरे ख्याल से 3 बजे वो लोग वहां पहुंचेंगे और इस पूरे मामले की जांच कराने की मांग करेंगे।
सर, दिल्ली में जो आप आरोप लगा रहे हैं ऑपरेशन लोटस का, वो भी उसमें मांग रहेगी या ओवरऑल जो आप आरोप लगा रहे हैं?
बिल्कुल, दिल्ली की मांग क्यों नहीं रहेगी। दिल्ली में 800 करोड़ रुपए इकट्ठा कर रखा है भाजपाइयों ने विधायक खरीदने के लिए। क्या कर रहे हैं वहां देखिए, झारखंड में वो भी अपने विधायक ले लेके यहां से वहां जा रहे हैं। सब डरे हुए हैं, ये सब डाकू गब्बर सिंह बन गए। मां अपने विधायक बेटे से कहती है बेटा सो जा वरना अमित शाह आ जाएगा, भाजपा ही आ जाएगा। यही धंधा कर रहे हैं और भोला बालक बने हुए कह रहे हैं हमें पता नहीं सिंधे कैसे टूटा, इसकी जांच कराओ। अरे कोई तुम लोगों के बारे में मानेगा? पूरे देश में सरकारों की हत्याएं कर दी, एक सरकार के बाद दूसरी सरकार, दूसरी सरकार के बाद तीसरी सरकार, और खुद ही चोरी और सीना जोरी कह रहे हो जांच कराओ। कराओ जांच पूरे देश के विधायकों की। देखिए आज भाजपाइयों का असली चेहरा, और इसीलिए मैं इनको कहता हूं भारतीय झूठा पार्टी, झूठ बोलने में महारत हासिल है। कल एक राष्ट्रीय चैनल पर बैठकर भाजपा के प्रवक्ता गौरव भाटिया ने कहा हम स्कूल भी देखेंगे, स्कूल के अंदर के कमरे भी देखेंगे और स्कूल का टॉयलेट भी देखेंगे। ये कहा उस आदमी ने। और फिर बाद में क्या हुआ, वहां पहुंचते हैं और बगैर स्कूल देखे अंदर भी नहीं घुसते, भाग जाते हैं बाहर से। तो अरविंद केजरीवाल और मनीष सिसोदिया ने ऐसा शानदार दिल्ली का स्कूल बना रखा है कि भाजपाइयों की आंखें चकाचौंध हो जाती हैं, वो अंदर घुसते नहीं बेचारे। कहते कैसे देखें कमरे, कैसे देखें टॉयलेट, क्योंकि कमरे देखेंगे टॉयलेट देखेंगे तो उनको सोनभद्र और मिर्जापुर का बच्चों को स्कूलों में मिलने वाला नमक रोटी याद आएगा। क्योंकि यहां के स्कूल देखेंगे तो पूरे देश में भाजपा शासित राज्यों में जिस तरह से सरकारी स्कूल बंद हुए वो उनको याद आएंगे, जिस तरीके से गोबर पाथा जाता है सरकारी स्कूलों में वो उनको याद आएगा। इसलिए वो बेचारे जाते ही नहीं स्कूल देखने हमारा। इतनी नफरत क्यों है दिल्ली के बच्चों से? इतनी नफरत क्यों है? हमसे राजनीति करो ना। और अगर केजरीवाल जी और मनीष सिसोदिया जी दिल्ली के बच्चों को अच्छी शिक्षा दे रहे हैं, उससे नफरत क्यों है आप लोगों को? इतनी ज्यादा नफरत आप बताइए। तो इसलिए आज सौरभ भारद्वाज जी ने गौरव भाटिया को पूरे देश के सामने भाजपाइयों को एक्सपोज किया। सौरभ भारद्वाज जी वहां पहुंचते हैं, बार बार उनसे अनुरोध करते हैं, चलिए देखिए स्कूल का कमरा और टॉयलेट, मना कर देते हैं। और देखिए आप, ये कोई झूठी बात नहीं है, ये इन्होंने साफ तौर पे जो कहा वही कर रहे थे। आप बताइए मुझे, ये है, देखिए आप।
स्कूल चिराग क्लास 1 में मिली है 11 बजे, और वो नहीं, उसके अलावा बहुत सारे स्कूल दिखाऊंगा, एक नहीं बहुत सारे दिखाऊंगा, और टॉयलेट भी दिखाऊंगा, और ये भी दिखाऊंगा 11 बजे और क्लासरूम में क्लास नहीं, मैं कह रहा हूँ। हाँ, मिलेगा, तभी बात करेंगे, जरूर मिलेगा, भागिएगा। टॉयलेट में भी चलेंगे और क्लासरूम में भी चलेंगे, और मैं आपको फर्क बताऊंगा। क्लासरूम में,
अच्छा अब ये देखिए, क्लासरूम में भी चलेंगे और टॉयलेट में भी चलेंगे, ये बेचारे कह रहे हैं। अब आप देखिए, फिर सौरभ भारद्वाज कह रहे हैं आपको एक एक स्कूल में ले जाऊंगा, जाने के लिए तैयार नहीं, बाहर खड़े हैं। फिर ये तीसरा सीन है, देखा आपने, तीनों दिखा दिया। एक में वो कह रहे हैं स्कूल के कमरे भी
गलवान घाटी लद्दाख में शहीद हुए बिहार के वीर सपूतों एवं हैदराबाद दुर्घटना के मृतकों को भावपूर्ण श्रद्धांजलि कार्यक्रम देने हेतु इस समारोह में हमारे बीच उपस्थित माननीय मुख्यमंत्री बिहार, माननीय मुख्यमंत्री तेलंगाना और माननीय उप मुख्यमंत्री बिहार का मैं हार्दिक स्वागत करता हूं। मैं माननीय मुख्यमंत्री तेलंगाना
And those are pictures coming in from the Galwan Ghati, where respect is being paid to the martyrs. And Prakash Singh is with me on the phone line as the meeting between KCR and Nitish Kumar is now in focus. Prakash, of course, we understand why this meeting is happening, and these are efforts that are slowly inching into bringing the opposition together to eventually defeat the BJP, and which is why we see these leaders meeting. But what exactly can you tell us about how the day is planned and how KCR is going to take this up with Nitish Kumar? Because we understand that even earlier on, Tejashwi had met KCR twice in Hyderabad when he was the leader of opposition in the Bihar Assembly, and at that time also he had tried his level best that KCR, being a very senior leader, must lead the opposition camp. And I believe Niranjan is also with us on this because Niranjan, it's important to understand how they are planning to hem the opposition, move on and eventually plan this.
Significant meeting, one because it's the opposition basically consolidating. I guess KCR, who himself nurtures prime ministerial ambitions, has just met Nitish Kumar, who also nurtures prime ministerial ambitions. So they are meeting as part of a larger agenda, as a part of a larger strategy, perhaps a show of strength before they eventually perhaps strategize on the 2024 elections. Because both RJD has said that they want to see Nitish as a possible prime ministerial face in 2024, and KCR also wants to go national. He has plans to make his party national, and this particular event that is ongoing, he is here to distribute money to the families of soldiers who were martyred in the Galwan clashes at the border with China. And it's ironic because he's also doing it. He's doing it after over 2 years, and this is happening. Perhaps it's symbolic it's symbolic for sure because it's coming a little belated. Telangana Chief Minister is on a mission basically to rally opposition parties, and this is to rally opposition parties and form a sort of a coalition against the BJP for 2024. He's distributing money in this particular event to the families of soldiers who were martyred in the Galwan clashes, and he's donating about 10 lakh rupees to the families of each of these soldiers, and he's also providing financial assistance to families of 12 workers from Bihar who recently died in an accident in Telangana. So it's an event basically to just it's an event timed so that he could come here to Bihar perhaps and have an event at the same time, something symbolic, and he's trying to do that. So that's the primary objective, and the primary objective also to mobilize parties ahead of the 2024 elections. Interesting to see what happens eventually, because both Kejriwal and Nitish want to be prime ministers at some stage in their careers, and it will be interesting to see what happens. Both of them want a BJP Mukht Bharat all of a sudden, and Nitish an ally until recently, and now of course with the RJD in the Mahagathbandhan. Back to you for now. We'll keep a close track on what happens here.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Niranjan, for the moment. We shift our focus now to other big stories we're tracking. And these are the latest pictures from Jharkhand, rather Dumka to be more specific, where BJP delegation has now arrived to meet with Ankita's family. Those are the pictures on your screens of the BJP delegation that is to meet Ankita's family. The horrific incident of the 16-year-old Ankita, who was sleeping at home when 23-year-old Shahrukh allegedly poured petrol over her from an open window and threw a lit matchstick at her. She lost her life after a 5-day battle. There's a growing chorus seeking justice for Ankita. I want to cut across to Lomas, my colleague, who's tracking all the details very closely. And Lomas, tell us more about this BJP delegation having arrived in Dumka and their meeting with Ankita's family, if that has happened, and what exactly is Ankita's family saying now?
बिल्कुल, मैं आपको बता दूं कि अब से कुछ ही देर के बाद जो बीजेपी का डेलीगेशन है वो अंकिता के घर पहुंचेगा और अंकिता के परिवार से बात करेगा और साथ ही पूरी स्थिति जानेगा। और साथ ही आपको बता दें कि जो क्राउड फंडिंग कपिल मिश्रा ने की है उसकी सहायता भी परिवार को दी जाएगी। बताया जा रहा है कि लगभग 27 लाख के करीब रुपए इकट्ठा किए गए हैं और वो फंडिंग यहाँ पे परिवार को कपिल मिश्रा के द्वारा दिया जाएगा। और साथ ही आपको ये भी मैं बताना चाहूंगा कि अभी यहाँ पे अलर्ट कर दिया गया है। कुछ ही देर के बाद जो डेलीगेशन है, बीजेपी का डेलीगेशन, वो यहाँ पहुंचने वाला है। जो परिवार वाले हैं उनसे वो बात करेंगे क्या स्थिति थी, किस प्रकार से जो झारखंड प्रशासन का सुस्त रवैया इस पूरे मामले में देखा गया, पूरी तरीके से इस घटनाक्रम का वो जानकारी लेगा। साथ ही आपको बता दें कि यहाँ पे अलर्ट कर दिया गया है। कुछ ही देर के बाद जो बीजेपी का डेलीगेशन है वो यहाँ पे पहुंचने वाला है।
All right, so you're primarily telling us that the BJP delegation is yet to arrive, but also in terms of political leaders reaching out to Ankita's family, who is demanding justice for their daughter, and obviously very, very horrific, something that the entire country is watching. But how exactly is the investigation moving further, and the family now planning to go about this?
बिल्कुल, मैं आपको बता दूं कि जिस तरीके से जो अंकिता के परिवार वाले हैं वो लगातार जस्टिस के लिए डिमांड कर रहे हैं। यहाँ पे उनके द्वारा कहा जा रहा है कि जो भी आरोपी हैं उनको फांसी की सजा दी जाए, और जिस तरीके से जो झारखंड सरकार का सुस्त रवैया पूरे मामले में देखा जा रहा है उसको लेकर के यहाँ पे आलोचना लगातार वो करते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं। और साथ ही आपको बता देंगे कि बीजेपी के द्वारा कई आरोप यहाँ पे लगाए जा रहे हैं, क्योंकि जो यहाँ के स्थानीय विधायक है, जो जेएमएम के स्थानीय विधायक है, वो भी परिवार को देखने के लिए अब तक नहीं पहुंचे थे। लेकिन आज मैं आपको बता दूं कि कांग्रेस का एक डेलीगेशन भी आया था और साथ ही जो जेएमएम के एक जो विधायक है वो भी यहाँ पे पहुंचे थे। उन्होंने परिवार से पूरे मुद्दे को लेकर के चर्चा भी की। और साथ ही आपको बता दें कुछ देर के बाद ही यहाँ पर जो बीजेपी का डेलीगेशन है वो पहुंचने वाला है। बिल्कुल, अब रुकते हैं एक छोटे से ब्रेक के बाद। देखते रहिए रिपब्लिक टीवी।
Making news this morning, the suspended BJP leader Seema Patra, accused of torturing her domestic help, has been arrested. The BJP suspended Seema Patra on grounds of brutally torturing her house help. After the BJP suspended Seema Patra, the Jharkhand governor has written to the DGP urging them to take action in the matter. The BJP leader has been accused of brutally torturing her domestic help. In a late-night hearing, the Karnataka High Court upheld an order of the Dharwad Municipal Commissioner allowing the Ganesh Chaturthi festival to be held at the Hubbali Eidgah Maidan. Chitradurg Murg Seer, accused of sexually assaulting 2 minor girls, is likely to be arrested today. This comes after the students filed a complaint against the Seer. Chhattisgarh's Chief Minister Bhupesh Baghel met with UPA MLAs in Raipur Resort. As many as 32 MLAs of the ruling UPA coalition in Jharkhand flew down to Raipur by a flight from Ranchi and have been shifted to a nearby resort amidst tight security. A few more MLAs from the JMM are expected to join the Congress MLAs and JMM legislators at the Mayfair Resort in Chhattisgarh. The Enforcement Directorate has sought information from the West Bengal Board of Primary Education, the appointment of primary teachers since 2011. This is in connection with the ongoing probe into school job scam.
मैडम
सदर हॉस्पिटल
मैडम आपको बोलेंगे जो आरोप आप पर लगे मैडम
फंसाया गया हमको फंसाया गया है
And on to the headlines we're tracking at 2:30 p.m. Seema Patra packed off to police custody until the 12th of September after brutally assaulting her domestic help.
मैडम आपने मारा है
नहीं मारा है
चोट के निशान है मैडम चोट
नहीं मारा मुझे नहीं पता नहीं मारा
12 hours after Republic campaign, suspended BJP leader arrested, belated action but no expulsion yet.
हमको फंसाया गया है
Unleashes horror on domestic help, but Seema Patra claims innocent. She's saying she's being framed. Back-to-back FIRs fired against abuse-accused Seer, but he is yet to be arrested. It is the Aam Aadmi Party versus the BJP face-off that is intensifying. Over liquor gate, we see protest after protest, and now it is video after video. Raids on Anubrata's CA are underway. Properties linked to Mamata's man are under scrutiny. Another top TMC leader is under the lens. CBI is set to make big break next. And there is big mystery over Sonali Phogat murder case. The Goa police is now at Phogat's farmhouse in Hissar. And the latest coming in on the BJP versus the Aam Aadmi Party liquor gate scam. Aam Aadmi Party delegation is about to leave from their party office for the CBI headquarters. This comes against the backdrop of the Aam Aadmi Party levelling corruption charges against LG Saxena as the face-off over liquor scam escalates. We saw how there were protests being coming in from both sides, both the parties, and now even as we see the video versus video fight escalating between BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party. The latest that is coming in is this: the Aam Aadmi Party delegation is about to leave from the party office to go to the CBI headquarters. And the big question, of course, Harsha, is that whether they will cooperate with the investigation, because we understand their position on this entire matter, as they say that this is political vendetta and it is the BJP that is fighting its political battle with the Aam Aadmi Party. But the agency now investigating the matter, the AAP delegation on its way. What more can you tell us?
Exactly. Let me tell you, this all started with the investigation and probe which CBI started in this with Manish Sisodia and others in the New Delhi excise policy. But now this entire thing has gone very lengthened and already strengthened to different parts as well, because now education model of Manish Sisodia is also being questioned by BJP leaders. Now we are seeing war of words between both Aam Aadmi Party and BJP leaders. We would like to show you the visuals from outside CBI headquarters. This is the barricade which has been done by the police officials, because we have got to know that AAP delegation compromising of 10 AAP MLAs will be reaching here outside CBI headquarters. They have sought time from CBI director, though they have not got any timing from CBI director. Till now the timing has not been given to Aam Aadmi Party leaders, but they have clearly stated that even if the time has not been given, they will come here and they will protest, because they really want BJP's Operation Lotus to be investigated and the probe should be done, because BJP is trying to topple state opposition ruled government which are in different states, and therefore BJP is offering 20 crore to 40 AAP MLAs, and this entire thing is a matter of investigation and probe which Aam Aadmi Party is demanding.
लुइस दी हैं यहाँ की पूर्व मंत्री। हम लोग अभी तो 28 लाख रुपए लगभग परिवार को अभी दे आए हैं, और बाकी बात करने के बाद क्या हो सकता है, दोषियों को कैसे कड़ी से कड़ी सजा हो, इस पे हम आगे कदम बढ़ा रहे हैं।
बिल्कुल, हमारे साथ निशिकांत दुबे जी हैं, उनसे भी हम जानने की कोशिश करेंगे। परिवार से आप मिलने के लिए जा रहे हैं, और साथ ही परिवार को जिस तरीके से दिक्कतें आई, क्या बात होगी?
पहले परिवार से मिल लें। परिवार की स्थिति अपने को पता नहीं है, क्या बीता है उनके यहाँ 4-5 दिन में, वो पहले बात कर लेंगे, उसके बाद फिर तय करेंगे।
बिल्कुल, हमारे साथ कपिल मिश्रा जी भी है। कपिल जी, पूरे मामले को अगर देखें तो परिवार को काफी दिक्कतों का सामना करना पड़ा है।
अब ये परिवार से मिलकर फिर बात करते हैं।
बिल्कुल, आप देख सकते हैं यहाँ पे कपिल मिश्रा, निशिकांत दुबे और साथ ही मनोज तिवारी पहुंच चुके हैं यहाँ पर। जो पीड़ित है अंकिता, उनके परिवार से मिलने के लिए, भले ही हमारे बीच में अंकिता नहीं है, लेकिन उसके परिवार वाले लगातार जिस तरीके से माहौल बनते जा रहा है, उसके बाद वो पूरे मामले को लेकर के यहाँ पर लगातार वो डटी हुई है कि उनको जल्द से जल्द घर पहुँच रहे हैं और बिल्कुल आप देख सकते हैं यहाँ पर जो मनोज तिवारी है, निशिकांत दुबे और कपिल मिश्रा यहाँ पर जो अंकिता के घर पहुंच चुके हैं। आप देख सकते हैं लाइव फ्रेम, आप लाइव रिपब्लिक भारत आपको एक्सक्लूसिव तस्वीरें दिखा रहा है यहाँ पे। कहाँ रहते बिल्कुल आप देख सकते हैं तस्वीरों के माध्यम से अंदर आ चुके हैं। यहाँ पे देखिए मनोज तिवारी जी, निशिकांत दुबे और साथ ही कपिल मिश्रा, तीनों ही जो बीजेपी का डेलीगेशन है वो पहुंच चुका है अंकिता के परिवार से मिलने के लिए। जो परेशानी अंकिता के परिवार ने पूरे घटनाक्रम में झेली है, और उसको यहाँ पर डेलीगेशन यहाँ पे पहुँच चुका है, और आप देख सकते हैं यहाँ डेलीगेशन पहुँच चुका है। परिवार से बात करेगा, परिवार की परेशानी सुनने के लिए यहाँ पे डेलीगेशन पहुँच चुका है। आप देख सकते हैं तस्वीरों के माध्यम से जो एक्सक्लूसिव तस्वीरें लगातार रिपब्लिक भारत यहाँ पे आपको दिखा रहा है। आप देख सकते हैं लाइव फ्रेम में यहाँ पर कपिल मिश्रा, मनोज तिवारी और निशिकांत दुबे यहाँ पे पहुँच चुके हैं। साथ हमने निशिकांत दुबे, कपिल मिश्रा और मनोज तिवारी तीनों से ही बात की। तीनों ने कहा कि हम परिवार से बात करके उनकी परेशानी जानेंगे, और साथ ही जो क्राउड फंडिंग के द्वारा पैसा जमा किया गया है उनको आर्थिक मदद भी यहाँ पे की जाएगी। अब देख सकते हैं तस्वीरों के माध्यम से वो अंदर जा रहे हैं। बिल्कुल, यहाँ तस्वीरों के माध्यम से आप देख सकते हैं यहाँ पे कपिल मिश्रा, मनोज तिवारी और निशिकांत दुबे यहाँ पे पहुंच चुके हैं। निशिकांत दुबे सबसे पहले आगे यहाँ पहुंच रहे हैं और फिर उनके पीछे मनोज तिवारी और उसके पीछे यहाँ पर कपिल मिश्रा भी अंदर पहुंचे। वहां पे परिवारों से यहाँ पे बातचीत हो रही है। यहाँ पे पहुंच चुके हैं।
बात करने गए हैं
Lomas there from Dumka, who is getting us all the live updates of the BJP delegation having arrived at Ankita's residence to now meet with her family. The horrific incident that sent shockwaves across the nation, and now the family seeks justice for Ankita. This even as questions are being raised against the state government on fast-tracking the investigation and that the accused must be arrested. Several political leaders now reaching out to Ankita's family as there is a growing chorus seeking justice for Ankita. 16-year-old Ankita, who has now lost her life after the 5-day battle. She was sleeping at home when 23-year-old Shahrukh allegedly poured petrol over her from an open window and threw a lit matchstick at her. She struggled for her life, and after a 5-day battle, she lost her life. Now, several questions being raised on what the state government is doing in the matter and how the police is now investigating into this. The family at their residence in Dumka, and a BJP delegation that also comprises of Manoj Tiwari, Kapil Mishra and Nishikant Dubey on your screens right now, interacting with the family. Remember, there is pressure from all the sides to find the accused, and even on the state government on fast-tracking this case, as this is being touted a case of love jihad. Not just this, even a senior police official who was allegedly accused of attempting to save the accused. And now, as we see, the family members talking with the BJP delegation, who have now reached out to the family to help them in their fight for justice.
पहुंचा है, तो इस पूरे मसले को किस तरीके से आगे उठाया जाएगा ये देखना होगा, क्योंकि जगह जगह कैंडल मार्च भी हो रहा है अंकिता को इंसाफ की मांग को लेकर। बीजेपी के नेता कपिल मिश्रा ने पहले ही ट्वीट किया था, उन्होंने ये साफ तौर पर कहा था कि आज हम दुमका जा रहे हैं, अंकिता को इंसाफ दिलाने के लिए हम आगे कदम बढ़ाएंगे। इसके अलावा उनकी तरफ से भी कहा गया था कि परिवार की जो स्थिति है वो बहुत गरीब परिवार है और ऐसे में उनकी आर्थिक सहायता के लिए हमने चंदा इकट्ठा किया है और चंदा लेकर आज वो जो बीजेपी का डेलीगेशन है वो यहाँ पर पहुंचा है। कपिल मिश्रा से हम बात करने की कोशिश करेंगे, मनोज तिवारी से हम बात करने की कोशिश करेंगे, क्योंकि सवाल कई हैं अंकिता की मौत को लेकर। सवाल कई हैं कि आखिर अंकिता, क्योंकि ये भी बड़ी जानकारी मिल रही है कि जब इस पूरी घटना को अंजाम दिया गया था आरोपी शाहरुख की तरफ से, जब पेट्रोल डालकर अंकिता को जिंदा जलाया गया था, उससे ठीक एक हफ्ते पहले उसकी तरफ से बाकायदा धमकी दी गई थी, पूरे परिवार को धमकी दी गई थी। और पूरे परिवार को धमकी देते हुए आरोपी ने, शाहरुख ने, यह साफ तौर पर परिवार को भी कहा था, अंकिता को भी कहा था कि अगर उन्होंने पुलिस में कंप्लेंट करने की कोशिश की तो उसका अंजाम बुरा होगा। अगर अंकिता ने पुलिस में कंप्लेंट करने की कोशिश की या उसके खिलाफ किसी भी तरीके का कदम उठाने की कोशिश की तो उसका अंजाम बड़ा होगा। तो सवाल ये खड़ा होता है कि क्या शाहरुख को किसी का सहारा मिल रहा था, क्या शाहरुख को किसी की शह मिल रही थी? आखिर दबंग शाहरुख सरेआम लड़की को धमकी देता है, सरेआम परिवार को धमकी देता है और उसके ठीक एक हफ्ते बाद वो घटना को अंजाम भी देता है। इस पूरे मामले में अंकिता को पहले दुमका के एक अस्पताल में भर्ती करवाया गया, रिम्स अस्पताल में भर्ती करवाया गया, लेकिन सही इलाज नहीं मिला और यही वजह है कि अंकिता की जान नहीं बच सकी। 5 दिन तक लगातार अंकिता जिंदगी और मौत के बीच जूझती रही, लेकिन कोई मदद के लिए नहीं पहुंचा। यही सवाल हमने लगातार परिवार से भी पूछा कि किस किस की तरफ से मदद दी गई थी, और यही सवाल हमने आज गीता कोड़ा जो कि कांग्रेस की सांसद है उनसे भी हमने ये सवाल पूछा गया था, तो उनकी तरफ से कोई ठोस जवाब नहीं दिया गया। जेएमएम के विधायक यहाँ पर लोबिन हेम्ब्रम पहुंचे थे, उनसे भी यही सवाल पूछा गया। वो खुद अपनी सरकार को लेकर सवाल खड़े कर रहे थे। उनका साफ तौर पर कहना था कि मसला बेहद गंभीर था, सक्रियता दिखाई जानी चाहिए थी। जब उन्होंने पूछा कि घटना के 9 दिन बाद अब कांग्रेस की तरफ से यहाँ पर सांसद पहुंच रही हैं, जेएमएम की तरफ से अब आप नुमाइंदगी के लिए पहुंचे, तो उन्होंने कहा कि उन्हें किसी सरकार की तरफ से नहीं भेजा गया है। उन्होंने खुद मसले को सुना, वो खुद यहाँ पर पहुंचे और परिवार को सांत्वना देने के लिए पहुंचे, लेकिन उन्होंने ये जरूर कहा कि हाँ, इसमें कोताही बरती गई है, इसमें लापरवाही बरती गई है, और उन्होंने खुद अपनी सरकार पर सवाल खड़े किए। हालांकि अब देखना होगा कि बीजेपी इस पूरे मामले को किस तरीके से देखती है, लेकिन कपिल मिश्रा ये कहते रहे हैं कि जब नदीम अंसारी को अगर हेलीकॉप्टर दिया जा सकता है सरकार की तरफ से, तो फिर अंकिता को बेहतर इलाज क्यों नहीं दिया गया। ये सवाल लगातार बीजेपी की तरफ से उठाया जा रहा है। कपिल मिश्रा ने तो यहाँ आने से पहले एक ट्वीट भी किया था और ये तमाम सवाल उन्होंने उठाए थे। उन्होंने 3 प्रमुख बातें उठाई थी। उन्होंने ये साफ तौर पर कहा था कि जो नदीम अंसारी को हेलीकॉप्टर दिया जा सकता है, तो फिर अंकिता को सही इलाज क्यों नहीं दिया गया। दूसरा सवाल उनकी तरफ से ये उठाया गया था कि आखिरकार इस पूरे मसले को लेकर उन्होंने कहा कि लव जिहाद के एंगल से इस पूरे मामले की जांच होनी चाहिए थी। उन्होंने ये भी कहा कि जो भाई है आरोपी का, उसके पीएफआई के साथ, इस्लामिक संगठन के साथ कनेक्शन है। ये सवाल भी उनकी तरफ से, तमाम सवालों को लेकर एक ट्वीट कपिल मिश्रा की तरफ से किया गया था। अब आज जब परिवार से मिलेंगे, जो चंदा इकट्ठा किया गया है वो जब सौंपेंगे, तो कपिल मिश्रा क्या कहते हैं, मनोज तिवारी क्या कहते हैं, निशिकांत दुबे क्या कहते हैं, ये देखना होगा। उनसे भी हम बात करने की कोशिश करेंगे, लेकिन फिलहाल
And even as the meeting continues, it's time for us to slip into a very short commercial break. On the other side, we'll tell you more about what exactly was discussed between Ankita's family and the BJP delegation that is now at her residence in the growing demand seeking justice for Ankita.
Amity University in London, accredited by Quality Assurance Agency UK and licensed by the Government of UK, offers MBA and BBA degrees at its central London campus. Embark on a global career with a globally recognized UK university degree. To apply, visit amity.edu/London.
A look at the top international stories at this hour. Supporters of prominent Iraqi Shiite cleric Muqtada al-Sadr fired rocket-propelled grenades into Iraq's green zone as machine gun fire crackled overhead, deepening the political chaos gripping the Mideast nation. Iraq's military and 4 rockets were launched into the heavily fortified green zone. Footage shows the chaos emerged into the green zone that injured at least one, who was taken away by a 3-wheeled rickshaw. Muqtada al-Sadr, Iraqi cleric, calls on his supporters to withdraw from the capital's government quarter, where they traded heavy fire with security forces in a serious escalation of a months-long political crisis gripping the nation. In a televised speech, Muqtada al-Sadr gave his supporters an hour to leave. Minutes later, some could be seen abandoning their positions on live television. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky met members of the International Atomic Energy Agency delegation in Kyiv. The UN nuclear watchdog team are on an urgent mission to safeguard the Russian-occupied Zaporizhia atomic power plant at the heart of fighting in Ukraine. A long-awaited trip the world hopes will help avoid a radioactive catastrophe. European Union nations divided.
गालवान घाटी में शहीद सैनिकों के परिवार के भाई बंधुओं और तेलंगाना राज्य विकास में अपने हाथ बटाते हुए, अपने खून पसीना बहाते हुए हैदराबाद की एक दुर्घटना में शहीद हुए श्रमिकों के परिवार के भाई बंधुओं, बहनों, माओ, मैं आप सभी को प्रणाम करता हूं। काफी समय से दिल पे बड़ी बोझ थी कि पटना आए और इस पावन धरती पर शहीदों का सम्मान में कुछ हमारे राज्य के ओर से उनके परिवारों के लिए कुछ मदद करें। जैसा हमारे मुख्य सचिव जी श्री सोमेश कुमार जी ने कहा है, हम आपके परिवारों के प्रियजन जिनको आपने खोए हैं देश के शहादत में, हम उनको वापस नहीं ला।
And even as we are continuing to track the meeting between KCR and Nitish Kumar very, very closely, we are now shifting our focus to this big breaking news coming in. In the money laundering case, we are hearing that Jacqueline Fernandez has been summoned. Yes, the court has ordered the actor to appear before the court via video conferencing. This is in connection with the 200 crore rupees money laundering case that involved conman Sukesh Chandrasekhar, for which Jacqueline Fernandez continues to be questioned. The latest, of course, being that the Patiala House Court has summoned the actor and directed her to appear before the court on the 26th of September via video conferencing. The Patiala court has also taken cognizance of the ED charge sheet against Jacqueline Fernandez. She has been named as an accused in the ED supplementary charge sheet filed in the 200 crore rupees money laundering case involving Sukesh Chandrasekhar. And now, Jacqueline has been summoned for the 26th of September, where she is to appear for the hearing via video conferencing. Sambhav, my colleague, now with us on the phone line. Sambhav, tell us more as trouble mounts for Jacqueline Fernandez and what the Patiala court has said.
Yeah, so it was a 2 p.m. hearing at the Patiala House Court today, wherein in the 200 crore money laundering case involving Sukesh Chandrasekhar, Delhi's Patiala House Court has summoned Jacqueline Fernandez and directed her to appear before the court on 26th of September. So earlier the date was 24th, but later on it was turned to 26th of September. Now Jacqueline will have to be, whether the lawyers take the remedy of appearing via video conferencing or she will have to directly come here. It is up to the lawyers to ask the court which way she is to be produced at the Patiala House Court. But for on 26th, as per the court, she will have to appear before the Patiala House Court in this case, and court has taken the cognizance of the charge sheet filed by the Enforcement Directorate, wherein the Enforcement Directorate filed a supplementary charge sheet in the last hearing some 2 weeks back, and today the court has taken the cognizance on the charge sheet. So it's a 200 crore money laundering case involving conman Sukesh Chandrasekhar, who is at the Tihar jail.
All right, Sambhav, many thanks for getting us those details. For the moment, it's time for us to slip into a short commercial break. We'll be back on the other side.
Amity University in London, accredited by Quality Assurance Agency UK and licensed by the Government of UK, offers MBA and BBA degrees at its central London campus. Embark on a global career with a globally recognized UK university degree. To apply, visit amity.edu/London.
The BJP leaders are staging such protests.
Farm of the party MLAs who are protesting against Delhi LG Vinay Saxena.
And a quick look at some top international stories. Mikhail Gorbachev, who is the last leader of the Soviet Union, waged a losing battle to salvage a crumbling empire but produce extraordinary reforms that led to the end of the Cold War, has died. Gorbachev won the 1990 Nobel Peace Prize for his role in ending the Cold War and spent his later years collecting accolades and awards from all corners of the world. About 100 people gathered outside the South Carolina State House yesterday. The South Carolina House appeared ready to vote on a new total ban on abortion, with no exceptions for pregnancies caused by rape or incest, as Democrats joined with the chamber's most conservative members to keep the bill as restrictive as possible. US President Joe Biden forcefully defends the FBI as the agency and its employees come under withering criticism and threats of violence since executing a search warrant at former President Donald Trump's Florida residence earlier this month.
So let me say this to my MAGA Republican friends in Congress. Don't tell me you support law enforcement if you won't condemn what happened on the 6th. For God's sake, whose side are you on? Whose side are you on? You're either on the side of a mob or the side of the police. You can't be pro-law enforcement and pro-insurrection. You can't be a party of law and order and call the people who attacked the police on January 6th patriots. You can't do it. What are we teaching our children?
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says that the situation around the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant remains highly threatening. After meeting with the International Atomic Energy Agency Director General Rafael Grossi, Zelensky again says that immediate and complete demilitarization of the ZNPP is necessary. A Russian ambulance crew was killed in a collision with a fuel tanker and another vehicle in the Yaroslavl region. According to Russian state media, the ambulance was rushing to an emergency when the tanker driver allegedly lost control and hit the ambulance. The ambulance caught fire and the crew of 3 with 2 female paramedics and male driver were pronounced dead at the scene. A look at the top international stories at this hour. Supporters of prominent Iraqi Shiite cleric Muqtada al-Sadr fired rocket-propelled grenades into Iraq's green zone as machine gun fire crackled overhead, deepening the political chaos gripping the Middle East nation. Iraq's military and 4 rockets were launched into the heavily fortified green zone. Footage shows the chaos emerged into the green zone that injured at least one who was taken away by a 3-wheeled rickshaw. Muqtada al-Sadr, Iraqi cleric, calls on his supporters to withdraw from the capital's government quarter, where they traded heavy fire with security forces in a serious escalation of a months-long political crisis gripping the nation. In a televised speech, Muqtada al-Sadr gave his supporters an hour to leave. Minutes later, some could be seen abandoning their positions on live television. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky met members of the International Atomic Energy Agency delegation in Kyiv. The UN nuclear watchdog team are on an urgent mission to safeguard the Russian-occupied Zaporizhzhia atomic power plant at the heart of fighting in Ukraine. A long-awaited trip the world hopes will help avoid a radioactive catastrophe. European Union nations divided on Tuesday over whether to slap a broad visa ban on Russian citizens, torn between a desire to ramp up pressure on President Vladimir Putin and concern about punishing people who may not even support his war on Ukraine.
And getting you this latest video that has now gone viral. This is in Daryaganj area of Prayagraj, where in this video you can see 2 youth who are smoking hookah and eating non-veg. The video has gone viral. The Daryaganj police has also now taken cognizance of the matter and they've launched a manhunt to nab the accused. SSP Prayagraj has spoken on this. Let's listen in.
देखिए, एक वीडियो हमारे संज्ञान में भी आया है जिसमें एक नाव पे व्यक्ति द्वारा हुक्का टाइप की चीज़ का सेवन किया जा रहा है और साथ ही साथ जो वीडियो में उससे प्रतीत हो रहा है कि नॉनवेज उस पर रखा हुआ है। इस वीडियो की जांच कराई जा रही है, आइडेंटिफाई कराया जा रहा है कि ये व्यक्ति कौन है। इसको आइडेंटिफाई करा के इसके विरुद्ध विधिक कार्रवाई जो है सुसंगत धाराओं में विधिक कार्रवाई सुनिश्चित की जाएगी।
बिहार के वीर हैदराबाद में जो स्क्रैम गोदाम में आग लगने के कारण जो दुर्घटना हुई थी, तो उसके जो पीड़ित थे और उन सब के परिजनों को अनुग्रह राशि देने के लिए इन्होंने ये चर्चा की थी और उसी के लिए कार्यक्रम आयोजित किया।
Making news this morning, the suspended BJP leader Seema Patra, accused of torturing her domestic help, has been arrested. The BJP suspended Seema Patra on grounds of brutally torturing her house help. After the BJP suspended Seema Patra, the Jharkhand governor has written to the DGP urging them to take action in the matter. The BJP leader has been accused of brutally torturing her domestic help. In a late-night hearing, the Karnataka High Court upheld an order of the Dharwad Municipal Commissioner allowing the Ganesh Chaturthi festival to be held at the Hubbali Eidgah Maidan. Chitradurg Murg Seer, accused of sexually assaulting 2 minor girls, is likely to be arrested today. This comes after the students filed a complaint against the Seer. Chhattisgarh's Chief Minister Bhupesh Baghel met with UPA MLAs in Raipur Resort. As many as 32 MLAs of the ruling UPA coalition in Jharkhand flew down to Raipur by a flight from Ranchi and have been shifted to a nearby resort amidst tight security. A few more MLAs from the JMM are expected to join the Congress MLAs and JMM legislators at the Mayfair Resort in Chhattisgarh. The Enforcement Directorate has sought information from the West Bengal Board of Primary Education, the appointment of primary teachers since 2011. This is in connection with the ongoing probe into school job scam.
Aam Aadmi Party MLAs are right now protesting inside the Delhi Assembly. Right behind me, you can also see the pictures as to how the effigy of BJP symbol lotus is also being burnt. Aam Aadmi Party MLAs are protesting here and raising their voice against the Operation Lotus.
Thanks for tuning in. Let's get started with a quick roundup of news in brief. After Republic TV's mega campaign for 12 hours, suspended BJP leader Seema Patra has now been arrested after a detailed FIR was lodged against her. Seema Patra tortured and assaulted her domestic help for 8 years. After undergoing medical treatment, suspended BJP leader Seema Patra has now been sent to police custody till 12th of September. Remember, this comes after she was arrested under multiple charges for assaulting and torturing her domestic help for 8 years. Earlier, we saw how she in fact alleged of being framed in the whole case. After Republic confronted suspended BJP leader Seema Patra, she claimed of being implicated in the matter. Further, she alleged of not hitting her domestic help.
मैडम आपने मारा है, आपने मारा है। नहीं मारा है, नहीं मारा। चोट के निशान है मैडम, चोट मारा है। नहीं मारा, मुझे नहीं पता, नहीं मारा है। आपने घर में रही थी, कौन मारेगा मैडम? आपने मारा है मैडम। कौन?
As Republic confronted accused Seema Patra, she covered her face, alleging of not brutally torturing her house help and saying that it is all a part of conspiracy against her. Meanwhile, JMM MP Mahua Manji, while reacting on the brutal act by Seema Patra, took a jibe at the BJP, accusing them of backing her. Further, she questioned the Prime Minister in this matter.
भाजपा खुद आरोप लगाती है कि तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति है और खुद तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति करती है। आपने देखा होगा कि बहन अंकिता के मामले में भाजपा ने किस तरह से नेशनल चैनल पर बैठकर उन्होंने हमारी सरकार को गालियां दी, जबकि एक और बहन सुनीता खाखा, जो कि भाजपा की एक बड़ी नेत्री के घर में काम करती थी, और उस पर जिस तरह से अमानुषिक अत्याचार सीमा पात्रा ने किया, जो कि भाजपा की ऐसी विंग की थी, मंत्री या अध्यक्ष जो भी है, जो कि बेटी बचाओ बेटी पढ़ाओ का विंग देख रही थी और महिलाओं के हित में काम करने के लिए उसको रखा गया था, और वो अपने ही घर में एक आदिवासी लड़की के साथ इस तरह से अमानुषिक व्यवहार कर रही थी।
In a major development in Ankita's murder case, Jharkhand Child Welfare Committee has now recommended the SP to add sections under the POCSO Act. In this matter, the committee found that the deceased was 15 years old and not 19 as mentioned by police in a recorded statement. Amid the unending face-off, the AAP staged mega protest against the BJP outside the Delhi Assembly in the national capital earlier today. The MLAs held placards and raised anti-BJP slogans demanding nationwide probe in Operation Lotus. Meanwhile, the Aam Aadmi Party tweeted a video of confronting BJP national spokesperson in the national capital. On the other side, BJP also tweeted saying that no development work has been done in the national capital schools. After the national capital, trouble has been mounting for the Aam Aadmi Party in Punjab. The Akali Dal has now demanded a probe in Delhi in Punjab's liquor policy. Meanwhile, Akali Dal delegation also met the Punjab government in this matter. As a liquor scam explodes, BJP demanded inquiry in the matter, where AAP alleged that the party has made an attempt to buy AAP MLAs.
दिल्ली में एक पर एक घोटाले होते जा रहे हैं, वहीं दिल्ली में जिनका नाम कहीं महा ठग है, महा झूठे हैं, अपनी बातों से लगातार पलटने वाले लोग, ऐसे अरविंद केजरीवाल गैंग कभी भी दिल्ली की जनता के प्रश्न पे जवाब देने को तैयार नहीं है।
And responding to BJP's demand, AAP sought a nationwide probe in Operation Lotus. Meanwhile, AAP said that a delegation of its MLAs will be visiting the CBI headquarters at 3 p.m. in a short while from now.
Yes, we are demanding a nationwide probe into Operation Lotus because Bharatiya Janata Party has already bought 277 MLAs across different states. Add to that 40 MLAs that they were intending to buy in Delhi.
And latest update on Sonali Phogat's murder case, where we understand that the Haryana police has detained a computer operator who went missing with DVD, mobile phone and a laptop, as well as several key documents. The Hissar police meanwhile is interrogating the man identified as Shivam. Remember, Sonali's family has alleged that Shivam absconded after receiving a phone call after Sonali's death. In a big development, the Goa police, along with the Hissar police and family, reached at deceased Sonali Phogat's farmhouse to carry out investigation in the case. Former JNK Chief Minister Ghulam Nabi Azad will address a rally in Jammu on 4th of September. This will be his first visit after quitting the Congress. Congressman was seen calling out Vadra Congress elections after Ghulam Nabi Azad and Anand Sharma. It's Manish Tiwari now who rejected the fair, who has taken a dig at the Grand Old Party, saying that fair poll claim is a sham, and that he also went on to lambast the fair poll claim of the Congress amid unending political drama in the Vadra Congress. The Jharkhand police force and the RAF team held a flag march in Jharkhand's Dumka district. This comes after the girl was set ablaze, succumbed to her injuries. Meanwhile, massive protests were staged across the state against the heinous crime. After BJP MLA JDS leader met with accused Seer in Muruga Mutt today, remember, no arrests have been made yet despite the Seer being accused of sexually assaulting two minor girls. The Chitradurga Murga Mutt Seer, accused of sexually assaulting two minors, is likely to be arrested today. This comes after the students filed a complaint against the Seer. And in more trouble mounting for Mamta's top man as CBI conducted searches across Bengal in connection with the cattle smuggling scam. Sources telling Republic that 62 properties linked to Anubrata Mondal was searched by the CBI. Reportedly 26 properties linked to Anubrata's daughter are also under lens. Furthermore, Anubrata's confidant and TMC leader is being grilled by the CBI. After several incriminating documents related to jihad and terror were seized from illegal madrasa in Assam, the police raided the madrasa along with recent arrested Hafizur Rahman linked with the Al-Qaeda terror module. The madrasa was demolished today is based on the arrest and interrogation of Hafizur Rahman, who was working as a teacher in this madrasa. And crackdown continues on illegal madrasas in Assam as Himanta Biswa Sarma acted stringently against it. Meanwhile, illegal madrasa has been demolished in Assam. Chhattisgarh Chief Minister Bhupesh Baghel met UPA MLAs in Raipur resort as many as 32 MLAs of the controlling UPA coalition in Jharkhand flew down to Raipur by a flight from Ranchi and have been shifted to a resort amidst the political turmoil in the state of Jharkhand. We are told that a few more MLAs from JMM are expected to join the Congress MLAs who are holed up in a resort in Chhattisgarh. A church, meanwhile, was vandalized by two miscreants in Punjab's Taran district. The situation in the state remains tense. However, tight security has been deployed to maintain law and order situation in the district. The Enforcement Directorate, meanwhile, sought information from the West Bengal Board of Primary Education in the appointment of primary teachers since 2011. This is in connection with the ongoing probe into school job scam. The ED, meanwhile, had earlier arrested suspended Trinamool Congress leader Partha Chatterjee and his close associate Arpita Mukherjee for their alleged involvement in the multi-crore teacher recruitment scam. After Karnataka High Court upheld authorities' decision to allow Ganesh Chaturthi celebrations at Eidgah ground in Karnataka's Hubbali, Dharwad preparations meanwhile are underway in the Eidgah Maidan in Hubbali for the celebrations. Republic has accessed a copy of chart sheet in Sidhu Moosewala's murder case. Now, as per the investigation, Goldie Brar was the mastermind of the gruesome killing of Sidhu Moosewala. In view of cases pending against Bihar Minister Kartik Kumar, Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar changed his department from law to sugar cane ministry. Meanwhile, Shamim Ahmed has now been made the new law minister in Bihar. Amid threat from terror groups of using PGs as hideouts to carry out terror attacks, the Jammu police has been urging locals to submit details of their tenants to the nearest police station within 2 days' time. Prime Minister Modi, meanwhile, expressed condolences to the bereaved families of Kishtwar accident. Prime Minister further announced an ex gratia amounting to 2 lakh rupees to the deceased kin and 5,000 to the injured. A speeding bus en route Narsinghpur hit a girl in front of a petrol pump, due to which the girl lost her life on the spot. After the incident, the villagers set the bus on fire. The incident took place in Madhya Pradesh.
एक एक्सीडेंट का मामला है। एक बस जो छिंदवाड़ा से अमरवाड़ा तरफ जा रही थी, लहगरुआ के पास में एक बच्ची जो है करीब 20 साल की है, जो कॉलेज में फाइनल ईयर कर रही है। वो अपनी सहेली को छोड़ करके जो है सफ़ेद कलर की गाड़ी में, एक्टिवा गाड़ी है संभवतः, उसमें जो है वो वापस लौट रही थी। अचानक जो है बस के सामने आ गई वो, और बस से टकरा करके मौके पे बच्ची की मौत हो गई।
About 50 Dalit families were allegedly driven out of a village by members of a community in Jharkhand's Palamu district. These families were living in the village for last 4 decades. Meanwhile, a criminal case has been lodged against 12 named people and 150 others. The Jharkhand governor, meanwhile, while taking cognizance of this incident, has expressed concerns. Amid demand for justice for Ankita grows, the NCPCR will visit Jharkhand's Dumka district on 5th of September. Meanwhile, BJP's delegation met deceased family in Dumka earlier today. Amid incessant rainfall in Kerala, farmers in fact wooed paddy cultivation completely destroyed. The IMD meanwhile has, in fact, heavy rains continue to lash Kerala, and IMD has issued an alert in the state. The repeal of the excise policy in the national capital takes effect as at least 250 private shops with licenses given under the policy are slated to be shut down, as they will now be replaced by over 300 government vans starting tomorrow. With no relief in sight from the incessant rain, several areas in Siliguri in West Bengal experienced waterlogging as normal lives came to a complete halt. In a massive disclosure in connection with the terror threat case, as per sources, the IP address turned out to be of Pakistan. Earlier, the IP address was traced to UK. Aspirants of Bihar Public Service Commission protested against the percentile system in all the examination centers. Protesters claimed of no transparency in the system while gathering at the prohibited area near Patna Museum to maintain law and order. Police personnel resorted to lathi charge as well. Meanwhile, Congress is set to announce poll promises today in Shimla. Remember, Anand Sharma's name was not there in this list. Now, Chhattisgarh Chief Minister Bhupesh Baghel, Sachin Pilot among others have been mentioned in this list. Telangana Chief Minister KCR met Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar in Patna amid discussions for national politics. It is also likely that Nitish Kumar will pay a visit to the national capital in the coming days. And NASA will be making a second attempt on September 3rd to launch its new moon rocket on a test flight after engine trouble halted the first countdown this week. And Mikhail Gorbachev, who has the last leader of Soviet Union, in fact lost battle to a crumbling empire but produced extraordinary reforms that led to the end of Cold War, has died. Gorbachev won the 1990 Nobel Peace Prize for his role in ending the Cold War and spent his later years collecting accolades and awards as well from across the globe. And in more international news, about 100 people gathered outside South Carolina State House. The South Carolina House appeared ready to vote on a new total ban on abortion with no exceptions for pregnancies caused by rape or incest, as Democrats joined with the chamber's most conservative members to keep the bill as restrictive as possible. Meanwhile, President Joe Biden forcefully defended the FBI as the agency and its employees have come under criticism and threats of violence since executing a search warrant at former President Donald Trump's Florida residence earlier this month.
Let me say this to my MAGA Republican friends in Congress. Don't tell me you support law enforcement if you won't condemn what happened on the 6th. For God's sake, whose side are you on? Whose side are you on? You're either on the side of a mob or the side of the police. You can't be pro-law enforcement and pro-insurrection. You can't be a party of law and order and call the people who attacked the police on January 6th patriots. You can't do it. What are we teaching our children?
Meanwhile, Ukraine President Zelensky said that the situation around the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant remains highly threatening after meeting with International Atomic Energy Agency Director. Zelensky again reiterated that immediate and complete demilitarization is the need of the hour. A Russian ambulance crew was killed in a collision with a fuel tanker and another vehicle in the Yaroslav region as well. According to the Russian state media, the ambulance was rushing to an emergency when the tanker driver allegedly lost control and hit the ambulance. We are told that the ambulance caught fire and crew of 3 with 2 female paramedics and male driver were pronounced dead at the spot. And the news from the world of sports, Andrei Rublev, after coming on top of a 5-set marathon against Laslo Djere, is in the first round of US Open. A 9-seeded Russian defeated the Serbian in 3 hours and 44 minutes. Jurgen Klopp opened up on the struggles to sign a midfielder and hinted at the decision by Aurelian to turn down Liverpool in favour of Real Madrid, and also the unavailability of the club's prime target, Jude Bellingham.
We always wanted, but it was always about the right one. And we cannot change that just because of some things. Yes, more interest, but that can change a little bit, and then you would say, okay, but we can do it now. We can do this now, and maybe that would help us then next year as well. These kind of things. It must always be short and long term. And this didn't happen yet.
Fourth seed Paula Badosa of Spain had to come back from a set down to beat veteran Lesia Turensko of Ukraine in 2 hours and 32 minutes in the first round of the US Open on Tuesday. Italian 11th seed Sinner came through a tough opening US Open first round match, beating Germany's world number 93 Altmaier in 5 sets. Altmaier won the first set but then won just 3 games as Sinner took the next 2. FIFA chief Gianni Infantino made a stop at Guatemala at his Central America tour to promote the participation of women in soccer. He insisted that clubs should make more women's teams and also talked about the importance of qualifying to Women's World Cup.
A look at the top international stories at this hour. Supporters of prominent Iraqi Shiite cleric Muqtada al-Sadr fired rocket-propelled grenades into Iraq's green zone as machine gun fire crackled overhead, deepening the political chaos gripping the Middle East nation. Iraq's military and 4 rockets were launched into the heavily fortified green zone. Footage shows the chaos emerged into the green zone that injured at least one, who was taken away by a 3-wheeled rickshaw. Muqtada al-Sadr, Iraqi cleric, calls on his supporters to withdraw from the capital's government quarter, where they traded heavy fire with security forces in a serious escalation of a months-long political crisis gripping the nation. In a televised speech, Muqtada al-Sadr gave his supporters an hour to leave. Minutes later, some could be seen abandoning their positions on live television. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky met members of the International Atomic Energy Agency delegation in Kyiv. The UN nuclear watchdog team are on an urgent mission to safeguard the Russian-occupied Zaporizhzhia atomic power plant at the heart of fighting in Ukraine. A long-awaited trip the world hopes will help avoid a radioactive catastrophe. European Union nations divided on Tuesday over whether to slap a broad visa ban on Russian citizens.
And on to breaking news coming in. Showdown continues in the national capital. The first visuals coming in right now of 10-member delegation of AAP MLAs who are currently at the CBI office in the national capital. This, of course, comes amidst the ongoing CBI probe into the alleged liquor gate scam. Harsha is there at the spot to get us those visuals and details. Harsha, over to you. We understand that the AAP delegation has arrived at the CBI office.
Exactly, Samisha, today is a very crucial date because since morning we are seeing that Aam Aadmi Party and BJP are having war of words on one side, where Aam Aadmi Party's leaders are clearly claiming that BJP is trying to topple the opposition ruled governments in different states, and therefore they are offering huge sum of money to the MLAs to switch the sides. And today, regarding that Operation Lotus only, which Aam Aadmi Party has been claiming that BJP is doing in Delhi as well after Maharashtra and Jharkhand, now we are seeing all the Aam Aadmi Party MLAs have reached outside CBI headquarters. These are the first visuals which we are showing you of the Aam Aadmi Party MLAs. You will clearly see Praveen Deshmukh, Surinder Chaudhary, Surinder Kumar, Somnath Bharti and different Madan Lal and different Aam Aadmi Party MLAs who have reached here outside CBI headquarters, but yet they all are waiting for Atishi and Saurabh Bhardwaj as well. Though the Aam Aadmi Party MLAs are clearly stating that they have sought time from CBI director and they will be handing over the application regarding the investigation and probe into the investigation and probe of the Operation Lotus. And since morning we are also seeing that BJP MPs as well. We also saw how Manoj Tiwari and Pravesh Verma clearly stated that no such thing has been given, no such money has been offered to Aam Aadmi Party MLAs. They are clearly lying, and we are also ready for all sort of investigation. Therefore, the series of war of words which has been seen in national capital already started after CBI started investigation in the New Delhi excise policy at the residence of Manish Sisodia, and not only Manish Sisodia's residence but office and different places as well. And after that, BJP also claimed that the scam has been done in education model as well. And yesterday we saw that Aam Aadmi Party was continuously staging protests outside Delhi Vidhan Sabha, stating that a resignation and probe should be ordered in against LG VK Saxena as well, because at the time of demonetization, some serious allegations are levelled by Aam Aadmi Party MLAs regarding against LG VK Saxena, and all these are the matters with which Aam Aadmi Party MLAs have come outside CBI headquarters. But yes, I would like to show you the heavy security and barricading as well, Samiksha, because they have sought time from CBI director, but these police officials have been told that they have got no time from CBI director, and therefore they will not be allowed to go inside. And all these MLAs are also waiting for their own leaders, Atish and Saurabh Bhardwaj, also to come here, and then they will go inside as they are stating. Their issue is Operation Lotus, which they are saying, and we will straight talk to them. Sir, आज आप लोग क्या-क्या मांग रखने वाले हैं? CBI के सामने क्या लेटर देने वाले?
अभी आ रहे हैं, जब हम इकट्ठे हो जाएं फिर बात करते हैं।
अभी किन-किन का वेट और हो रहा है?
अभी आ रही हैं, आतिश जी आ रही हैं, दुर्गेश भाई आ रही है जी।
सर, आप लोगों ने CBI से डायरेक्टर से टाइम लिया था क्या? डायरेक्टर से टाइम मिला है?
अभी आके वो आपको बताएंगे। हम तो विधानसभा से सीधे आ रहे हैं, अभी आपको बताते हैं।
सर, आज जो मैटर है वो ऑपरेशन लोटस को लेकर के ही है, VK सक्सेना के खिलाफ भी जो आप लोग मुद्दा उठा रहे हो?
अभी आने दीजिए, अब 10 मिनट का बात है, 10 मिनट में सब दूध का दूध पानी का पानी आ जाएगा।
So, Samiksha, these are Aam Aadmi Party MLAs who have straight come from Vidhan Sabha to the two CBI headquarters. They are all waiting here for Atish and Saurabh Bhardwaj, and in some while they are saying that they will go inside. But yes, what we are getting to know from our sources of police and CBI also, that they have not been given any time from CBI director, but they are saying that the probe investigation in Operation Lotus should be done against BJP, as they have been offering Aam Aadmi Party MLAs a huge sum of amount, which is 20
All right,
crore.
Harsha, we leave it at there. Yes, we'll keep coming back to you as you bring us the live action that is happening outside the CBI office as the AAP delegation arrives to meet the CBI investigating officer. Thank you for the moment. We'll keep coming back. Slipping into a very short break, more news on the other side. Seema Patra packed off to police custody until September 12th after unleashing horrors on domestic health. Back-to-back FIRs filed against abuse-accused Seer, but he is yet to be arrested.
Amity University in London, accredited by Quality Assurance Agency UK and licensed by the Government of UK, offers MBA and BBA degrees at its central London campus. Embark on a global career with a globally recognized UK university degree. To apply, visit amity.edu/London.
The BJP leaders are staging such protests.
Farm of the party MLAs who are protesting against Delhi LG Vinay Saxena.
And a quick look at some top international stories. Mikhail Gorbachev, who is the last leader of the Soviet Union, waged a losing battle to salvage a crumbling empire but produce extraordinary reforms that led to the end of the Cold War, has died. Gorbachev won the 1990 Nobel Peace Prize for his role in ending the Cold War and spent his later years collecting accolades and awards from all corners of the world. About 100 people gathered outside the South Carolina State House yesterday. The South Carolina
दोनों इशू को लेकर केवल ऑपरेशन आज लेके हम कंप्लेंट आए हैं। सीबीआई जो विनय सक्सेना जी के खिलाफ कंप्लेंट है उसको लेकर भी हम जल्द सीबीआई के पास आएंगे। चलिए, थैंक यू। हाँ, एक साथ कर लीजिए। माइक लगाओ, माइक
लगाओ। अरे यार क्या कर रहे हो यार? एक मिनट यार आराम से कर लो भाई। बोलिए मैम, वक्त मिला है सीबीआई से आपको?
देखिए, हम सीबीआई को फोन भी कर चुके हैं, ईमेल भी लिख चुके हैं, लेकिन सीबीआई डायरेक्टर ने अभी तक समय नहीं दिया है। अब हम यहाँ पर आकर समय की मांग कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि जो ऑपरेशन लोटस है ये एक बहुत गंभीर मुद्दा है और ऑपरेशन लोटस में भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने अनुमानतः 6,300 करोड़ रुपया खर्च किया। तो इसलिए सीबीआई की इन्वेस्टिगेशन जरूर होनी चाहिए। ये जरूर पता चलना चाहिए कि आखिरकार ये पैसा आया कहाँ से, जिससे राज्य दर राज्य में सरकारें गिराने का प्रयास हो रहा है। क्या समय मिला मैडम आपको? अभी तक समय नहीं मिला, पर हमें उम्मीद है कि इतने गंभीर मुद्दे
लगाया हुआ है पुलिस ने, कैसे जा पाएंगे?
अभी देखते हैं, उनसे बात करते हैं।
सर इधर आए
कुछ ऑफर नहीं किया।
ये तो सारी दुनिया जानती है, भारतीय जनता पार्टी अलग अलग राज्यों में कैसे सरकारें गिराती है, कैसे विधायकों को खरीदा जाता है, कैसे झारखंड के अंदर 2 विधायक लाखों रुपए के साथ पकड़े गए। वो पैसा किसका था? जो बंगाल के अंदर 2 कांग्रेस के विधायक पकड़े गए हैं, वो पैसा भारतीय जनता पार्टी का पैसा था। भारतीय जनता पार्टी जानती है, कांग्रेस ने अपने विधायकों को निकाल भी दिया इसलिए।
लेकिन एक बात हम लोग जो समझना चाहेंगे, आप लोगों ने एलजीबीके सक्सेना के खिलाफ भी काफी सीरियस एलिगेशंस लेवल किए हैं। आप लोग को लगता है सीबीआई डायरेक्टर से आज मिलने का मौका मिलेगा? टाइम तो उन्होंने दिया नहीं है आप लोगों को।
मिलना चाहिए, देश की सीबीआई है, चुने हुए विधायक आए हैं, उनसे मिलने समय मांगा हुआ है, मिलना चाहिए। क्यों नहीं मिलना चाहिए?
सर, आप लोग के पास वो तमाम प्रूफ्स हैं जिसके आधार पे आप लोग कह रहे हैं कि आप एमएलएस को ऑफर किया गया? क्या सीडीआर या फोन कॉलिंग रिकॉर्डिंग्स कुछ है आप लोग के पास अवेलेबल?
हमारे पास सब कुछ है और जो कुछ नहीं है वो इनको इन्वेस्टिगेट करना है।
सर, आज मिल पाएंगे डायरेक्टर से आप?
अब तो डायरेक्टर साहब के ऊपर है।
आप लोग सर कोई डेलीगेशन में कोई भी अलाउड अंदर जाने के लिए?
आपको
तो so this is Saurabh Bhardwaj who is clearly stating that all the AAP MLAs are here to meet CBI director, and if the time has not been given, then also they will be going inside to take the time. We also had word with Atishi, and Atishi clearly told us that today, especially for the Operation Lotus, they have come here and they will be meeting CBI director, and as such they have seen the incidents happening in Maharashtra and then in Jharkhand as.
Breaking updates coming in. We understand that the LG will be taking legal action against Atishi, Saurabh Bhardwaj, Durgesh Pathak and other AAP leaders. Ishwarya is getting us those breaking details. Ishwarya, over to you. Give us more details.
Well, at this point of time, LG, Mr. Saxena's office has made it clear that they are not thinking, they are taking legal action against Atishi Singh, Saurabh Bhardwaj, Durgesh Pathak and an individual called Jasmine Shah for false, fabricated and defamatory allegations of corruption against the LG's office. What we are being told very, very categorically by our sources very clearly that LG will take legal actions. Lieutenant Governor Shri V.K. Saxena has decided to take legal action against the Aam Aadmi Party leaders, as I just mentioned, right from Saurabh Bhardwaj, Atishi Singh, Durgesh Pathak and Jasmine Shah, among others, for highly defamatory and false allegations of corruptions by them, attributed to his tenure as the chairman of the Khadi and Village Industries Commission KVIC. These leaders of the AAP have recently claimed that LG is involved in a scam during demonetization in 2016. If you remember, the AAP has been demanding resignation. The Aam Aadmi Party has been demanding resignation of the LG, and the LG has hit back like how? Now we are also being given the specifications that why the LG office feel that they are completely wrong. We have that report. We have that report with us, which gives a clean chit to then Mr. Saxena, who's now the LG, very, very categorically saying that all of those individuals and the leaders whom the LG has mentioned have fabricated according to the LG's office, and hence a legal action will be initiated by the LG's office officially. Once again, I am naming Aam Aadmi Party MLA Saurabh Bhardwaj, Aam Aadmi Party MLA Atishi Singh, Aam Aadmi Party MLA Durgesh Pathak, and an Aam Aadmi Party leader called Jasmine Shah. These are the leaders against whom the LG office is initiating legal response as we are speaking, as we are breaking this information. The legal officers have been told by the LG office, this is breaking first on Republic. As we speak, the legal action is being initiated. And while this is happening,
Atishi Singh, Saurabh Bharadwaj and Durgesh Pathak are right in front of the CBI demanding action against the LG. So this is a developing situation. There are two frames and that's the frame I was just mentioning about. Atishi Singh, Saurabh Bharadwaj, Durgesh Pathak, all three which have been mentioned by the LG office according to our sources, against whom legal action is being initiated as we speak, are present right outside the CBI office at this very moment demanding action against the LG. Mr. Saxena and the LG of Delhi says that all of these allegations are fabricated, and we have with us the document which shows, and it is of Director of Vigilance, Directorate of Vigilance, Khadi and Village Industries Commission, giving a clean chit to the then in charge and now LG of Delhi. So once again saying that all these allegations which were leveled by these AAP leaders, by the AAP MLAs are wrong and fabricated and malicious in intent. That's the line coming in from the LG office. And as we are getting you this breaking information, the legal officers of the LG office are approaching the pertinent court in this very matter. They want this matter to be listed today itself. They are approaching the Delhi High Court today itself against, once again I repeat, against Atishi Singh, against Saurabh Bharadwaj, against Durgesh Pathak and an individual called Jasmine Shah. So these are the four. These are the four individuals. Piyush, I have with me my colleague Piyush. Piyush, while all three of these MLAs, Atishi, Saurabh and Durgesh, they are protesting outside the CBI headquarters, demanding action against the LG. The LG is initiating legal action against them, and a vigilance report coming, giving a clean chit to the then in charge and now LG. Piyush, what are you listening? What is the Aam Aadmi Party thinking now? Piyush.
Well, Aishwarya, all these MLAs are right now there at the CBI headquarters, and they have gone there to demand a nationwide probe into the Operation Lotus, which they claim that BJP is running. But they will have to also answer to the legal action. Those are now being initiated by the LG of Delhi, Vinay Kumar Saxena. Remember that Vinay Kumar Saxena's office has told us that they are now initiating a legal action, and that's against all these Aam Aadmi Party MLAs, which includes Atishi Singh, Saurabh Bharadwaj, Jasmine Shah, Durgesh Pathak. Let us also tell to viewers as to how it all started. A special assembly session was called in by the Delhi government, and while the ruckus was already going on over the liquor policy, over the school scam, Aam Aadmi Party came out with a report claiming that during the demonetization, the then chairperson of Khadi Gram Udyog Commission, Vinay Kumar Saxena, had done corruption of more than 1,400 crore rupees, because at the time he had converted the black money into white at one center, and there are multiple centers where this activity was done. There are around 700 centers where it was done, and during that course of time, 1,400 crore of scam was done by the then chairperson of KVIC, Vinay Kumar Saxena, and the now Delhi LG. At the time, Aam Aadmi Party had sought the resignation of Vinay Saxena. Also, they had demanded that CBI should raid him. They had demanded that he should be arrested. Now, Vinay Kumar Saxena, Delhi Lieutenant Governor, has come out and he has made it very clear that he is now going to initiate a legal action against him. Let me also read through the document which we have accessed, because what we are now learning from the press note issued by the Office of Delhi, it reads, the LG has taken a serious view of these blatantly false, defamatory and obviously diversionary allegations made by these Aam Aadmi Party leaders, which means Saurabh Bharadwaj, Atishi Singh, Jasmine Shah, Durgesh Pathak, and LG has now decided to take legal action against them so that the Aam Aadmi Party does not get away with its characteristic of shoot and scoot. The facts of the cases are below. The government of India on 8th of November 2016 had demonetized currency notes of rupees 1,500.
Piyush. So that was our colleague Piyush Mishra getting us more and more details. But at this point of time, it seems it's a never-ending battle between the Aam Aadmi Party and the Delhi LG's office, Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP. We saw a spat on the streets. The spat which began with press conferences between the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party came to protest, overnight protest between the AAP and the BJP at Delhi Vidhan Sabha. And today it was on the streets of the national capital. Today it was on the streets of the national capital where we saw a literal spat between BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party leaders, and now the LG making it clear that it will not tolerate this kind of malicious intent. The Aam Aadmi Party says no, they are not wrong. The Aam Aadmi Party leaders are saying yes, we are ready. The Aam Aadmi Party leaders are saying we have no problem fighting it out legally. The LG's office says you are wrong. Here is the vigilance report, and hence we are legally approaching to the court, to the pertinent court, and then filing against Atishi Singh, Saurabh Bharadwaj, Durgesh Pathak, and then other individuals and Aam Aadmi Party leaders who deliberately, according to the LG office, tried to malign the image of the LG. That is the allegation of the LG's office, and they are officially already done it. That's what we are being told. They have already approached the Delhi High Court in this matter against the Aam Aadmi Party MLAs. So it seems to be a never-ending fight. The Aam Aadmi Party says that the LG's office is doing it on the behest of the BJP. The LG office says he is only following the rules, from the Delhi Chief Minister not signing the files to every rule which has been flouted. The LG office says they cannot and they will not allow it. The Aam Aadmi Party says no rules are being flouted, so they are at loggerheads, and at loggerheads at how? While the LG office says they are going to approach the pertinent court in this matter. All these 3 or 4 leaders at this very point of time are present at the CBI headquarters demanding action against LG's office and LG individually. And the LG's office is saying that we are approaching the court. We have with us that vigilance report which more or less gives a clean chit. We also have, yes, I have with me my colleague Niranjan also from the Mumbai newsroom. Niranjan, the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP, the Aam Aadmi Party and the LG are at loggerheads, and like how? Yes, Niranjan.
Well, but this is getting into a legal domain, Aishwarya, because, they were banking on a newspaper report, right? They were banking on a newspaper report. They used that newspaper report. Aishwarya?
LG's office and the Aam Aadmi Party, so it is not new. Niranjan, this is the 9th case, if this is going to happen, between the LG's office and the Aam Aadmi Party. So more or less, it is one case yearly between the LG's office and the Aam Aadmi Party ever since Arvind Kejriwal has been the Chief Minister. More or less. 7 odd years, 9th case. So every year, there is one case between the LG's office and the Aam Aadmi Party.
No, I was asking you about this case,
the
charge. Aishwarya, the charge. They were shooting off a newspaper report, is it?
Third, the LG's office is saying that there is a deliberate attempt by on the behalf of these Aam Aadmi Party MLAs, namely Saurabh Bharadwaj, Atishi Singh, Durgesh Pathak, and then the others, saying that they are deliberately trying to malign the image of the Honorable LG. That is the claim of the LG's office. While the Aam Aadmi Party leaders are saying, no, we have the complaint letters with us. You have a document, we have a document. That's the irony. On every point, both the parties, whether it's the BJP or the AAP, whether it's the LG or the AAP, come up with 2 sets of different documents. And both claim we are right. Both claim, look, here is the complaint against the LG. Now there is a vigilance report which says that the then in charge of Khadi Udyog and now the present LG, Mr. Saxena, has been given a clean chit. There is no discrepancy of any sort. But the Aam Aadmi Party says we want a CBI inquiry. They are protesting right now, right outside the CBI headquarters, demanding action against the LG. The LG's office is approaching the pertinent court. We are being told in this matter it is going to be the Delhi High Court. So we need to wait and watch for that. But it's a never-ending battle, and the people of Delhi and the people of this country are watching. Yes, Niranjan.
Yeah, stay with me. In fact, this is the big breaking news update coming in. The Aam Aadmi Party has also gone to the CBI. Now, of course, if there is no basis, if it's a false allegation, the likelihood of the CBI responding to this would be minimal, isn't it? I mean, or at least that's what we understand. But was any of this recorded, Aishwarya? Was it part of any report, an investigation, a vigilance report? Aishwarya?
Well, what is happening is, at this point of time, Niranjan, the Aam Aadmi Party MLAs have 2 complaints.
Okay, let's cut across. I think Atishi is speaking. Aishwarya, stay with me. Atishi is speaking. Let's cut across.
डर क्यों रहे हैं एलजी साहब? सीबीआई की जांच से डर क्यों रहे हैं एलजी साहब? ईडी की जांच से डर क्यों रहे हैं एलजी साहब? कई सारे मामलों में उन्होंने खुद अलग अलग प्रकार की जांच को ऑर्डर किया है, वो क्यों जांच से डर रहे हैं?
ये कि आप लोगों ने फैब्रिकेट किया उनके अगेंस्ट सीरियस एलिगेशन।
अगर उन्होंने कुछ भ्रष्टाचार नहीं किया तो जांच होने दीजिए।
क्लीन चिट दे दी,
वो जांच के बाद क्लीन निकल आएंगे। अगर ईडी की जांच हो जाए, वो जांच के बाद क्लीन निकल आएंगे। क्लीन चिट उनकी अपनी कमेटी ने दी थी, जिस कमेटी की वो खुद अध्यक्षता कर रहे थे। भाई इंडिपेंडेंट जांच तो होनी ही चाहिए।
मैम ऐसा तो नहीं है, क्योंकि उन्होंने कहा कि एक्साइज पॉलिसी में एक घोटाला वाकई हुआ, उन्होंने ये कहा बार बार कि एजुकेशन मॉडल में वाकई खामियां, स्कैम हुआ, इसीलिए अब आप लोग एलजीबीके सक्सेना के खिलाफ एलिगेशंस लगा रहे हैं। ऐसा तो नहीं है मैम?
देखिए हमारे ऊपर सीबीआई की जांच हुई, हमने तो स्वागत किया। हमने क्या करिए जांच, जब ईडी की जांच हो हमने क्या करिए जांच। तो वो डर के क्यों भाग रहे हैं जांच से?
आज आप यहाँ पे आई हैं तो एलजीबीके सक्सेना के खिलाफ भी जांच हो, उसको लेके भी डायरेक्टर से मुलाकात करेंगे।
अभी ऑपरेशन लोटस को लेके आए हैं, लेकिन वीके सक्सेना जी के खिलाफ कई और कागजात हमारे पास आए हैं, उन सबको लेके हम यहाँ पर आएंगे।
सीबीआई डायरेक्टर से मुलाकात का समय मिला है या आप लोग धरना करने वाले हैं?
हम उम्मीद कर रहे हैं धरना मुझे उम्मीद है कि वो हमसे मिलेंगे तो धरना करने की जरूरत ही नहीं पड़ेगी।
This is Aam Aadmi Party MLA Atishi, and we heard her seriously saying that when the CBI and ED investigation is going on against us on different, whether it is education model or whether it is a new Delhi excise policy, then why is LGBTQ Saxena running away investigation should be done against him as well. Back to the studio.
Okay, so that's Atishi there, Atishi of the Aam Aadmi Party, saying that the LG is looking nervous in this particular case, but looking at the response of the LG, he's taking the legal route, saying that the allegations of fraud are false, the allegations are manufactured. He says it's false, fabricated, defamatory in nature. And these are some of the updates that we are getting in right now. In fact, we've accessed the full petition as well. Aishwarya, why don't you take our viewers through that petition? What is he said in that petition? I think we just lost. Let's also put the details of that petition in our newsroom as well. We'll keep a close track on the story. Let's move on now and get you some more breaking news updates from across the country now.
A church has been vandalized in Taran in Punjab. A CCTV footage shows unidentified persons vandalizing a Catholic church in the town's neighborhood of Patti. The ones responsible for the attack were further reported to have put a vehicle on fire near the church. The suspects in the footage are earlier seen attempting to and eventually breaking the head of the statue. They are further seen trying different methods in order to break the statue as the vandalization was conducted. The DC in Taran has further asked the subdivisional magistrate in the region to conduct the investigation and mitigate any tensions that may arise following the incident. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
KCR Nitish meet in Bihar on an eye on 2024. Both of them are ambitious. Both of them are eyeing the prime ministerial seat. Both of them want to go national. Getting in more reports and more videos and the ground report from Assam of illegal madrasas that were linked to terror suspects. They've been demolished. There's a big fight over it. Getting you the full details.
In a shocking incident, 50 Dalit families were driven out of Jharkhand's Palamu district. These families were residing in the village for the last 4 decades. On receiving the information, the local authorities rushed to Tongri Pahadi area, 1 kilometer away from the village, and were camping there to maintain the law and order.
सूचना मिली तो वरीय पदाधिकारियों के निर्देशानुसार हम यहाँ पर आए और एसडीओ साहब भी हैं साथ में। तो एफआईआर की बात है तो हम लोगों ने एफआईआर दर्ज कर दिया है।
Meanwhile, a criminal case has been lodged against 12 named people and 150 others. Jharkhand Governor Ramesh Bayas, taking cognizance of this incident, expressed concern. The government sought a detailed report from the Deputy Commissioner within 2 days and ordered the police to apprehend the culprits immediately. Meanwhile, the Deputy Commissioner assured all 50 families of rehabilitation in the same village on a priority basis. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
After the mega campaign by Republic suspended Jharkhand BJP leader Seema Patra, who assaulted her domestic help, has now been arrested and has been taken to the court as well. Former Jammu and Kashmir
Suspended BJP leader, tormentor and wife of a former IAS officer Seema Patra has been arrested this morning. Republic confronted her on the manner in which she has tormented, brutalized, assaulted her domestic help. She's been sent to judicial custody. We're reporting live from Jharkhand. Let's play that out. The sequence on how she tried to cover her face. She claims it's a conspiracy, and here's the full story.
प्रेरित आरोप है मेरे कुछ जो आरोप आप लोग ऐसे मत करिए हाँ फंसाया गया हमको फंसाया गया है हम जा रहे हैं
सीमा पात्रा आ रही हैं, दोबारा उनको गाड़ी में बिठाकर पुलिस यहां से ले जाएगी। कोशिश करेंगे सीमा पात्रा को। सीमा जी, आप बेकसूर हैं।
मैडम बेटे को क्यों अस्पताल में भर्ती किए थे? इसलिए कि उसकी तबीयत खराब थी।
मैडम, आपने मारा है?
नहीं मारा है।
चोट के निशान है मैडम। कौन मारा है?
नहीं मारा, मुझे नहीं पता, नहीं मारा है।
आपने घर में रही थी, कौन मारेगा मैडम? आपने मारा मैडम? आपने मारा मैडम? दोषी है। तो देखिए सुनीता पात्रा को मेडिकल के लिए लेकर जाया जा रहा है। देखिए हम
सदर हॉस्पिटल
लेकर जा रहे हैं मैडम। कोर्ट में कितने दिन में पेश करेंगे मैडम आप?
बस कोविड जांच रिपोर्ट आने के बाद में।
बेटा वक्त लग जाएगा मैडम आप बोलेंगे जो आरोप आप पर लगे मैडम।
प्रेरित आरोप है मेरे कुछ जो आरोप
आप लोग ऐसे मत करिए
हाँ फंसाया गया हमको फंसाया गया है हम जा रहे हैं
मैडम। इतनी चोट के निशान मैडम उनको मारा आपने।
हाँ लोहा का उससे मारा।
और जहाँ से पुलिस है पूरा उठना ठीक थे। जानते भैया उसी की वजह से मैं जिंदा हूँ।
आसमान भैया की वजह से ना हमको पता है। आसमान भैया हमको बोलते थे।
हाँ जानते हैं। जब पकाने गई ना तब वो जो बेल्ट है ना उसको मारती थी।
आपको उसका बेल्ट था ना।
हाँ और इजू करती थी ना।
कलछी से मारी है। वही मारी मैडम।
हाँ
सीमा पता है।
हाँ और जानते हैं भैया गर्म तवा चला तुम्हारी।
देखिए, सबसे बड़ी बात कि हमारी सरकार हर पीड़िता के लिए संवेदनशील है। सभी बराबर है। धर्म के नाम पर, मजहब के नाम पर राजनीति करना नहीं जानती है। लेकिन भाजपा खुद आरोप लगाती है कि तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति है और खुद तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति करती है। आपने देखा होगा कि बहन अंकिता के मामले में भाजपा ने किस तरह से नेशनल चैनल पर बैठकर उन्होंने हमारी सरकार को गालियां दी, जबकि एक और बहन सुनीता खाखा, जो कि भाजपा की एक बड़ी नेत्री के घर में काम करती थी, और उस पर जिस तरह से अमानुषिक अत्याचार सीमा पात्रा ने किया, जो कि भाजपा की ऐसी विंग की थी, मंत्री या अध्यक्ष जो भी है, जो कि बेटी बचाओ बेटी पढ़ाओ का विंग देख रही थी और महिलाओं के हित में काम करने के लिए उसको रखा गया था, और वो अपने ही घर में एक आदिवासी लड़की के साथ इस तरह से अमानुषिक व्यवहार कर रही थी। कहा जाता है कि वो हथौड़े से उसके दांत को तोड़ती थी, तवा गरम करके उसको दागती थी। इसके अलावा उसे पेशाब चटवाती थी अपना। सोचिए, ऐसा कोई कर सकता है? और ऐसी अमानुषिक अत्याचार करने वाली अपनी नेत्री को भाजपा बचा रही है। इतने बड़े बड़े भाजपा के नेता लोग, जिसमें कि पूर्व मुख्यमंत्री माननीय रघुवर दास जी भी हैं, जो नेशनल चैनल पर बैठकर हमारी सरकार को, माननीय हेमंत सोरेन जी को गालियां दे रहे थे, तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति कह रहे थे, और उन्होंने इस बहन पर
Taking a short break on Republic TV, that's the JMM's MP, Mahua Manji, questioning the BJP on why this leader has not been sacked. Her name is Seema Patra. Story that was reported by Republic TV last night, debated by Arnab, a campaign that we launched asking for this leader to be arrested. It's horrific that she wasn't arrested for days, and following the pressure and the public support, she's been picked up this morning. But too little. She's claiming conspiracy. Is she also being shielded? We'll take a short break. Coming back with more details. Aam Aadmi Party versus BJP face-off over Liquorgate intensifies after protest versus protest. It's video versus video. Tell you more about Schoolgate. This is on Schoolgate, and they're fighting over schools. Telling you more on that. He faces an FIR, but more and more political leaders are meeting him. And it appears that Seer is getting some sort of a shield. Shivamurthy is his name. He's accused of raping minors. The story is picking up from Chaturthi and Karnataka.
The BJP leaders are staging such protests.
Farm of the party MLAs who are protesting against Delhi LG Vinay Saxena.
The death of a woman trampled under a bus in Chindwara in Madhya Pradesh led to the villagers burning the bus that led to the accident. The accident is reported to have happened near a petrol pump in Chindwara, where the woman riding a scooter was hit by the bus said to have been speeding at that time.
एक एक्सीडेंट का मामला है। एक बस जो छिंदवाड़ा से अमरवाड़ा तरफ जा रही थी, लहगड़ुआ के पास में एक बच्ची जो है करीब 20 साल की है, जो कॉलेज में फाइनल ईयर कर रही है, वो अपनी सहेली को छोड़ करके जो है सफ़ेद कलर की गाड़ी में, एक्टिवा गाड़ी है संभवतः, उसमें जो है वो वापस लौट रही थी। अचानक जो है बस के सामने आ गई वो, और बस से टकरा करके मौके पे बच्ची की मौत हो गई।
While there were no passengers on the bus, the driver is said to have run away following the incident. The uproar was eventually brought after the police forces were deployed at the spot. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
In a shocking incident, 50 Dalit families were driven out of Jharkhand's Palamu district. These families were residing in the village for the last 4 decades. On receiving the information, the local authorities rushed to Tongri Pahadi area, 1 kilometer away from the village, and were camping there to maintain the law and order.
सूचना मिली तो वरीय पदाधिकारियों के निर्देशानुसार हम यहाँ पर आए और एसडीओ साहब भी हैं साथ में। तो एफआईआर की बात है तो हम लोगों ने एफआईआर दर्ज कर दिया है।
Meanwhile, a criminal case has been lodged against 12 named people and 150 others. Jharkhand Governor Ramesh Bais, taking cognizance of this incident, expressed concern. The government sought a detailed report from the Deputy Commissioner within 2 days and ordered the police to apprehend the culprits immediately. Meanwhile, the Deputy Commissioner assured all 50 families of rehabilitation in the same village on a priority basis. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
AAP versus BJP face-off over Liquorgate intensifies after protest versus protest. Now it's video versus video. Seema Patra packed off to police custody until September 12 after unleashing horrors on domestic health. Back-to-back FIRs filed against abuse-accused Seer, but he's yet to be arrested. KCR Nitish brainstorming on 2024 in Patra is a mega political upswing in making for now. Days after Al-Qaeda-linked terrorists were arrested in Barpeta, Himanta government crackdown on terror-linked illegal madrasas continues. Big mystery over Sonali Phogat murder case. Goa police now at Phogat's farmhouse in Hissar. We are getting in more details in connection with 2611 like terror threat to Mumbai. Sources tell Republic that the IP address from which the threat messages were sent was from Pakistan. Earlier, it appeared to be from the UK, but agencies now believe the sender of the message used a proxy server instead. Let's go to Alicia for more details on this. Alicia, I believe this was as a build-up to Republic Day when we were hearing reports that there are some threats being received by people at random, and now it appears that the IP address is located in Pakistan. What more can you share with us?
Well, yes, Abhishek, this was a threat of WhatsApp messages that was given to the Mumbai police traffic control, and after which the press conference has also held where Mumbai CP has assured Mumbaikars that they are all safe. But they have been investigating into the matter, and the massive revelation, the disclosure that has been made by Mumbai police that the IP address from which the messages has been sent is now turned out to be of Pakistan, because earlier when they were investigating over the IP address of the message that was sent by the people is something from the United Kingdom, but more and more investigation that was carried out by Mumbai police over the case where the IP address has now turned out to be of Pakistan. Even more people to be interrogated is what we have been told, because this is something a very serious matter where Mumbai police is looking into it. It was a threat message that was sent in a Mumbai police traffic control messages which stated that there could be a 2611 attack terror threat that was given to Mumbai police, and there were many people even in this case were interrogated. But now the police has taken out the IP address from which the message was sent, because earlier the message that was sent has actually linked to the Pakistan as well, which is why there were more technicality where the police was interrogating, because at the initial the IP address that was turned out to be of United Kingdom, but when has checked with the other system as well, what the police has been informing that now the IP address has turned out to be of Pakistan, and the police is been more investigating into it.
Alicia, are there some local links emerging in this entire episode, or is it just internet-based threat that was delivered to Mumbai via its traffic police? Are there some local links? Is the police trying to connect the dots on that front?
Well, yes, Mumbai police has traced 4 to 5 numbers earlier that was informed by police official itself, and that number was something belongs to the person in Imampur, and that is something in Uttar Pradesh. So Mumbai police was in constant in touch with Uttar Pradesh police as well to look after who is really the person behind it, because this is something, a threat that was given, and where the Mumbai police commissioner Vivek Fansalkar, who has even assured that there is no threat and all the Mumbaikars are safe, and moreover the security has been beefed up even after that. But the more information that we are getting is about the IP address, because that was something, a motive of the police, because they have to reach out to that person who have sent this WhatsApp message in the Mumbai police traffic control. So as of now, the lead that is with Mumbai police is that the IP address has turned out to be of Pakistan, which was earlier of United Kingdom. So they will go deeper into it, because as Mumbai police has already mentioned that there will be no stone left unturned in this entire case, and when it comes to the safety of the Mumbaikars, so there will be the security at the isolated places as well. So they have been taking care of it, but now they have been trying to get a person who is in touch with this and who has been actually linked with it. So that is something, it will be very interesting to see what exactly this investigation turn into, because they have reached out to the IP address now. So there are more people who will be called in, and if needed, they will reach out to the other places as well.
Right. Thank you, Alicia. So the server going back to Pakistan, and 4 or 5 mobile numbers that are under scrutiny. Mumbai police investigating terror threat. Moving on, suspended BJP leader and wife of an ex-IS officer, Seema Patra, who was arrested last evening, was sent to police remand till 12th September after a video emerged of her house help revealing how she was brutally tortured. Republic also confronted the suspended BJP leader before she was sent in police custody. Let's look at the video of confrontation and then come back with Prakash Singh live.
प्रेरित आरोप है मेरे कुछ जो आरोप लोग ऐसे मत करिए हाँ फंसाया गया हमको फंसाया गया है हम जा रहे
सीमा पात्रा आ रही है, दोबारा उनको गाड़ी में बिठाकर पुलिस यहां से ले जाएगी। कोशिश करेंगे सीमा पात्रा को। सीमा जी, आप बेकसूर हैं।
मैडम बेटे को क्यों अस्पताल में भर्ती किए थे? इसलिए कि उसकी तबीयत खराब थी।
मैडम, आपने मारा है?
नहीं मारा है।
चोट के निशान है मैडम। चोट मारा है?
नहीं मारा, मुझे नहीं पता, नहीं मारा।
आपने घर में रही थी, कौन मारेगा मैडम? आपने मारा मैडम? आपने मारा मैडम? आप दोषी हैं। तो देखिए, सुनीता पात्रा को मेडिकल के लिए लेकर जाया जा रहा है। देखिए हम
सदर हॉस्पिटल
लेकर जा रहे हैं मैडम। कोर्ट में कितने दिन में पेश करेंगे मैडम आप?
बस कोविड जांच रिपोर्ट आने के बाद में।
कितना वक्त लग जाएगा मैडम? आप कुछ बोलेंगे? जो आरोप आप पर लगे मैडम।
प्रेरित आरोप है मेरे कुछ जो आरोप
लोग ऐसे मत करिए
हाँ फंसाया गया हमको फंसाया गया है हम जा रहे
मैडम। इतनी चोट के निशान।
All right, Prakash Singh joins us live from Patna. Prakash, what is she talking about? She's saying हमको फंसाया गया है. I mean, some of the details that came out of the maid's story or the house help's story are gruesome and gross. Are we able to piece together the mystery behind this episode?
Well, this was brutal actually and gruesome, as you pointed out, Abhishek, the Seema Patra incident. The way she was tortured for the past couple of years is barbaric, I must say this, because the way she was narrating the story, and our reporter Anup also confronted Seema Patra as well as spoke to Sunita in the hospital as well. That narrates the whole story and what we have been hearing, the way she was rescued by Baski, a person called Baski who lost the FIR a couple of days back, and thereafter she was rescued by the police and an FIR was lodged. And yesterday when we launched the campaign on the debate with Arnab Goswami, then the governor also took cognizance of it. He spoke to the DGP of Jharkhand, and early this morning she was arrested, and after medical examination she was taken to the court, produced in the court, and she will be in police custody till 12th of September, and in between the police can interrogate her for corroboration of various evidences. So what the story has been narrated by Sunita tells the entire facts and details, and the rest will be investigated upon by the police as well as in the court of law. Back to you.
Yeah, thank you, Prakash. In fact, let's listen into the house help and the manner in which she narrated the ordeal of being tortured by Seema Patra.
हाँ लोहा का उससे मारा
पुलिस है पूरा उठना ठीक थे जानते भी है उसी की वजह से मैं जिंदा हूँ।
आसमान भैया की वजह से ना हमको पता है, आसमान भैया हमको बोलते थे।
हाँ जानते हैं, जब पकाने गई ना तब वो जो बेल्ट है ना उसको घुमाती थी।
आपको उसका बेल्ट था ना?
हाँ, और इजू ना फोटो करती थी।
आपको कलछी से मारी है? वही मारी मैडम?
हाँ
सीमा पता है।
हाँ, और जानते हैं भी जो गरम तवा चला तुम्हारी।
ये चाहते हैं कि सीबीआई जांच होनी चाहिए उनके बाबत। ये यहाँ तक पहुँचे हुए हैं कि जाने नहीं दिया जा रहा है, क्योंकि सीबीआई हेडक्वार्टर से पहले
Party leaders in which I can see Atishi and Sanjay Singh and Dilip Pandey among others are protesting because they were not allowed to meet the director CBI because they wanted to make a complaint against the LG. Let's go to Harsha. She's reporting from outside the CBI office and in fact from these protests. Harsha, over to you. They have not been allowed to meet the director CBI, but they can still give the petition and leave. Why are they protesting?
Exactly. What Atishi and Sanjay Singh clearly told us that today CBI directors will not meet them, and even if they will not be able to give the memorandum or their application of letter to CBI director today, then they will sit in here and stage and sit and protest here outside CBI director. And you can clearly see Atishi, Sanjay Singh, Dilip Pandey and all the MLAs, be it Madan Lal and be it MLA Rakesh and Haji Yusuf, all are here protesting, sit and protest outside CBI headquarters against BJP's Operation Lotus. And you can clearly see he's clearly stating that this Operation Lotus is being done in other states as well, and now BJP is trying to do it in Delhi as well, where they're offering huge sum of amount to Delhi MLAs, and when MLAs denied them, they give them a threat and fear of showed them the fear of CBI and ED clearly, and now they're clearly stating that they want this Operation Lotus should be investigated. Sir, कब तक
इसकी जांच कराओ।
Sir, कब तक बैठेंगे?
अरे खोका खोका बंद करो। बंद करो, बंद करो। अरे मोदी जी ये बंद करो।
They are clearly not answering till what time they will sit here, but yes, they are staging sit-in dharna here. And the Atishi and Sanjay Singh have clearly been stating against VK Saxena's allegation also. They have clearly stated that if VK Saxena is saying that they will take legal action against Atishi, Durgesh Pathak, Saurabh Bhardwaj and Jasmine Shah, then also the investigation should be done against the governor, because investigation is also being done against of CBI and ED against Aam Aadmi Party leaders Manish Sisodia and Satinder Jain as well. So these are the statements which are coming in from Aam Aadmi MLAs, but this sort of drama which we are seeing daily happening in national capital, because we are seeing such dramas was done outside Vidhan Sabha also, where all the Aam Aadmi Party MLAs were sitting outside Vidhan Sabha sloganeering, and they staged till entire night protest outside Vidhan Sabha, where they were demanding resignation of Governor VK Saxena. And now they are saying that investigation of all those BJP leaders should also be done who have called Aam Aadmi Party MLAs and offered them rupees 20 crore and asked them to switch these sides. So these are the visuals, a very dramatic visuals, Abhishek, which is coming in from national capital, which clearly shows us that war of words and the dramatic protest which is being done by BJP and Aam Aadmi Party in Delhi is not going to stop here very soon, because since morning back-to-back press conferences, first by Atishi and then by BJP leaders were seen in national capital. Yesterday we also saw back-to-back press conferences. Today even they were here to meet CBI director. They sought the time, but CBI director clearly denied to meet. CBI director didn't give any time to them. Then also the delegation of all the Aam Aadmi Party MLAs came here straight from Vidhan Sabha to CBI headquarters to meet the director. Heightened security officials are here. The security have been quite beefed up here outside CBI headquarters. Even the police officials clearly told them that you are not allowed here. No time has been given by CBI director to you. Come later when time will be given. But they clearly said that they will try to give memorandum today, and if they didn't give memorandum today, then clearly they will do the protest and dharna here. We were again and again asking Atishi that if she will not get time, then she will do the protest or dharna here. She clearly said that he is the CBI director. He should meet everyone. We're also here to give our application and regarding the investigation which should be done against BJP's Operation Lotus. And now these are the visuals which are coming in since 2 hours. All these Aam Aadmi Party MLAs are here outside CBI headquarters, and anytime soon CBI director won't be meeting them, because clearly they have not got any time from CBI director. The protocol, the clearly time how it has to be sought by CBI director, they have not taken yet, and they have not got any time. But yet then also they have come here with all the proofs said by them. They were saying that they have got all the proofs from their MLAs that who have called them. They have the CTR report and every sort of papers, documentation which they will give to CBI director. These things are being said by Aam Aadmi Party MLAs, but these are the visuals which we are showing you from CBI.
All right, Shehzad. Harsha, thank you so much for joining. Keep track of those protests. We'll come back to you, but let's look at some political reactions. Shehzad Poonawala of the BJP is joining us over the phone. Shehzad, the Aam Aadmi Party leadership outside the CBI headquarters protesting the fact that they are not being allowed to meet the director CBI and submit a complaint against Delhi's Lieutenant Governor.
You see, Manish Sisodia, Sharab और शिक्षा घोटाले पर मौन, ड्रामा और दुराचार full on. From the last 39 days, 39 lakh seconds, we have been asking them only 15 questions on Sharab Ghotala, and now this Shiksha Ghotala, which even Republic Channel has broken about, 500 crores ka Ghotala. Instead of answering the questions about this, sometimes they go to New York Times, sometimes to Gujarat, sometimes to LG 2024 party told rahe hain, audio hai hamare paas. Aaj subah, the 4 MPs of BJP asked very categorically that why don't you submit your phones for forensic and show who was the person from BJP calling you. As far as the LG is also concerned, I think he has already filed a defamation suit against them. Republic just broke that story. If you are not guilty of anything, you will have the conviction to go and file a defamation suit. If Manish Sisodia is not guilty, why doesn't he go and file a defamation suit? If Satinder Jain is not guilty, why doesn't he go and file a defamation suit? If they are so honest, they should go file a defamation suit that, look, this is a wrong allegation on us. They get no relief from court. There is a CVC inquiry against them. There is a local inquiry against them. There are reports against them. There are chief secretary reports against them. Yet they will answer no questions. And those who are not culpable of any guilt, the LG who has put out the facts, and you've seen the fact that CBI has already investigated this matter. 4 people are in charge sheet. Based on the statement of a corrupt charge sheeted person, they are not trying to make new allegations because they don't want to answer any question.
Shehzad, no, that's fine. But you see, you are by the DCBI, by not meeting or not accepting the complaint, you are giving a party like the Aam Aadmi Party, which is which has sort of come up through street protests to sort of show their skills at those street protests. The complaint could have been taken and the matter could have rested there.
See, I am nobody to answer for the CBI and how the CBI operates. Is for the CBI director to answer that question to you. But all I can say is that is this the way to go and file a criminal complaint or a complaint with the CBI? If they have all the evidence and supposing the agencies are not cooperating with them, they can also file a criminal complaint. And a corruption complaint can be filed anywhere across the country. They can file it in Punjab also if they want, if they see that corruption has happened. Because there is no bar on jurisdiction. So why don't they go and file it? So the point is that this is all for drama. This is to divert attention from the testified corruption of Sharab Ghotala and of Shiksha Ghotala, the twin towers of Ghotala which they erected in Delhi. They don't want to answer on that on basis of facts. And therefore, every day they concoct a new drama, a new victimhood, a new whataboutery, and they come out and they start doing this durachar. And when inquiry is done on their Bhrashtachar, they call it atyachar.
Right, Shehzad, in fact, I wonder if the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party could have together gone to the CBI and lodged their respective complaints, because remember in the morning in the press conference, the BJP also demanded a CBI inquiry into the allegations. Thank you so much, Azad, for joining us. Maybe we'll get back to him in the evening. Let's go back to Harsha. She's outside those protests. She was live just a while back. Harsha, coming back to you, ask these AAP leaders that even BJP wants a CBI probe into the allegations that they have made. Do they have substance to prove that AAP MLAs were being bought over by the BJP, the charges that they have made? Also, of course, you can ask that the LG has threatened legal action against Atishi.
Exactly, Abhishek, we had word with Atishi regarding this entire LG taking legal action against Atishi, Saurabh, Durgesh and Jasmine Shah. Atishi clearly stated that yes, LG will say like that only, but yes, LG should cooperate in the investigation. Investigation should happen because the people in his office only has said all these things, that how much money, demonetized money, he pressurized his cashier and got it exchanged. Around 1400 crore was the entire amount. But Atishi said as well, the CBI and ED investigation is being carried out against us AAP leaders, Manish Sisodia and Satyendra Jain. Then why not against LG also if these things are coming up? But yes, we are showing you because they are clearly saying that today when they have come to meet CBI director, they have got all the proofs. The MLAs who have got the offer from BJP leader, the CDR report, the name, how long the call was done and by whom from BJP the calls were given to AAP MLAs. All those proofs they have got along with them to the CBI director. But CBI director is not giving them any time to meet. Therefore, they are not going inside. Therefore, they are staging protest outside CBI office, and they showed us the letter of complaint also, Abhishek, that what complaint they have got and what memorandum and application they will be giving to the CBI director. But yes, they have got no time. Therefore, we are showing you the barricades and police officials here outside CBI headquarters, that they are not letting them go inside and they will not be allowed anytime soon also to go inside. And Sanjay Singh is also clearly stating that this Operation Lotus is a very big operation, and such operation have been carried out by BJP leaders in Maharashtra and now being done in Jharkhand as well. And now they are trying, now they are pressurizing and offering Delhi MLAs a huge sum of amount to search the sites, and they are even threatening by the misuse of HNC, CBI and ED as well, that if the MLAs will come to BJP side, the investigation in different matters will not be taken against them. So see, these are the allegations which are being leveled up by Aam Aadmi Party leaders against BJP. But yes, BJP is also stating, morning we saw how Manoj Tiwari, how Pravesh Verma clearly stated that they are also ready for investigation because no such calls have been made from the side of BJP. We are again and again trying to speak to so many Aam Aadmi Party MLAs who are here. Abhishek will try to go this side because Somnath Bharti and different Aam Aadmi Party MLAs here. Somnath sir, just one question I'd like to take. Sir, LG VK Saxena has said a legal action will be taken against Atishi, Durgesh Pathak, Saurabh Bhardwaj and Jasmine Shah. They have fabricated VK Saxena and wrong allegations have been leveled against VK Saxena by Atishi and Saurabh Bhardwaj.
I would welcome this step, and I have one small advice to Mr. Saxena. Have good lawyers on your side. You have a very weak case. There are documentary evidences in possession. We have not levied any charge without any basis. His own cashiers have in their own handwriting given proofs that how Mr. Saxena used his authority, chairperson of Khadi Gramodyog, to convert black money into white.
So Vigilance Department themselves have given clean chit to now Governor LG Saxena, who was the KYC chairman at that time. The clean chit was given, but then why such allegations are being made by Aam Aadmi Party?
When was this given? The clean chit. Give me the year. When was this given?
All have come from the LG office and they have given all the details of the things.
So question is, this is a very interesting and strange investigation that those two head cashiers who were witness to this entire conversion of black into white, they have been suspended by none other than the accused himself. So accused had headed a committee to investigate a case against himself. So that's very strange. What a convenience. So tell Mr. Saxena to have very good lawyers, the top lawyers of the country, to defend him.
But he's going to take a legal action against Atishi, Saurabh Bhardwaj, Durgesh Pathak and all.
So take action. You are most welcome to take action. But my sincere advice, have very good lawyers.
So, sir, today you have got placards also along with you. All our MLAs have this placards where it is written Operation Lotus. The investigation should be done. Do we have the details and proof and documentation of all the evidence which the Aam Aadmi Party MLAs are claiming that the phone call was made, offer was made, 20 crore was offered? Do you have all those proofs when you are visiting CBI director?
This is a scam of 6,300 crores. The scam involves 277 MLAs being purchased. We all have seen on your channel also, we saw that Khokha in Maharashtra being played. 50 Khokhas were offered to each MLA. So BJP has secured one interesting PhD. And the thesis is how to make governments without having a single MLA. So that thesis must be investigated by CBI. Which university gave them the thesis? Which university gave them this knowledge? And this knowledge should be shared with the public. People elect and government of party A and BJP makes government. This is very interesting.
You are diluting everything. I just asked, do you have all the documentation and proof what you are saying that CBI director should hear our complaint and we have all the proofs of 20 crore being offered?
So let CBI start investigation. What I'm saying, that's what we are here for. Isn't it interesting that CBI headquarters is blocked? They're not even giving access to us.
No time was sought from CBI director. It is clearly been said that time was not given to Aam Aadmi Party MLA.
You go to police station, we have a right, legitimate right. They're not BJP headquarters. This is CBI headquarters. They're duty bound to accept complaints.
So, Abhishek, this is Somnath Bharti clearly stating that when CBI will start the investigation, at that time they will give the entire proof. But yes, they're also saying that the then LG VK Saxena, who was the KYC chairman at that time, the cashier has himself come in front and leveled the serious allegation. So, investigation should be carried out against LG VK Saxena. But yes, we are again showing you the dramatic visuals from outside CBI headquarters, because as the day comes to an end, such security is being beefed up outside CBI headquarters. Barricading has been done. Huge police officials have also been deployed outside CBI headquarters. Back to the studio.
After the mega campaign by Republic suspended Jharkhand BJP leader Seema Patra, who assaulted her domestic help, has now been arrested and has been taken to the court as well. Former Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister Ghulam Nabi Azad will address a rally in Jammu on 4th of September. This will be his first visit after quitting the Congress party. The BJP said that the claims by AAP MLAs that they have been approached by the BJP and offered up to 20 crore rupees to switch sides is a matter of forensic investigation and that they should undergo a lie detector test. More trouble mounting for Mamta's top man, Anubrata Mondal, as CBI searches were conducted across Bengal in the cattle smuggling case. We understand 62 properties linked to Anubrata Mondal were searched by the CBI. Reportedly, 26 properties linked to Anubrata's daughter is also under the lens of the CBI. Further, Anubrata's confidant and TMC leader is also being grilled by the CBI. After several incriminating documents related to jihad and terror were seized from illegal madrasa in Assam, the police raided the madrasa along with the recent arrested Hafizur Rahman, who is linked with the Al-Qaeda terror module. The madrasa is...
Breaking news right now, Jharkhand leader Seer Patra, her domestic help has made sensational allegations against her, has been alleged to have assaulted the domestic help. Questions still being asked as to why exactly hasn't she been arrested.
A young girl beaten with iron rods, locked up, thrashed. Unspeakable cruelty by a BJP leader. Is her plight just not enough to move them all? Is her condition not worthy of a national condemnation? I ask then, why not? Why is there no arrest yet?
रांची के एसएसपी कौशल किशोर उन्होंने इस बात की पुष्टि कर दी कि गिरफ्तारी हुई है। 12 से ज्यादा पन्नों का एफआईआर था।
The party MLAs are right now protesting inside the Delhi Assembly. Right behind me, you can also see the pictures as to how the effigy of BJP symbol lotus is also being burnt. Aam Aadmi Party MLAs are protesting here and raising their voice against the Operation Lotus.
It's an Aam Aadmi Party BJP showdown in the national capital. Aam Aadmi Party MLA stage protest outside the CBI office. Delhi Lieutenant Governor prepares to take legal action against Aam Aadmi Party MLAs over defamatory allegations of corruption. Seer Patra packed off to police custody until 12th of September after unleashing horrors on domestic help. Back-to-back FIRs filed against abuse accused Seer, but he is yet to be arrested. Days after Al-Qaeda linked terrorists were arrested in Barpeta, Big Himanto government crackdown on terror-linked illegal madrasas. KCR Nitish brainstorming of 2024 in Patra is a mega political upswing in the making now. Well, a 10-member delegation of the Aam Aadmi Party MLAs is currently at the CBI office in the national capital. Now, this comes amid the ongoing CBI probe into the alleged liquor gate scam. Aam Aadmi Party is now staging a protest outside the CBI office after being denied permission to meet the CBI director. In fact, this comes at a time when both sides have increased the war of words, the Bharatiya Janata Party and the Aam Aadmi Party. Not just the liquor gate, several allegations have also been raised with regards to the school construction. Let me quickly go across to our reporters on the ground to get a sense of what's really happening. On your screens right now, Atishi as well as Sanjay Singh of the Aam Aadmi Party can be seen, along with Dilip Pandey right now on your screens. Aam Aadmi Party legislator and parliamentarian outside CBI office. They are essentially claiming that why shouldn't action really be taken against the Lieutenant Governor, and the fact that there is
serious allegations that have now been levelled against the LG. Let me bring in my colleague Harsha, who's reporting from outside the CBI office. Harsha, if you could perhaps quickly go across to Atishi and just take one question with regards to the fact that legal action is being mulled against her by the LG. What's her first reaction on that?
Exactly. Atishi, hi. Welcome to Republic TV. The first reaction we really want to take is on the legal action which LGBK Saxena has said that will be taking against you, Durgesh Pathak, Jasmine Shah and Saurabh Bhardwaj.
Why is the LG running away from an inquiry? Why is the LG scared of the CBI? Why is Mr. VK Saxena not ready for an ED inquiry? If Mr. Vinay Kumar Saxena, the Honorable LG, has done no corruption when he was chairman of KVIC, then why is he scared of an investigation? Let an investigation happen. If he is innocent, he will be proved innocent.
Suddenly, when the investigation regarding New Delhi excise policy was going on, when the scam in education model was taken up by LG, also has written a letter, then suddenly, how come this issue has come up? Because LG has also been spitting that the scam has been done in liquor and education model as well. Therefore, you all are trying to now fabricate allegation against LGBTQ.
When there was charges and an inquiry against Mr. Manish Sisodia, what did he say? He says, I am ready. I welcome any investigation. Said, I welcome an investigation into excise policy. I welcome an investigation into anything related with construction of classrooms. He said that because he is innocent. If Mr. VK Saxena, if Mr. Vinay Kumar Saxena is innocent, why is he not welcoming the investigation? If he is innocent and then any investigation happens, he will be proved innocent if he has done no corruption.
But then KYIC chairman and now the governor was given clean chit by Vigilance. Do you think that Vigilance had given the...
He was given a clean chit first by a committee that he was heading himself. Then he was given a clean chit by the Vigilance officer who was working under him. How can we accept that clean chit? After all, an investigation needs to be independent. So we are asking for an independent investigation. If he has done no corruption, he will come out clean.
So these are the words which are coming in from Atishi Shavan, where Atishi Malan has clearly stated that why is he afraid of the investigation? Investigation should be done against LGBK Saxena. When investigation is being done against Manish Sisodia and Satyendra Jain, then why not against LGBK Saxena? And Shavan, let me also tell you that the Aam Aadmi Party MLAs are protesting since 2 hours. They are here. They have sought time from CBI director. They have not got any time. Therefore, they are protesting outside CBI headquarters. Back to you, Shavan.
Well, Harsha, just to stay with this story right now, just one more quick question that I would like to take from you, and perhaps you could also bring in Sanjay Singh, who's there right now. The question here that is being raised is, one, the Bharatiya Janata Party is essentially saying that not just Liquorgate, but there are allegations also levelled with regards to... Well, in fact, these are the latest images now coming in from Uttar Pradesh, where you can see this is from Assi Ghat, where Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath is currently taking stock of the situation. He's also being accompanied by, we are now being told, by some of the other officials. We're getting in more details right now. Let me also quickly go across to our reporters to get the latest. We'll try and go across to some of the reporters for the latest on this. Joining us on this broadcast is my colleague Aishwarya. Aishwarya, just take us through the details that you are getting right now.
Well, at this point of time, Shavan, we have been told that the Chief Minister, along with Swatan Dev Singh, the BJP UP chief, and now a cabinet minister, is taking a ground review of what is the prevailing situation in Banaras and then the neighboring districts, keeping in mind that there is a flood kind of a situation in at least 5 districts. The Chief Minister was earlier to have a night stay in Varanasi, but now he's coming back to Lucknow. We are being told that he needs to take certain immediate decisions in this regard, keeping in mind the kind of heavy flood situation. Also, Varanasi being the Prime Minister's constituency, hence it Hence, the opposition is also taking on the government that what are the decisions which the state government is taking. And hence, you see UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath, Swatan Dev Singh, and then the other top officials. We are being told that at least half a dozen officials of the Chief Minister's office are present with him, because certain immediate decisions need to be taken in this regard to counter the floods in at least 5 different districts. We are being told that they are directly connected with the water which has been released by the neighboring country Nepal, and hence 5 different districts of Uttar Pradesh and 3 of Bihar are being directly impacted. We are being told that the Chief Minister, who was about to spend his night in Banaras, is now going to come back to Lucknow, and certain major decisions need to be taken in. Certain reserve forces of the NDRF from centre has also been requested, and they will be arriving in these 5 districts. So the Chief Minister on our screen having a ground's eye view of what is the prevailing situation in these 5 districts, and at this point of time he is at Asti Ghat in Varanasi itself. Back to you, Shravan.
Well, just a quick update also, Aishwarya, with regards to the current flood situation. In terms of the measures that have been taken by the Uttar Pradesh government, is there anything that you could also perhaps share at this stage? Well, in fact, just some more details that we are getting in right now with regards to the situation. This is coming in from the administration, where they have now confirmed 1 person is dead. Nearly 2.4 lakh people in Uttar Pradesh's 22 districts have been affected by the floods. In fact, a breakup that we do know at this point in time, which includes 1,079 flood-affected villages, 153 have been cut off from the rest of the state. In terms of the measures that have been taken by the government, 347 shelter homes have been built in the flood-affected districts, where around 21,000 people are staying. 26 teams of the NDRF and the SDRF have been pressed into action. In terms of those who have been affected and how exactly are they being taken care of, we're being now told that the NDRF and the SDRF, they are also been distributing food packets, especially in the flooded areas. 2,44,279 people have been affected by the floods in Uttar Pradesh. Now, this is a report that has been prepared by the Relief Commissioner, and I'm quoting from that particular report, in which they are stating that about 2,44,279 people have been affected. Now, what perhaps could be the reason? One, the rising water level of the Ganga and Yamuna rivers have basically submerged parts of Varanasi, including its famous ghats. The water level in terms of the water level of Ganga in Varanasi district has crossed the danger mark, and that's exactly why 115 villages have been affected because of that. Now, what's the impact in terms of on agriculture? In fact, 608 hectares have essentially been affected. 27 villages in Balia district have also been affected by the rise in the water level of Ganga river. What you see right now on your screens is
जो मानवता को शर्मसार करने वाली जो घटना है, इससे पूरा आदिवासी समाज आक्रोशित है, और हम मांग करते हैं सरकार से और प्रशासन से कि सीमा पात्रों को STC एक्ट के तहत कड़ी से कड़ी सजा मिले, और एक तरह वो निश्चित तौर पर उन्हें मर्डर करने का प्रयास की है, उनको क्या बताना चाह रहे हैं आपको? पुतला जो हम लोग कर रहे हैं सीमा पात्रा की, उसका इसी तरह का हम लोग विरोध कर रहे हैं कि ऐसे लोगों जो कि मानवता को शर्मसार करने वाली घटना को अंजाम दी है, इनका समाज में किसी तरह का कोई जगह नहीं है, और ऐसे लोगों को कड़ी से कड़ी सजा मिलना चाहिए। मांग करें कड़ी सजा, क्या करेंगे आगे अगर बेहतर जो आप सोच रहे हैं वो न्याय नहीं मिलता तो ये पूरे राज्यव्यापी हम लोग आंदोलन करेंगे, सड़क पर उग्र आंदोलन होगा, सीमा पात्रा का घर भी घेराव करेंगे हम लोग, और सरकार को बाध्य करेंगे कि सुनीता खाका आदिवासी बेटी को 25 लाख का मुआवजा मिले, बेहतर मेडिकल फैसिलिटी मिले, और सीमा पात्रा को ST एक्ट के तहत कड़ी से कड़ी सजा मिले। और आदिवासी संगठन की तरफ से आप लोगों की तरफ से क्या मदद मिलेगी? हम लोगों की तरफ से जितना पूरे समाज की तरफ से बेहतर मेडिकल इलाज के लिए उनको मदद किया जाएगा, और उनके साथ जब तक उनको न्याय नहीं मिलता है कानूनी रूप से या सामाजिक रूप से, उनके साथ हम लोग खड़ा हैं। आप भी महिला हैं, आपने चोट देखी होगी।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, हम लोग मिले हैं, मैं जब उनका न्यूज विंग पे जब उनका मैं देखी, मेरे आंख से आंसू निकल गया, लगा कि मेरे ऊपर प्रताड़ना हो रहा है। मैं रोने लगी और उसी के लिए आज हम लोग खड़े हुए हैं। और उनको अगर न्याय नहीं मिलता है तो सरकार का हम लोग ईंट से ईंट बजा देंगे, चाहे वो कोई भी पार्टी हो, हम लोग चुप नहीं रहेंगे। और अभी लगातार महिलाओं पे जो अत्याचार हो रहा है, कभी अंकिता के साथ,
वो अगर नहीं मिलता है मैडम, क्या करेंगे आप?
अगर 3 महीना होते होते अगर सीमा पात्रा को उम्र कैद की सजा या फांसी की सजा नहीं होती है तो हम लोग आंदोलन करेंगे। और ऐसा आंदोलन करेंगे कि जज को भी, हाई कोर्ट को भी हम लोग झुका देंगे कि उनको सजा देना ही पड़ेगा।
तो देखिए तमाम
नहीं पड़ेगा।
तो देखिए तमाम लोग हैं, आक्रोशित हैं, नाराज हैं और मांग कर रहे हैं ये लोग कि किसी भी तरह न्याय मिलना चाहिए। हम आप तस्वीरें भी दिखा रहे हैं, आपको पुतला दहन किया जा रहा है। बीजेपी प्रतीकात्मक रूप में बीजेपी का पुतला दहन किया जा रहा है। हम तस्वीरें आपको दिखा रहे हैं, आप देखिए तस्वीरें में आपको दिखा रहे हैं। ये तस्वीरें बता रही कि कितनी नाराजगी आदिवासी संगठन के लोगों को है इस घटना के बाद से। न्याय की मांग कर रहे हैं और कह रहे हैं कि अगर जो न्याय इंसाफ ये लोग मांग रहे हैं वो न्याय नहीं मिलता है तो एक बार फिर सड़कों पर उतरेंगे और इससे भी ज्यादा उग्र रूप अख्तियार करेंगे। ये तस्वीरें बताने के लिए काफी है, जरा देखिए और आवाज सुनिए, नारेबाजी हो रही है। देखिए पुतला दहन की तैयारी है। ये एक पुतला प्रतीकात्मक रूप बीजेपी महिला नेत्री सीमा पात्रा जो इस वक्त गिरफ्तार है और आप सुनिए नाराजगी। ये तमाम लोग हैं, विरोध कर रहे हैं क्योंकि मामला इतना बड़ा हो गया, इतना ज्यादा बड़ा कि खुद तमाम बड़े नेताओं को वहां पहुंचना पड़ा। सुनीता से मुलाकात की, ढांढस बंधाया और कहा कि इंसाफ मिलेगा और यहाँ नाराजगी देखिए। पुतला दहन किया जा रहा है, हम आपको तस्वीरें भी दिखा रहे हैं। पुतला दहन किया जा रहा है प्रतीकात्मक रूप में सीमा पात्रा को लेकर, ये पुतला दहन किया जा रहा है, हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं। आप देखिए नाराजगी आदिवासी संगठनों की, क्योंकि अपने समाज के बीच की एक बच्ची के साथ ऐसी घटना हुई जिसके बाद ये पूरी नाराजगी अब सामने आ रही है। कह रहे हैं कि अगर जो इंसाफ की मांग ये लोग कर रहे हैं वो इंसाफ नहीं मिला, न्याय नहीं मिला तो एक बार फिर ये लोग सड़कों पर आएंगे। देखिए पैरों से कुचला जा रहा है। एक सांकेतिक स्वरूप है प्रदर्शन का कि कैसे नाराजगी है ये दिखाने की कोशिश की जाती है। आप देखिए तमाम जो हाथ में लोगों ने छोटे छोटे पोस्टर्स ले रखे हैं सीमा पात्रा के ऊपर ST/SC एक्ट के तहत कानूनी कार्रवाई हो, आदिवासी एकता जिंदाबाद, तमाम तरह के बैनर्स हैं, ये आप देखिए। और ये पुतला दहन किया जा रहा है। हालांकि यहाँ पे तमाम आदिवासी संगठन के लोग एकजुट होकर इन लोगों ने विरोध प्रदर्शन किया है। हरगुड़ा चौक पर यह विरोध प्रदर्शन हो रहा है। आप देखिए नाराजगी है, सरना झंडा इनके हाथों में, क्योंकि इनके अपने समाज से ये बच्ची आती है जिसे प्रताड़ित किया गया है सीमा पात्रा की तरफ से। उसके बाद देखिए ये विरोध प्रदर्शन शुरू हुआ है। हम लगातार वो आवाज भी सुना रहे हैं आपको, आप सुनिए। नारेबाजी हो रही है, आदिवासियों के शोषण करना इनका बंद करो, तमाम तरह की आवाजें सामने आ रही है। ये प्रतीकात्मक स्वरूप है, आपको मैं दिखा रहा हूँ। आप देखिए ये पुतला दहन की कोशिश की गई है। ये तस्वीरें मैं दिखा रहा हूँ आपको, आप देखिए नाराज है लोग और ये नाराजगी इस पुतला दहन के रूप में सामने आ रही है। और कहा भी जा रहा है कि जो इंसाफ इन लोगों ने मांग की है, जो न्याय की मांग की है, वो अगर इन्हें नहीं मिलता है तो तमाम लोग एक बार फिर सड़क पर उतरेंगे, विरोध करेंगे, सड़क पर उतरेंगे। देखिए हाय के नारे लग रहे हैं, सीमा पात्रा हाय के नारे लग रहे हैं और इसे लेकर कहा जा रहा है कि जो न्याय की बात कही जा रही है। क्या करेंगे आप लोग, जो न्याय मांग रहे हैं अगर नहीं मिला तो?
देखिए न्याय तो मिलेगा, इसलिए कबरस्टिंग हो चुका है और प्रशासन से मिले DSP साहब जो खुद उसको सुपरविजन कर रहे हैं। तो केस आया और सिर्फ DSP हटिया DSP है, हम लोग कल मिले उससे, सुबह में मिले जो पीड़ित है उससे और शाम को DSP से। बात हुआ कि जिस तरह से मामला चला है हम लोग बहुत 164 का बयान दिए हैं और 164 का बयान देकर उसको कड़ी से करने देने का हम लोग मांग कर रहे हैं। हम लोग चाहते हैं आज के सामाजिक संगठन के लोग कि ऐसे नेत्री को जो खासकर बीजेपी की नेत्री है जो कहती है कि बेटी पढ़ाओ बेटी बढ़ाओ बेटी को संरक्षक दो, लेकिन आप देख रहे होंगे अपनी आंखों से कि बीजेपी के लोग कैसे आदिवासी महिला के साथ अत्याचार और शोषण करते हैं। तो हम लोग मांग करते हैं सरकार और प्रशासन से कि ऐसे लोगों को कड़ी से कड़ी सजा मिलनी चाहिए।
जो सामने आ गई ऐसे कई सुविधा है, कई लोग ऐसे जो दिल्ली में फंसे, शायद इस चीज से भी ज्यादा बुरे हालात हो गए।
देखिए जो भी है हम लोग चाहते हैं कि जो भी इसके साथ जितनी महिला अत्याचार होता है सब के साथ न्याय होना चाहिए, चाहे किसी जाति किसी धर्म के हो। अत्याचार होता है, गलत होता है, चाहे हिंदू हो मुस्लिम हो सिख हो ईसाई, किसी के भी साथ अगर अत्याचार होता है तो गलत है, नहीं होना चाहिए। मैं ही मांग करता हूँ कि महिला के ऊपर एक बढ़िया कानून बने ताकि लोग उसके सम्मान की दृष्टि से देखें।
ऐसा नहीं कि इस पर राजनीति होनी चाहिए, लेकिन फिर भी राजनीति हो रही है।
देखिए राजनीति तो क्या है और बीजेपी के लोग अभी देखिए किस तरह बीजेपी का लोग कुछ बोल नहीं रहे इस मामले में। क्यों? क्योंकि वो जो महिला जो अत्याचार करने वाली वो बीजेपी की नेतृत्व थी और कहीं न कहीं उसमें महिला का एक अधिकारी महिला को सक्षम के लिए बहुत अच्छे पद पर थी। तो अब बीजेपी के लोग मांग करें कि ऐसी महिला का कड़ी से कड़ी सजा होनी चाहिए।
बीजेपी तो कह रही है कि हमने तो सस्पेंड कर दिया,
हाथी के दांत न करे, सस्पेंड करके सिर्फ आईवास न करे, मांग करे कि कड़ी से कड़ी सजा होनी चाहिए।
In a shocking incident, 50 Dalit families were driven out of Jharkhand's Palamu district. These families were residing in the village for the last 4 decades. On receiving the information, the local authorities rushed to Tongri Pahadi area, 1 kilometer away from the village, and were camping there to maintain the law and order.
सूचना मिली तो वरीय पदाधिकारियों के निर्देशानुसार हम यहाँ पर आए और एसडीओ साहब भी हैं साथ में। तो एफआईआर की बात है तो हम लोगों ने एफआईआर दर्ज कर दिया है।
Meanwhile, a criminal case has been lodged against 12 named people and 150 others. Jharkhand Governor Ramesh Bayas, taking cognizance of this incident, expressed concern. The government sought a detailed report from the Deputy Commissioner within 2 days and ordered the police to apprehend the culprits immediately. Meanwhile, the Deputy Commissioner assured all 50 families of rehabilitation in the same village on a priority basis. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
After the mega campaign by Republic.
In fact, a Republic TV exclusive right now. This is with regards to the searches that were carried out by the Enforcement Directorate in the state of Jharkhand. Remember, just about a couple of days ago, the Enforcement Directorate had recovered 2 AK-47s. Now, those 2 AK-47s were from the premises of a man who goes by the name of Prem Prakash. Questions were essentially raised about what is the link that the Chief Minister of Jharkhand essentially has with Prem Prakash. But what turned out was, by the end of the day, when the searches got over, Jharkhand government had essentially indicated that the security personnel, the 2 security personnel, had left behind their AK-47, essentially indicating that they had nothing to do with Prem Prakash. Now, that was the argument that was put forth by the Jharkhand government. But is that the reality? Let's just take a look at the document that has now been accessed. I'll also request someone from the Mumbai newsroom to come in and show that document that has been accessed by Republic TV, in which the Enforcement Directorate has essentially made a massive revelation. This is a massive revelation made by the Enforcement Directorate in the court today, where they have now gone ahead and they said that there are 2 AK-47s that were seized with 60 live cartridges during the searches from the residential premises of accused Prem Prakash. Investigation has revealed.
Now, this is what the Enforcement Directorate is indicating. They are saying that it has revealed that the said 2 rifles were allotted to 2 security personnel who were deputed for security duty at Honorable Chief Minister's house. On paper, that's a big revelation. They are saying that they were attached with the Chief Minister's house. On paper, orally they were asked to report to the accused Prem Prakash and these 2 persons. So while they were supposed to be at the Chief Minister's residence, a part of the Chief Minister's security detail, there is evidence to prove that they were part of that security detail. It turns out they were actually giving protection to a private person. Whether at all there is any connection with Hemant Soren, that the Chief Minister should clarify, because there is a lot of rumors that are essentially doing the round with regards to the Chief Minister's association with this man called Prem Prakash. There's absolutely no doubt about the fact that the link between Prem Prakash and Pankaj Mishra has already been established. The link between Pankaj Mishra and the Chief Minister is also known to everyone. It is, in fact, it finds a reflection in the charge sheets that have been filed by the Enforcement Directorate. Let me go across to Niranjan, who's got a copy of the remand. In fact, we've got that very page which indicates the investigation that's been carried out, the truth about the 2 AK-47s that were recovered during the searches. Niranjan, just quickly take our viewers through those very lines, crucial links that are basically emerging right now, and this is exactly what they are saying. They're exactly pointing out details, the fact that they were part of the Chief Minister's house.
Well, it's here, Shaman. If you look at this, I'll just try and download, underline some of this one. It says here that investigation has revealed that the said 2 rifles, the 2 rifles were allotted to 2 security personnel who were deputed for security duty at the Chief Minister's house, which means they were with Soren. They were Soren security. So that's what it proves. It proves that these 2 guards were part of Soren security. Orally, they were asked to report to the accused Prem Prakash. They were asked to report with Prem Prakash. And these 2 persons armed with AK-47 were illegally accompanying Prem Prakash and his family members to several places in public. An impression was being created in the public eye about the powers of the said Prem Prakash, and it's suspected that this would have been used or projected by Prem Prakash to carry out various illegal activities connected with proceeds of crime. So it's a crazy story where the Chief Minister's security, just to sort of put the story in perspective, stories about the security that was given to the Chief Minister being used by a private person. The CM, we are told that the security was for the CM, but they were asked to orally accompany this person called Prem Prakash, and the impression was being used that he is a very influential person, and it was completely misused, is what the agency has gone on record. I think this is a very, very, very serious charge made by the Enforcement Directorate. Shavan, let's see where the story goes. Back to you for now.
Well, thank you very much, Niranjan, for putting this into perspective. A massive allegation that has now been levelled by the Enforcement Directorate in the remand copy that has been produced before the court. This while they've got 6 days further custody of Prem Prakash. While the Jharkhand government seems to have washed their hands off the allegations, in fact, they had indicated that it was for something else altogether. On the other side, back-to-back FIRs that have been filed against rape accuser, but he is yet to be arrested.
The BJP leaders are staging such protests.
Farm of the party MLAs who are protesting against Delhi LG Vinay Saxena.
The death of a woman trampled under a bus in Chindwara in Madhya Pradesh led to the villagers burning the bus that led to the accident. The accident is reported to have happened near a petrol pump in Chindwara, where the woman riding a scooter was hit by the bus said to have been speeding at that time.
एक एक्सीडेंट का मामला है। एक
बस जो छिंदवाड़ा से अमरवाड़ा तरफ जा रही थी, लहगड़ुआ के पास में एक बच्ची जो है करीब 20 साल की है, जो कॉलेज में फाइनल ईयर कर रही है, वो अपनी सहेली को छोड़ करके जो है सफ़ेद कलर की गाड़ी में, एक्टिवा गाड़ी है संभवतः, उसमें जो है वो वापस लौट रही थी। अचानक जो है बस के सामने आ गई वो, और बस से टकरा करके मौके पे बच्ची की मौत हो गई।
While there were no passengers on the bus, the driver is said to have run away following the incident. The uproar was eventually brought after the police forces were deployed at the spot. Bureau Report, Republic TV. In a shocking incident, 50 Dalit families were driven out of Jharkhand's Palamu district. These families were residing in the village for the last 4 decades. On receiving the information, the local authorities rushed to Tongri Pahadi area.
A verbal spat erupted between Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP leaders outside schools in Delhi. Aam Aadmi Party MLA Saurabh Bhardwaj and BJP spokesperson Gaurav Bhatia both shared the videos of the heated conversation on Twitter. Seema Patra, suspended BJP leader from Jharkhand, has been arrested by the Ranchi police over the allegations that she had tortured her domestic help. Seema Patra had allegedly kept the woman captive in her residence in Ranchi's posh Ashok Nagar area for several years. Seema Patra had allegedly kept the woman captive in her residence in Ranchi's posh Ashok Nagar for several years.
After the mega campaign by Republic suspended Jharkhand BJP leader Seema Patra, who assaulted her domestic help, has now been arrested and has been taken to the court as well. Former Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister Ghulam Nabi Azad will address a rally in Jammu on 4th of September. This will be his first visit after quitting the Congress party. The BJP said that the claims by AAP MLAs that they have been approached by the BJP and offered up to 20 crore rupees to switch sides is a matter of forensic investigation and that they should undergo a lie detector test. More trouble mounting for Mamta's top man, Anubrata Mondal, as CBI searches were conducted across Bengal in the cattle smuggling case. We understand 62 properties linked to Anubrata Mondal were searched by the CBI. Reportedly, 26 properties linked to Anubrata's daughter is also under the lens of the CBI. Further, Anubrata's confidant and TMC leader is also being grilled by the CBI. After several incriminating documents related to jihad and terror were seized.
Breaking news right now. Jharkhand leader Seema Patra, her domestic help has made sensational allegations against her. Has been alleged to have assaulted the domestic help. Questions still being asked as to why exactly hasn't she been arrested.
A young girl beaten with iron rods, locked up, thrashed. Unspeakable cruelty by a BJP leader. Is her plight just not enough to move them all? Is her condition not worthy of a national condemnation? I ask then, why not? Why is there no arrest yet?
रांची के एसएसपी कौशल किशोर, उन्होंने इस बात की पुष्टि कर दी कि गिरफ्तारी हुई है। 12 से ज्यादा पन्नों का एफआईआर था।
It's an Aam Aadmi Party BJP showdown in the national capital. AAP MLAs staged protest outside CBI office. Delhi LG prepares to take legal action against top MLAs over defamatory allegations of corruption. Seema Patra packed off to police custody until September 12 after unleashing horrors on domestic health. Back-to-back FIRs filed against rape accused Seer, but he's yet to be arrested. Days after Al-Qaeda-linked terrorists were arrested in Barpeta, big Himanta government crackdown on terror-linked illegal madrasas. The KCR Nitish brainstorming on 2024 in Patra is a mega political upswing in the making now. Getting you breaking updates from Kolkata. A special court has extended the judicial custody of former West Bengal Minister Partha Chatterjee and Arpita Mukherjee till 14th of September in connection with the SSC recruitment scam, or the teachers recruitment scam as it is known now. Judicial custody essentially being extended for another 14 days. Remember, it's been a month that Partha Chatterjee and his accomplice and aide Arpita have been behind bars after some days having been spent on in the custody of the CBI as well, the ED as well, and now judicial custody of former Minister Partha Chatterjee and Arpita Mukherjee extended for another 14 days. Ishan Dev joins us live from our Bangla newsroom in Kolkata. Ishan, what more can you share? Were there some arguments held from the side of the former minister? Did they make any attempt to get out of jail, or did they just accept it and the custody extended for 14 days?
Well, Abhishek, there was strong argument between the CBI counsel and the counsels of on the part of Partha Chatterjee and Arpita Mukherjee there in the City Session Court of Kolkata, and naturally Partha Chatterjee's lawyer and Arpita Mukherjee's lawyer were advocating for their release, for their bail, but the bail plea has not been granted once again, and for 14 more days their jail custody, their judicial custody has been extended, and there was a virtual presence of these persons today in the court, and in the presence the court has ordered that no bail is going to be granted, and for the next 14 days they will be in the judicial custody again, and after that there will be the decision whether next what is going to happen to them. Abhishek.
Yeah. All right, so next hearing when we would know whether they would want to get out of that jail. Thank you so much, Ishan, for joining us live and updating us on the development there in Kolkata. Moving on to Assam. A madrasa in the state's Bongaingao district was demolished by authorities for allegedly carrying out jihadi activities on its premises. A teacher of the madrasa was arrested last week for his suspected links with terror outfits, Al-Qaeda in the Indian subcontinent, and Ansarul Bangla team, an associate of Al-Qaeda. Around a dozen of excavators were deployed, in fact, to demolish the two-story building of the Kabiatari Ma'arif Madrasa in Jogi Ghopa area of the district. The officers said, adding that the other structures on the premises were also being razed to the ground. Let's look at a ground report. All right, we have a cop speaking to us earlier. Let's listen to him.
And raised from Borpeta. So that investigation is going on, and on that investigation we have found that there are two main important characters. One is Mehbubur, who is still absconding. He is actually a Bangladeshi citizen, but he had procured documents from West Bengal, and he has identified himself as a resident of West Bengal, and he stayed here and spread jihadi these things.
Apart from this main character that you were talking about, we have seen that there are also other characters who have played a very important role in spreading the jihad network, like for that matter Hafizur Rahman, who was working in a madrasa here. So how these things have been proceeding in this regard particularly?
Regarding Hafizur Rahman, that person has been arrested by Gwalpara police, so Gwalpara SP will be knowing much better. But one thing I can tell you that he is from this place, Kabaitari, and he was working in this madrasa. It is Markazul Al Arif Madrasa. So he was working there since I think 8-9 years. He's working there, and he is a resident of this place only. And he has He had good connection with the Bangladeshi national who Gwalpara police has arrested.
Apart from this module which has been busted out here in Bongaigaon, if we see the Bongaigaon was the place from where the Tripura connection was also established, and one of the main accused who has been absconding was very much active in this particular area, Jogighupa.
Actually, it is connected with Borpeta module. If you see Borpeta Saiful and Mehbubur, these two characters, they first infiltrated in Borpeta. They did their training of cadres in Borpeta, which you are aware, and then Mehbubur shifted to Jogighupa area. From here, I think from Jogighupa, he had recruited one guy who is still absconding, and Gwalpara angle is a bit different angle, module.
Yesterday, a massive search operation was also carried out in this mosque.
Gwalpara police came yesterday. They searched the premises of that madrasa. One small canteen was there inside, and from that canteen they had recovered few documents related to Ansarullah Bangla team.
And also it has been learned that logos belonging to the AQIs have been...
Yeah, yes, you are correct. And SP Gwalpara will be right person to speak on that.
Thank you.
Alright, that was Anirudh speaking to the Superintendent of Police of Bongaigaon. In fact, Anirudh joins us live from Guwahati. Anirudh, Gwalpara, Borpeta and now Bongaigaon. It seems to be a big operation being carried out by Ansarul Bangla team and the Al-Qaeda in Indian subcontinent. Do the police really have a plan to tackle this situation, or are they going to go module by module? What are you hearing, Anirudh?
Yes, Abhishek, as far as the crackdown is concerned, they